Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 kiloseconds chapter 131 Swallow Mangekio Sharingan? Please subscribe. A strong suction force suddenly came from the hole of the bone shuriken, absorbing all the sand that bound them, and transported them to a different space, as if an unknown number of ultra-small black holes were opened from countless directions at the same time. I don't know how many bone shurikens there are, sending the sand around them into the small space black hole. That kind of scene is quite spectacular. Gaara's strength lies in his ability to control massive amounts of sand to fight, but now, obviously, he has also encountered the existence of a natural enemy. This means that the Sharingan teenagers don't have enough IQ and fight by instinct. Otherwise, all the small space black hole forces will be fused together to form a supersized black hole, and Gaara will also suffer if it fails. But even so, Gaara didn't intend to release those bone shurikens, and kept using massive amounts of sand to control their range of activities. Gaara frowned and looked at Xiao Li beside him, and said, "Xiao Li, leave quickly, this place has become unsafe." Xiao Li also understands that if he is here all the time, it will be inconvenient for me to fight against 22 Luo, and it will become a drag on him, so he nodded immediately, looked at Gaara seriously and said, "Okay, be careful, I'll go first." Xiao Li kicked the ground hard, and rushed out. After Xiao Li left, Gaara put his hands on the ground and shouted loudly, "Great burial in the sand waterfall." Boom 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 boom. After Gaara pressed his hands on the ground, the whole ground began to tremble violently, and the ground immediately became deserted, and a large number of sand seas slapped towards the opposite Sharingan boy like a tsunami. "I want to see it. How can you resist this time?" The Sharingan boy opened his hands in front of him, controlling all the bone shurikens to fly back and block in front of him, neatly arranged row by row, forming a huge rectangular square formation. Every hole of the bone shuriken in the rectangular square array has a strong suction force, and a tsunami-like sand sea hits, and all the sand seas that hit the rectangular square array are swallowed up. As for the sand seas rushing from the other two sides, Gaara controlled them again with both hands, making them change the direction of their attack, turning into two huge sand fists, squeezing towards the Sharingan boy. Two wings-like hands grew from the back of the Sharingan boy, and the chess boy's body was wrapped and protected in them. Advertisement boom, boom, boom. Two huge fists made of sand collided with each other on the big hand protecting the young man. After making a loud noise, the impact force was almost consumed. The two big hands that grew out of the Sharingan boy's back suddenly flicked away forcefully. Bang! Boom! Immediately shake off all the sand that enveloped him. Lyming has been paying attention to the fighting of the Sharingan boy. When he saw the effect of the boy's control of bone ninjutsu, he saw the state of Sharingan in his eyes. He couldn't help frowning and said to himself, "Is this his Mangekio Sharingan ability? Is this the ability of space-time ninjutsu? It's very similar to that guy's ability. I don't know if it's a product out of Orochimaru's experiment, or he made it on purpose. What about it?" Sasuke walked to Lyming's side and asked, "Lyming, did you see it? That guy's eyes? The state of Sharingan?" Lyming reached out and patted Sasuke's shoulder, saying, I saw it. It is indeed the power of Mangekio's Sharingan." Then Lyming smiled at Sasuke and said, "I know you are eager to gain power, but don't be too anxious. There are many ways to become stronger, and it's not the only way to forcibly enhance the Sharingan. Besides, forcibly increasing the power of Sharingan will definitely pay an unimaginable price." Sure enough, as if to prove what Lyming said, after controlling the power of space for a long time, the boy from Sharingan suddenly went crazy and covered his eyes with his hands, roaring like a beast, rolling all over the ground in pain. With eyes in his eyes there were tears of blood flowing outside. "Ho ho ho ho, it hurts. It hurts ah." Seeing this phenomenon, Lyming immediately squinted his eyes and said, "Although the fusion effect of the cursed seal of heaven and earth forcibly stimulated his Sharingan evolution and forcibly raised it to the level of Mangekio Sharingan, the side effects are also not small. Even Susanoo has such a serious sequelae appeared before it was used." "Susanoo? What's that?" Sasuke asked with a frown when he heard Lyming's self-talk. The corners of Lyming's mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled. "Susanoo is the power that resides in the Mangekio Sharingan, which can concretize chakra and condense it into a giant chakra fighting style. Advertisement, however. Mangekio Sharingan may not be the only one who can make something like that." Ho 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 ho. The Sharingan boy didn't know whether he was going crazy from the pain in his eyes, or he had a problem with his brain, so he stuck his finger into his eye socket and dug out the Sharingan. Then he swallowed the two Sharingans in one gulp. "Damn it. This guy. Is he really crazy?" Lyming blurted out in surprise when he saw the action of the Sharingan 783 boy. His eyes widened. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Lyming's mind, and he thought of the plot in the sequel of Hoenn Ninja, Boruto Legend, which he had seen in his previous life. The Otsutsuki family had a similar crazy move, first gouging out their own eyes, and then swallowing them in one gulp, and then, their strength would change drastically. Could it be? He will have a similar evolutionary effect. Not good. Gaara, watch out for his attacks. Everyone, back off. As soon as Lyming thought of the strange abilities of the Otsutsuki family in the Boruto biography that he had seen in his previous life, he blurted out a reminder to Gaara, and at the same time grabbed Sasuke's shoulder and dodged back together. Sometimes, I have to say that the development of things will always develop in the direction we don't want to see. Lyming's blurted reminder is just to prevent problems before they happen. But his fears seem to have come true. Earth style. Guard the shield of the crane. Gaara also made his strongest defense immediately after hearing Lyming's reminder. Boom. Pooh. What? Peeved. Gaara looked at her pierced chest, and looked at the humanoid monster in disbelief. Chapter 132. Doesn't Rinnegan want money? Please subscribe. Pooh. After the Sharingan boy swallowed his Mangekio Sharingan, his body strength gained a huge, leap-like improvement. The fingertips of the 5 fingers of one hand grew strong and sharp claws, and with just one blow, the claws pierced Gaara's strongest defense, the crane shield, and the arms became like snakes, growing rapidly. The entire palm connected with the sharp claws pierced deeply into Gaara's chest. The entire appearance of the Sharingan boy is closer to the transformation form of Otsutsuki in the movie version of Boruto, and the appearance is also the same as the legendary evil spirit. It's just that the Dao-style evil spirit in the theater version has red skin all over the body, while the skin color of the Sharingan boy is dark skin color, and the regrowth eyes are as golden as Orochimaru, with vertical snake-like pupils. On the forehead between the brows, a crack opened, and what appeared from inside was the legendary Rinnegan. But it shouldn't be a very high-level Rinnegan, because that Rinnegan doesn't even have a tomo. Seeing Rinnegan appearing on the forehead of the Sharingan boy, Lyming's eyes almost popped out of shock. What? That's the Rinnegan. This. What the hell is this F******************* G fat 4? It's messed up, it's all messed up. I want to open the Rinnegan. When did it become so it's easy? Doesn't Rinnegan want money? Yeah, Lyming yelled in such a crazy way in his heart. In order to prevent himself from becoming blind due to excessive use of Sharingan, he has never dared to use Sharingan too much. Of course, he is also struggling to find a way to break the curse of Uchiha's bloodline. But now, it's just an experimental body of Orochimaru, and under such inexplicable circumstances, the development of the pupil technique has actually come ahead of him. But no matter what, I can't let Gaara die here like this. If he dies, the subsequent storyline will develop in a direction beyond my control. Gaara must be saved. Thinking of this, Leiming made a dodge. A fairy face appeared on his face, rushed in front of Gaara. The right hand burst out with lightning, and shouted, Sage Art, Zidian Rakery. Advertisement. The purple thunder light on Lyming's right hand shone dazzlingly, and he slashed down hard, puffing, and directly cut off the arm of the Sharingan boy who had inserted into Gaara's chest. Flying back with Gaara, at the same time grabbing the severed arm inserted into Gaara's chest, and pulling it out forcefully, poof, blood sprayed, and Gaara's painful face twitched violently. What's even more weird is that the arm that was clearly cut off by Lyming turned out to be alive, like the strange arm that often appears in movies, with 5 fingers twisting rapidly, and the arm turned into a snake and entangled towards Lyming's arm. Come. What? Is it so troublesome? Sage Art, Tiangong Leihuo. Lyming saw the weird thing wrapped around his arm, and knew that he couldn't let it continue to be a demon. After just such a short time, his arm has been entangled to the point of numbness, and if it continues like this, his arm will be twisted off by its entanglement. If it wasn't for the position of the wrist of this weird arm that he was grabbing, I'm afraid it would bite him like a snake. So Lyming resolutely resorted to his trick of pressing the bottom of the box, using the fairy technique chakra to use the fairy technique lightning style, and with the help of the powerful current of the fairy technique lightning style, the air was ignited, forming a powerful thunder and fire force, burning the weird arm on the arm. Squeak squeak squeak. The weird arm let out a scream, and quickly let go of Lyming's arm, trying to escape. Lyming took advantage of the trend, threw away the weird severed arm, and at the same time threw it away, injected a wave of energy from the Grail stone into it. Sure enough, just after the arm was thrown out, the energy of the Gelel stone that entered the weird arm began to have a strong rejection reaction with the weird arm. Boom. The strange severed arm exploded violently in the air, exploding a huge fireball. After Leiming rescued Gaara, he brought him to Bai's side and said, Bai, Gaara will be treated by you. Advertisement, yes. Master Leiming. The white collar ordered to catch Gaara, put it flat on the ground, his hands glowed green, and immediately started emergency treatment for Gaara. Konkuro and Tamari also rushed here quickly, looked nervously at the seriously injured Gaara, and asked, How is it? Will Gaara be okay? Is the injury serious? Is it life-threatening? While giving Gaara emergency treatment, Bai showed a reassuring smile and said with a smile, Don't worry, although Gaara's injury is serious, it's not fatal. I can handle it well. At the same time, on the other side, the Sharingan boy whose arm had been severed by Leiming turned into a real monster at this moment, and after the flesh and blood squirmed twice strangely from the place where the arm was severed, a new arm grew out. Leiming took 2 deep breaths, and after thinking about the countermeasures in his mind, he immediately closed his seal and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang 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 bang. Create dozens of shadow clone at once. To face this kind of monster, sometimes Naruto's method is better. After Leiming thought about how to deal with that monster, all the shadow clones rushed towards him. Relying on the advantage of the large number of people, Ying Fen, Hao Nuo Jiao, was covered with blue lightning, holding a blue lightning blade in his hand, trembling with the monster, who had white spots all over his body. The bone spurs pop out, and the bone spurs will also deform and turn to attack. There are countless white bone shurikens around the body, and the power of small black holes is contained in them. If it rubs against any part of Shadow Clone's body, it will be bitten off by a monster. One of the shadow clones smashed Rinnegan down to the ground with one hand, booming, smoke and dust everywhere, covering everyone's sight in this area. In the end, a shadow clone condensed a spiral shuriken full of the energy of the Greer stone, and slammed it towards the monster's body. Chapter 133 Self-Exploding Black Hole. Please subscribe. Boom. Lyming's shadow clone took advantage of the monster boy's sight being blocked, and slammed the spiral shuriken full of the energy of the Grail stone on the back of the monster. The spiral shuriken of Greer stone did not explode like Naruto's wind-style spiral shuriken, forming a huge spherical storm barrier, locking the enemy inside and using countless wind-bladed chakra knives to attack the enemy's cells all over the body. Instead, after the green spiral shuriken hit the monster's body, it merged into the monster's body very easily, just like water droplets poured on the ground. Because Leiming knows that this boy's Mangekio Sharingan has the ability to open different dimensions similar to Obito Mangekio Sharingan. If it is an attack method similar to Naruto's spiral shuriken, maybe he can transmit and absorb most of the attack power to Otherworld. Therefore, the spiral shuriken that the shadow clone controlled by Leiming hits on the monster is not the energy burst of the Greer stone for attack, but a spiral shuriken with healing power. As long as the energy burst of the Gelel stone is well controlled, it can be a powerful healing force or a powerful destructive force. However, for different people, sometimes under certain circumstances, even if it is a panacea that can prolong life, if it is given to people whose physique does not match, it will become a life-threatening poison. The current situation of the monster boy belongs to this type. As soon as the energy of the Greer stone, which contains powerful healing power, enters his body, it immediately begins to have a strong rejection reaction with his body. The monster boy's body was visible, a sarcoma appeared here, and then another sarcoma appeared there, one after another, the larger and more picturesque. Advertisement seeing this situation, Leiming's shadow clone immediately showed a triumphant smile, and said to himself with a smile, "Sure enough, I wonder how much Orochimaru has done to this monster." However, according to my understanding of the original Hokage ninja, one of the indispensable conditions to evolve the so-called Rinnegan must be to have a powerful immortal body. To achieve the immortal body, one must absorb large natural magic chakra. As for the so-called fairy chakra, in my opinion, there are many different kinds, such as the fairy chakra of the Geller stone, the dragon vein chakra, etc. Once the fairy chakra is incompatible, that is 10,000 times more terrifying than the consequences of eating poison. Ah! The monster boy let out an angry and miserable scream. His body swelled into a huge meatball, surrounded by countless bone shurikens, also amidst his screams, sending out a strange resonance effect. Boom! After those bone shurikens resonated, a pitch-black dot suddenly appeared in the center of a sphere surrounded by them, and then the black dot rapidly expanded and expanded. From a black spot rapidly expanding into a black hole more than 10 meters in size, the boy's body was quickly torn into pieces and then swallowed in. The bone shuriken was also instantly swallowed and absorbed by the powerful suction of the black hole. The clones of Leiming who were attacking the monster boy surrounded them, and when they found something was wrong, they burst out with dazzling blue light of thunder and lightning, and shouted, "Chidori body flicker technique." It's a pity that the suction force of that huge black hole is really not so huge. Leiming's shadow clone couldn't escape at all, and they were all sucked into the black hole one after another after rushing out less than 10 meters away. As soon as the shadow clone touched the black hole, the shadow clone was torn into pieces, and even the white smoke of the explosion could not be seen. Or, just as the white smoke exploded, it was swallowed up by the powerful suction of the black hole. Not only Leiming's shadow clone was devoured, even the ground below was not spared. As long as it was within the gravitational envelope of this huge black hole, it would not let it go. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement big trees rose from the ground one by one, and the ground cracked into countless gravels, small animals, insects, flowers and plants. All were swallowed up. Fortunately, the energy consumption required to form a black hole is quite terrifying, so the black hole only lasted for less than 10 seconds from its appearance to its mere appearance. Otherwise, it may have caused serious damage to this area, irreparable permanent damage. Even if it was only less than 10 seconds, when Leiming's body came out from the ground hiding in the distance, I saw with my own eyes the Juan continent that was pulled out from the ground and exceeded a kilometer. Leiming still couldn't help being frightened and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He swallowed sharply, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and whispered to himself, thankfully I thought a little more before doing it. Greedy and aggressive, personally deal with that guy, otherwise, the consequences are really unimaginable. Orochimaru, it seems that you in this parallel otherworld have actually done things that you couldn't do in the original book. You really deserve to be one of the super bugs among Hokage ninjas. At the same time, at an unknown distance from the battlefield here, there is an underground secret base in Orochimaru. A young man who was lying on a special instrument with all kinds of talisman-like talisman papers on his body suddenly sat up straight, tore off the talisman paper pasted on his face, and pointed at the ground next to the instrument, spitting out blood. The blood was vomited, as if he didn't want money, and the boy's face became even paler after he vomited the blood. Orochimaru, who was sitting on the seat next to him, showed an interested smile, looked at the boy and asked, "How is it, Kimimaro? What's the result of the experiment?" Kimimaro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Orochimaru with an indifferent expression, and replied, "Master Orochimaru, as you judged before, forcibly fused the blood of the Uchiha clan with my blood, and the clones created are indeed very powerful and potential, but the shortcoming is that the spirit is very unstable. My consciousness is clearly in that clone's body, but I still can't really control his body, so I failed in the fight with Uchiha Leiming in the end. Chapter 134 appears. A clone of Orochimaru. Please subscribe. It turns out that this incident was really caused by Orochimaru behind the scenes. The clone of Uchiha Shin, who possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha family and the ability of Kimimaro Wei Yoruichi family to inherit and limit the bloodline, is the blood fusion experiment conducted by Orochimaru. Nobu Uchiha has also appeared in the sequel of the original Hokage ninja Boruto. Uchiha Nobu's ability is to have a system of implanting other people's body organs without rejection. Although it is said that the Uchiha leader of this parallel otherworld had betrayed Orochimaru a few years ago, and fled Orochimaru with several clones of himself. However, regarding all the experimental data of Uchiha Shin, as well as the clones cloned from his body cells, there are still many experimental bases on Orochimaru's side. No, in the underground test base where Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro are located, there is a huge glass petri dish next to the special instrument where Kimimaro is lying. The petri dish is filled with an unknown liquid, and in the liquid is the corpse of a young man whose eyes Sharingan has been opened. If Leiming or Naruto see the corpse of this young man with their own eyes, they will be able to recognize this guy quickly. Isn't this the guy who almost killed Gaara, and almost drove Captain Leiming to his death? While listening to Kimimaro's report, Orochimaru used his mental body to invade the clone and fought with Uchiha Leiming. With the excited expression of a scientist pervert madman in his eyes, he was circling around the container containing the corpse of the dead Uchiha leader clone, giving a sinister smile, and said with a smile, "Hey hey hey. I can't think of it, where are the goods? Originally, I just wanted to test it myself. After fusing the Uchiha family's blood and Wei Yoruichi's blood, how strong will the clone be? How strong can it be against the real strong Uchiha family? But, by mistake, he evolved Mangekio Sharingan, or even the legendary Rinnegan? Hey 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 hey, that's great, Rinnegan. That's the legendary power that only the Sage of Six Paths has ever had. If I can get Rinnegan, maybe, obtaining immortality is no longer a dream. Advertisement. If I can truly obtain the ability of immortality, I will have more time to decipher the countless secrets in this world. Understand and master all ninjutsu in the world, and master the true meaning of ninjutsu. Ha 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 ha. When Orochimaru turned to the position behind the boy's body in the vessel, he could see a long and hideous wound on the boy's back, and the boy's spine could be seen through the wound. What is very strange is that the young man clearly has no vital signs, but the position of the spine in the wound on his back still trembles slightly from time to time. Especially when Kimimaro speaks well, when he suddenly coughs up blood, the trembling movement of the spine will suddenly become louder. Obviously, the spinal bone on the boy's back is probably the spinal bone transplanted from Kimimaro. After all, Kimimaro possesses terrifying abilities unimaginable by ordinary people. He can even pull out his spine from behind and turn it into a whip-like weapon against the enemy. Kimimaro's back spine can also regenerate quickly, so this also explains why he can teleport his consciousness into the body of the clone. After Orochimaru was mad with the petri dish, he walked to the other side of the wall of the base, and after pressing a switch, the wall slowly rose. What emerged was more and more of Uchiha Shin's clone training room, and a wall full of bright red Sharingan, and another row of blood vessels filled with bright red blood inside the wall. Orochimaru gave a creepy and excited smile, and said with a smile, hey, ha 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 ha, Danzo, I have to say, you are really a good partner. I will definitely appreciate the huge amount of experimental materials you provided me. Put it to good use. As a partner of Danzo, how could Orochimaru not study Sharingan? The cloner Uchiha believes that he can make it, and cloning some Sharingan is not difficult for Orochimaru at all. Ask for flowers and the blood in the test tubes below was also provided by Danzo. In order to gain the power of Sharingan, Danzo also provided a lot of blood samples from the ninjas and the mandarins. Advertisement with Kimimaro's test report, Orochimaru excitedly walked to the front of the newest culture chamber in the laboratory and pressed the door button. The hatch opens, revealing a clone that looks exactly like Orochimaru this time, and even dresses exactly like the real Orochimaru. Zero seeing his own clone, Orochimaru not only didn't feel uncomfortable in the slightest, but his mental state became more excited, his eyes were burning with a different kind of ambition flame, and he suddenly activated the fairy art and became a sage mode look. Two long, snake-headed tails grew from Orochimaru's back. They opened their snake mouths and bit down on the neck of their own clone in the cultivation warehouse. Bite down one left and one right, and planted the curse seal of the sky and the curse seal of the earth respectively on their own clones. Ka 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 ka. Just after the curse seal was planted, the eyes of Orochimaru's clone suddenly opened, and at the same time, the bones of the body made crackling sounds. The body began to twitch non-stop and the muscles squirmed wildly. From the body of the Orochimaru clone, all the bones were ejected from time to time. Unlike Orochimaru's main body, when the clone's eyes are opened, it is a Sharingan with 3 hooks. Obviously, the clone of Orochimaru in front of him is the latest product that goes further than the experimental body controlled by Kimimaro to trouble Lyming. In order to confirm the battle evolution process described by Kimimaro, it seems that Orochimaru is going to conduct a personal adventure test. Chapter 135. This is Otsutsuki Orochimaru. Please subscribe. In order to confirm the battle between Kimimaro and Uchiha Lyming described by Kimimaro, Orochimaru decided to take the risk and try it himself, wanting to see with his own eyes how strong the legendary Rinnegan is. Orochimaru used the power of Senjutsu to grow 2 heads with snake heads from the back, and the snake head bit the neck of Orochimaru's clone. After the fusion of the heaven and the earth, the skin color of the Orochimaru clone became darker, and the Sharingan 3 God Jade in both eyes spun rapidly, and finally evolved into the form of Rinnegan. But this is not over yet, and I don't know how Orochimaru did it. Anyway, through the control of the snakehead, Orochimaru controls his own clone. Opening his palm, Mangekio Sharingan dug out the clone with his own hands, put it into the clone's mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Mangekio's riding wheel, 890, eyes had just been swallowed, watching the clones start to undergo earth-shaking changes bit by bit. I don't know how many bloods of other powerful ninjas are fused into the body of the clone that Orochimaru gave him. Orochimaru's clone's fusion of heaven and earth spell marks is obviously different from the clone controlled by Kimimura's consciousness invasion. The darkening of the skin color is only second, but the appearance does not change in the direction of the evil spirit. It is closer to the transformation shape of the Otsutsuki clan, with threaded horns growing on the top of the head, the position between the eyebrows is split, and a Rinnegan without jade and gold grows out. And from the position between the eyebrows, 2 golden spell-sealed runes appeared, spreading down from the Rinnegan at the position of the eyebrows to both sides, and the dug-out Mangekio Sharingan grew out again at the position of the eyes. The regrown Mangekio Sharingan turned out to have golden pupils, and this is not over yet, after the golden runes awakened and reshaped the cloned Rinnegan. Advertisement immediately afterwards, it continued to spread down the cheeks, spread to the neck, and finally spread to the arms. The hands of Orochimaru's clone appeared similar to the rune patterns on Boruto's arms in the biography of Boruto. Orochimaru saw the huge changes after the evolution of his clone, and he was so excited that his saliva was about to flow down. No, it has already started to saliva. Excitedly, Orochimaru stretched out the long snake head and licked it at the corner of his mouth. Lick. Hey, this. What kind of power is this? This is a power that I have never seen before. It's amazing, Through the 2 snake heads growing from the back, biting the clone's neck, Orochimaru could clearly feel the huge changes in his clone's body at this moment, and a leap-forward evolution in strength. This is no longer as simple as evolution, but a jumping promotion of life level. This kind of life, and only this kind of life level can touch the legendary secret of immortality. It can be said that the experiment that Orochimaru is doing now is very coincidental, touching the effect of the sealing technique performed by Otsutsuki Momoshi on Boruto, a wedge made by coincidence and randomly. It's just that the clone wedge created by Orochimaru doesn't have the soul seal of the Otsutsuki family hiding inside. The power and ability of this wedge must be somewhat different from the real wedge. After all, the high imitation version is just a high imitation, and compared with the real genuine product, there must be a certain gap. If Lyming were here, seeing the changes in front of him, he might not be able to help but ask a question. Orochimaru, did you make this, Otsutsuki Orochimaru? Just when Orochimaru wanted to pass through the 2 snake tails and continue to check the changes in the clone Orochimaru, a powerful chakra suddenly came out from the clone Orochimaru's body. With a bang, the body of Orochimaru in front of him was ejected and slammed into the wall of the underground laboratory behind. Unlike the clone that was invaded by Kimimura's consciousness and Uchiha Shin, the consciousness in Orochimaru's clone is really clean, without any distracting thoughts, just like a newborn baby, only driven by primitive instinct he acts. Advertisement. The clone of Orochimaru rotates the golden Mangekio Sharingan, glances left and right, and sees the Sharingan all over the wall, as well as the blood samples provided by Danzo for Orochimaru's experiments, the blood samples of ninjas from various families in Konoha village, the clones of Uchiha Shin, etc. In the eyes of Orochimaru's clone, suddenly there was an expression of seeing delicious food, with his hands and 5 fingers spread out, facing the blood sample on the wall, as well as Sharingan. The clone of Uchiha Shin produced a strong suction. Immediately from the blood sample, Sharingan, on the Uchiha letter clone, there are a large number of dots of chakra light spots, converging towards the palm of Orochimaru's clone, absorbed into the body by him. And those clones of the Sharingan and Uchiha letter that he absorbed and devoured chakra, quickly withered at a visible speed, and then, in the container containing them, they were sucked alive and became the powder sank to the bottom in the vessel. As for the blood sample that was absorbed by the Orochimaru clone, it quickly became dull and lost its vitality, just like the blood of a person who had been dead for several days. Rao is that Orochimaru has a rich family. When he opened a bottle of potion from the big hole in the wall and swallowed it, he rushed out again. After seeing the huge loss of precious experimental subjects in the laboratory base, Orochimaru also felt the twitching of the corner of his heart, and he was so distressed that he almost turned his head to the sky and went into a rage. Orochimaru's complexion became gloomy at a visible speed, and he looked at his clone with cold eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself 2.2, okay, you are indeed my clone. After I catch you, I will definitely get double the compensation from you. I will personally dissect you bit by bit. The clone Orochimaru lifted his eyes up, and soon he looked at the main body Orochimaru. The clone didn't seem to have a close feeling with the main body. On the contrary, what he saw from the eyes of the clone Orochimaru was more of a beast, the eyes of the prey. Orochimaru showed a cold smile, stretched out the snake's head and licked the corner of his mouth with a smile, and said with a smile, "Do you want to eat me? Very good, then let's see today. Do you have that ability?" Chapter 136 Orochimaru vs Otsutsuki Orochimaru. Please subscribe. Sneaker Snakehand. Orochimaru pointed his right hand at his clone, and threw out several long snakes to bind the clone. Generally speaking, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand is the probing ninjutsu that Orochimaru has used the longest. Through this ninjutsu, a lot of information about the opponent can be judged. Clone Orochimaru just did nothing, let Orochimaru's latent snake hand bind him, then looked at Orochimaru's body indifferently, and then looked at the long snake bound and wrapped around himself. The bones of the two arms twisted twice strangely, the palms turned over, and they just pressed lightly on the snake body, cloning the tattoo of the golden graphic wedge on the back of Orochimaru's hand, and the golden light lit up. The ferocious long snake that was still bound to the clone Orochimaru before began to wilt rapidly in a blink of an eye, and the long body began to dry out at a visible speed. The chakra energy in the two long snakes was quickly absorbed by the wedge's golden runes like a flood that opened the gate. Finally, in just a few seconds, the long snake bound to the clone Orochimaru was drained of life energy and died, turning into dust and falling down. 22 Shiwan had already withdrawn his arm when he saw that the situation was not right, cutting off the connection between himself and the hidden shadow snake hand. Jumping back a few times, the greedy light in his eyes was beating when he saw the treasure, and he stuck out his tongue excitedly to lick the corner of his mouth, and said, "The ability to devour chakra and life energy? It's a good ability." Orochimaru's men have seen subordinates with similar abilities before, but this is the first time he has seen such an amazing and terrifying effect of his clone devouring chakra and life energy. Orochimaru frowned and thought for a while, opened his mouth and spat out a long, shining long sword from his own mouth. Peefed. Ding. The position of the heart of Orochimaru's clone body, the long sword spit out by Orochimaru was about to penetrate, the body was stabbed back slightly back 2 steps, the sound of the long sword piercing into the flesh was just heard, and then came the gold and iron pair, the sound of touching. Advertisement. After the body of the clone Orochimaru stood up straight again, he just let the long sword spit out from Orochimaru's mouth be inserted into his body, and stepped forward little by little with the long sword on his head. Orochimaru maintained the posture of opening his mouth and spitting out the long sword, and the pushed body slid back a little bit, and 2 long scratches appeared under his feet sliding on the ground. Orochimaru opened his mouth, big drops of sweat dripped down his forehead, his eyes widened, and he looked at the wound at the clone's heart in disbelief. If you look carefully, you can see something like a white periosteum at the wound of the clone Orochimaru, which just blocked the assassination of the long sword. Is that Kimimura's blood succession limit ability? At the moment of being assassinated, the ribs at the heart position reacted quickly, and something like a bone shield appeared to block the assassination from the tip of the sword. After seeing the opponent's defense clearly, Orochimaru immediately withdrew the long sword that was stabbed in the heart of the clone Orochimaru, then spit out the Kusanagi sword, held the hilt of the Kusanagi sword tightly with one hand, and slashed towards the clone Orochimaru. Ding 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 ding. The grass pheasant sword in Orochimaru's hand is naturally sharp, it is said to be a divine sword. The combat skills of the clone Orochimaru are obviously at the level of a super rookie, but with great strength and fast speed. Facing the experienced Orochimaru body, the two sides fought for less than 5 minutes, and the clone Orochimaru was cut by the grass pheasant sword, causing an unknown number of wounds. However, no matter how many wounds Orochimaru inflicted on the clone, what frustrates him the most is that the wounds on the clone Orochimaru are innocuous injuries. For truly fatal wounds, Orochimaru can't succeed with one move, and the cut location will recover quickly, and even the blood that was about to flow out can be sucked back into the body. For example, in this move, Orochimaru grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands, and with all his strength, took the opportunity to grab a flaw in the clone Orochimaru and slashed towards his neck. Advertisement. The clone Orochimaru also reacted very quickly. The collarbone at the neck suddenly changed drastically, and an unknown number of hard bone spurs popped out, which just clamped the grass pheasant sword that Orochimaru cut down. Damn it! Is it blocked again? Orochimaru sensed something bad, and immediately drew back the Kusanagi sword, and the clone over there ejected more and more bone spurs from Orochimaru's body. Puff 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 puff. In just an instant, Orochimaru's body was pierced through the body, and the body was pierced like a sieve. The Orochimaru clone had the joy of catching prey in its eyes, and spread its hands and 5 fingers, wanting to grab Orochimaru's corpse and extract the chakra in his body. The body of Orochimaru, who was obviously not moving, suddenly turned his head backwards, opened his mouth to the maximum, spit out a new Orochimaru covered in mucus, and walked away to escape. The body impaled on the bone spur was grasped lightly by the clone Orochimaru with both hands, and sucked again. It was immediately sucked into fly ash. Orochimaru, who had already hid at a safe distance, moved his finger slightly, and the grass pheasant sword that fell to the ground immediately flew back into his hand. This guy not only has the ability to swallow and absorb other people's chakra, but also has Kimimura's blood inheriting limit. If you fight with him in close combat, the degree of danger is too high. Try this trick again. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Wind cut technique. Orochimaru has so much experience in combat, he immediately changed to another fighting method if he failed in one move, and he used the powerful wind style ninjutsu against the clone Orochimaru in 2 hand seals. 2 wind type ninjutsu hit the clone Orochimaru successively. The clone Orochimaru still didn't show the slightest tension or fear on his face, but simply raised his arms and opened his palms. The wedge tattoos on the backs of both hands graphics light up. Boom. The 2 wind style ninjutsu just touched the palm of the clone Orochimaru, and they were absorbed into the body by the golden graphic on his palm. Chapter 137 The Orochimaru base exploded, please subscribe. Wind style. Great breakthrough, wind style, wind cut technique. Facing the two powerful wind style ninjutsu performed by Orochimaru's main body, the clone Orochimaru simply raised his two hands, and the golden tattoo wedges on both hands emitted golden light. The two powerful wind style ninjutsu played by Orochimaru were easily absorbed by the palms of the clone Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru stared at the golden snake eyes, looked at the tattoo pattern on the palm of the clone Orochimaru, frowned and asked, "What is that? It can absorb my ninjutsu." In order to test the limit of Orochimaru's absorbing ninjutsu, Orochimaru simply bit off the knot on his finger, slapped the ground in front of him, and shouted, "Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation." Boom 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 boom. In front of Orochimaru, 5 coffins suddenly rose up, and the lids of the coffins were opened one by one. 5 people in strange costumes came out from the inside. Their costumes were similar to Orochimaru's. It seems that they should be Orochimaru's former subordinates. Even if you ask Leiming to identify it, you will only look confused. After all, the impure world reincarnation summoned by Orochimaru this time has not appeared in the original Hokage. As soon as these 5 people came out, they turned to Orochimaru's main luggage very respectfully and said, "See Master Orochimaru, what is your order for summoning us?" Orochimaru raised his finger, pointed at his clone and ordered, "Kill him. Don't hold back. That's just my clone experiment. You can go to Janmu with confidence." The 5 dead men summoned by Orochimaru looked with their dead eyes at the enemy they were about to face, slightly shocked. "Are we supposed to kill a clone of Master Orochimaru? Isn't that good? Advertisement, are you really going to do it?" Although the 5 people looked at each other and said hesitant words in their mouths, in fact, the fighting spirit was already burning in the eyes of the 5 of them, and the excited expressions on their faces couldn't be concealed no matter how hard they were. After all, the chance to kill Orochimaru with his own hands, even if it was just a clone of him, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They have long wanted to see what it would be like to kill Orochimaru. Therefore, the 5 people immediately came up with their own tricks, dodged forward and stood in the 5 directions around the clone Orochimaru, with their hands in seals and shouted, "The 5-party dragon lore array." 5 rays of light of different colors shot up from the 5 of them, and soon formed a special pentagonal barrier, enclosing Orochimaru's clone inside. The strengths of the 5 people complement each other, which happens to be the fusion of the 5 attributes of the Hokage ninja, chakra, to form a special barrier, and a special dragon-shaped rune appears on the surface of each barrier. From these runes, there are 5 powerful attributes of chakra's dragon-shaped ninjutsu: fire style, water style, wind style, earth style, lightning style, each of which has at least super A-level strength, and it's continuous. This is why the dead in impure world reincarnation can have nearly unlimited amount of chakra. Otherwise, they will definitely die in less than 3 minutes with such a powerful ninjutsu. Upturned. Boom 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 boom. 5 and then 5 chakra dragons of 5 attributes roared loudly and killed Orochimaru's clone. Orochimaru's clone remains calm, with his hands and 5 fingers spread out, accepting all the ninjutsu that comes over him. Long dragons, no matter whether you are a fire dragon, a water dragon, a thunder dragon, an earth dragon, or a wind dragon, all of them are killed. He absorbs and devours into his palm. As for Orochimaru's body, he stood frowning on the periphery, watching the progress of the battle, and analyzed to himself, sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Can he really absorb any ninjutsu? It's not as simple as absorbing chakra anymore, but I don't remember giving my clone the blood power of a ninja with a similar ability. This special ability. I remember that there is a special blood succession limit called dark style that can do it too. Advertisement. Even if by chance, Orochimaru created a clone that is very, very close to the Otsutsuki family, but the imitations are just imitations after all, and the clone Orochimaru cannot absorb all ninjutsu from the enemy without limit. At least, the ability of the clone Orochimaru to devour ninjutsu is still far from that of Otsutsuki Momoji. Therefore, in order to alleviate the pressure of constantly absorbing the enemy's ninjutsu, Orochimaru's clone kept one hand open and moved forward to absorb the ninjutsu from the enemy, and the other hand showed a posture of holding the sky with one hand. A black ball of light full of dangerous energy kept growing rapidly in his hands. Seeing the appearance and enlargement of the black ball of light, Orochimaru instinctively felt the threat of death, and the hairs all over his body were stimulated to stand on end. Then I saw the black light ball and the 5-color powerful enchantment created by the 5-member group of Impure World Reincarnation, constantly squeezing and colliding with each other, resulting in a terrible energy arc reaction. Orochimaru was immediately frightened into a cold sweat, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said to himself in horror, "Gudong. No, that thing is dangerous. Let's run away." Yakushi Kabuto and Kimimaro were also frightened when they saw Orochimaru's first U-turn and then ran away in a panic. They followed Orochimaru's footsteps and ran towards the exit of the underground laboratory. The clone of Big Mono's Shiwan doesn't know what fear is at all. Even if it is dragging a black light ball that can destroy him in its hand, it still doesn't mean to stop. As for the Impure World Reincarnation group of 5, once the special enchantment technique started, there was no way to stop it. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as the dangerous black ball of light continued to grow bigger and bigger, and with their enchantment collide with each other, squeeze. Thunderbolt Army. In the end, the black energy light sphere finally reached a certain critical value, and the super big explosion really happened, and the black energy beam spread into the sky. Orochimaru, who was still escaping from the underground laboratory, felt the threat of death, and immediately pressed his palms on the ground and shouted, "Fivefold Rashomon." Chapter 138 Discover the family emblem of the Otsutsuki clan. Please subscribe. Fivefold Rashomon. As soon as Orochimaru's hands were pressed to the ground, 5 huge gate shields with grimaces carved on them rose rapidly in front of them and blocked them. Boom, boom, boom. What followed was a black light soaring into the sky. The strongest defensive ninjutsu performed by Orochimaru, the 5-layer Rashomon, the front door, when it encountered the black light, it was directly turned into dust by the blast. As for the second, third, and fourth Rashomons, they are not much better than the first Rashomons, but the speed of being shaken into powder is a little slower. Their sacrifice only served as a slight buffer. Fortunately, the 5th Rashomon, I don't know if it was because Orochimaru had a premonition that things were going bad. When the black light swept to the 5th Rashomon, it didn't immediately shatter it into powder like the previous Rashomon, but the tough Rashomon that was shaken showed a temporary cracking phenomenon. Rashomon came from the crack of Rashomon, and there was a little more power on the wave, and it swept towards Orochimaru and the others like a strong wind. Then, Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro just felt an unmatched force coming from the opposite side, and the 3 of them spit blood 330 and flew backwards. Fortunately, the place where they are is just about to reach the passage entrance of the underground base, so facing this huge energy shock force, they just accelerated their shocked bodies out of the passage entrance. The bodies of the 3 of them were like cannonballs, smashing hard into the distant land on the opposite side, and once again they were turned into a group of rats and shot into the ground. Orochimaru and the others outside the black explosion light are still like this. It is really hard to imagine what the fate of the Orochimaru clone in the center of the explosion and the group of 5 who were brought out by Orochimaru in pure world reincarnation will be like. Advertisement. I'm afraid, under such a terrifying explosion force, they don't even have a chance of being blasted into dust. Those who are directly wiped out will not even leave the dross behind. A powerful black explosion beam soared into the sky, lasted for 5 seconds, and then dissipated bit by bit. Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Kimimaro were thrown into the ground. The condition of the 3 people at the moment is really not very good. The bones of their hands and feet were deformed and twisted due to the powerful impact just now. Know how much is broken. Even though Kimimaro has the blood of the Wei Yoruichi clan, it took 5 minutes to heal all the broken bones on his body, and use the power of the curse seal to heal the flesh and blood injuries on his body. The injury was basically cured. When Kimimaro climbed out of the ground again and hit the big hole, his face became visibly paler. As for Orochimaru, in the underground hole he was in, his body had turned into a rag sack, sinking deep into the ground. With his head opened, a snake-like creature covered in mucus quickly drilled out. After burrowing out of the ground, Orochimaru turned into a human again, with an equally pale and scary face. Although Orochimaru's resilience can be called pervert level, after all, he was sealed by 3rd Hokage with the ghoul sealing technique. Therefore, the strength cannot be fully utilized. Even if the undead reincarnation technique is used in advance, the body still has the sequelae of being backlashed by the curse of the ghoul sealing technique. As for Yakushi Kabuto, his recovery ability is also at the level of monsters, but his current injuries are too serious. To recover from the injuries on his body, he needs to consume a lot of chakra to recover. With his own chakra stock, it's not bad that he can only save his life. If he wants to fully recover from his injuries, he has to rely on Orochimaru and Kimimaro to save him. But at this time, Orochimaru and Kimimaro didn't have time to care about Yakushi Kabuto's life and death. Both of them were busy rushing to the location where the black light exploded, and observed, CCFF, the next situation. Rushing back to the origin of the explosion, what entered the eyes of the 2 of them was a huge underground pit with a depth of hundreds of meters and a width of more than 100 meters. Although nearly 10 minutes have passed since the explosion, the aftermath of the powerful energy explosion can still be felt from the underground pit, and it still explodes underground twice from time to time. Advertisement. What a terrifying power. What is that one just now? The destructive power of the legendary tailed beast bomb is no more than that. Orochimaru frowned as he watched the huge crater blown out of the ground. Kimimaro also stood up at this time, looked at Orochimaru and asked, Master Orochimaru, I heard you mentioned Rinnegan and Sage of 6 Paths before. Could it be that your clone just now used the power of Rinnegan? Orochimaru touched his chin with one hand, frowned and said, Honestly, what does Rinnegan's power look like? I don't know very well, and I saw it for the first time today. Looks like, if I get the chance, I'll have to meet my old friend again. I heard that idiot Jiraiya once had contact with the holder of the Rinnegan. Half a day later, after Orochimaru's treatment, Yakushi Kabuto was finally revived with full blood, and the 3 of them carefully descended to the bottom of the explosion again, wanting to see if there might be any residue left behind. For example, Orochimaru clone stumps, if possible. Golden Mangekio Sharingan, Golden Rinnegan would be better if kept. However, the saying that imagination is beautiful and reality is the backbone is really true. When Orochimaru and the others went down to the ground, there were no remains of Orochimaru's clones left behind. Even the dead from the impure world reincarnation technique known as immune to death forever, there were no remains left behind. Orochimaru, who guessed the reason, frowned and said to himself, It's really a terrible explosive power. This is a trick to destroy the enemy from the soul. After a careful inspection, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly found something, climbed up again, pointed his finger in a certain direction on the ground, and said loudly, Master Orochimaru, What do you think is that? Orochimaru and Kimimaro climbed up to the same height as Yakushi Kabuto, and saw a special graphic symbol of arrogance left somewhere on the ground. If Leiming saw this pictorial mark, he would probably exclaim immediately, "Isn't that the family emblem of the Otsutsuki clan?" Chapter 139 Orochimaru vs. Seishin, Superior, please subscribe. If Sasuke, who passed on the timeline of Boruto, could see this pattern, he would be horrified, because this pattern is more than 70% similar to the family emblem of Otsutsuki Kaguya. As for Orochimaru, although he doesn't know the picture in text, but with his extensive knowledge reserve, he can make some basic judgments. I haven't seen this pattern much, but, judging from the composition of the picture, it should be a very, very old marking picture. You record it first, and then erase all important traces here. There was such a big commotion in this place before. I believe someone will come here soon, especially that idiot Jiraiya. I will definitely follow the smell. Yes. Master Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto respectfully accepted the order, and immediately took out a small notebook from the ninja bag behind his back, and began to draw and record according to the pictures and texts below. After Yakushi Kabuto had recorded the pattern, he immediately opened the scroll with both hands facing the bottom, released an ninjutsu move, and shouted, "Water-style storm." Open the scroll and there is a big water character written in the middle of the carved rune. With the input of Yakushi Kabuto chakra, the powerful water style is like a flood that opens the gate, pouring towards the big pit below. After erasing the Otsutsuki crest, Orochimaru quickly left here with Yakushi Kabuto and Kimimaro. Soon, one day passed, and Jiraiya followed the clues to find this place as Orochimaru predicted. When Jiraiya found this place, he found that there were already many farmers carrying hoes, village women, and children around the big pit, talking about it, or simply burning incense and paying homage. Jiraiya quickly guessed something by asking the surrounding villagers, combined with her own experience, and looked at the big pit with a frown, and said to herself, "Orochimaru, what kind of experiment are you doing here? How can you cause such a terrible disaster? Destructive power." At the same time, Jiraiya easily saw a lot of suspicious figures among the surrounding crowd. These people don't need to guess, they also know that they are the eyeliners or spies of other ninja villages. Time flies, and a month has passed. In Orochimaru's studio, Orochimaru is desperately looking for and checking the records in the ancient books. Advertisement. When Yakushi Kabuto walked into the door, he knocked on the door specially and respectfully said, "Master Orochimaru. Danzo sent someone to contact me again, asking about the explosion in our base last time." Orochimaru put down an ancient scroll in his hand, looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a smile on his lips, and said with a smile, "HMPH, Danzo, that boring careerist, really cares about whether I have developed a powerful ninjutsu. Alright, since he's so caring, if we don't make good use of it, it's really a waste of the fat sheep that came to our door. Hehehe. So, you know what to do, bar?" Yakushi Kabuto showed a knowing smile and said with a smile, "Understood. I will convey to Danzo exactly what you mean, Mr. Orochimaru." "Very good, you are indeed the most reliable." Orochimaru was in a really good mood at the moment. He got up from his seat with a smile, walked to the office wall with the ancient scroll in his hand in front of the huge map hanging on the face, checked the information on it. Suddenly, Orochimaru pointed at a coordinate on the map, and said with a smile, "According to the records, there is a similar pattern in a certain mountain near the ruins of the Uzumaki country. You and the people sent by Danzo after contact, we will set off as soon as possible, and rush there to have a look." Orochimaru, who was brought out by the explosion of his own clone and suspected to be the family emblem of the Otsutsuki clan, has completely aroused his interest, and it can be said that he is full of energy at the moment. In fact, what Orochimaru is doing now is equivalent to taking over in advance what Boruto passed on to Sasuke. Orochimaru has been looking for all the clues about the Otsutsuki family with great interest for more than half a year. I have to say that Orochimaru is indeed the master of Sasuke in the original work. He is even better than Sasuke in some things like this kind of archaeological exploration. Even more powerful. As Orochimaru continued to search for clues, he even saw Seishin in a white feather coat at a site of the Otsutsuki clan. Asking for flowers. I don't know if it's the so-called same-sex repulsive relationship, or the relationship between the two of them are conspiratorial, but Orochimaru knew that there was something wrong with Seishin from the first time he saw him. So, Orochimaru walked up to Seishin with a smile, and said with a smile, Oh, it's interesting to see other living people in this kind of ruined temple deep in the mountains. Hidden image sleep. Advertisement. Orochimaru kept a smile on his face, and without any hesitation when he made a move, dozens of long snakes shot out from his right hand and opened their mouths to bite Seishin. When Seishin saw Orochimaru, he also wanted to do it, but Orochimaru did it one step ahead of him. 0. Interesting guy. Seishin waved lightly with one hand towards the front. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of black iron rods suddenly shot out from Seishin's face, and in just an instant, not only did they nail the long snake that Orochimaru had hit to the ground to death. At the same time, those black iron rods were deeply inserted into Orochimaru's body, piercing through Orochimaru's hands, feet, thighs, lower abdomen, etc., and then inserted into the ground. Orochimaru was cultivated by Ryuchi Cave, and he is also very pure in the use of the energy of Shinjutsu. As soon as the black stick is inserted into the body, Orochimaru can feel the change of chakra in the body. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, then looked at the other party with a slight smile on his face, and said with a smile, "What is this? It looks very powerful." Sishen looked at Orochimaru expressionlessly and said, "A dead person doesn't need to know that much." As he said that, Sishion conjured a black iron rod from his palm, and swept it towards Orochimaru's head. Seeing the opponent's attack, Orochimaru stopped pretending, turned his head and opened his mouth to the maximum, and Orochimaru body replacement technique was activated. Orochimaru ran away in a snake shape and managed to avoid Sishen's black stick attack. In the end, the double's head was chopped off. Chapter 140 Orochimaru vs Sishen, down, please subscribe. Seeing that Orochimaru turned into a snake-like creature, spitting it out from the stand-in's mouth and running away, even though Sishion was used to all kinds of weird abilities, she was a little shocked by Orochimaru's weird abilities. Sishen raised his brows slightly, then returned to a calm expression, looked at Orochimaru who was standing in the distance, and said, "Interesting ability, but unfortunately, this ability alone can't save your life." Orochimaru, on the other hand, had sweat dripping from his forehead, looked at Sishion and said with a smile, "Really? Then I want to see, is it you or my technique that is stronger? Summoning technique, reanimation jutsu." Saying that, Orochimaru bit his finger, pressed on the ground, and summoned a coffin in front of him. When the lid of the coffin was opened, it turned out to be Gaara's father, 4th Kage, 490, who came out of it. After Orochimaru summoned 4th Kage, he took out a kunai from his arms with a smile, put it into the back of 4th Kage's head, and ordered in the direction of Sishen, "Kill him." After seeing Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, Sishion sneered disdainfully, "Is it a spell to summon the dead?" While speaking, Sishion raised his palm to face the direction of Orochimaru and 4th Kage, and waved his hand lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of black iron rods appeared in front of Orochimaru and 4th Kage like teleportation, and they were about to hit their bodies. In front of the 4th Kage, golden sand suddenly rose up, turning into a solid wall, blocking all the black iron rods. Ding 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 ding. Orochimaru showed a confident smile, and said with a smile, "The iron rod you shoot is made of a very special material. Once it hits the person's body, it will cause chaos in chakra, and the firing speed is so fast that it is almost invisible. But, this one in front of you is the existence that I have exhausted all my strength to finally kill. His spells, to a certain extent, have a restraining effect on you." "Really? A technique to restrain me?" While Sishion was speaking, black curse marks began to spread on his body, and he summoned a black iron rod in his hand and rushed towards Orochimaru's direction. Advertisement 4th Kage was ordered by Orochimaru, so when Sishen rushed towards them, he immediately pressed his hands on the ground. With the input of chakra from 4th Kage, a large amount of golden sand spewed out from the ground immediately. The golden sand slapped towards Sishen like a tsunami, facing the golden sand that was slapping like a tsunami. Sishen didn't dodge, and opened his 5 fingers so lightly forward with one hand. The golden sand sea in front of Sishen was like a vacuum cleaner that encountered a bottomless pit. He absorbed it easily and didn't know where to put it. Seeing Sishen's strange ability, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes immediately, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, is it this kind of power again? The clones he and I created have the same ability? They have the ability to devour the ability of other people's ninjutsu? In addition, I met him here, he probably has a special connection with those ancient pictures and texts. You must catch him, and if you catch him and take him back, you may be able to research the answer you want." Orochimaru saw Sishen's powerful power, not only was not frightened, but aroused a stronger greedy heart. Sishen quickly rushed to Orochimaru and the others, pointed at them with one hand and stretched his fingers, and said coldly, "You guys too, come and taste the power of your own ninjutsu." As Sishen opened his hand, a large amount of golden sand suddenly spewed out from his hand, rushing towards Orochimaru. 4th Kage seals the seal with both hands, and spreads forward, wall of gold dust. Boom 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 boom. The impact of the golden sand sea released by Sishen quickly hit the wall of golden sand made by 4th Kage. The impact effect of the scene was as if a real flood hit a hard embankment. Sishion was flying lightly in the air, looking at everything that happened in front of him coldly, and said to himself, "It is true that there are some skills, but it is far from enough if it is only this level. Really, I really want to try it out. What's not enough? I don't know when." Orochimaru has quietly walked behind Sishen, holding the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands. Aim at Sishen's heart to launch a sneak attack. Advertisement: the grass pheasant sword swished and lengthened rapidly, stabbing towards Sishion's back. Sishen's perception ability is also very keen, and soon discovered Orochimaru's sneak attack, and his figure suddenly flashed out of thin air and disappeared. What? Disappeared? The same space ninjutsu as 4th Hokage. When Orochimaru saw Sishen's sudden disappearance, he immediately thought of the golden shining 4th Hokage. Orochimaru performed a body replacement technique almost subconsciously. Pooh! Orochimaru's body replacement technique had just been performed. Sishen's side also appeared behind Orochimaru's back at an unknown time, and the black iron rod in his hand aimed at the back of Orochimaru's heart and pierced it fiercely. This is probably called an eye for an eye, and Sishen wants to kill Orochimaru in the same way. But the moment the black iron rod pierced Orochimaru's body, Sishen frowned unconsciously, and Orochimaru, who was pierced into the body by the black rod, slowly turned into a mud substitute, limp and limp. Sishen immediately turned his eyes to another direction not far away, where the ground was, because the body of the snake slowly emerged from the ground. Looking at Sishen with a sad smile, he said, "HMPH, your ninjutsu is indeed very powerful. If I hadn't prepared for it, you would have killed the one with 1.8. In Orochimaru's heart, he was also secretly rejoicing, thinking, fortunately, Namikaze Minato and I have practiced against each other before, otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with this guy who is good at space ninjutsu. Having said that, Orochimaru didn't dare to be careless. After all, it is really difficult for a guy who is good at space ninjutsu to defend against attacks, so Orochimaru once again distanced himself from Sishen. This fighting style can be regarded as one of the few experiences after the fight between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. Although it is not very useful, it is somewhat comforting, isn't it? Chapter 141 Sishen vs Yamada no Orochi. Please subscribe. The fight between Orochimaru and Sishen basically belonged to the fighting style of fighting while retreating, and it was not as aggressive as Naruto Sasuke in the Boruto legend. Therefore, Rao is the real reason why Sishen's strength is clearly higher than Orochimaru's, but he still can't give Orochimaru a fatal blow. Sishen hit a huge cube towards 4th Kage with one hand, and 4th Kage quickly controlled Jinsha to turn into a huge golden palm, grabbing the cube. Pooh! At the same time, Sishen took advantage of the cube to hold 4th Kage temporarily, and his figure disappeared first, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Orochimaru. The black iron rod in his hand aimed at the position of Orochimaru's heart, and stabbed down fiercely, because the snake's heart suffered a fatal blow. However, Orochimaru still turned his head with a smile on his face, and opened his mouth to spit out. The Orochimaru body replacement technique was activated again, and Orochimaru spit out from the mouth in a serpentine shape, and fled towards the distance. Don't try to escape. Sishen had fought against Orochimaru so many times, and he already had a certain understanding of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. He raised his hand 22 and aimed at the direction where Orochimaru was escaping, and threw out hundreds of black iron sticks. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, Orochimaru's escape direction was like a rain of black iron rods, densely packed with black iron rods along the way. But Orochimaru, whom Sishen really wanted to kill, was more slippery than a loach, and could always find a gap in the black iron rod to escape. Cut. It's such a troublesome little bug, can't you kill it? Because of Orochimaru's relationship, Sishen was rarely in a bad mood, frowning and muttering to himself. Orochimaru's combat power may not be comparable to those of the top ninjas in the Hokage ninja world, but if you want to say that he is an expert compared to the means of saving his life and escaping. Especially after fighting against 3rd Hokage last time, after being sealed with the soul of both hands. Advertisement Orochimaru looked around, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled. Your strength is indeed much stronger than mine, but that doesn't mean I'm doomed. As Orochimaru folded his hands together, a blue light began to appear on his body, and at the same time, a change of fairy facial makeup appeared on his face. Under the effect of Senjutsu, Orochimaru's body swelled rapidly at a visible speed, and shouted, "Look at my Yuki technique." Orochimaru actually resorted to his strongest trick, transforming into a white Yamada no Orochi with the size of a tailed beast and 8 snake heads. It seems that Orochimaru is really fighting to catch Sishen. The secret of chasing longevity is in front of him, how can he let it go? Sishen looked up at Orochimaru, who had turned into Yamada no Orochi, frowned and said to himself, "Did you become a monster?" After fighting with Orochimaru for so long, Sishen didn't want to continue to entangle with Orochimaru anymore, and simply started to activate the second form of wedge with a spiral face growing on his head. Orochimaru transformed into Yamada no Orochi, with 8 heads making a piercing snake roar, and each snake mouth opened to spit out large groups of yellow acid water. Puff 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 puff. Sishen didn't dodge, went up to meet him, opened his hand to absorb all the acid water in front of him. As for what brushed past him, he didn't bother to absorb it. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The ground that was hit by the acid water spit out by Yamada no Orochi immediately reacted violently, and the acid water corroded the ground so that blue smoke came out. Sishen, who was in the second state of the wedge, had already rushed to one of the heads of Yamada no Orochi, pressed forward with one palm, and a huge cube hit the snake's head hard. Boom! A huge snake head was exploded by Sishen, but it was not over yet. Sishen followed closely, aimed at the heads of the other 7 big snakes, and released 7 huge cubes respectively. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement every snakehead was hit by a huge cube, and Yamada no Orochi, who lost its snakehead, fell to the ground with a bang. Sishen's body fell to the ground slowly, seeing Orochimaru's transformation into Yamada Orochi's corpse finally stopped moving. Thinking that Orochimaru was finally killed by himself, the wedge on his body began to slowly release from the second state. However, what Sishen didn't expect was that he had just breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly countless white bone spurs drilled out from under his feet, piercing his body through countless holes. Sishen, who didn't expect that there were other enemies ambushing here, couldn't help being stunned for a moment, looked at the white bone spur inserted into his body in surprise, and said in shock, "Is this a bone? Kaguya's ability?" On the other side, Yada no Orochi, who had been blasted by Sishen with a cube to blast 8 snake heads, suddenly twisted its 8 necks violently, and new granulation began to grow from the position of the fracture, and within a minute, 8 brand new heads grew back. The 8 snake heads all looked at Sishen, their eyes were full of greed, and they said, "HMPH, hey, you are still too careless." On the ground next to Yamada no Orochi, Kimimaro, who had transformed into the curse mark of the earth, slowly emerged from the ground, looked at Sishen with cold eyes, and then looked respectfully at Orochimaru, who had transformed into Yamada no Orochi. Respectfully, Master Orochimaru, according to your plan, we have captured him 070, what shall we do with him next? After seeing that it was not Kaguya that came out of the ground, but Kimimaro, Ji Shion's nervousness finally relaxed. Just now he thought it was Kaguya who hid behind his back and designed everything. Although his body was pierced by so many bone spurs, Sishen's surface returned to calm again, just when Sishen was about to activate the second state of the wedge again, and completely wiped out Orochimaru and Kimimaro. There were cracks in many places where the wound was pierced by the bone spur. Crack, crack, crack. Sure enough, this body is still not good. It seems that we need to find a suitable new body as soon as possible. Sishen, who found something wrong with his body, sighed helplessly, then raised his head, looked at Orochimaru and Kimimaro indifferently, and said, I'll write down what happened today. I hope you don't die too early. Next time when we meet, I will take your lives with my own hands. While speaking, a huge black space vortex appeared behind Sishen, and Sishen's body was swallowed by the black vortex little by little. Chapter 142 Otsutsuki's Clues and Hoshinen Village's Request for Help. Please subscribe. Seeing Sishen's body being swallowed by the black Uzumaki black hole behind him little by little, Orochimaru became anxious immediately. Sishen might be the real immortal he has ever met. If I catch him and take him back to study, the goal Orochimaru has been longing for will be achieved. Orochimaru roared excitedly, don't go, stay with me if you can. We'll fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Hey, B************D, did you hear me? Orochimaru, who was clearly in a hurry, did not hesitate to take the risk himself, turned into a snake shape in the opposite direction of Sishen, and swam away at high speed. However, what was waiting for Orochimaru was a mass of black iron rods shot towards him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff. Because Orochimaru rushed too fast, he didn't dodge. His body was shot by the black iron rod, and he was nailed to the ground on the spot. When Orochimaru used the Orochimaru body replacement technique again and opened his mouth to spit out a new body again, the opposite Sishen had been completely swallowed by the black hole Uzumaki and disappeared without a trace. In this battle, if it is really a competition of strength, Sishen's strength is far above Orochimaru. But Orochimaru did not fight as hard as Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto Legend, plus Sishen's carelessness, and Sishen's body as a container could not withstand Otsutsuki's powerful chakra. Otsutsuki Ashiki, who lives in Sishen's body, is also a life-saving person, so he would not choose to temporarily retreat because of Orochimaru's relationship, causing real fatal damage to himself. Damn it, it was so close. Orochimaru gritted his teeth angrily, and then turned his gaze back to the ruined temple where he met Sishen just now. Since I can meet that man there, it means that there must be something special in that ruined temple that attracts him. I hope to get some unexpected clues from there. Advertisement. Orochimaru unlocked the reanimation jutsu and let 4th Kage return to the coffin, but he took Kimimaro back to the ruined temple to find clues. Needless to say, he really found a clue, but the information written on the stone wall of the underground chamber of the ruined temple was written in ancient characters, and it would take quite a while to decipher. However, Orochimaru's attention was deeply attracted by a huge mural of a beautiful long-haired woman confronting 2 other similarly dressed electronics. Orochimaru looked at the long-haired beautiful woman on the mural, especially the 9-curved jade Rinnegan on her forehead, and exclaimed, who is the woman on this mural? And who are the 2 men under the mural? If Lyming saw this mural, his eyes would probably widen, and he exclaimed, damn it, Otsutsuki Kaguya. The 2 people below are Kaguya's 2 sons, right? Just when Orochimaru was trying his best to pursue the clues of the Otsutsuki clan, on the other side of Konoha village, Leiming had brought Naruto and the others back to Konoha village. Leiming, Shin-Yue, Bai, Sasuke, Neji, and Naruto are in the Hokage office, reporting their actions this time. Suddenly, a pigeon landed outside Hokage's office window, and the pigeon's feet were tied with iron hoops marked with star patterns. After removing the iron hoop and taking out a letter from it to read carefully, Tsunade couldn't help raising his sharp eyes to look at Leiming and the others. Shikamaru was caught by Tsunade-sama's eyes, and immediately felt that something very troublesome was about to come out, so Shikamaru pretended to be stupid and turned his head to look to the side. Naruto met Master Tsunade's eyes with great interest, and asked, what's the matter? What's the matter? Master Tsunade, is there a new task for us? Tsunade put his little hand to his lips and coughed twice. Ahem. It's not a big mission, it's just a village that has a good relationship with us. We just ask us to send guards to help. Escort mission. Is it to protect some daimyo, or some high-ranking official? Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled when he heard that there was an escort mission. Advertisement. Tsunade really couldn't stand Naruto's staring eyes, so he simply handed the letter to Leiming, saying, Leiming, this task is up to you to arrange and deal with. As for who to send in the end, you decide. Yes, Master Tsunade. Leiming took the letter and looked at it briefly, with a smile on his lips. I smiled happily in my heart. Is the mission of Hokage Ninja Village finally here? I have been waiting for this mission for a long time. The stars of Hokage Ninja Village have been wanted since I first came to the Hokage Ninja world. It's just a pity that I didn't dare to disrupt the development of the storyline and disrupt the future development, so I didn't attack that village. But now, maybe now is a good opportunity. At this moment, Leiming has already begun to plan in his mind how to get the stars of the Star Ninja quietly. After leaving the Hokage ninja office, Leiming scanned Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, and finally decided to stay Naruto, Sasuke, and Xiao Sakura, Neji, Tianshan, and Xiao Li, who did not publish the original work in the mission of Planetary Ninja Village sent out. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, I will leave this task to you. By the way, I will send my other two companions there later. They will be the captain and vice captain of this mission. An hour later, gather at the gate of the village. An hour later, at the gate of Konoha village, Naruto kicked the ground in displeasure and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. What? It's just a very simple guard task, and the three of us are more than enough. Okay. What else? For the other captains, the vice captain, Zhao Zhao, should take care of us? Little Sakura stood beside Sasuke, nodded in approval and said, That's right. That's right, Captain Lyming, Sister Bai, and Sister Shinue don't matter, they are so strong, I will be convinced even if they control us. As for classmate Sasuke, although he didn't say anything, the way Sasuke leaned against the door, frowning slightly, can also show that Sasuke is also unhappy in his heart. HMPH, you brats, are you looking down on us? If you are not convinced, I welcome you to challenge me at any time. At the gate of Konoha village, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, a crystal-style ninja Curan wearing a green costume with a beautiful camellia pattern, and Rinnegan with the blood successing limit-bound red eyes have already appeared there. Chapter 143 Crystal-style Red Lotus and Red Eye Lanwan. Please subscribe. Wearing a green outfit with a beautiful camellia pattern and a Konoha forehead protector, crystal-style ninja Curan, and Rinnegan with a pair of red pupils and ear-length short hair wearing a Konoha village forehead protector. You have reached the gate of Konoha village in a flash. Seeing two people suddenly appearing silently not far from him, Sasuke immediately put on a vigilant state, jumped a distance, and looked at Curan and Rinnegan with vigilant eyes. Who are you two? Naruto and little Sakura saw that Sasuke had entered a tense state, and the two of them also became tense and alert. Rinnegan saw that the two sides were a bit tense, and immediately stood between the two sides, and comforted with a wry smile. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, right? Don't be nervous, my name is Rinnegan, and her name is Curan. We all it's Lord Lyming's companion. Aren't you sent to the Shangzi country, Xingran village to perform the escort mission this time? Sister Honglian is the captain of this mission, and I am her deputy. Captain Lyming's companions. Why haven't we heard of you before? Little Sakura relaxed her vigilance a little, but still asked a question. Honglian crossed her arms in displeasure, curled her lips and said, Why should I explain to some useless stinky brats? Make it clear, I am your captain. It should be me who gave the order, and you all obeyed. What? I don't know how good your relationship is with Captain Lyming, but you dare to say such a thing to us. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. If you want to command me, then kill me first. As soon as Naruto heard Curan's words, he pressed his fist and stood up. Very good. I will satisfy your request. Curan heard Naruto's bold words, not only did not feel angry at all, but her spirit became excited, and she walked slowly in front of Naruto. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Multiple shadow clone technique. Advertisement bang 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 bang, puff 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 puff, bang bang. In less than a minute, not only were the dozens of shadow clones from Naruto all blown up, but even the main body was beaten to the ground by Honglian, with a head like a pig's head on its head, and fell to the ground covered in smoke. After beating Naruto viciously, CCFA, Lien clapped her little hands contentedly, grinning and said, Humph. It's exactly as Shinue said, the feeling of beating Naruto is super cool. Seeing Naruto being beaten miserably, the corner of Sakura's mouth twitched uncontrollably. From Curan's fighting style, Sakura saw a familiar figure. So I couldn't help but ask curiously, this, Honglian's sister, right? May I ask which adult you practiced with before? Honglian raised her head proudly, and said with a smile, What? Did you see it? As you guessed, I once practiced with Master Tsunade, and I can be regarded as Lyming, Shinue, Bai, their fellow disciples. Sure enough. I said that seeing Curan's elder sister's way of beating Naruto is so familiar, so you are also Master Tsunade's disciple. Little Sakura knew that Curan was Tsunade's disciple, and quickly changed her face and rushed behind Curan, facing Honglian. He squeezed his shoulders again, and pulled his arms closer together. After all, how to learn from Tsunade as a teacher is something that little Sakura has been thinking about recently. Ouch. You nasty woman. You are the matter of Captain Lyming's brother. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It hurts, hurts, hurts. No wonder the fist is so strong. Naruto was in a rush lying on the ground, making a dissatisfied cry of pain. Honglian enjoyed the attentive massage from little Sakura again, while looking at Naruto with the corners of her mouth upturned. She smiled and said, If I told you earlier that I am Lyming's fellow apprentice, would you still dare to provoke me and fight me? I heard Shinue say how refreshing it is to beat you. How could I let go of this good opportunity? Woo. After listening to the conversation between Curan and Sakura, Sasuke relaxed his vigilance, looked at Rinnegan next to him, and asked, Vice Captain Rinnegan, how about you? Can you tell me a little bit about your background? Advertisement Rinnegan showed a gentle smile and said with a smile, My background is nothing special. I was born in an ordinary small village. When I was young, I was unable to leave the village because of my weak health. Moreover, because of my special ability, people in the village feared and rejected by people. However, Master Lyming happened to pass by my village later. He not only accepted me kindly, took care of me, but also healed my body and taught me ninjutsu. That's it. I practiced with Master Lyming for a period of time. How could Leiming let go of a special talent like Rinmara? As early as a few years ago, he had already extended a helping hand to Rinmara, so he would not waste Rinmara's talent and let him develop like the original book go down and be a curry chef or something. After getting acquainted with each other, this temporarily formed team of 5 immediately set off for Shingen village in the country of bears. However, what Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura didn't know was that after they left Konoha village for more than 10 minutes, Leiming had quietly hung behind them and set off. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura in the distance ahead, Leiming raised the corners of his mouth, showing a confident smile, and said with a smile, "The Star of Star Ninja Village, a meteorite that can change the shape of chakra, and can also greatly strengthen chakra. I will definitely get you this time. The Stars of Star Ninja Village may be the controller that can solve my fusion of immortal energy and the energy of Greer's stone. Even if that star can't adjust the energy balance of Shienju energy and Geller's stone, as long as I make good use of it, maybe I can develop it in advance. Even if I don't need to open Mangekio Sharingan, maybe I can use Susanoo's power. In other words, how can I get the stars quietly without causing too much impact on the plot of the story, and without making people suspect that I got the stars in the end? You know, in this Hokage ninja world, there are quite a few powerful people who covet the stars of Hokage Ninja Village." Leiming quietly followed Naruto, Sasuke and the others, thinking about countermeasures while following them. Chapter 144 Star Ninja Village. Naruto and Ong, please subscribe. As time passed, Curan, Rinmara and the others took Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the vicinity of Hoshinan village in the Bear Kingdom. Naruto jumped forward excitedly, looked at Sasuke beside him provocatively and said, "Sasuke, let's compare and see, who will reach Hoshino village first." Sasuke curled his lips in disdain, closed his eyes and said, "Super idiot. Who wants to have such a boring match with you? Hey, that's it, I'll go first." Naruto was the first to sprint forward without waiting for Sasuke's consent. Ha, I've decided on the first place." Naruto jumped out of the forest excitedly, and a huge valley crack appeared in front of him. In this crack, there was a thick yellow mist. Naruto subconsciously jumped towards the bottom of the valley, with chakra attached to his feet, and ran down the mountain wall. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this moment, dozens of arrows were shot from the opposite valley, and they were accurately nailed in front of the route Naruto wanted to advance. Seeing an enemy attack, Naruto immediately stepped on the arrow with both feet and jumped backwards, retreating to the mountain valley on his side. Then, another arrow was shot from the opposite side, with a long rope tied to the end of the arrow, and the arrow penetrated deeply into the trunk of a big tree behind Naruto. A guy wearing a mask stepped on a rope and ran towards Naruto quickly. Is it an enemy? Multiple shadow clone technique? Bang 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 bang. As soon as Naruto saw the opponent approaching, he subconsciously activated the shadow clone technique, conjuring more than a dozen shadow clone, and besieged the opponent. The other party was standing tall on the top of the tree, forming a special seal with both hands, and said in a deep voice, "Peacock magic." Advertisement boom 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 boom. Suddenly, a powerful purple chakra erupted from the masked man. Under the control of the masked man, the powerful purple chakra was swept away by the surrounding shadow clone, and they were blown up one after another in the air. This guy, what a strong chakra. Naruto was also taken aback when he saw the opponent's powerful strength, and took out kunai from the ninja bag behind him, ready to fight. Just when Naruto was about to continue to fight, Rinmara, who was chasing up from behind, had red pupils lit up, and he had already seen that Naruto in front had clashed with the people who were going to greet them. So Rinmara held his forehead with some headaches, and sighed to Curan next to him, "Oh, Sister Curan, Naruto seems to be fighting with the people of Hoshinan village." Hearing what Rinmara said, little Sakura couldn't help but rushed out first, gritted her teeth and yelled in the direction ahead, "Naruto, stop me, you super stupid, that's not our enemy la." As for Sasuke, what he cares about is not who Naruto is fighting with, what Sasuke really cares about is Rinmara's ability. Rinmara's eyes are also red pupils. Seeing Sasuke staring into his eyes, Rinmara immediately showed a gentle and shy smile, and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Sasuke, do you care about my eyes?" As Sasuke kept moving forward, he asked, "Can your eyes, like white eyes, see things happening far away?" Rinmara thought for a while, and then replied with a smile, "To some extent, in terms of farsightedness, my eyes and white eyes are really comparable. In addition to my farsightedness, my eyes can also have the same ability to see through as Bayan. Of course, in terms of details, my eyes are still worse than Yuyan." When talking about this, Rinmara smiled embarrassedly. "In addition, I have the ability to interfere with other people's perception. Regarding the ability to interfere with perception, Master Lyming once joked to me that my eyes are the natural enemy of white eyes woolen cloth." Natural enemies? How strong is your interference ability? Lyming will make this judgment for you. Sasuke, as always, grasped the main question and asked. Rinmara thought for a while, shook his head and said with a smile, "How strong is my interference ability? I really can't say that. So far, I haven't fought a ninja with supercilious ability. I haven't fought a ninja with white eyes ability, that is to say, you have fought with other ninjas with sentient ability, right? And you have defeated them, right?" Sasuke asked with his eyes fixed on Rinmara. Advertisement. Seeking Flowers 0. Rinmara scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and said with a shy smile, "I haven't won many sentient ninjas, but I just cooperated with Mr. Lyming and captured a few defected ninjas with bounties." "No, how many sentient ninjas have you never won?" How many sentient ninjas do you want to win to be amazing? Hearing what Rinnegan said, a few black lines dropped down on Sasuke's forehead, and he couldn't help but I started to think of Naruto complaining. Soon, under the leadership of Curan, Rinnegan and Sasuke also arrived, and little Sakura was already apologizing to the masked guy opposite. Sorry, this guy is an idiot, don't be as knowledgeable as him. While speaking, little Sakura punched Naruto hard on the head. Boom. Ouch. Little Sakura, why did you hit me? Idiot, you still have the face to ask me why I beat you, and apologize to him. He is not an enemy at all, he is the ninja sent by Star Ninja Village to welcome us. Little Sakura pressed Naruto's head, bowed down to apologize to the other party, laughed and said, Aha! Ahahaha. Naruto is like this, please forgive me. Although Naruto was forced by the little Sakura to bow down and apologize to the other party, he finally managed to break free from the clutches of the little Sakura, pointed at the other party and said loudly, Welcome, have you ever seen someone who greets guests with arrows? Look at the valley below that row of arrows. The other party took off the mask, looked at Naruto with idiot eyes, and said, It seems that I am nosy, if you want to go down, you can go down now, no one is stopping you. What? You dare to be arrogant to me? Naruto was immediately annoyed by the other party's words, and couldn't help but want to rush forward to fight. However, Curan walked up to Naruto's side speechlessly, punched him in the head again, and pointed at the bird that happened to fly over the valley and then fell down. Idiot, show me the situation before you speak. Chapter 145 Thieves in Star Ninja Village, please subscribe. Boom. Idiot, let me see the situation clearly before you speak. Curan punched Naruto's head hard, closed her eyes and frowned speechlessly. Naruto was in so much pain from Curan's heavy punch that he almost shed tears. But I still looked in the direction of Honglian's finger. Sure enough, I saw a white bird in the valley. When it flew through the yellow fog in the valley, it soon fell down powerlessly. Little Sakura, a school ninja, was at the side. After seeing this phenomenon, he immediately raised his index finger and said in front of Naruto, Naruto, didn't you read the introduction of the mission before you came here to perform the mission? The country of bears is a country protected by dense forests and a dangerous hell valley full of poisonous gas. These poisonous gases can effectively prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. It can be said that 10-0-0. It's a natural protective barrier. Hearing what little Sakura said, Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and laughed. Really? Is this written in the ninja mission introduction? I really didn't notice it? Sasuke turned his head away, acting like I didn't know this guy, stood beside him and pretended to be cool. Of course it was written, but you, a super idiot, never read it. Of course you don't know anything. Rinnegan smiled at the side and smoothed things over. Well, Naruto didn't do it on purpose, it's just some misunderstanding. The reason why the person opposite him shot at Naruto was not to hurt Naruto. On the contrary, you were preventing Naruto from entering the dangerous area. Naruto, you made a mistake and you must apologize and thank him. Thank you. Naruto heard Rinnegan say this, and subconsciously looked at the boy opposite. The boy and Naruto looked at each other, then they both turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison. I don't want his thanks, HMPH. Who wants to thank him, HMPH? Naruto and the boy opposite looked at each other again, then turned their heads in unison and let out a groan. Advertisement Rinnegan stood beside him with a wry smile and didn't know what to say, so he made a gesture of spreading his hands at Curan. Honglian didn't bother to care about the quarrel between the two stinky brats. She just looked up at the boy opposite Haki radiantly and said, Little ghost, what's your name? Tell us your name, and then lead us into Shingen village. Just carry out the task entrusted to us by your village. The boy frowned but replied proudly, My name is Aang, and I'm Genin from Star Ninja Village. Since Master Chixing ordered me to bring you into the village, I will naturally do so, come with me. Soon, Aang brought Curan, Rinnegan, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura into Hoshino village, and met Akahoshi who was waiting for them to meet. As for what they said when they met, it is not much different from the original anime. Time passed by, and soon it was late at night. A suspicious figure wearing a mask and dressed as a ninja sneaked into the room where the stars were stored. Rinnegan, who lived not far from here and was sleeping in her clothes, suddenly opened her eyes with a red light and sat up. Curan, who was also sleeping with her clothes on and leaning against the wall next to her, also opened her eyes, looked at Rinnegan and asked, What's wrong? Could it be? Rinnegan nodded to Curan and said, That's right, I sensed that someone sneaked into the room where the stars are stored. Sasuke, little Sakura, and Naruto who lived in the same room were also awakened by Rinnegan's movement. Hearing that a thief was stealing the stars, Naruto couldn't sit still first, bounced off the ground, and rushed out of the door go. What? Is there a thief? I've been impatient for a long time, ha 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 ha. Let's see how I deal with him this time. Little Sakura saw Naruto rushing out to catch the thief, and rushed out together, and shouted from behind, Naruto, you super stupid, don't be so impulsive. What if you can't beat the enemy? What? I can't fight, there is no problem, I am very strong. Naruto's voice sounded far away from here. Super idiot, I really can't stand you, Captain Curan, Vice Captain Rinnegan, I'll follow up and help. Sasuke stood up coolly and walked out of the room. Curan pressed small fists together with both hands, and said with a smile, Why are Lyming's subordinates so impatient? They act without waiting for my order, it's really unpleasant. Advertisement Rinnegan looked at the excited expression on Curan's face from the side, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, Are you unhappy? Why didn't I see it? When Naruto arrived in front of the room where the stars were stored, the masked thief had already taken the stars and fled away. Naruto immediately chased after him, and shouted loudly from behind, "Damn thief, don't run. Ninja, multiple shadow clone skills." Bang 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 bang. Naruto cloned dozens of shadow clone, surrounded the thief on the opposite side, and was about to catch him. The other party put the stars into his clothes, then made a mudra with both hands, and shouted, "Peacock magic." What? What is this imprint? Naruto's eyes widened instantly after seeing the ninja cast by the other party, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. A powerful purple chakra erupted from the thief's body, and the purple chakra transformed into a whip-like shape, shaking and sweeping in the air, and Naruto's shadow clone was blasted by the purple chakra one after another. FK. Why is this kind of ninjutsu again? Is this guy a ninja from Star Ninja Village? After seeing the opponent's ninja, Naruto was even more sure of the opponent's identity. HMPH, don't think that I can't do anything about you, go ahead. My Naruto ninja post. It turned out that Shadow Clone 1.4 was blown up by Chakra, who was like a long whip, but Naruto arranged to rush forward to attract the enemy attention bait. Just when the thief was standing under the roof, at some point, more than a dozen Naruto Shadow Clones rushed out. As soon as these Shadow Clones came out, they hugged the enemy's hands and feet tightly in all directions, restraining the opponent's movements. Hey 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 hey, how do you escape now? Naruto smiled triumphantly. Peacock magic has more than one form. Peacock magic is a beast. The thief who was hugged tightly controlled the purple chakra to transform into a purple giant beast, and rushed towards Naruto's shadow clone. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 146 Crystal Style Red Lotus vs Hoshinobu Summer, Superior, please subscribe. Bang 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 bang. Although a group of Naruto's shadow clone hugged the thief's peacock magic was powerful enough. The powerful chakra turned into a monster and charged at Naruto's shadow clone. All of Naruto's shadow clones were blasted into white smoke by the impact. Then, the thief formed seals with both hands and said in a deep voice, "Peacock magic, wing." The powerful purple chakra that erupted from the thief immediately transformed into the shape of wings behind her, leading her body to fly away to the high altitude in the distance. As for Naruto, who can't fly, he can only stare at the big eyes like a bull's eye, and watch the thief swaggeringly fly away in a daze. "Su-na! How can you do this? You are fouling." Naruto jumped angrily below, pointing at the thief in the sky and shouted anxiously. "Super idiot. I know you can't be relied on alone." At this moment, Sasuke's voice came to Naruto's side. 22. What? Sasuke, you be asterisk 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 D. You will talk sarcastically by the side. If you have the ability, go up and catch the thief for me, eh? Where are you? It turned out that when Sasuke saw that Naruto was blown away by the enemy, and the enemy changed the form of chakra on the back of the body into the form of wings, Sasuke had predicted that the opponent might fly away. Therefore, Sasuke took out a scroll from the ninja bag behind him ahead of time, and summoned one after another supersized skyrocket rocket. Take the sky cannon and follow the thief behind the dodge to catch up, and then aim at the sky and release the sky cannon to bombard. Boom 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 boom. For a time, fireworks exploded all over the sky, chasing the thief and bombing. Advertisement: the thief flying in the sky, that is, Aang's mother, looked at Sasuke who was chasing after him with a frown, admiring him, and said to himself with some headaches, "What a difficult kid, I should say, I deserve it. Is it a ninja from Konoha village?" In order not to be bombarded by the rockets released by Sasuke, Shari flapped the wings on her back vigorously, making her body fly higher, and flying speed also accelerated a lot. Chasing on the ground with only 2 legs, even Sasuke is a little weak, and he is so tired that he wants to stick out his tongue. In the end, Sasuke had no choice but to stop chasing, supported his legs with both hands, frowned and muttered to himself, "Damn it, it's almost there, almost blowing him up." Naruto and little Sakura, who were chasing up from behind, of course also saw that the thief had already fled away, and little Sakura just approached Sasuke's side, and wanted to comfort Sasuke and deepen Sasuke's affection for her. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's nose, and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, Sasuke, thank you for being so confident in what I said just now. When it's your turn, you still can't do it." As soon as little Sakura heard that Naruto dared to laugh at Sasuke, she stopped doing it immediately, walked to Naruto's side, slapped Naruto on the back of the head, glared and said, "What are you talking about? Sasuke has worked hard. Let alone, the reason why the enemy will be let go, in the final analysis, is not caused by you not holding the enemy back." While the little Sakura was still scolding Naruto, the beautiful figure of Curan suddenly flashed past them. "Sakura-chan. What? Is that? Captain Curan? Naruto. What's the situation? Captain Curan, what's the situation? She can fly." After seeing Hanlian dodging past them with my own eyes, I saw Captain Hanlian stepping on the air with both feet. Every time she took a step forward, not only her figure would rush forward at high speed for a long distance, at the same time, her body also rushed higher and higher. When Sasuke saw Captain Curan's amazing strength, he was also deeply shocked, and then he opened his eyes Sharingan, and tried his best to observe Curan's whole body. I want to see what method Curan used to soar into the sky, and started. To say that Sharingan's insight is really well deserved, he soon saw that there was something weird under Captain Hanlian's feet. Every time Captain Hanlian stepped on the void, it seemed that some debris would fall from her feet. "What's that?" There seems to be something under Curan Captain's feet. Sasuke subconsciously asked his own question. Advertisement. At this moment, Rinmara suddenly walked up to Sasuke's side, looked towards the direction of Hongren Chongtian with the same admiration, and said with a smile, "There is nothing to envy, because it was created by the ability of Captain Hongren's blood succession limitation miracle." Naruto asked curiously, "Blood successor limit? Does Captain Curan also have blood succession limit? Compared with Sasuke's Sharingan, who is more capable?" It's hard to say who is stronger in the blood inheritance limit. After all, no matter how strong the blood is, if you don't know how to develop the power in it, it's useless to give you the strongest blood. 17. Big Sister Curan's blood succession limit ability is called Crystal Style. Rinmara took Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura in pursuit, while briefly explaining Curan's tolerance to them. Technical ability. On the other side, far away in the sky at an unknown height, Curan has already caught up with Sha 230th, who is running away by relying on her powerful volley. HMPH. You thief, let me see where you can escape. Crystal Style, Hexagonal Crystal. Han Lien formed seals with both hands, facing the direction of Sha Ri, and immediately shot hundreds of crystal shurikens densely packed. What? How is it possible? Seeing that Han Lien had caught up so quickly, and was able to attack herself in the air, Sha Ri was shocked and immediately turned to fight. Peacock Magic. Quickly controlled the purple chakra on the back, and a long purple chakra whip grew out of the position under the wings, and danced quickly in front of him to resist the crystal shuriken shot by Han Lien. Ding 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 ding. The defense was a little hasty. Although the purple chakra strengthened by the stars is powerful, there are still a few crystal shurikens that cannot block it. The crystal shuriken pierced through layers of defenses, and finally shot towards Sha Ri's body. Sha Ri hurriedly went from his body to resist, and blocked most of it. The shoulder of the jacket on his body was accidentally rubbed by crystal shuriken. Then, the shoulder position of the summer coat immediately began to show the trend of crystal spreading. Chapter 147 Crystal Style Red Lotus vs Hoshinobu Summer. Down. Please subscribe. Sha Ri's reaction was also fast enough. Noticing that the red crystals on his shoulders were rapidly spreading, he immediately controlled the purple chakra in his body to explode violently. Boom 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 boom. The coat on his body was instantly shattered into several fragments, which were thrown to the outside. To Sha Ri's shock, the fragments of the coat with the red crystal attached were quickly covered by the crystal. Then, the fragments of the coat unexpectedly slammed into red crystal powder. What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sha Ri saw the tragic scene where the pieces of his coat and clothes turned into crystal powder, and he could already guess what would happen if he was really swallowed by that red crystal and attached to his whole body. Han Lien, who was chasing after Ling Kongshu, saw Sha Ri dodged one of her surefire tricks, and said with a cold smile, "Did you dodge? What a pity. The speed of crystallization has been slowed down so much. It seems that the purple chakra is also quite tricky. With only one shuriken crystal, the attack power is still not enough. Additional attacks are needed to increase the contact area between the crystal and her body." Although Red Lotus's crystal style ability, attack power and erosion power are powerful, its weakness is also very obvious, that is, as long as the opponent chakra resists in time, she will not be afraid of her crystal style. In the original Hokage ninja, Hyuga Hinata escaped by cleverly covering the surface of his body with a layer of chakra protective film when he was hit by crystal style. The reason why Sha Ri was able to defend against Red Lotus's first wave of sneak attacks just now was that his whole body was covered with a huge amount of purple chakra, thus greatly slowing down the speed at which he was swallowed by the crystal. Therefore, in order to increase the power of her crystal style attack, Han Lien made a seal with her hands again, and shouted, "Crystal style, crystal cloth. Ka 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 ka." With the casting of Curan's ninjutsu, Curan's body was immediately covered with a set of beautiful armor like the same cloth. Then, a layer of huge crystal floor tiles with a thickness comparable to bricks in an area of 1 square meter appeared under Han Lien's feet. Han Lien's feet kicked hard on the floor tiles, and her body immediately rushed towards Sha Ri like a cannonball. "Look at me. Crystal Monster Power Fist, Peacock Magic, Wing." Advertisement. Facing the high-speed impact of Red Lotus, Sha Ri immediately controlled the purple chakra's wings on her back and blocked her in front of her. Bang! Boom! Han Lien's fist wearing crystal armor in her right hand hit the summer purple chakra's wing defense fiercely, and a powerful shock wave and air wave burst out and spread towards the surrounding space. The bodies of both of them were thrown backwards by the strong shock force. The armor glove on Han Lien's right fist was damaged and cracked because of the collision just now. Looking at the damage on her glove, Curan couldn't help but think in shock, "Oh, what an amazing defense. My crystal glove won't crack even if it hits the steel plate under the boost of my special chakra blessing." At the same time, on the other side of Sha Ri that was blown away, Chakra's changed wings had just resisted the position of Han Lien's fist, and there were red crystals attached to it, and began to spread rapidly towards the surroundings. What? How is it possible? After Sha Ri found out that something was wrong, he immediately cut off the connection between himself and the chakra wings on his back. After his body fell freely to the bottom for a certain distance, new purple chakra wings grew on his back, and he flapped the wings vigorously to avoid. On the top of Sha Ri, the purple chakra wings, which she had cut off before, were swallowed and attached to 2 red crystal wings by the rapid erosion of the crystal. Then it showed a free-falling motion, and fell rapidly toward the bottom. In order to observe the difference between Han Lien's attack and the previous one, Shari even chased the crystal wings and fell down on purpose. Boom! What shocked Shari was that what she saw were two crystal wings, which hit the ground deeply like meteors from outside the sky, smashing the ground into two small crater-like holes. It's not broken. Shari flapped her wings and said to herself while flying in the air. Of course it won't break, because the crystal style used this time has slightly changed its attack method. It is a crystal style specially used for arresting people. The prison cell must be strong enough, of course, prisoners will not be so easy escape. Advertisement brush. While saying these words, Han Lien had already flashed to Shari's side at some point. Her right index finger and middle finger were put together to form a sword finger, and she tapped lightly on the forehead of Shari's mask. Said, crystal style. Crystal finger. What? Not good. Shari, who found himself hit by Red Lotus, was almost scared to death on the spot, and immediately erupted a powerful purple chakra. Boom 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 boom. The powerful purple chakra shook the Red Lotus in front of him, and shook away the mask worn on his head. Whoosh! Han Lien stepped back to a safe distance, looked at Shari who showed her true face, and said with a smile, HMPH. Hello. This is a real meeting. Shari, who showed her true face, frowned and looked at the mask that was blown away. Although there were red crystals attached to the outside of the mask, it did not swallow and cover the entire mask quickly like the previous attack. Shari frowned beautifully, looked at Han Lien opposite, and said, You did it on purpose. Curan smiled and pedaled her feet continuously in the air, keeping her body from falling, and said with a smile, Yeah. My crystal-style ninjutsu, under the advice of that guy from Lyming, I've got my foot down. Good, good, it was improved and developed with time. Old lady, I can now perfectly send and receive freely, and control it to achieve the attack effect I want. It's like this. Crystal style. Crystal flower coffin, said Han Lien, facing Shari's direction, and gently slapped Snap your fingers. On Shari's body, red crystal flowers suddenly bloomed one after another. Ka 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 ka. What? When was this hit? Shari exclaimed in shock, this time before she burst into purple chakra again. Her body was soon covered with red crystal flowers. Under the cover of a large number of crystal flowers, the crystal flowers merged with each other and turned into a huge red crystal coffin, which fell towards the ground. Chapter 148 Breaking Through the Crystal Seal. Please subscribe. In this way, Shari was frozen by the red crystal, sealed in a red crystal coffin, and fell straight down from the sky. Boom! The red crystal that sealed Sha Tien smashed out a large crater like a small crater on the ground below, and half of the red crystal has been deeply inserted into the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, who were chasing from behind, finally arrived with Renmara. At the same time, they just saw the second half of the battle. Naruto blurted out in surprise, Hiss, Sister Hanlin, so strong. Sasuke leaned on Sharingan, saw more things than Naruto and the others, gritted his teeth and said to himself, did the battle end in such a short time? The little Sakura even looked at the eyes full of little stars, admiringly said, Sister Curan is really strong. I have decided that I will also worship Master Tsunade as my teacher when I go back. When Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura ran around, they all came closer to observe curiously, observing Shariki, who was sealed by Captain Curan with crystals. Naruto tapped on the red crystal coffin with his fingers, and listened to it with his ear. Bang 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 bang. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up 137, and he exclaimed, Eh? Boom. Little Sakura couldn't help but beat Naruto on the head, saying, Idiot, the ninjutsu used by Curan's sister is to catch thieves, not to kill people, of course they are alive. Advertisement Naruto pointed to Shari inside the red crystal, and asked a new question, but, being sealed in the airtight crystal, won't she suffocate to death? Hanlin smiled and stepped on the crystal under her feet step by step from the air, jumped down from the air 3 or 2 times, and said with a smile, That's a good question, don't worry, she won't be suffocated to death. The crystal flower coffin I made is not a crystal coffin in the ordinary sense. It looks like it is airtight, but in fact it is very breathable. Using the words of that kid from Lyming, it's some sort of macromolecule or an atomic polymer. In short, it's very breathable. Aha, aha. Aha ha 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 ha. Although Curan also wanted to pretend to speak in front of Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, but the more she explained, the more she found that her brain seemed to be running short, and she seemed to be unable to remember how Lyming gave herself at that time. It's time for class. Then, Hanlin was simply very irresponsible, pretending that I was awesome, that I had a powerful smile, and laughed boldly while patting the crystal flower coffin. Therefore, this made Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto's expressions stiffen in astonishment, and then all 3 looked at Curan who was laughing awkwardly with a look of contempt. At the same time, I thought contemptuously, you don't understand anything about feelings? It's all thanks to Captain Lyming. Without the help of Captain Lyming, you probably wouldn't even be able to develop this ninjutsu. Cough cough cough. Well, that's what Sister Curan means. According to what Captain Lyming explained to us at that time, the schematic diagram of the ninjutsu of Sister Hongren's crystal flower coffin looks like this. When Captain Lyming was giving us a class, he said that the composition of the world, chakra is just a way to release and condense energy. If it is well controlled, it can change the power of objects from atoms and molecules. For example, Earth style is very good example. Everything in the world is made up of atoms and molecules. atoms and molecules are arranged in different ways. Even if the things they make up have the same appearance, the internal effects will be very big, different. As he said that, Rinmara began to draw simple molecules and schematic diagrams of atoms with branches on the ground, and gave Naruto, Sasuke, and small CCEI Sakura a refresher on their physics class knowledge. In this way, because of Guren's intervention, Shari did not successfully escape the village with Xingxing as in the original anime, but was captured by Guren and Naruto and brought back to Xingran village. Advertisement: when Naruto and Sasuke entered Star Ninja village carrying crystal flower coffins, their heads were raised high, and they smiled triumphantly at the other ninjas and villagers of Star Ninja village who surrounded them. Well, you see it. As long as we take action, any kind of thief will not be a problem, and all of them can be caught by you. Chihashi surrounded him with his subordinates and other ninjas from Hoshino village. Under Chihashi's eyes, the two subordinates behind Chihashi wanted to go up and take the crystal flower coffin from Naruto and Sasuke. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Jonin from Konoha village, you captured the rebellious ninja in our village as soon as you took action. Thank you so much. Your mission has been completed, and I will definitely write to Lord Hokage later to praise you excellent performance. Sasuke frowned and looked at the two ninjas from Star Ninja village who hurried over and whispered to Guren, Captain Guren, since we entered the village, I have felt something is wrong with this village. Although this thief wanted to steal the stars, but judging from the strength she showed during the battle with Naruto, she did not hit Naruto hard, and she was merciful. Is there any hidden secret in it? Is this handing over the thief? Guren replied in a low voice, after all, Star Ninja village maintains a friendly relationship with Konoha village. No matter what the reason is, that woman wants to steal the stars. It is a matter within their village, and it is inconvenient for us to intervene. When Chihashi's subordinates took over the crystal flower coffin that sealed Shari from Naruto and Sasuke, Hanlian's ears moved subconsciously, and suddenly heard Leiming's voice transmission to him. Hanlian, do some proper tricks, don't let Kai Xing accept rebellious Nin and Xing back so smoothly. Han Lian raised her brows slightly, curled her lips in displeasure, and whispered to herself, Cut. Leiming, you cunning guy, you really know how to call people. Just when Kai Xing was showing a tricky smile, Han Lian put one hand behind her back and quietly made a handprint. At the same time, the crystal flower coffin that sealed Sha Tian suddenly made a crisp sound. Crack. 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 Boom. The crystal flower coffin exploded, and the powerful purple chakra burst into the sky. Chapter 149 Resonance Between Summer and the Stars, please subscribe. Under Leiming's secret instigation, Hanlian quietly made a seal movement behind her back. Then, in the crystal coffin that was taken over by Kai Xing's subordinates, Shari in the coffin suddenly felt the power that had been restraining him all the time, as if it had suddenly disappeared. No matter what the reason is, Shari certainly won't let go of this great opportunity. In addition, the stars stolen by Shari were still hidden in her clothes, so Shari hurriedly activated the chakra in her body, which produced a strange resonance with the stars stored on her body. Boom 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 boom. Immediately, the purple chakra in Shari's body received a strong boost, bursting out with a power that was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. The purple chakra broke through the crystal coffin that sealed her almost instantly, shattering into crystal fragments that filled the sky. I don't know what secret method Shari used, or it was because of the butterfly effect caused by Lyming, after Shari resonated with the stars. The powerful purple chakra erupted from Shari's body, and the shape condensed around her turned out to be the shape of a beautiful purple butterfly. At the same time, on Shari's chest, there is a purple star that can be seen emitting purple light, and the light flashes rhythmically, just like a human heart is beating. Shari's pupils and hair also turned purple together. Shari, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, shocked the other ninjas and villagers in Hoshino village who saw her appearance. What? Is that the Summer I know? So strong, can't you imagine that Shari can become so strong? It's the stars. Shari seems to resonate with the stars. Her power has been boosted by the stars. Such a powerful Shari, if she can resonate with the stars, can we respect Shari as the 4th generation star shadow of our village? Hearing the discussions of the surrounding villagers and ninjas, Qixing's heart was suddenly filled with jealousy and anger. Advertisement, he shouted frantically in his heart, Shari, Shari, every one of you knows Shari. I am the master of the village, and I am the most suitable person to inherit the seed of 4th generation star shadow. Then, Kai Xing stared at Shari with red eyes, the twinkling stars, gnashing his teeth and thought, the stars are mine. Why can Shari resonate with the stars, but I can't? The stars are mine. It's mine, ah. Shari looked at everyone in the village with those beautiful purple eyes, and explained, everyone, one thing must be explained clearly. The reason why I came back to the village to steal the stars is not because I want to monopolize the stars. Although this star can strengthen our chakra, it also has a disadvantage that cannot be ignored, that is, the more time we practice with the star, the more damage the star will do to our body. Depending on the constitution of each person, some people will have strong side effects very early, and some people have good constitution, and may have a later onset, and every time the side effects occur, they will be accompanied by severe pain. My husband died because of the side effects of cultivating the power of the stars. My husband Yingo discussed with me before his death, that is, for the future generations of the village to stop suffering like us, the stars must be taken away. Hearing Shari's words, the other ninjas in the village and the villagers immediately whispered to each other and began to discuss. Is it really that scary to cultivate the power of the stars? It seems to be a bit of a side effect. Hearing what Shari said, it has happened to me. No wonder, Lord Xingying of the third generation once ordered that it is forbidden to cultivate the power of stars. B***************. If you want to become stronger, how can you not pay at all? What is a mere side effect? Everyone, don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense. Hand over the stars. I can send you lightly, Kai Shing roared, interrupting the discussions of the surrounding villagers, and asked Shari for the stars with open palms. Shari looked indifferently, looked at Kai Shing and said, I will not give you the stars. I will not let you give the children the stars to practice. I want to protect the future of the children and the future of the village. Damn stinky woman. I killed you, peacock tricks, beast. Chixing formed seals with his hands, and a powerful purple chakra monster burst out from his body, rushing towards Shari. Asking for flowers. The monster opened its huge mouth and wanted to bite Shari's neck, but Shari remained motionless, just glanced at the red star indifferently. The purple chakra butterflies all over Shari's body were beautiful butterflies. Advertisement gently fan. The purple chakra monster that rushed over was smashed into pieces by the purple butterfly wings on Shari's body. Kai Xing's body was also swept backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Kai Shing roared unwillingly, thumped his fist heavily on the ground, and roared, Impossible! Impossible! How could it be? How could she suddenly become so strong? Then Chihashi raised his eyes and saw Guren and Naruto's group. A light flashed in his eyes immediately, pointed at Guren and ordered, Guren, you are the special Jonin of Konoha village, right? Hurry up and help me stop that B******ch. Zero Honglian crossed her arms and leaned against the wall of the house behind her with her eyes closed, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and said with a smile, Kai Shing, you don't seem to have the right to order me, do you? I'm not your subordinate. Besides, we have just completed the task you entrusted to our village. The current situation should be regarded as an internal problem in your village. I have no right to interfere. After Kai Shing heard Hong Lian's words, he jumped up in anger and wanted to rush to Hong Lian. However, Hong Lian just stared sharply at her with her beautiful eyes and snorted coldly, huh. Immediately from Hong Lian's feet, Luffy quickly spread over, a red crystal. When it rushed in front of Chixing, the crystal lengthened suddenly. The crystal turned into a sharp ice pick, just a few centimeters away, and stopped at the position where it could pierce Kai Xing's neck. Chixing can feel the threat of death from the sharp point of the crystal. Therefore, Chixing immediately gave up the idea of relying on Hong Lian to take back the stars, turned to look at Shari and Hong Lian madly and angrily, and said loudly, Damn it, damn it, damn it, if you don't help me, I have my way. Whoosh! After finishing speaking, Kai Shing quickly rushed to Aang's back in the next moment, and held Aang's neck with kunai in his hand. Chapter 150 Red Star Goes Crazy, please subscribe. I saw Kai Shing suddenly dodge to Aang's back, hold Aang's neck with kunai, and grinned at Shari with a ferocious smile. Shari, you should know who this child is, right? He is the child of Yuan Ying Huo. Oh boy. If you don't want him to die unexpectedly, hand over the star to me right away, otherwise, I'll kill him. What? Red Star? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go of Aang. After seeing Chixing's actions, other ninjas in the village were immediately shocked by him, and looked at Chixing nervously, asking Chixing to let go of Aang. Star Ninja Village itself is a small ninja village, and there are even fewer children who become genin in the village. The death of any child like Aang will be a huge loss to the future of the village. However, Kai Shing, who has fallen into a frenzied, 470, state, no longer cares so much, in his heart. Now he only wants to get the stars back, and control the power of the stars like summer. His own son was caught by Kai Shing and threatened him. Even if Shari had obtained the power of the stars, he did not dare to be violent to Kai Shing easily. Because, on Aang's neck, the red-eyed Chixing drew a shallow bloodstain with kunai, and bright red blood beads had begun to ooze from the wound. Mothers' hearts are always soft, especially when their children are in danger. They can even protect their children regardless of their lives, and they can sacrifice everything for their children. The power of a mere star, no matter how powerful it is not as precious as the life of my own son. Therefore, even if Shari was anxious to kill Kai Shing, he could only obediently release the state of resonating with Xing Xing. Holding the star in his palm, he approached Kai Shing bit by bit, saying, The star can be given to you. Please don't hurt Aang. Being caught by Kai Shing and threatening his mother made Aang feel very uncomfortable and blamed himself. Aang looked at Shari with firm eyes, and suddenly took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag tied to his leg. Quietly aimed at Kai Xing's waist behind him and stabbed. Advertisement. How could Kai Shing be a Jonin from Star Ninja Village? How could it be so easy to be attacked by Aang? About you. Seeing that Kai Shing wanted to kill Aang, Shari couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed forward a few steps, smashing the star in his hand towards Kai Xing's chest. Pooh! Kai Shing saw Shari smashing the stars towards him. Compared to his useless little life, of course the stars are more important. In order to avoid Shari's close-up troubles, Kai Shing resolutely moved Aang towards Shari's direction, pushed Aang hard into Shari's arms, and temporarily blocked Shari's footsteps. However, what Kai Shing didn't expect was that Xing Xing didn't know if it was affected by the summer resonance and hadn't passed yet. When he was thrown over, Xing Xing suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light and slammed into Fa Xing's chest fiercely. In this way, the star burst into dazzling purple light and smashed into the flesh and blood of Qi Xing's chest, and the smashed Qixing flew out backwards, spurting blood, and fell to the ground. Sha Ri, who succeeded in one blow, didn't care about Kai Xing's life or death. She was more concerned about her son, and nervously sized and inspected him, asking, "How is it? You didn't hurt anywhere, did you? Is there any pain?" Aang shook his head, looked at his mother Sha Ri, and said, "Mother, Master, I'm fine." Aang hugged his son excitedly, and said with tears in his eyes, "It's fine, it's fine." However, when Sha Ri hugged the child to rejoice that he didn't suffer any serious injuries, the other ninjas in the nearby Xing ninja village suddenly became very nervous and pointed in the direction of Kai Xing and shouted loudly. "Look, Kai Xing. What happened to Kai Xing? Good, terrible chakra. How did Kai Xing look like this? It's completely different from Sha Ri's state." Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. The star on Kai Xing's chest lying on the ground, the purple light flickered, and then from Kai Xing's body, a powerful purple chakra began to erupt. Kai Xing's body twisted strangely, stood up slowly, and the purple chakra leaped from his body finally condensed into a purple giant dragon. Ha 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 ha. Is this the power of the stars? It's too powerful, it's really too powerful. With this powerful power, what 5 shadows? What Konoha village? Hokage, I will step on everything. I want to make the whole world surrender under my feet. That idiot and stinky old man in the 3rd generation Xingying is really a fool. He actually put such a powerful force for use, it's a waste. Chihashi. What are you talking about? How can you say that, Lord Hoshikage, 3rd generation? A ninja in Hoshino village heard Chihashi's crazy words, and immediately pointed at Chihashi angrily and shouted. After gaining great power, Kai Xing's mind became crazy and unclear. He really didn't care about anything. He looked at the other ninjas in Star Ninja Village with a smirk, and said with a sneer, "Call him. Why can't I scold the 3rd ninja? Not only did I dare to scold that stinky old man in Generation Xingying, even his old life was assassinated by me in Nighthawk Jiebu. What? Although we have suspected the death of 3rd generation Hoshikage for a long time, we didn't expect that you really did it." After hearing Chihashi's words, other ninjas in Hoshino village immediately looked at him with anger and fear. Red Star. The chakra erupting from Qi Xing's body at this moment, in terms of strength alone, is already good, barely reaching the passing line of a cage-level strongman. Lyming, who hid in the dark and observed, secretly thought, if Naruto in the original anime hadn't been illuminated by the protagonist's halo, it would be impossible to defeat Chihashi just with his Rasengan 1.4 beginner level. Boom 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 boom. The crazy Qixing launched an indiscriminate bombardment of everyone in the village with the purple chakra dragon outside him, and sent purple chakra light balls to bombard the crowd as if they didn't want money. The villagers and ninjas of the bombed Star Ninja village flew all over the sky, screaming again and again. Ah! Help! Ah! 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 Kai Xing's 2 henchmen were also hit by indiscriminate attacks, and they flew out and screamed, "Master Kai Xing, what are you doing? We are loyal to you." Chapter 151 Big Ball Rasengan and Chidori Rifle Launch. Please subscribe. I don't know the reason, but after the fusion of the Red Star and the stars in this parallel world, the destructive power caused by madness seems to be much greater than that of the original book. In addition, I don't know what kind of psychology he is in. When Qixing aimed at his 2 confidants to bomb, the energy ball spit out by controlling the purple dragon was bigger than that of other villagers. Therefore, the 2 subordinates of Qixing were tragic on the spot. They were blown to pieces by the purple energy ball, and there were really no bones left. After blowing up his confidants, Qixing started to bombard the village more and more crazy, as if Qixing didn't destroy the Xingnan village and killed all the people in the village, and vowed not to give up. When controlling the purple giant dragon to bomb the Star Ninja village, Kai Xing was still laughing wildly in Yangtian. Laughing, "Ha ha ha ha. Die, die, you all die. The stars belong to me alone. Star Ninja village only needs me as a star shadow. Ah 22 ha 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 ha." Boom 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 boom. The sound of purple chakra energy explosions around is constant. If you are lucky, the villagers and ninjas are just thrown out by the bombing. If you are unlucky, you will be killed on the spot. Those with broken arms and legs are called miserable. Hold the wound on the ground and let out a miserable cry. It hurts so much, woo woo woo, mom, my mom, I can't move anymore, mom, get up. Woo, help, my leg is broken, ah. Seeing the miserable experiences of the surrounding villagers, Little Soccer's eyes were red with tears rolling in the eye sockets. Naruto was so angry that he couldn't help but rushed up, wanting to kill Qixing with his own hands. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Look at me killing you. Rasengan. Naruto created Shadow Clone and made a Rasengan, jumped high, and smashed towards Qixing. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand just collided with the purple chakra dragon around Qixing, and the Rasengan in Naruto's hand exploded, and then Naruto bounced back high. Plop. Naruto was slammed to the ground, grinned in pain, gritted his teeth and looked at Chihashi who was still mad, and said to himself, damn, his chakra is so strong. Naruto's attack had just failed, and Sasuke also started his action, his eyes Sharingan opened, and he made a seal, and the blue lightning on his right hand jumped violently. Ha 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 ha. Chidori, Advertisement Sasuke deliberately accelerated from a long distance, and used Xiao Li's taijutsu to charge forward to increase Chidori's power. KKKKKK. Bang. Boom. However, it is a pity that when Sasuke's Chidori and Chihashi's purple chakra dragon collided, they only tore a gap in the chakra dragon's coat, and were ejected by the purple chakra dragon. The faster you rush, the stronger the shock force Sasuke has to bear, so the speed and force of Sasuke being bounced back are just like cannonballs. Boom. Sasuke's body was directly bounced and smashed into the wall of the house behind him, and was buried in the rubble. Sasuke. Little Sakura saw Sasuke being thrown away, and Yishi was nervous and wanted to rush over. At this moment, the purple dragon controlled by Chixing spit out a purple energy light ball in the direction of little Sakura. Spirit escape. Hexagonal crystal shield. Hanlian suddenly dodged in front of little Sakura, forming mudras with her hands, and stomped heavily on the ground. A huge red crystal shield rose from the ground and blocked in front of them. Boom. Crack. Crack. Bang. The crystal shield made by Curan with crystal-style ninjutsu only blocked the fatal blow of the energy ball for them. It was blown into red crystal fragments all over the sky. Curan and little Sakura were also blasted by the huge blast, and their bodies were thrown backwards. After Hanlian fell back and flew to the ground, after rolling around on the ground, she immediately made a mudra with both hands, pressed on the ground, and shouted, "Crystal style, 8 trigrams guardian array." Ka 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 ka. Under Hanlian's control, in places where the crowd was relatively concentrated, a powerful crystal barrier immediately rose to protect them. Although Curan has already broken through Crystal Style's defensive ninjutsu, after all, there are too many people to protect, and they are too scattered, so it is really difficult. Advertisement therefore, this puts considerable pressure on Hanlian. A lot of wells popped up on Hanlian's forehead, and shouted to the surrounding air, "Lyming. You be asterisk 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 D. What time is it, and you are still watching the fun for me, if you don't come out to help? Here I really don't care about everyone's life or death." "Yes, yes, yes, Sister Hanlian, I'll just come out, don't be so angry." Leiming kept a helpless and elegant smile, and suddenly appeared. Sasuke, who crawled out of the rubble, and Naruto on the other side showed relaxed expressions when they saw Leiming's sudden appearance, and whispered to themselves, "It's finally here. If Captain Leiming takes action, there must be no problem." Leiming shook his arms twice, moved his hands and feet, and made a mudra with his hands, shadow clone technique. Bang bang. After 2 shadow clones were cloned, Leiming nodded to shadow clone and said, "Let's go. Let's see how strong the guy's defense is." 737. The 2 shadow clone nodded to Leiming, jumped into the air with one hand, held up a huge chakra light ball with one hand to attack, and shouted, "Big ball Rasengan." Chidori sharp gun. Another shadow clone used a similar method to Sasuke, but he used one hand forward, spit out a long lightning chakra blade, and accelerated the impact towards the red star. One from above, one from the side, launched a fatal attack on Chixing at the same time. Boom. The ninjutsu used by Leiming's 2 shadow clones has reached super level, but they are only in a stalemate with the chakra dragon around Chixing. Their ninjutsu cannot really break through the purple dragon's chakra defense. Big ball Rasengan is still tearing apart the purple dragon's defense bit by bit. Chidori sharp gun is like a nail, slowly nailing in bit by bit. But this is not over yet. The giant dragon under the control of Chixing suddenly transformed into chakra from its purple body, and grew dozens of long tentacles that looked like tentacles, launched a sneak attack and inserted into the bodies of Leiming's 2 shadow clones. Bang bang. The 2 shadow clones were blown up on the spot because of fatal injuries, and exploded into white smoke. Chapter 152 Get the Star. Please subscribe. Seeing that his shadow clone was easily blown away by the purple chakra dragon around Chixing, Leiming touched his chin with one hand. I thought to myself, that star's chakra defense is really strong. Can't even Big Ball Rasengan and Chidori sharp gun perfectly and quickly break through the defense? If you use a spiral shuriken to attack, Chixing deserves to die if he is killed, but if the star is destroyed too badly, it is really too wasteful. If you want to get back the stars perfectly, the destructive power of ninjutsu cannot be too great, nor can it be too small. When Leiming was talking to himself, his eyes looked towards Shari, who was standing not far away, his brows raised slightly, and he thought, yes, in the original Hokage ninja book at that time, the reason why Naruto could defeat Chihashi so easily, in addition to Naruto himself having the aura of the protagonist, chakra in summer should also be very important. Leiming recalled the phenomenon that Shari resonated with the stars just now, and immediately took it to heart. Walking up to Shari, he smiled and said, "Beautiful Ms. Shaw, can I ask you for a favor?" When Shari saw Leiming asking for help, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'm very happy. What do you want me to do? Please tell me." Leiming stretched out one hand in front of Shari, and said with a smile, "I don't have too many requirements, just please put your hand on mine, and input your chakra and that's it." Like this? Shari put her little hand on Leiming's palm according to Leiming's request, and the purple chakra entered. Buzz buzz buzz. A purple chakra sphere of light, getting bigger and bigger. Not enough. Not enough. Continue to input your chakra. Leiming looked at the purple chakra Rasengan in his hand, which became bigger and bigger, and smiled with the corner of his mouth raised. Until Sha Tien almost exhausted his own chakra, Leiming's palm had raised a huge purple Rasengan. I saw Leiming turning around chicly, facing Kai Shing, jumped up and said with a smile, "Look at me, Star Massive Rasengan. Advertisement, come on, I'm not afraid of you, all of you are going to die today." Kai Shing let out a crazy roar, controlling the purple-white dragon outside his body to rush towards Leiming. Boom. Poo-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi. Under the attack of Leiming's massive Rasengan, the purple dragon outside Kai Xing's body was vulnerable to a single blow, and it was almost crushed all the way. When the purple chakra dragon's defense was torn apart, and when massive Rasengan slammed on Kai Xing's head, Leiming deliberately grabbed massive Rasengan and twisted it forcefully. Boom. Almost at the moment when Leiming started to spin, the purple massive Rasengan exploded violently, and the light of the purple explosion swallowed Leiming and Kai Shing together in an instant. The purple light flashed so dazzlingly that it was impossible for everyone present to see clearly what was happening in front of them. Leiming also took advantage of this good opportunity to activate the green snake ring on his finger and the powerful Geller stone energy, forming a green ray of light on Leiming's body. Leiming is protected by the energy of the Geller stone, and the probe is in the state of tiger claws. It is very easy to grab the star that is pierced into Kai Xing's chest, and said with a smile, "Thank you. I will take the star away without hesitation, okay." Kai Shing could only watch Leiming's movements helplessly. His body was swallowed by the powerful star explosion energy, and his body was smashed into dust bit by bit. Kai Shing could only let out an angry roar of unwillingness and roared, "Damn it, I am unwilling." After Leiming grabbed the star, he immediately activated his slime power, and easily transferred and absorbed the star into the slime space in his body. After the light from the massive Rasengan explosion disappeared, all that caught everyone's eyes was a huge crater. Leiming stood in the middle of the crater unscathed, smiling brightly at everyone. Putting his sword fingers together, he made a salute gesture to Honglian, and said with a smile, "Sister Honglian, I have already eliminated the enemy for you. I still have something to do, so let's dodge first." "What? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** someone and prevent Lyming from escaping. Advertisement, however, by the time Honglian flashed past, Lyming had already vanished. Damn it. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Did you just leave all the mess to me alone? Han Liangqi almost exploded on the spot, and punched hard in the big pit under her feet. Punch. Boom. A violent explosion occurred instantly on the ground inside the entire crater, and the explosive terrain cracked and changed. Gudong. Sure enough, Sister Honlian is indeed a fellow disciple of Xinyue. She is just as terrifying when she gets angry. Naruto was so frightened that he couldn't help trembling, swallowing a mouthful of saliva and muttering to himself. Sasuke, Shaolo, who heard Naruto talking to himself, nodded in agreement. Then, after Curan brought Naruto, small Sakura, and Sasuke back to Konoha village, Tsunade reprimanded them severely just like the original book. You guys, do you know what you have done? You were sent there to carry out the escort mission, to protect the stars of Xingren village from being stolen, but now, you not only killed the client, but also even the stars are destroyed together. Do you know how much compensation we will have to pay if Xingren village is held accountable? However, fortunately, Xingren village has no intention of pursuing it otherwise. As for what happened later, it is similar to the original work, so I won't go into details here. Qian Didi. The screen then turned to Leiming, who had already taken the stars with him and quietly hid in the underground secret base he established outside Konoha village. I have to say that sometimes it is useful to learn some of the advantages of Orochimaru. Leiming formed a seal with his hands, and the space was slightly distorted. A purple star suddenly fell out of his body. Leiming happily caught the star and put it into a special instrument in front of him. Then, he took off the green snake ring worn on his finger, put it into the special groove of the instrument, and said with a smile, Alice, help me analyze this meteorite and find out if it is possible to remove the harmful radiation inside. Okay, Master, Alice will analyze it for you immediately. Chapter 153 Kurama Yakumo Illusion vs. Sharingan. Superior, please subscribe. Leiming placed the star on the special instrument in front of him, and then put it into the ring of the green snake that he was carrying, with the energy output from the Geller stone in the ring of the green snake. The instrument in front of Leiming suddenly projected an image similar to a holographic projection from the top. As for the image displayed, it turned out to be the projection of a virtual beauty from Leiming's previous mobile phone artificial intelligence. A woman in a beautiful green dress bowed respectfully to Leiming. Master, according to your instructions, Alice will help you scan and analyze the structure and composition of stars immediately, and try to separate harmful radiation substances. A green energy scanning beam is emitted from the inside of the instrument and begins to scan the stars. As the virtual beauty Alice spread her palm, the inner structure of the stars began to be displayed bit by bit above the palm. Soon, the internal structure of the star was also displayed. The virtual beauty Alice pointed to the structure of the stars in the projection and introduced, Master, look, these places with red light spots are all substances that release harmful rays to the human body, and the places with purple light spots, substances that have the effect of enhancing the chakra. 290. Standing by the side, Leiming carefully looked at the display of the stars in the hands of the virtual beauty, nodded frequently and said, it really looks amazing. Alice, do you have a way to separate them? The virtual beauty Alice thought for a moment, then nodded to Leiming and said, we can try to separate, but it may take quite a while. That's it, don't worry, you can deal with it as you see it. I asked you to help make the armor before, so just use this star. Leiming took the star back into the slime space in his body, and then put the green snake the ring was also taken in together. Then, in the slime space in Leiming's body, you can see a beautiful snake-shaped ring flying in midair, emitting green rays of light one after another, pulling all kinds of things in the slime space. Leiming Hokage ninja rare materials collected from all over the world. Under the traction of the green light, they decompose, reassemble, and forge the ideal armor parts of Leiming bit by bit. Advertisement. In order to design and manufacture his ideal armored garment, Leiming spent more than 3 months in his underground secret base, CCEI. When Leiming returned to Konoha village again, he just stepped into Hokage's office, and what greeted Leiming was Master Tsunade's thunderous roar. Uchiha Leiming. You be ************** D. What the hell are you doing to me? As soon as you go out, you play with me and disappear for more than 3 months. You don't give me any news whether you are alive or dead. You want me to die. Tsunade rushed forward, just grabbed Leiming's ear, twisted 380 degrees and lifted it up. Hey. Master Tsunade, tap lightly, it hurts. Leiming's ears were grabbed, and tears were about to fall from the pain. Although she knew that Master Tsunade might get angry when she disappeared for 3 months without any reason, but she didn't expect her to be so angry. In the end, Leiming was grabbed by Tsunade's ears and scolded for several hours, and the anger of Master Tsunade was finally calmed down by Leiming. Master Tsunade sat back in his Hokage office chair, stared at Leiming, and asked, "Tell me, where did you die in the past 3 months? Don't tell me that you are chasing beautiful women just like that idiot Jiraiya. I won't believe such a lie." Next to Leiming is a top-notch beauty, gentle, kind, and good-tempered. She can be said to be obedient to Leiming. With such a top-notch beauty by her side, Tsunade would not believe it. The hospital that fascinated Leiming for 3 months. Leiming was just about to explain what he had been doing for 3 months, when Shizune pushed the door of Hokage's office open and said loudly, "It's bad, Master Tsunade. I just heard that Naruto seems to have gone to Kurama Yakumo's residence." "What? That idiot Naruto, why did he suddenly think of going there?" Tsunade stood up abruptly when he heard Naruto's whereabouts and said in surprise and anger. "Forget it, now is not the time to pursue this, Leiming. You be ************ D. Go over and help. If you arrive late, Naruto may be in danger." "Let me go to Kurama Yakumo's residence? Can I go with someone else? I still want to go back to sleep. I was a little tired just after I came back." Leiming put on a bitter face and smiled wryly. Advertisement. You don't want to go, do you? Well, you can also stay, let's have a good chat. When Tsunade said this, although there was a bright smile on his face, the movement of pressing small fists with both hands showed that abandoned chat is definitely not as simple as just chatting. Yes. I'll go right away." Leiming, who was familiar with Tsunade's temper, rushed out of Hokage's office in fright. Tsunade snorted coldly at the door and said, "Small, I can't cure you yet." Under the guidance of the guide arranged by Tsunade, Leiming quickly found the place where Yakumo Kurama lived. Looking at the seemingly gloomy house in front of him, Leiming smiled and said to himself, "Hee, this house looks really interesting. It's scary enough, if you use it to shoot ghost movies, you'll save money on decorating props." While talking, Leiming kicked open the door and shouted loudly into the room, Hey, Naruto, I'm looking for you. Where are you? You're dead or alive, give me a quick call words. After taking you back, I have to go back to sleep." Leiming's reckless move made the ninjas beside him dumbfounded. They have been monitoring Kurama Yakumo for so long, and they can be said to be the most aware of the terrifying power of Yakumo's illusion. "Leiming. Master Leiming, it's not good for you to barge in so loudly, it's very likely." Boom. Before the ninja finished speaking, Leiming stepped into the door, which automatically slammed shut. Leiming turned around and looked at the door behind him, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and said with a smile, "The first step in the strategy of scaring the grass and scaring the snake was successful. Is it Kuma Yakumo? I want to see if it's your illusion or my Sharingan." He raised the ring of green snake in his hand, and the ring of green snake shot a green light onto the ground, easily showing traces of 2 rows of footprints. Following the footprints, Sharingan opened his eyes. Sharingan could see through illusions, and illusions in the general sense could not stop him at all. Chapter 154 Kurama Yakumo Illusion vs Sharingan. Down. Please subscribe. Leiming walked in front of a gate, and the lightning in his hand jumped, shooting out a blue lightning blade. Chidori sharp gun, brush. It was easy to cut the gate in front of him into several sections, and then kicked hard on the gate with his feet. Boom. What was kicked by Leiming turned out to be gravel flying forward. When Leiming walked into the room, the whole room seemed to have turned into a different dimension. I saw a girl hugging her head, shivering in a chair, wondering what she was afraid of. Standing next to the girl was a monster with a terrifying face like a ghost, 2 long horns growing on its head, and a humanoid monster dressed in clothes similar to the girl's. There are many oil paintings in the strange space around, slowly floating in midair. In the blink of an eye, Naruto has been restrained by some kind of weird tentacles. As for Yuhihong, her body is disappearing bit by bit, and her lower body seems to have been wiped off by an eraser. It disappeared, only the upper body was still floating in the air. After seeing the surrounding situation clearly, Leiming smiled and raised his hand to Hong and Naruto beside him, saying, "Hey, how are you? What are you doing here? Are you playing Horror Night Adventure so lively? Hearing Lyming's joking way of greeting, Naruto was so surprised that he was not p********* D off. There was a cross on his forehead jumping up and down, and he stared at Lyming and said loudly, "Captain Lyming, what time is it? Are you still in the mood to joke, Mr. Hong? They will all be wiped out? Hurry up and save people?" Although half of the body has been wiped off like an eraser, Hong didn't seem to be very scared, showing a wry smile and said, "The reason why I became like this is what I should bear. I didn't take good care of Yakumo, and I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher." Advertisement, Teacher Hong, don't speak so sentimentally, as if you were about to confess your last words. Let me see if there is any way to save you. Lyming walked up to Hong with a smile, and the Sharingan opened, carefully observing Hong's state. Under Leiming Sharingan's observation, there is a strange energy possessing Hong's body. How should I describe it? It can be called a ghost upper body. It is precisely because this strange energy is attached to Hong's body, producing a strange space distortion effect, that it seems that Hong's body has been swallowed in half. Is this the strongest illusion of the pommel horse family in the legend? It's really amazing, and it can really affect the real space? Lyming, circling around the red, carefully observed and said to himself. Looking at Lyming's leisurely state, Naruto next to him was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. He kicked his legs and jumped again and said loudly, "Captain Lyming, Lyming equals teacher, please, now is not the time to do research, okay? Hurry up and save people." Yes, it's so noisy, it's just a research reference, and it doesn't mean that you will die immediately. This kind of opportunity is rare. Lyming walked into Hong's side with a pursed mouth, and lightly pressed on Hong's body with one hand, above the shoulders. Then the ring of the green snake on the finger of the right hand began to emit green light, the energy output of the Greer stone, and soon the red body was enveloped by green light, as if wearing a green dress the same as Noki coat. With the protection of this powerful energy coat, Hong's disappearing body was miraculously recovered bit by bit. Seeing Hong's body miraculously recovering bit by bit, Naruto was very excited and cheered happily. "Yeah, that's great, Captain Lyming is indeed the most powerful. As long as you are here, any problem can be solved." Hong opened his hands, looked at the green energy on his body, and exclaimed in amazement, "What kind of chakra is this? It's amazing. Lyming doesn't seem to be your chakra, right?" Lyming withdrew his palm with a smile, put his finger on his lips, made a silent gesture, showed a mysterious smile, and said with a smile, "Shush. This is my secret, please don't go outside and talk nonsense, Mr. Hong." Hong shook her head helplessly, and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth, "Lyming, you are a real guy. Don't worry, I won't go out and talk nonsense." Asking for flowers. Advertisement with the energy protection of the Greer stone, Hong should not be obliterated by Kuruma Yakumo's illusion again, so Lyming turned around with peace of mind, and carefully looked at the monster beside Kurama Yakumo. She said to herself, "Sure enough, although Kuruma Yakumo's illusion is magical, it still cannot break away from the rules of Hokage ninja ninjutsu. The reason why her illusion effect is mysterious and powerful is nothing more than using the effect similar to immortal technique plus space ninjutsu. As long as you have a strong enough chakra, you don't have to be afraid of Yakumo's illusion at all. Or just try to get the power of the star just now, like now." While Lyming was talking to himself, a light flashed on his right hand, and unexpectedly there was an armguard like a holy warrior's armor, appearing on Lyming's right hand, and at the same time, the ring of green snake worn on his right hand output the energy of the Greer stone. 0. Combining the armguards made of stars, and after inputting the energy of the Greer stone, the chakra code outside Lyming's body actually showed the phenomenon of alternately flashing purple and green rays of light. The monster formed in Yakumo's heart, seeing Lyming's pressing step by step, was not as relaxed and confident as when facing Kurenai Yuhi. "Don't come over." IDU monster's paw pointed in Lyming's direction and waved vigorously. The surrounding illusion began to undergo drastic changes, and countless monster tentacles grew, entangled and sent towards Lyming. But these tentacles were shattered into nothingness as soon as they touched the chakra code outside Lyming's body. The corners of Lyming's mouth raised, and he smiled. "Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. How dare you use illusion in front of me? You're looking for death. Look at me. Sharingan. Shingle Tsukuyomi." Lyming simultaneously controls the power of the stars and the energy of the Jerrer's stone, respectively, in the position of the Sharingan of the eyes, condensing a lens-like effect and releasing a new illusion. Yakumo's inner monster, Ito, accidentally looked directly into Lyming's eyes, and his body trembled violently in an instant. Chapter 155 Strengthen Yakumo Illusion, Purple Star Sealing Technique, please subscribe. Lyming's eyes Sharingan opened, using the power of the stars to change the energy form of the Greer stone, and two things like spectacle lenses condensed in front of Lyming's eyes. If you just stare at the lens and see Lyming's Sharingan, it actually shows the form of Mangekio Sharingan. This time, Lyming used the power of the stars to fuse the energy of the Greer stone, and the Sharingan form he imitated happened to be the Mangekio Sharingan form of Uchiha Itachi. The lenses show green pupils and purple pinwheel-shaped Guyu, which would be almost identical to Uchiha Itachi's Mangekio Sharingan replica if it weren't for the different pupil color of the eyes. Copy illusion. Star Thunder Tsukuyomi. Kuruma Yakumo, the heart demon monster Ito, saw Lyming's imitation version of Tsukuyomi, 323. Body trembled violently in an instant. In the illusion that Yidu fell into, the monster Yidu was tied to a cross, and then under the cross, a raging fire burned and quickly swallowed it into the sea of flames. Then, the sea of flames disappeared, followed by a rain of arrows, which shot Yidu into a hedgehog. But this is not over yet. The arrows shot into Yidu's body suddenly began to soften slowly, turning into strange snakes one after another. These strange snakes entangled Yidu in it, constantly devouring and biting his flesh and blood. In short, Lyming's actual illusion against the Yidu monster is equivalent to the torture of the 18th floor of hell. After Yidu fell into the illusion space, he died again and was resurrected again and again. Finally, Ito, who was constantly dying and resurrecting in the illusion, fell into a complete collapse of spirit, holding his head and screaming loudly, "Ah! Kill me! Kill me! Let me die! Ah!" The monster Ito is a monster transformed by Kuruma Yakumo's heart demon. In a sense, it belongs to an alternative spiritual life body. Once there is a mental breakdown, then the death of the heart demon monster will not be far away. Advertisement. Sure enough, with the mental breakdown of the monster Ito, the maintenance of its body shape also became unstable, sometimes elongated, sometimes squashed, and sometimes fattened. Lyming waved lightly at the void again. A long knife exuding a faint purple light was held in Lyming's hand. Lyming murmured to himself inwardly, "Anyway, you are going to die, why don't you contribute your last value? What is the long knife forged from the Hokage Ninja World's special metal, plus the stars are full of radioactive and harmful substances? What about ability?" Lyming held the handle of the long knife tightly with one hand, and casually slashed a purple light blade at the IDU monster, saying, "This knife is called Purple Star. Die, zixing slash." Pooh. In order not to cause any damage to the surrounding houses, and to prevent Tsunade from finding himself for compensation afterwards, the purple knife light that Lyming cut out was not very powerful. After a simple purple knife light entered the body, the surface of the monster Yidu's body soon began to appear one after another like a purple curse mark, and the body was quickly swallowed by the purple curse mark. The monster Yidu's body exploded, turned into smoke and swelled away, and then disappeared. As Yidu dissipated, the surrounding illusion space also disappeared rapidly, returning to a normal room. Yuihong excitedly rushed to Kurama Yakumo's side, hugged her student, and comforted Yakumo. It's okay, Yakumo, everything is over." After Yuihong calmed down Yakumo, Lyming walked up to Yakumo with a smile, and said with a smile, "I have heard about your story. Now that your demon has appeared, have you recovered your memory? If there is no recovery, I can use Sharingan to cast illusions to help you recover." Kurama Yakumo looked at Lyming with clear eyes, shook his head and said, "No need, my memory has all been restored, and I caused all the tragedies. I misunderstood my parents and Lord Third Hokage. Resentment arose in my heart. That created the Ito and started the fire that killed my parents." Lyming put his hand on Yakumo's shoulder lightly and said, "Although it's a bit late to say this, I have a way to help you heal your body so that you can become a real ninja." Hearing Lyming said that there is a way to help him, Yakumo's originally dim expression suddenly became brighter, looked at Lyming with burning eyes, and asked, "Really? If possible, I really hope to become a true ninja. May our heavenly parents rest in peace." Advertisement. Okay. Now that's the case, let's start now. Lyming directed Kuruma Yakumo to sit cross-legged on the ground. Then, he took out a scroll and opened it, added ink with a special brush on the blank page, and quickly drew a special spell circle on it. Naruto stood by and looked at Lyming's ghost painting symbol, with question marks all over his forehead, and asked Yuihong next to him, "Teacher Hong, can you see where Captain Lyming is?" Yuihong shook her head with a wry smile, and said, "What Lyming is drawing now should be a magic circle of the sealing technique, I don't know it." After the curse seal was drawn, Lyming quickly closed the scroll, threw the scroll high and spun it in the air, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Then the green chakra flame burst out from the left hand, and the purple chakra flame burst out from the right hand. He caught the scroll, pressed the scroll to the back of Yakumo's neck, and shouted, "Purple star sealing technique." Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, from the inside of the scroll, dense purple and green curse-printed characters spewed out violently along the back of Bawe's neck and penetrated into the skin and flesh. On Yakumo's face, the skin on the arm can be seen to be 1.0 to have secret numbness, and purple and green curse-sealed runes appear, after the spell-sealed runes are engraved. Kurama Yakumo raised his neck and let out a loud roar towards the sky, "Ah!" An invisible wave of energy blew Lyming's body backwards, and Hong and Naruto were also shocked backwards. Yakumo waved his fingers uncontrollably in the air, and accidentally drew a word of fire. Immediately, in front of Yakumo, a large group of blazing flames spewed out, and hit the front wall with a bang, directly blasting a huge hole in the front wall. Chapter 156 3 Years of Training is about to begin, please subscribe. Looking at the big hole that was blown out in the room, and the sunlight was already coming in from the outside of the big hole, Naruto exclaimed with wide-eyed eyes, "Damn it. This. What is the situation? There is no need to seal, can you release ninjutsu? And it's fire-style ninjutsu?" Kurenai Yuhi also looked at Yakumo in shock. At this moment, the purple and green spell marks on Yakumo's body had begun to fade slowly and merged into her body. With the integration of the curse seal, even Yakumo's complexion began to look better, becoming fair and rosy. The skin color of the previous Kurama Yakumo was the patient's complexion at first glance. Kurama Yakumo felt the change in his physical condition, and immediately rushed to Yuihong happily, hugged Yuihong and said happily, "Mr. Hong. My body is healed. My body is really healed. Endless strength is the same, if you don't believe it, look. Saying that, the body of the little girl Kuruma Yakumo can hug Mr. Yuihong and walk around in circles for a few minutes without feeling tired. If it were Yakumo who was 22 before, he wouldn't be able to lift even slightly heavier things, not to mention picking up Mr. Kurenai Yuhi in circles. Seeing that her student's body recovered, Yuihong was also happy for her and said with a smile, okay, don't turn around, your body has just recovered, don't hurt yourself. Yes, Teacher Hong. I listen to you. Kurama Yakumo obediently let go of Yuihong after a short period of joy. Then, he turned to face Leiming, bowed 90 degrees gratefully, and said, Master Leiming, thank you for everything you have done for me. Thank you for giving me a new life. Leiming smiled and waved his hands, and said, Yakumo, don't be too happy, everything I've done for you now is just to help you temporarily improve your physique. I used 2 kinds of chakra, which are special after all. The curse imprint planted in your body forcibly will be consumed little by little with time. To really heal your body, ultimately depends on your own efforts. As he spoke, Leiming handed another scroll to Kurama Yakumo, and said, This is a new technique I created by referring to Mr. Tsunade's Baihao technique ninjutsu. It is also a kind of application of senjutsu. Advertisement soon, after dawn, in Hokage's office, all the parties involved in this matter were present. Tsunade almost tapped Naruto's forehead with his fingers, and scolded, Naruto, I mean, you really don't know how to write dead characters, do you? How dare you get involved in any dangerous mission? As Tsunade said, he poked his finger on Leiming's head, and Naruto's head swayed from side to side, and his forehead was red. Naruto couldn't lift his head from being scolded. After scolding Naruto, he blessed Yakumo with a smile on his face, and after briefly chatting with Kuroyuki, he let them all leave first, but left Leiming alone. Picking up a scroll from the table and handing it to Leiming, the beautiful brows frowned and said, This is the latest news from Jiraiya. There is a dangerous organization called Akatsuki, and their goal seems to be to collect tailed beasts. Didn't you guys meet Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame last time? So Naruto's situation is quite dangerous now, do you have any suitable advice for me? Although Tsunade spoke beautifully, her beautiful eyes looked at Leiming oppressively. Master Tsunade, if you look at me like this, do I have any choice? Just give me an order, and just say what you want me to do. Fun. What I want is your words. Jiraiya and I think that you will take Naruto out to practice and teach him for a while. Tsunade smiled with a bright smile on his face. What? Shouldn't Master Jiraiya handle the task of cultivating Naruto? Hearing what Tsunade said, Leiming jumped back in shock and exclaimed. Why does Naruto have to teach that B************* Jiraiya? What to teach him? Teach him how to talk to girls. Hearing Leiming's words, Tsunade immediately showed an unhappy expression. For the smooth growth of Naruto's physical and mental health, I think it is more reliable for him to practice with you. Besides, you are from the Uchiha clan, and your blood wheel eyes are most suitable for monitoring 9 tails. Advertisement, okay, I understand, don't talk about it, I'll take Naruto out to practice together. But the premise is that I will also take Sasuke and Yakumo out together. To be on the safe side, Shiro, Shinue, and Guren, and go out with me too. After hearing Leiming's request, Tsunade frowned beautifully and said, You have taken away so many people, why does it seem that one person is missing? Where is little Sakura? Isn't she from your group? That's because the person she really wants to learn as a teacher is you, Master Tsunade. According to my observation, little Sakura has the talent to be a medical ninja. You should teach her for a while first. I will teach Naruto and Sasuke. Yakumo worked hard too. Leiming laughed with a cheap smile. Seeing Leiming's mean smile, Tsunade couldn't help but there was a cross on his forehead jumping up and down, pointing at the office door, and said angrily, Okay. You were cruel, little Sakura. I will teach you, but you need 783 Naruto teach me with Sasuke. Don't teach me wrong. Get lost now. Yes. Master Tsunade. I'll pack up my things and take Naruto and the others away. Goodbye. Leiming actually wanted to leave Konoha village for a long time. About the method of making holy clothes armor from the stars, using the holy clothes to fuse the energy of Gelel stone and fairy energy, and enhancing your own power emperor, you still need to explore slowly. After Leiming returned to his home in Konoha village, he entered his specially built basement, closed the door, and activated the magic circle in the basement. Even if he rolled his eyes, he couldn't see through it. Leiming stood in front of a mirror, followed Leiming's hands to seal. Immediately, one after another began to appear outside the body, just like the anime Saint Seiyu wearing armor inside, armor parts appeared continuously on his body. After all the holy clothes and armors were put on neatly, Leiming's eyes Sharingan opened suddenly. Boom 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 boom. There is a powerful green chakra erupting, and outside the green chakra, there is a purple chakra, and outside the purple chakra is another layer of blue chakra. Chapter 157 Lightning Style Curan. Wind Style Spiral Shuriken. Please subscribe. Looking at himself in the mirror and the 3-color chakra erupting outside him, Leiming showed a faint smile, and said with a smile, I really look like a Saint Seiya now, plus I feel like a Super Saiyan. Because of the holy garment forged by fusing stars as a medium, it is indeed possible to temporarily bind the energy of the Gelel stone and the magic power of nature together forcibly. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Leiming's eyes and Sharingan carefully looked at chakra outside of him. At the position where the power of fairy magic, star power, and Geller's stone converge, there was a subtle electric collision and sound. In order to verify the strength of the chakra on his body now, Leiming summoned a handful of kunai from the slime space in his body, grabbed the kunai in his hand, and concentrated the three-color chakra that exploded outside his body on the kunai. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz chakra became more and more serious. Later, the kunai even appeared to vibrate automatically, and the frequency of the vibration became faster and faster. And then, kunai couldn't bear this powerful force and blew himself up. Leiming has armor and a three-colored chakra body, so the fragments of kunai's explosion cannot cause the slightest damage to him. Well, if you look at it this way, even though it can be glued together, there will still be a rejection reaction. If the power is used on a large scale, maybe even I will be killed by the explosion. Don't use it in a hurry. This set of armor really needs to be adjusted. Taking Naruto and Sasuke out for 3 years of practice, let's get used to it slowly. When the soliloquy reached here, Leiming closed his eyes and the Sharingan subsided, and the armor on his body disappeared one by one, returning to the subspace absorbed into his slime body. Leiming turned around and was about to leave when he tripped suddenly. Huh? What's the situation? Leiming took a few steps staggeringly. When he looked back, he realized that there was a small groove in the ground where he was standing just now. Advertisement, damn it, it's just a simple burst of power, can it even wipe out a layer of the ground? Hee. It seems that this power is really powerful and terrifying. When I was in the same family, I had some confidence. After finishing this test, Leiming left the basement in a happy mood, went into his room and packed up his luggage. 7 days later, he left the land of fire and arrived in an inaccessible mountain forest. Leiming brought Curan, Shinue, Hai, Renmara, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo to start special training. Leiming stood in front of him and coughed twice and said, I have already taught you all the cultivation methods of immortal arts. As for whether you can cultivate powerful strength, it depends on your comprehension ability and hard work. Naruto, Sasuke, Yakumo, if the 3 of you want to become independent ninjas, you must master at least 1 or 2 ninjutsu with power above S rank. Let me show you several S-level ninjutsu that I have mastered. Whether you can learn or even develop new jutsu within 3 years is up to you. Said Leiming opened his eyes Sharingan, formed seals with his hands, and released a powerful fire style towards the sky, shouting, Fire style, the dragon flame group. Boom 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 boom. The powerful fire dragon blasted into the sky, burning, and soon blasted the clouds in the sky, causing the temperature in the sky to rise extremely rapidly. It didn't take a moment, a large number of clouds began to gather in all directions, making the sky dark and dense, with thunderclouds rolling. Leiming made a dodge, jumped to the top of a big tree, and shouted to Sasuke, Sasuke, look out! This is the jutsu I developed after upgrading Chidori ninjutsu, lightning style, Curan. Ho 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 ho. Standing on the top of the tree, Leiming's right hand controlled the lightning, and a unicorn with a height of tens of meters and a body size not inferior to that of a tailed beast appeared from the clouds immediately, with blue lightning flashing thunder and lightning all over its body and downstream. In the end, under the control of Leiming's right hand thunder light, the thunder unicorn rushed down aggressively, and there was a violent explosion. The light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Advertisement. When the light from the explosion dissipated, the small hill not too far away from everyone was blown flat because of the ninjutsu that Leiming just performed. Sasuke suddenly widened his eyes full of excitement and power-hungry eyes, excitedly whispered to himself, this is it, I always want to get a strong power. This is it, if I have this power, even Uchiha Itachi. If you can't kill him, you can definitely injure him seriously. FK. Good. What a terrifying power, isn't this too exaggerated? Naruto jumped on the spot in shock and exclaimed. Leiming swished in front of Naruto and said with a smile, don't be envious, the lightning style ninjutsu I just did is an extended ninjutsu of Chidori lightning style, of course, you can continue to develop your Rasengan. Said Leiming turned around, chakra on the right hand rotated and condensed, and a Rasengan appeared, saying, the Rasengan developed by 4th Hokage has reached the A-level difficulty just to learn and master it. However, this ninjutsu has further possibilities. Once it is completed, the power will be at least S-level ninjutsu, not weaker than the lightning style unicorn just now. Naruto, watch it. This is the upgraded version of Rasengan, wind style, spiral shuriken. Buzz buzz buzz. It's such a piercing, dehao jiao, treble, such a strong sense of oppression. When Sasuke saw the spiral shuriken, he couldn't help but whisper to himself. He also felt the threat of death on it. Although the momentum was not as exaggerated as the unicorn, the degree of danger was definitely not weak. Leiming felt that it was almost done, and threw the spiral shuriken forward forcefully. Buzz buzz. Crack. All the trees blocking the route of the spiral shuriken were cut in two, and then exploded in the distance, turning into a huge round ball of light. Sasuke clearly saw through his Sharingan that the forest covered by the white light ball was almost instantly cut into pieces by countless chakras like small knives. Then cut into dust. Chapter 158. Yo. Hello. 9 Tails, please subscribe. Seeing the huge hole blown out by the wind-style spiral shuriken thrown by Leiming, Sasuke opened his eyes. Sharingan's eyes were full of determination, and he secretly thought, I must learn this ninjutsu too. Wow wow wow. What a powerful ninjutsu, this one is amazing, I want to learn it, I must learn it. After seeing the power of the wind-style spiral shuriken, Naruto jumped up and down clamoring to learn it. After casting the wind-style spiral shuriken, Leiming walked up to Kurama Yakumo, summoned a special writing brush from the seal on the wristband, handed it to Yakumo, and said, "This writing brush is specially made for me. You customize it, as long as you enter chakra into it, you can draw the picture you want in the air for a short time, and you can also directly write characters in the air to depict the spell." As he spoke, Leiming entered his own chakra in front of Yakumo, and wrote a big fire character in the air. Immediately, a big red fire character appeared in the air, and the fire character stayed in the air for a full 30 seconds before slowly fading and disappearing. When the font disappeared, Leiming shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "I don't have your ability, and I can't convert illusion into reality, so this writing brush is just a small toy for me, but it is given to me. If you use it, the effect will be greatly different." "Thank you, Master Leiming." Yakumo happily took the brush that Leiming gave her, followed Leiming's instructions and suggestions, entered his own chakra into it, and then simply drew a group of small stones in the air, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Picture. Yakumo formed a mudra with one hand again, swiped lightly in front of his body, and shouted, turning emptiness into reality technique, "Flying fire meteor." Boom 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 boom. Immediately in the sky above their heads in Lyming, there were countless small stones dragging long flame tails, passing over their heads, and the position where they smashed down was exactly the place where the Lyming wind-style spiral shuriken was before, inside the big pit that was blown out. "Wow, it's really possible, it's amazing." Naruto opened his mouth wide, watching the flames pop across the sky. Then, with the excited look of a super curious baby, the flying fire meteor made by Yakumo arrived at the edge of the big pit. Similarly, Sasuke is interested in seeing all-powerful ninjutsu. I also chased after Naruto. Advertisement. After arriving at the edge of the big pit, Naruto and Sasuke could still feel the scorching heat wave from inside the big pit. Naruto and Sasuke stood beside the big pit and waited for 5 minutes. Naruto tilted his head and asked curiously, "Huh? It didn't disappear. What Captain Lyming drew just now disappeared soon." In order to prove whether these things are real, Naruto even picked up some branches and leaves from the nearby woods, and threw them into the pit casually. Boom. Roaring. Soon, the twigs and leaves thrown in were immediately burned. Lyming, Yakumo, Bai, and Shinue also walked over together, and said with a smile, "Yakumo's illusion has the ability to visualize before, and I gave her a custom-made brush, as long as Yakumo's chakra enough, no matter what can be drawn. The more and stronger chakra is input, the longer it will take for her to draw something concrete." Having said this, Lyming's heart suddenly moved, and he thought of an attention, and looked at Kurama Yakumo with interest. According to Lyming's current appearance, he can be regarded as a super handsome guy. Let me ask you, being stared at by a super handsome guy for a long time, even a woman can't stand it. Sure enough, Kurama Yakumo was also embarrassed by the look, rubbed his two little hands together, lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Master Lyming, what are you doing looking at me like that? Just say what you want." Lyming coughed twice, and laughed, "I just thought of a note, and I want you to help test it. It happens that Naruto is here, and I really want to try it." Naruto saw Lyming looking at him with scorching eyes, CCEC, and suddenly felt like he was being watched by a monster, and said in a panic, Captain Lyming, what do you want to do?" "It's nothing, I just want you and Yakumo to complete an experiment together," said Lyming's eyes. Sharingan opened, Sanbuyu spun quickly. Then, the next moment, in a dark place like an underground prison, Lyming, Naruto, and Yakumo entered this place together. Advertisement. Naruto looked around curiously, looking up and down. "What is the place of Tao? Why does it seem to be very familiar?" "Of course I'm familiar with it. This place is where the 9 tails are sealed. It's the sealed space inside your body." Lyming smiled and led the two of them forward together. "WH. What? 9 tails, the place where 9 tails are sealed? Captain Lyming, why did you bring us here? That fox is a super dangerous and ferocious monster." Naruto told. He almost jumped up and said in a hurry, "It's nothing, I'm just curious. I want to see with my own eyes what the real 9 tails demon fox looks like. Opportunities like this one are rare. As for why I brought Yakumo with me, of course I want to try. Let Yakumo's ability to concretize with illusion in the real world outside, and see if he can conjure a 9 tails." Lyming said with a smile. When watching Hokage ninjas in his previous life, he saw 9 tails demon foxes on the computer. He really wanted to see how scary the real 9 tails were. Hearing Lyming's thoughts, Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama Yakumo looked at Lyming with wide-eyed eyes almost at the same time. What? Captain Lyming, your head isn't broken, is it? You actually want to visualize that kind of monster? It's very dangerous, super dangerous. Okay." Naruto almost jumped in front of Lyming, want to stop Lyming's crazy move. And Kurama Yakumo, who was walking beside Naruto, suddenly became stiff, stretched out his fingers tremblingly and pointed forward, and said in horror, "Ming Naruto. That. Huh. I see, it's right in front of you, Naruto, it's useless to stop you now." Lyming smiled and pushed Naruto, who was blocking in front of him, and strode forward to the front of the cell with the seal. Showing a bright smile, he looked at the monster in the cell and said hello. Hello, 9 tails." Boom. Lyming just said hello, and a few sharp claws came out from the iron door of the cell. Chapter 159. Yakumo Illusion. 9 tails visualized. Show up. Please subscribe. Yo. Hello. Nine Tails. Lyming had just greeted him with a smile on his face, and suddenly grabbed a few sharp claws from the iron door of the cell. Boom. Nine Tails' claws hit the solid iron door with a loud noise, and a gust of wind was brought up by the claws, blowing Lyming's long hair wildly, dancing. Facing the furious Nine Tails, although Leiming kept a bright smile on his face, he was actually a little nervous in his heart. Inside the huge prison door, one can vaguely see Nine Tails looking at him with a ferocious expression, making Leiming think in his heart, fortunately, Fourth Hokage's sealing technique is strong enough, otherwise, I really wouldn't how dare you get close to it. Facing the real Nine Tails, it's still a little scary. The red chakra of Nine Tails' demon fox slowly leaked out from the gap in the prison door, recondensed outside the prison door, and turned into a new Nine Tails demon fox head with two front paws crawling on the ground. 036076, 031, 076, 071. The Nine Tails demon fox head that had been transformed again opened its huge mouth and roared another round of extremely menacing roars at Leiming. It's those eyes again, the stinky brat from the Uchiha family. The guy the first hate the most. What do you want to do here, brat? Nine Tails, who had finished roaring and intimidating, asked Leiming with a vigilant glare. Leiming smiled and waved his hands, and said with a smile, oh, it's nothing, it's purely my personal interest. I just want to see with my own eyes what the legendary Nine Tails demon fox looks like. So I came in. Ho 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 ho. What? You, brat, you have to limit your arrogance. Don't think that if you have a Sharingan, lousy really has nothing to do with you. Hearing Leiming's words, Nine Tails immediately became angry, feeling that his majesty was severely challenged by Leiming. Advertisement, arrogant. No, I am not arrogant, what I said is the truth, but I am very happy to see your real deity with my own eyes. Oh, it's time for my illusion, Nine Tails, let's talk again next time. By the way, before I leave, I want to ask you to cooperate with me in an experiment. Leiming suddenly seemed to feel something, smiled and waved goodbye to Nine Tails. Then, Leiming imitated the movements of Sasuke and Hokage in the previous life, the 5 fingers of his right hand formed a claw, and suddenly grabbed the Nine Tails chakra condensed into a fox's head, and then twisted it tightly like this. Boom. The red chakra of Nine Tails was crushed immediately by Leiming. The next moment, outside the real world, the bodies of Naruto and Yakumo trembled slightly, and their eyes quickly recovered. Naruto turned his head around, looked left and right and said to himself, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Have we come out yet? Phew. Finally came out, every time I see that fox, give me a strong sense of oppression. Leiming smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder with his hands, and said with a smile, Naruto, if possible, I hope you can rely on your own strength to go to the depths of the seal from time to time, and communicate with Nine Tails properly. If you can rely on yourself, if you completely subdue Nine Tails with its power, it will become your strongest support. Subdue. Subdue Nine Tails. Can I do it, Captain Leiming? What you said is simple, Naruto said weakly after hearing what Leiming said. Ahahaha. It's not too difficult, how can you challenge the limit, Naruto, isn't your dream to become a Hokage? According to legend, Master First Hokage captured the nine-tailed beasts and redistributed them to other ninja villages with his own power. If Fourth Hokage hadn't been protecting the village, or because of some special reasons, he would have been able to suppress Nine Tails on his own. Hearing what Leiming said, Naruto's eyes lit up and he said, What, Captain Leiming, what do you mean? When I can subdue Nine Tails, it will prove that my strength has reached the level where I can become a Hokage. Leiming smiled and nodded, of course, advertisement. Sasuke looked at Naruto's reaction from the side, curled his lips speechlessly, and said to himself, super idiot, isn't this too easy to lie? After mobilizing Naruto's enthusiasm, Leiming immediately turned his head to look at Kuruma Yakumo beside him, and said, Yakumo, I have just used illusion to take you to the sealed space in Naruto's body, and I saw the Nine Tails demon fox with my own eyes. Try it quickly, can you use your illusion to conjure a Nine Tails in the real world? I want to challenge Nine Tails to try it myself. Asking for flowers. Do you really want to draw? Well, I'll try. Kuruma Yakumo carefully recalled in his mind the appearance of Nine Tails that he had just seen in the sealed space inside Naruto. The brush in her hand began to draw in the air, but for some reason, when Yakumo Wawa converted the illusion into reality, it was obviously very relaxed. When she wanted to visualize the Nine Tails demon fox drawn by the pen when Kurama Yakumo's beautiful and cute little face immediately turned white with a brush, and large drops of sweat began to appear on his forehead, dripping down his cheeks. Kurama has never felt the whole person suddenly alright. The small hand holding the brush began to tremble violently, and the chakra in the body was like a flood that opened the gate, pouring down the brush in his hand towards the picture of the Nine Tails demon fox under the brush. At this time, Kurama Yakumo immediately began to have green and purple chakra mantras emerging from her body surface, and began to crazily draw the chakra from the surrounding nature into her body to support Yakumo. Cloud performs ninjutsu, a phantom materialization. Kuruma Yakumo's current state is like a switching machine, operating at overload, inputting a large amount of fairy art chakra absorbed from the surrounding space into the illusion under her pen through her body. 10 minutes later, in the forest not far from Lyming, by Shinue, Naruto, Sasuke and others, a Nine Tails demon fox with fiery red fur and nine tails slowly appeared. As soon as this demon fox came out, it showed a ferocious face and glanced around. The 9 tails behind it danced wildly, hitting the surrounding ground with dust, and the trees burst and flew. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 160 Parallel Imports 9 Tails vs Uchiha Leiming. Subscribe. Ho 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 ho. Yakumo used her magic power to concretize, and it was really hard to transform the 9 tails demon fox. As soon as the 9 tails came out, they roared angrily at Leiming and the others, and the 9 tails behind them danced frantically, smashing the surrounding ground with dust and blowing up the trees. Not good. Get out of the way. Leiming, who noticed something was wrong, immediately backed away. At the same time, Yakumo, who had lost his strength due to excessive use of the ability to visualize the illusion, was also hugged by Bai's waist, leading her to dodge back quickly. Naruto, Sasuke, Renmara, Curan, Shinue and others naturally also retreated quickly. In order to test the 9 tails conjured by Yakumo with illusion, what percentage of the power of 9 tails, and how much wisdom is there, Leiming did not retreat too far. 443. But at the same time that Leiming stepped back, he conjured up dozens of kunai with special runes carved on them from the seal on his wristband, and threw them in the direction of 9 tails. Squeak squeak squeak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These shurikens are blessed by Leiming with lightning-style chakra, and the speed of shooting is almost comparable to the speed of light. The gust of wind caused by the dancing tail of the 9 tails demon fox could not stop the shooting of these kunai, and soon these kunai pierced deeply into the body of the 9 tails demon fox. Puff 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 puff. 0360760360360331. After being shot by Leiming's kunai, 9 tails immediately became enraged, scratching all around with his claws. Boom 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 boom. The surrounding ground was exploded by the huge force of 9 tails, and a large number of trees were shot into pieces. The 9 tails conjured by Yakumo with illusion, seems to have some brain problems. It doesn't have as much personality as the body sealed in Naruto. Leiming muttered to himself while forming seals with both hands. Advertisement. Shouted. Flying Thunder God Technique. Whoosh. After casting the Flying Thunder God Technique, Leiming's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had already flashed to the middle of 9 tails' forehead. Leiming used the soles of his feet to firmly attach himself to 9 tails' head with chakra, so as not to be thrown away by 9 tails' head throwing action. Right in the middle of 9 tails demon fox's forehead, just enough for 9 tails' eyes to see him, Leiming's eyes Sharingan opened, and 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Buzz buzz. Facing the illusion transformed into 9 tails, Leiming released his illusion. However, after 9 tails in front of him was hit by Leiming's illusion, his body only froze for a short moment, and then he glared at Leiming with fierce eyes, and let out an angry roar. 0360760360760331. Illusion is useless. Or is it because my Sharingan level is not enough? Mangekio Sharingan must be needed to control it. Try again and see how resistant and resilient the 9 tails created by Yakumo are. Powerful. Leiming murmured to himself while analyzing and fighting, clenched his fist with his right hand. Chakra broke out on the fist, aimed at the middle of 9 tails' forehead, and punched down hard. Weird power fist. Drink. Boom. Leiming's strange power punch this time was full of strength. 9 tails' head was hit head-on, and the smashed head immediately fell down hard, hitting the ground with a huge roaring sound. Kage. After smashing the strange power fist, Leiming even faintly heard the sound of bones breaking, but before 9 tails was completely enraged by this fist, Leiming had already used the Flying Thunder God technique again, dodging to a tree tens of meters behind treetop position. Ho 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 ho. Sure enough, when 9 tails climbed up again, the fiery red hairs all over 9 tails stood on end angrily. Perhaps because of extreme anger, red chakra exploded outside 9 tails' body. Advertisement. Can the 9 tails conjured by the illusion also have the effect of the fox clothes? Leiming's doubts had just arisen. Over there, the 9 tails demon fox has spotted Leiming's direction and opened its huge mouth. Buzz buzz buzz. In front of the 9 tails demon fox opening its mouth, there was a black ball of light that was rapidly growing in size. What is that? Tailed beast bomb. Damn it, it's just a fake created by illusion, but it can also use tailed beast bomb. This is too exaggerated. Leiming exclaimed at the same time, facing the sky, he waved his hand and shot a kunai full of thunder. Roar. Leiming just took countermeasures. A super huge black-tailed beast bomb shot over from the opposite side. It pushed and crushed all the way invincibly. All forests, land, and mountains that blocked the tailed beast bomb's route were all destroyed, crushed into dust. Good time. I also want to try 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. How much chakra does it take to transfer a tailed beast bomb? Flying Thunder God technique. Bang. Buzz buzz. When the huge black-tailed beast bomb collided in front of Leiming's Flying Thunder God technique, a huge space depression clearly appeared in the space in front of Dangming. Then, the entire tailed beast bomb suddenly disappeared, and when the tailed beast bomb appeared again, it had already appeared in the air 1,000 meters above the ground. Boom. The tailed beast bomb exploded in the air, immediately lighting up a considerable area of the sky with red light. After sending a tailed beast bomb, Leiming wiped off the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and smiled with a slightly upturned corner of his mouth. Phew. Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a legendary bug in the Hokage ninja world. It is really easy to use, but it's a pity that if you want to teleport a tailed beast bomb at once, it will consume a lot of chakra. Be careful when using this trick against tailed beast bombs. However, after 0.5, when Leiming looked at the 9 tails in front of him again, he found that the body of the 9 tails conjured by Yakumo's illusion had begun to fade little by little until finally disappearing. Leiming nodded, touched his chin, and said to himself, it seems that the 9 tails that can be conjured by Yakumo's illusion, only the body shape and violent temper are closer to the deity. As for the strength of the main body and the amount of chakra, at most it is not enough. It's only about a tenth of the original 9 tails. Well, although it was only a parallel import 9 tails, it was a good experience. When we deal with other tailed beasts in the 4th Ninja World War, we will be prepared. Chapter 161. When Mingzo is training, please subscribe. The battle between Lyming and the parallel 9 tails seemed fierce, but in fact, the real battle only took about 10 minutes, and Lyming completely exhausted the parallel 9 tails. Naruto, who stood watching the battle from a distance, stared wide-eyed, looked at Lyming in disbelief, and said in surprise, FK, is Captain Lyming so powerful? Sasuke stood next to him, took Sharingan back and closed his eyes and said, Captain Lyming is very strong, I admit it, but the main reason why 9 tails can be eliminated so quickly is that this 9 tails is not the real 9 tails, and its strength is weaker than the deities, far. Lyming appeared beside Naruto and the others and said with a smile, indeed, Sasuke is right, however, there are not many opportunities to fight real tailed beasts in this era. Okay. Regarding Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo's ninjutsu practice arrangement, I have already made it. After Yakumo has rested, you can start painting. Your ability to turn illusions into reality, and your chakra, it is related to the amount of input, and it is also related to the strength of your thought input. As for 22 Naruto and Sasuke, this is for you. Leiming conjured a special chakra paper from the seal of the wristband. This is a paper to test the attributes of chakra. After inputting your chakra, you can identify several attributes of your chakra, for example. In order to conduct experiments, Leiming showed them face to face. Hold the paper between your index and middle fingers and type chakra. Hiss. The paper split in half down the middle. Such a phenomenon shows that your chakra is of the wind attribute. If there are other attributes of chakra in your body that can stimulate the input paper, it will be like this. Crash. Change to a new piece of chakra paper, and as Leiming enters the new attribute chakra into it, the paper suddenly tightens and becomes wrinkled. This is the phenomenon of the thunder attribute chakra. Again, fire chakra's words, boom, advertisement. Leiming changed a piece of paper again, inputting chakra of another attribute, and the chakra paper caught between his fingers immediately caught fire. In addition, the chakra paper held in Hanlin's hand, after inputting chakra, the paper directly becomes fragments, and pieces of it shatter and fall. The chakra paper in the white hand becomes wet immediately after entering chakra. Do you understand? If you understand, let's experiment quickly. Naruto happily took the chakra paper, and pressed the chakra paper with both hands to input chakra. Hiss. Captain Leiming, I am chakra of the wind attribute. Sasuke took the chakra paper and after entering the chakra, the paper first became wrinkled and then caught fire. Leiming nodded, and said to himself in his heart, sure enough, the chakra attributes of the two of them are still the same as the original, there is no difference. Very good. Now that you have verified your chakra attributes, you can start your own cultivation. After getting down to the ground, Leiming picked a leaf from the tree and handed it to Naruto. If you want to practice the wind-style spiral shuriken, you must first master the change of the nature of the wind attribute chakra. Like me. Imagine the wind chakra rubbing against each other, thinner, sharper. Cutting the leaves is the first step to mastering the wind chakra. In order for Naruto to understand what Leiming said more deeply, Leiming also specially explained it in Yakumo's ear, and asked Yakumo to draw a schematic diagram for Naruto in the air. After reading it, Naruto nodded immediately and said, oh, I probably understand. Then, Leiming turned his eyes to Sasuke and said, as for Sasuke, you have already learned Chidori, so your situation is different from Naruto, because with the help of Sharingan, you can see the changes of chakra faster, and then adjust accordingly. However, if you want to master the lightning-style unicorn, you need to control chakra more precisely. You must also be able to accurately grasp the natural lightning power. In order to exercise your control over lightning, start from this. As Leiming said, he made a special chessboard out of the seal on the wristband. Under the chessboard, runes were engraved, and the middle of the runes was engraved with a large Huxia character for thunder. Advertisement. There are handles on both sides of the board, on which Leiming holds both hands and enters chakra. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Immediately on the top of the chessboard, slight current jumps appeared, and then under Leiming's control, they first turned into numbers, from 1 to 9, and then an article completely changed from lightning to display appeared on the chessboard. Article. And then, under the input and control of Leiming's chakra, vivid animals suddenly appeared on the board. Horses transformed into thunder and lightning, cattle and sheep, rabbits. Leiming looked at Sasuke in a blink of an eye and said, whenever you can rely on your own strength to do what I just did, you can enter the next step of lightning-style Kilin's cultivation. Okay, I understand. Sasuke took the chessboard from Leiming's hand and immediately started his practice. As for Naruto, he also started to pick off the leaves, trying to cut the leaves again and again. In the original 700, Naruto completely relied on the Shadow Clone plugin to shorten the time to practice wind-style spiral shuriken. However, Naruto did not tell Sasuke and Naruto that there is still such a cheat. You can say that Leiming is bad-hearted, or that he wants to abuse the master. In short, he just wants to see how long it will take for the two sons of the Hokage ninja plane to be able to do it without using the plug-in master ninjutsu above Super S level. Time passed quickly in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, a year passed. Naruto and Sasuke are doing their practice under a hot spring waterfall in the country of hot springs. Although there was no hint from Leiming, following continuous practice, Sasuke miraculously discovered the magical effect of the shadow clone practice cheat. Naruto and Sasuke, each standing under a hot spring waterfall, Naruto conjured dozens of shadow clone at one time, using his wind attribute chakra to cut the waterfall. Sasuke created 10 shadow clones to control the small animals created by the lightning-style chakra, resisting the water flow of the waterfall and keeping the small lightning animals from dissipating, even if he succeeded in cultivation. Chapter 162 Ming Zuo Sakura vs Kakashi, Superior, please subscribe. Under the guidance of Leiming, time flew by and 3 years passed. On this day, 3 teenagers appeared in front of the gate of Konoha village. Naruto first looked up at the gate of Konoha village, and then rushed into the gate with a grinning grin. Konoha village Shunin, who was guarding the gate, naturally recognized Naruto at a glance, so he didn't stop him. After Naruto rushed through the gate, he jumped a few times and landed on the top of a telephone pole. He opened his hands with a smile and shouted, "Konoha village, I'm back." Sasuke, who followed behind, raised his mouth and whispered to himself, "Super idiot, after 3 years, his personality still hasn't changed at all." After growing up, Yakumo has basically cured her disease completely by practicing the fairy art taught by Leiming, relying on the powerful fairy art energy to nourish her body at all times. Yakumo has also turned into a slender little beauty, and many Konoha village villagers passing by her will turn their heads to look at her. Brother Naruto. Welcome back. From the street far away, the Konohamaru trio ran over as soon as they heard the news of Naruto's return. Naruto jumped down from the pole, stood in front of Konohamaru, and smiled. "Yeah, I'm back. Brother Naruto, during your absence, I have honed my ninjutsu well. Watch it change." Boom. Before Konohamaru had time to use the famous ninjutsu taught by Naruto, the little Sakura rushed over from behind, walked on the head with a fist, and knocked him to the ground on the spot. Konohamaru was beaten to the street, with smoke coming out of his head. Little Sakura gritted his teeth with a terrifying expression and said, "Konohamaru, how many times have I said, Naruto's boring ninjutsu is not allowed to be used by me outside, it's embarrassing, okay? By the way, you are also the grandson of Lord Third Hokage." After teaching Konohamaru a lesson, little Sakura glared at Naruto with unfriendly eyes, and said angrily, "Naruto, you too, you are not allowed to exchange such boring ninjutsu with Konohamaru in the future. Do you hear clearly?" Yes, I know." Naruto was frightened by little Sakura's aura on the spot, and nodded quickly. And then, the little Sakura saw Sasuke in a blink of an eye, and immediately changed her face again, turning into a small bird, and said to Sasuke shyly, "Sasuke, welcome back." Advertisement. Seeing little Sakura like this, Naruto sighed weakly, and then complained next to him, "Little Sakura, obviously Sasuke and I came back together. How can you treat them differently? Get out. Can you compare with Sasuke? He is a handsome and powerful man." Little Sakura blocked Naruto with his fist angrily. Boom. Naruto subconsciously blocked with one hand, his arms collided in the air, and the bodies of the two shook. "Huh? Naruto, I haven't seen you for 3 years. Your strength has grown a lot?" Little Sakura was slightly surprised. Naruto shook his tingling arm, and smiled wryly, "Little Sakura, you too. You are so strong, not much weaker than Sister Shinue and Grandma Tsunade." Half a day later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura reported in Hokage's office. As in the original book, Tsunade asked them to fight Kakashi to test their 3-year cultivation results. In Konoha village's battle training ground, Sasuke, Naruto, small Sakura and Kakashi distanced themselves and confronted each other. "Oh, Master Tsunade is really good at calling people. Come on, let me see how much progress you 3 have made," Kakashi said, taking out 2 bells from his pocket and hanging them on his waist. Hey, try it and you will know. Multiple shadow clone technique," Naruto said while making mudras with both hands. Bang 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 bang. Naruto cloned more than a dozen shadow clones and rushed towards Kakashi. At the same time, Sasuke, who was standing behind, suddenly jumped up, jumped high into the air, made a gorgeous spinning movement and threw countless hands Riken and Kunai. Whoosh whoosh. This is the Uchiha family's shuriken throwing technique. There are shurikens that can bend in all directions. Sasuke, your progress is not small. Kakashi immediately took out kunai from his waist, and waved it in front of him. Open shuriken attack. Ding ding ding. At the same time, towards the Naruto shadow clones surrounded by Kakashi, they made seals again, and then cast ninjutsu at Kakashi with their palms together, shouting, "Wind style, gale palm." Hoo. Advertisement? Huh? Naruto's attack method has changed. Is it thanks to Leiming's teaching? When Kakashi noticed something was wrong, he immediately formed a mudra with his hands. Stand-in technique. Bang. Boom. Kakashi's stand-in stake, after being hit by Naruto shadow clone's wind style, was instantly blown into splintered wood fragments. Is it missing? Where is it? If there is no front, no back, and no top, Then, the only possibility is the bottom. Look at me, strange power fist. After looking around, little Sakura quickly made a judgment, clenched her right fist, and punched down hard on the ground in front of her. Boom. 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 The ground in front of little Sakura was hit by little Sakura's fist, and there was a violent explosion. The terrain changed and the ground cracked everywhere. Kakashi just emerged from the crack, his eyes widened and he looked at little Sakura in shock, and said in shock, "This is Master Tsunade's. I can't think of anyone besides Leiming and Shin-Yue who can learn Master Tsunade's trick." Naruto. Mr. Kakashi, you don't have time to be amazed by Sakura's power now. Wind style, Gale Tornado. Sasuke. That's right, teacher, if you deal with Zhao carelessly, you will lose miserably. Fire style, Dragon Fire technique is pure. Naruto and Sasuke did not know when they stood together. One of them used wind style, the other used fire style, combined ninjutsu and rushed towards Kakashi. The wind assisted the fire, which further enhanced the power of fire style, resulting in a powerful flame dragon, which opened its huge mouth and bit Kakashi. Seeing the menacing ninjutsu of the opponent, Kakashi immediately put away his contempt, made mudras with both hands, and shouted, "Water style, water barrier." Boom. Zzz. The powerful fire dragon collided with a huge water wall, producing a large amount of water vapor, which just covered Kakashi's figure, and Kakashi quickly took the opportunity to escape. Chapter 163 Ming Zuo Sakura vs Kakashi. Down, please subscribe. Ziz. The fusion ninjutsu of fire style and wind style released by Naruto and Sasuke hit the water barrier released by Kakashi, instantly burning the water wall into a large amount of water vapor smoke. It was also taking advantage of the cover of the huge water vapor smoke that Kakashi dodged and hid in the woods behind. Hiding in the woods, Kakashi reached out and touched Jiraiya's latest masterpiece in the ninja bag on his back, and then sighed, "Oh, it was easy to deal with them before, but now. Oh, it seems that I don't have time to read books. I really care about the development of the story behind." In the original book, Jiraiya's latest masterpiece was given to him by Naruto, but in this world, because Naruto and Sasuke practiced with Lyming, how did Kakashi get the book in the ninja bag? Mr. Kakashi, where are your eyes looking? Lightning style, Chidori body flicker technique, Chidori sharp gun. From the top of Kakashi, suddenly the blue arc on Sasuke's body flickered, the lightning in his right hand jumped, and a blue lightning long knife slashed towards Kakashi from top to bottom. What? So fast? Kakashi was also taken aback by Sasuke's speed, and immediately dodged back, narrowly dodging Sasuke's sneak attack. Hey. Got it, 1,000 years of death, wind style, Gale Palm, Uzumaki thruster. Uzumaki Naruto did not know when, and had already hid behind not far from Kakashi. The two shadow clones spit out a powerful wind style from the palms. Naruto in front jumped up and stepped on the wind style played by the shadow clone behind him. Whoosh! Naruto's body suddenly rushed towards Kakashi's back like a cannonball, made a classic 1,000 years of death pose, and aimed at Kakashi's back door to assassinate. What? Kakashi was taken aback again. Fortunately, Kakashi had already pushed the forehead protector covering Sharingan up. Relying on Sharingan's powerful insight, Kakashi jumped up and narrowly avoided Naruto's sneak attack. After dodging Naruto's sneak attack, Kakashi quickly dodged and retreated tens of meters away, looking nervously at Naruto and Sasuke on the opposite side, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Said, "Phew, it's really dangerous. In a sense, it was a CCDJ shot just now." Advertisement. Kakashi just took a breath, and there are countless Naruto shadow clone from all directions of the forest, surrounded Kakashi. Sure enough, it's a familiar move. If the sneak attack fails, should we use crowd tactics instead? With years of combat experience, Kakashi can easily deal with shadow clone Naruto's attack. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the shadow clone was blown up by him one after another. To Kakashi's surprise, among these shadow clones, 4 shadow clone Naruto suddenly approached, and quickly sealed their hands and shouted, "Lightning style, Chidori style." Squeak squeak squeak. The 4 Naruto shadow clones actually displayed Sasuke's ultimate move, and the 4 Naruto shadow clones surrounded Kakashi, and a powerful lightning style electric attack burst out from them. Is my Chidori advanced ninjutsu? Sasuke, you are really clever. Did you actually use shadow clone to become Naruto and launch a sneak attack? But it is a pity that Chidori was developed by me, from lightning style. Thunder net. Kakashi immediately formed a seal with both hands, and spread his 5 fingers in front of him, shooting out countless lightning style grids, forming a special lightning barrier defense around him, blocking the Sasuke's sneak attack. Earth style. Heart beheading technique. After blocking Sasuke's sneak attack, Kakashi's voice came out immediately under the ground around Kakashi, and Sasuke, who performed Chidori's sneak attack, was pulled into the ground one by one in an instant, and then exploded by the Kakashi hiding underground. Bang 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 bang. 4 balls of white smoke burst. Standing in the distance watching Sasuke's main body, Sharingan opened it to see the battle situation of all the people in the field, frowned and said to himself, Kakashi has already prepared for it. He has hidden the shadow clone underground in advance. Sure enough, you are indeed Mr. Kakashi, but we are not so easy to deal with. We are not the little devils that you can knock down at will. Little Sakura rushed out from Sasuke with a smile, clenched her right fist, and pointed at the ground where Kakashi's shadow clone was hiding, punched hard. Mr. Kakashi, you really like hiding underground. Look at the move, Whalakwan. Advertisement boom. Little Sakura's fist hit the ground heavily, and the ground exploded immediately, and the Kakashi shadow clone hiding underground was blown up by a series of powerful shock forces. Bang 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 bang. The little Sakura immediately exploded the 6 shadow clones that Kakashi transformed into and hid underground. As for the ground where Kakashi's shadow clone hid, within a radius of tens of meters, all of them were destroyed badly. Kakashi was shocked by the powerful strange power of little Sakura and stared again, and said to himself, my god, is the destructive power so terrible? Absolutely can't be hid by little Sakura, otherwise. Her hair was clipped. Even Naruto, who was ready to come off the bench at any time, was frightened by little Sakura's strange power punch. Gudong. Sasuke, why do I feel that little Sakura is getting more and more dangerous? If I joke with her in the future, will I be beaten to death by her? Naruto swallowed and stood beside Sasuke said. Sasuke frowned uncontrollably and said, I don't know, anyway, I don't like joking. Naruto glanced at Sasuke speechlessly and said, yes, little Sakura has always liked you, so she couldn't bear to hit you. Sasuke clasped his hands together, his eyes became sharp instantly, and said, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about defeating Teacher Kakashi first. Don't play with Teacher Kakashi. Use fairy arts. Huh? Are you using the magic so soon? Although Naruto was shocked, he activated the magic with Sasuke, with a fairy face on his face. Sasuke and Naruto dodged, and at the same time, one in front and one behind, they dodged to Kakashi's side, and they both punched at the same time. Not good. What is this form of yours? Kakashi knew that something was wrong when he noticed that Naruto and Sasuke had turned into Sage Mode and rushed to the side. Naruto and Sasuke's fist, although he dodged, but chakra outside the Sage Mode fist still hit Kakashi accurately. Chapter 164 supports Sand Shinobi Village, please subscribe. Boom. The fists of Naruto and Sasuke obviously missed Kakashi, but Kakashi's body was covered for a while, and disappeared into white smoke. Naruto and Sasuke maintained the forward and backward attack posture, and fell into a short sluggish state. Naruto. Nani. Why shadow clone again? Sasuke. Damn it, Kakashi-sensei is as cunning as ever. The little Sakura jumped in front of Sasuke and Naruto, stared at the appearance of Naruto and Sasuke, and asked in surprise, huh? What do you look like? You have also learned fairy arts. After Sasuke heard little Sakura's words, he was also slightly surprised and said, little Sakura, what do you mean, you can also use fairy arts? Little Sakura raised her head proudly and said, of course. I learned the art of immortality under the guidance of Master Tsunade. Saying that, little Sakura made a seal with both hands, and a diamond-shaped forehead ornament appeared on the top of little Sakura's forehead. After the rhombus-shaped forehead ornament spread out and turned into a cursed seal, little Sakura's face also showed the appearance of a fairy face. I heard from Master Tsunade that this fairy art is a new fairy art that Captain Lyming participated in modifying Lord Tsunade's seal of 100 prosperity. Little Sakura pointed to her fairy face and laughed. After Sasuke heard the little Sakura's words, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled and said, it's really interesting. If you say it this way, the three of us will know how to perform magic tricks. If that's the case, Mr. Kakashi. Doomed not to escape our palms. Naruto grinned and said, hey. Yes. One of the abilities of Shienju is to sense the surrounding chakra. Then, the little Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke closed their eyes and felt it for a while, then opened their eyes together, pointed in one direction, and said, there. Whoosh whoosh. Advertisement Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura dodged together, and when they reappeared next time, Kakashi was surrounded and pinched between them. Then, each of the three had an extra handful of kunai in their hands, which each pressed against a vital part of Kakashi's body. Kakashi's back, neck, and heart were pressed against each other by a kunai point. Seeing this situation, Kakashi had no choice but to raise his hands high and smiled wryly. Oh, you three have made great progress. I am no longer your opponent. What Kakashi thought of was, sure enough, people who have learned the art of immortality are really difficult to deal with. Just like fourth Hokage, they can easily perceive changes in everything around them. They have a strong fighting power. That's right, as a direct disciple of fourth Hokage, Kakashi has of course seen fourth Hokage perform celestial arts, so when he saw Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura's sage transformation, he actually gave up wanting to continue fighting thought out. Seeing Kakashi's surrender, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Leiming and others who had been hiding to watch the battle all showed up. Leiming first nodded to Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura in satisfaction, then turned his eyes to Kakashi and said with a smile, Kakashi, you are still too modest. You still haven't used your hidden strength, otherwise, Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura won't win so easily. Kakashi spread his arms and smiled, Captain Lyming, have you noticed? That's right, that ninjutsu is too dangerous. If it's not for dealing with the enemy, it's better to use it sparingly. It's too expensive for me. Understand. Understood? Lyming nodded in agreement. Naruto, who took back the senjutsu, looked at Kakashi and Lyming left and right, tilted his head and asked in confusion, Mr. Kakashi, Captain Lyming, what are you two talking about? Don't play charades, it sounds very itchy. Little Sakura suddenly looked at Sasuke next to him, as if thinking of something, blurted out, "Idiot, of course Teacher Kakashi and Captain Leiming are talking about Sharingan. I heard that Sharingan has evolved to the highest level. There is a pupil technique called Mangekio Sharingan." Just when Naruto wanted to continue asking questions, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared from a distance, half knelt in front of Tsunade, handed Tsunade a scroll, and reported, "Master Tsunade, this is just sent by San Shinobi Village letter for help." A letter for help? What? Akatsuki raided San Shinobi Village, and Gaara was captured by Akatsuki's men. Tsunade opened the scroll, and after seeing the information inside, he was so shocked that he almost tore the scroll inside. Naruto was the first one who couldn't sit still when he heard that Gaara had been arrested. He looked at Tsunade nervously and said, "Grandma Tsunade. If Gaara is arrested, we must not sit idly by. If there is a mission, count me in." Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Tsunade glanced at the crowd and saw Leiming nodding with a smile, Kakashi spreading his hands, and Jiraiya's silly grin. Okay, I see. I announce that this mission to rescue the 4th Kage Gaara will be carried out. Let's go together, Tsunade ordered decisively. Okay. Thank you Grandma Tsunade. Hearing Tsunade's promise, Naruto immediately laughed happily. Okay. Time waits for no one. I'm leaving now. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, Kakashi. All of you come to my side and put your hands on my shoulders. Leiming stepped out towards the outside. Good. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, and Kakashi walked to Leiming's side together, and put their hands on Leiming's shoulders or back. Master Tsunade, we are leaving now. Flying Thunder God teleportation technique. I only saw Leiming's hands forming mudras, and with a whoosh, Leiming, Sasuke, Kakashi and others disappeared together. When they reappeared next time, they had already appeared in the sandy land 100 meters outside San Shinobi Village. Summoning technique. After arriving at the periphery of San Shinobi Village, Leiming made a seal with his hands again and pressed them on the ground. Bang 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 bang. After the white smoke exploded, 4 people appeared, Curan, Renmara, Shiro, and Uchiha Shinue. Naruto looked left and right, opened his mouth and said, "It's amazing. Flying Thunder God technique, it's really an amazing space ninjutsu. How far can we teleport us all at once?" Sasuke squatted down and dug in the sand, and sure enough, a stone with special runes was dug out under their feet. "Captain Leiming, this must be your masterpiece, right? This should be the coordinates of your space ninjutsu?" Leiming nodded with a smile, and said, "Sasuke, you are still so perceptive. That's right. I buried this in advance. It was just for my travel convenience. I never thought it would come in handy today." Chapter 165. Healing the Injured and the Old Child Chio, please subscribe. Leiming took Sasuke, Naruto and they walked towards San Shinobi Village together, and when they reached the distance not far from the entrance of San Shinobi Village, a ninja from San Shinobi Village jumped out immediately. 2 San Shinobi Village ninjas dressed as Chunin asked Leiming respectfully, "Are you Mr. Leiming?" "Thank you Mr. Leiming for supporting our village. Mr. Tamari is already waiting for you inside. In addition, I heard that Master Leiming, Master Shinue, and Master Bai are all disciples of Master Tsunade, right? Master Tamari is waiting inside and needs your help." "Okay. I got it. Let's lead the way." Seeing the other party's serious expression, Leiming knew that they must help heal Kankuro's poisonous wound. The work of the original work was completed under the auspices of little Sakura. But now, because of the existence of Bai in this, 377, Wade also has 2 medical ninjas who are quite good at medical ninjutsu. When they were taken to the ward, the 2 quickly entered the working state. The 2 beautiful girls pressed their hands on Kankuro's body at the same time, and there was a green light emitting from the palms. Soon, they had observed the severity of Kankuro's poisonous injury through medical ninjutsu, and thought of a corresponding treatment plan. Shiro and little Sakura looked at each other, then nodded to each other, and little Sakura immediately ordered to the surrounding San Shinobi Village medical ninjas, "You all come here. If you want to treat Kankuro, you need to prepare some special antidotes. The name of the medicine I reported below. You must send the medicine to me as quickly as possible." Shiro emits green light from one hand to treat the poisonous wound in Kankuro's body, and the palm of the other hand turns into blue light, emitting icy cold air to suppress the spreading speed of the poisonous wound at the wound. The little Sakura on the other side, with the cooperation of the medical ninjas in the surrounding San Shinobi Village, quickly processed various medicinal materials to make special potions, and then mixed the potions in each test tube according to a certain ratio to adjust the sun. Advertisement. In less than 15 minutes, little Sakura had successfully prepared the potion that could cure poisonous wounds, poured the potion into a basin, stirred it, and handed it to Shiro immediately. "Sister Bai left it to you." "Okay. I got it. Thank you, little Sakura." Shiro's blue radiant palm pressed against the surface of the water in the basin next to him, and under Bai's guidance, the healing potion was like a good baby. With the traction of her palm, she slowly drilled into Kankuro's wound. "Little Sakura, come here, help treat his injury, and I will guide the dilution and detoxification of the potion." White eyes carefully fixed on Kankuro's wound, and said softly, "Okay, Sister Bai." Little Sakura hurriedly took over Bai's treatment. The 2 cooperated very tacitly. It took less than 10 minutes to suppress the poisonous wound on Kankuro, who was critically ill. Moreover, as Shiro continued to replace the antidote potion put into Kankuro's body, Kankuro's expression looked the visible speed began to return to normal and became rosy. The medical ninjas at the nearby Sand Shinobi village immediately looked at the two of them with admiring eyes when they saw this place, and exclaimed, "You are truly the disciple of the legendary Master Sanin Tsunade, so amazing." At some point, an old woman with an old face came in, looking at Shiro and Lil Sakura treating Kankuro with complicated expressions. In the eyes of the old grandma, in a trance, she seemed to see the Tsunade with blonde hair and twin ponytails. The grandma couldn't help but sighed in a low voice and said to herself, "Sure enough, Konoha village is better than us in terms of cultivating talents." Seeing the two of them, it is clear that the two little Tsunade are the same in front of me. Konoha village is really full of talents, there is a successor. The Sand Shinobi village ninja next to him respectfully asked the grandmother, "Grandma Chio, what did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing, I didn't say anything, it's just that I'm old and like to talk nonsense." Advertisement. The old grandma smiled and looked at Leiming, who was standing beside her, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "Oh I heard your name is Uchiha Leiming. It seems that there are not many little ghosts left in the Uchiha family?" Hearing Grandma Chio's unkind words, Sasuke frowned immediately. Curan folded her arms around her chest and grabbed the little hand on her arm, and involuntarily clenched her arm. Naruto couldn't help being the first to jump out, pointing at Grandma Chio and glaring, Hey, where is the old woman from? What are you talking about? Don't think that you were great just because you were an old man. No matter how dare you speak so freely talking nonsense, I can still hit the old man." "Oh Are young people nowadays so unbearable? If it were decades ago, who dared to talk to my old woman like that, would have already died on the street." After looking at the celebrity, Grandma Chio didn't care that Naruto was about to explode with anger, as if she was really not afraid of Naruto's attack on her. "What did you say?" When Naruto was told by Chio's mother-in-law, he suddenly felt that an unknown fire was about to burst out of the sky. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to teach this ignorant old woman a lesson. The Sand Shinobi village ninja next to him saw that Naruto was about to attack, and immediately shouted, "Stop! What are you trying to do? Do you know who this lord is? How dare you attack Grandma Chio? I don't care who she is. She dares to stand in front of me. Captain Lyming, what are you stopping me for? I want to help you vent your anger." Seeing that Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward, Lyming suddenly stopped Naruto. 0.1, put one hand on Naruto's shoulder, looked at Grandma Chio with a smile on her face, and said with a smile, "Grandma Chio, the daughter of Tsunade, the land of wind consultant, Sand Shinobi village's top puppeteer, an all-round ninja who is good at taijutsu, medical ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. For a big man like you to use words to stimulate Naruto, who has not yet grown up, and set a trap in advance, you are really naughty." After listening to the series of messages reported by Lyming, Naruto pointed at Granny Chio and said in disbelief, "What? Was this old woman with almost all her teeth really so powerful before? She plotted against me. How could she plot against me?" Chapter 166 Secret Contest and Rescue 4th Kage. Please subscribe. What? Was this kind of old woman whose teeth were about to fall out really so powerful before? She plotted against me. How could she plot against me? Seeing Naruto pointing at her nose and scolding herself like this, Grandma Chio's cheerful smile remained unchanged, but her eyes suddenly became sharper. Grandma Chio gently hooked her right index finger like this, and Naruto's hands and feet suddenly became uncontrollable, twisted into weird postures like a marionette. Plop. Naruto's hands and feet seemed to be twisted and suppressed to the back, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. "Captain Lyming, what's going on with me? Please help me, don't laugh there." Naruto's hands and feet were twisted and pressed to the back, and cold sweat broke out from his painful forehead. "Idiot! Stop howling, show me a little more clearly." Hanlian rolled her eyes in disdain, and a pink crystal 22 appeared in the palm of her right hand, and she gently grasped it with her 5 fingers. The pink crystal was immediately crushed by Julian's small hands, turning into crystal dust as fine as dust, falling towards Naruto's side. Soon, thin pink lines began to appear beside Naruto. If you look closely, these thin lines clearly look like hair-thin chakra. Looking along the direction where these lines originate, it is easy to see that these thin lines all extend from the fingers of Grandma Chio. After Naruto saw the thin chakra thread on his body, he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. He looked at Grandma Chio with shock in his eyes, and said angrily, "Damn it, after working on it for a long time, it's really you, the old woman, who is plotting against me." "Oh, if it wasn't for the Uchiha's little devil, I would not just tie your hands and feet, old lady." Advertisement. Then Grandma Chio looked up at Lyming and said with a smile, as expected of the kid from the Uchiha family, "You still have a keen sense." Lyming smiled and waved his hands, saying, "Grandma Chio, you're overwhelmed." While talking and laughing, Lyming walked past Naruto with a smile, seemingly without doing anything. The chakra lines binding Naruto's hands and feet were all cut off. Seeing this phenomenon, the ninja who had been standing beside Grandma Chio immediately widened her eyes and looked at Naruto, who stood up again. "Oh, what a fast speed, kid. Your physical skills are also very good." Although Chio's mother-in-law is getting old, she didn't see clearly what Lyming just did. But with her sophisticated experience, she quickly made an accurate judgment. After being reminded by Grandma Chio, the ninja next to him immediately looked at Lyming with even more disbelief and exclaimed, "No way, did he use taijutsu just now? Why didn't I see it?" Whoosh. Just after this ninja said this, Leiming, who was still in front of him just now, suddenly disappeared, and when he rediscovered the other party, Leiming had already stood behind him without knowing when. And Leiming stood behind him with a smile, patted his shoulder lightly, kept a bright smile on his face, nodded and winked at him with a smile. Leiming's operation immediately frightened the ninja so much that cold sweat broke out on his back. If Leiming appeared behind him with hostility, he would already be a corpse at this moment. Grandma Chio kept her smile on the side, with a golden light shining in her eyes, and said with a smile, "The kid from the Uchiha family is also very good at practicing the body flicker technique." Both Leiming and Grandma Chio seemed to be smiling, saying hello to everyone, but in fact, the two of them have fought secretly more than once. To some extent, this is also a kind of ninja village to test and demonstrate against each other. On the other hand, Konkuro's injury has almost been healed. Under the treatment of Shiro and Sakura, who are highly skilled in medicine, Konkuro soon regained consciousness. Advertisement seeing that the atmosphere in the room was not right, Konkuro scratched the back of his head in doubt, and said, "What's going on? Why do you all have such weird expressions? Grandma Chio, it's Scorpion who came back, and he and another person took Gaara away." Konkuro, who came to his senses, quickly told Leiming and Chio grandmother about all his experiences before. After listening to Konkuro's report, Grandma Chio no longer wanted to compete with Leiming any longer. I went out immediately to discuss countermeasures with Gao Kong from San Shinobi Village. Naruto, after hearing the clues about Gaara, has been in a hurry. In the lounge arranged for them by San Shinobi Village, he walked back and forth anxiously, looking at the door from time to time. He said, "Why haven't they come? Why haven't they come? Gaara has been taken away for so long. If you don't save people, it will be too late." Leiming, who was leaning on the chair, closed his eyes and said, "Don't worry, rescuing 4th Kage is not a trivial matter. It's not surprising that San Shinobi Village needs to make corresponding arrangements. It shouldn't make us wait too long." Sure enough, not long after Leiming finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and Grandma Chio walked in, accompanied by several ninjas from San Shinobi Village. The difference from the original 030 is that Tamari walked in with a big iron mountain on his back and said to Leiming and the others, "Captain Leiming, we have already discussed it. Mother-in-law Chio, me, and a few of them will take the lead to form a team with you. The first rescue team." "Okay. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Seeing that he could finally go, Naruto was the first to jump out and rushed out of the room first. When jumping forward among the trees on the road, Naruto was also at the forefront, with an anxious look on his face. Grandma Chio looked at Naruto's back and the look on her face, and couldn't help asking Leiming next to her, "Uchiha's kid, why is the kid in front so anxious? The one who was taken away was obviously the 4th Kage of our village." Leiming said seriously, "Maybe it's because of the relationship with Jinchuriki. Naruto and Gaara have similar fates, and he has experienced almost all of Gaara's experiences. So, when he heard about Gaara's accident, he was more anxious than any of us. Even though the number of times they saw each other was limited, Naruto still regarded Gaara as his most important friend." Chapter 167 Gaara is inside, please subscribe. Hearing what Leiming said, Grandma Chio looked at Naruto in surprise, and said, "Is he the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of your Konoha village? What is that little girl Tsunade thinking? The enemy's goal is obviously to catch tailed beasts. How dare you send him out?" Leiming laughed and said, "Catch Naruto? Humph, he's not that easy to catch. Instead of hiding, it's better to let Naruto deal with it head on. This is how Master Tsunade handles it." Because of Leiming's intervention, they set off much earlier than the original rescue team. Renmara, who was following Leiming, had red pupils emitting red light, pointed to a cave in front of him, and said, "I can feel that there are many people with powerful chakra coming from the cave in front of me." "A lot. A mighty chakra guy?" Leiming raised his eyes to look forward, and said with a smile, "It seems that we came at the right time." The Akatsuki members in the cave ahead are all using special sealing techniques and are extracting Shukura chakra from Gaara's body. Black Zetsu White Zetsu with a yin and yang face looked at the man with Rinnegan standing in the middle, and said with a strange laugh, Hey, it seems that San Shinobi Village is moving very fast this time, and someone has already come outside. Even Konoha Village sent reinforcements." The man with the Rinnegan in the middle moved his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Although there is a seal outside to resist it, I don't know how long it can resist it. Speed up. Also, Itachi, Kisame, go out and delay them." When Shao's members heard the order from the boss, they all nodded in agreement. "Yes. Oh, what a hassle, there's no time to rest." The figures of dried persimmon, Ghost Shark and Itachi disappeared from the cave very quickly following the changes in the imprints in their hands. As for the outside of the cave, two men in black clothes with pictures of fire clouds stood up slowly. Advertisement Hoshigaki Kisame twisted his neck, pressed his hand on the handle of the large sword shark muzzle on his back, and said with a smile, Hey. I want to fight the powerful enemy sent by Konoha Village. I don't know how long this body can last." Uchiha Itachi stood up silently and said calmly, "Let's go." "Well, you are still as indifferent as ever." Ganshigui Sha grinned, showing sharp shark-like teeth. At the same time, Lyming and the others on the other side had rushed to the outside of the cave. Knowing that Gaara was captured by the enemy and locked inside, they were stopped outside. "Ah! Rasengan! Damn it, what the hell is this? Why can't it be smashed?" Naruto rubbed Rasengan again and again on his right hand, but every time he could only smash a big hole on the boulder blocking them, then the boulder is always repaired quickly. Naruto fell into a state of panic, the pupils of both eyes turned red. Seeing this situation, Leiming immediately pressed his right hand on Naruto's shoulder, and a powerful suction came out from Leiming's palm. The Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body, which was about to go berserk, was quickly absorbed by Leiming into the slime space in his body. And shouted, "Naruto, calm down. There's a seal on this stone, and it cannot be opened with brute force. No matter how many times you destroy it, as long as the power of ninjutsu you use is not enough to defeat it once, it will absorb your ninjutsu chakra, quickly repairing the damage you just caused." After Leiming absorbed the excess Nine Tails chakra in his body, Naruto finally regained his composure, looked at Leiming anxiously, and asked, "But, Captain Leiming, Gaara is obviously inside. Should we see him in danger? Can't you do anything?" The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly, and he said with a smile, "This sealing technique is indeed troublesome in terms of its effect, but it's not really that perfect." As he said that, Leiming summoned a scroll from the seal on the wristband, opened the scroll, and there were clearly 4 vivid eagles painted on it. I saw Leiming making seals with both hands, and shouted, "Imitation, super animal fake painting." Bang 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 bang. The white smoke exploded, and Leiming summoned 4 eagles that were about the size of a child from the scroll. "Everyone divide into 4 teams, follow an eagle to the place where the seal runes are attached, protect them, and I will give an order later, let them tear up the seal at the same time." Advertisement. Seeing what Leiming did, Naruto immediately asked anxiously, "Why is it so troublesome? Can't we tear it apart ourselves?" "No. This sealing technique is not an ordinary seal. It needs to be torn off at the same time. If either party moves slowly, it won't work. Naruto, if you want to rescue Gaara as soon as possible, you must listen to me." Leiming's rare sharp eyes, he glared at Naruto and said sharply. Seeing Leiming talking to himself in such a stern tone, Naruto was also slightly shocked, lowered his head and said, "Okay, alright." Leiming has read the original Hokage ninja, and he knows the sealing technique before him better than anyone present. He doesn't want to waste his subordinates fighting desperately with the imitation version of himself, which is simply a waste of time and energy. Leiming asked them to protect the eagle to go to the 4 seal directions, and at the same time handed each of them a rune paper with special runes drawn on it. Soon, the crowd dispersed into 4 teams and arrived at the place where the 4 seal blueprints were pasted. Leiming made seals with both hands and issued an instruction, "Tear." The 4 eagles stopped on the seal blueprint, each bit the seal blueprint with their sharp beaks, and tore it outward. Rip la 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 it. The 4 seal drawings were torn apart at the same time, from the surrounding soil, trees, and river water. An eagle, with the money, resembling the eagle that had torn the seal, appeared immediately. Naruto, who was forced to stay by Leiming, saw this situation, and suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, What's going on?" The corners of Leiming's lips turned up slightly and he said with a smile, "I didn't let you tear the seal just to prevent this. If we make a cloned version of Naruto, it will be more troublesome for us. But now, just deal with some eagles drawn with Yakumo's drawing ability, that's easier than eating and drinking water." Said, Leiming made a seal with one hand in front of his body, and the eagle summoned by Leiming immediately rushed towards the opposite clone as if going crazy, and the moment they collided fiercely. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 168 Rescue Gaara. Dedarav's Crystal Style Red Lotus, please subscribe. This special defensive barrier, just like Neji, Xiao Li, Tien, and Guy in the original book, tear off the seal blueprint, and a clone that is exactly like himself will be born to fight with him. The advantage of this kind of enchantment is that the stronger the enemy is, the stronger the avatar they create will be, and the longer it can hold the enemy. What Leiming is doing now is the reverse, taking advantage of the weakness of this enchantment, using the 4 eagles drawn by Yakumo, tearing off the graphic rune paper, and colliding with the transformed eagle clone to explode. Simple, clear, and efficient, it destroyed the opponent's strongest defensive barrier. Very good. Now, summoning Flying Thunder God. After Leiming controlled the 4 summoned eagles to destroy the enemy's defense, he immediately activated the summoning of Flying Thunder God. Whoosh whoosh. Sasuke, Small Sakura, Shiro, Gurren, and Temari, who were sent out before, were all summoned back by him. As for Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, they separated before, and when they were about to appear in front of Sasuke and Shiro, they suddenly disappeared. Hoshigaki Kisame was carrying a broadsword Samahata, grinning with raised eyebrows. Huh? Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Itachi turned his eyes to look in another direction, and said to himself, Time-space ninjutsu? After Leiming summoned Naruto and they came back, 743 clenched his right fist and aimed at the huge stone wolf in front of him and punched it. Look at me, strange power fist. Boom. The huge boulder on the opposite side was instantly shattered by Leiming's punch, and exploded into countless rubble, flying towards the cave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Advertisement inside the cave. There is a huge stone statue with 10 fingers on the palm, and 8 of them, each with a person standing on it. At the same time, what Naruto saw was that Gaara's body was slowly floating in the air, and a special group of chakra wrapped him in it, extracting chakra from his body. Seeing this situation, Naruto's eyes immediately turned red, and the pupils of both eyes suddenly became the vertical pupils of 9 tails. Damn bastards. How dare you treat Gaara like this, I'll kill you. Naruto let out an angry roar, and a powerful red chakra erupted from his body, covering Naruto's body in an instant. An angry Naruto rushed in with a whoosh, and raised his right hand high, turning into a huge red chakra palm, grabbing at the crowd on the cloth statue. When Naruto's nine tails chakra's palm swept down, most of those figures were fine. Chakra's palm passed directly through their bodies, went down with the momentum, and smashed hard on the ground, exploding the ground. The color of Lyming's eyes suddenly turned golden, and with a casual move on his right hand, he summoned a long knife from the seal on the wristband, and the purple thunder and lightning jumped violently on the long knife. Sage art. Lightning style, Chidori moon blade, boom. The lightning blade that Lyming's long knife cut off chakra that bound Gaara in one stroke. At the same time, Granny Chio, who stood behind and was in charge of supporting her, had decades of combat experience. Lyming rescued Gaara with her front foot, and she shot dozens of chakra threads from her back foot, entangled Gaara's body, immediately pulled Gaara back. Tamari rushed up immediately, caught Gaara and looked nervously at Gaara in his arms, and asked nervously, Gaara, wake up, are you okay? Grandma Chio also came over, and immediately began to treat Gaara with medical ninjutsu, and then said with a sigh of relief, it's okay. It's just that half of the tail beast chakra was taken out of his body, and he will be fine after going back to recuperate for a while. Standing on top of the statue in the cave, the man with Rinnegan looked at Naruto below, and Jung stared at himself with fierce eyes, frowning and asked, Jinchuriki of nine tails? Then, he raised his eyes to Leiming again, and asked, is there any Uchiha Leiming whose strength and talent are not inferior to Itachi's according to legend, CCDD? Advertisement. Seeing that there were ninjas with powerful auras such as Uchiha Shinue, Shiro, and Curan, he decisively formed seals with both hands, and said, I'm here today, although I haven't got Shukaku completely, but got half of it too. Geto statue, solution. As the man with Rinnegan lifted his ninjutsu, the huge statue quickly disappeared. Before the man disappeared, he glanced at Deidara and Scorpion, members of Akatsuki next to him, and said, the next thing will be left to you. Deidara laughed arrogantly and said, it's okay, leave it to me. This time I will not only take back one tail Shuhei, maybe I will even take back 9 tails for you too. However, Shie remained silent and just looked at Grandma Chio who was standing beside Leiming and the others. Dare to say, if you want to snatch someone in front of us, are you sure you can do it? Shinue and Honglin stood up together, blocking in front of Tamari. Can you? Try it and you'll know. Deidara quietly reached into the palm of his back pocket before, moved his 5 fingers flexibly a few times, and kneaded the clay spit out from the cracked mouth of the palm into the bird's body. Shape. Then he shot at Leiming and the others, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flying speed of these little birds was very fast, and they arrived in front of Honglin and Shinue almost in a blink of an eye. HMPH. Isn't it the mutant ninjutsu of Earth-style jutsu? I can do it too. Julian squeezed the crystal in her hand and turned it into pink crystal powder with one hand, and crushed 10 ninjutsu with the word, wind, inside, crystal ball. Wind style. Crystal style, wind whirl crystallization technique. The birds created by Deidara's clay ninjutsu just rushed into the pink smoke blown by the whirlwind, and their bodies immediately began to crystallize, turning into crystal birds and falling to the ground. What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Impossible, only my ninjutsu is the real art. Drink. Deidara shouted angrily. In Deidara's eyes, the clay ninjutsu that Curan used crystal-style ninjutsu to shoot down him is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they look shiny and turn into pink crystal birds, which have a different artistic beauty. This is what makes Deidara most unacceptable. What's going on? Why can't my ninjutsu be activated? Deidara tried several times in a row, and the crystallized clay bird turned into a squib and wouldn't explode. Chapter 169. Let's go to war. Don, please subscribe. Damn it, how could this happen? What kind of ninjutsu is this woman? I don't believe it. When Deidara saw that her ninjutsu had failed, she immediately went crazy. She scratched in her pocket with both hands, squeezed out dozens of flying bird clay bombs, and shot them in the direction of Honglin. This time, the flying track of the clay bird is even more weird, fast, showing an irregular turning and sprinting speed, rushing from all directions. Honglin didn't need both hands to link seals. She stomped heavily on the ground with one foot, and the red crystals quickly spread from her feet to the surrounding, in all directions. The diffused crystals seemed to be able to feel the bird bombs shot by Deidara. Immediately from the crystal ground, there are countless crystal flying needles, shooting upward from the crystal on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was like an anti-aircraft missile on the ground, chasing the bird clay bombs shot by Deidara. In less than a moment, all the clay bombs shot by Deidara were shot down, turning into crystal birds that fell to the ground, and some were even broken into pieces on the spot. In addition to these, the traps that Deidara quietly set, and the spider clay bombs that were quietly released behind the back, wanted to quickly crawl over the ground and attack from behind Honglin. But those spider-shaped clay bombs, just when their toes touched the crystal on the ground under Honglin's feet, they all turned into crystal spiders in an instant, fixed on the ground and unable to move. Deidara tried a few more times, and all the clay bombs that were touched by Curan's crystal-style ninjutsu turned into squibs and could not be detonated at all. Damn woman. Is she my natural enemy? B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** reaction, Deidara was almost vomiting blood from anger. Deidara, who was in a state of anger and rampage, didn't care that they were in a cave with a narrow space, and opened his mouth to spit out, clattering. A large amount of clay was spit out from Devour's mouth, and the clay quickly transformed into a clay bomb in the shape of a flying dragon, flying into the air with its wings flapping. Advertisement: go to hell. Drink. With the launch of Devour's ninjutsu, the clay bomb in the form of a dragon is about to explode violently, and Curan's crystal-style ninjutsu is too late to activate. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. When he saw Devour's crazy behavior, Leiming immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique, swish, swish, and sent himself, Naruto, and Sasuke to the outside of the cave at the same time. As for the explosion on the other side of the cave, it directly collapsed the entire cave. Naruto, who was sent out of the cave, although he was wrapped in the red nine-tails demon fox chakra coat, did not lose his mind as in the original book. The tail shape on the back of the demon fox's clothes has become 3 tails. Naruto, who is still rational, has a fairy face on his face, and his eyes have become the horizontal pupils of a frog and the vertical pupils of the nine-tails demon fox. Catch it in the cave. You bloody bastards, don't think that you can fool us by doing this, and I won't be able to find you if you hide. The red nine-tails demon fox chakra turned into a huge chakra palm, pressing down on the gravel in front of him with great force. Boom. The shattered rocks were suppressed by Naruto's giant nine-tails demon fox chakra, and a violent explosion occurred immediately. Whizzing. The mountain rock had just exploded, and 2 people flew out from the huge smoke. One was Deidara, and the other was Scorpion. Scorpion said to Deidara in a deep voice, "Deidara, there are too many strong enemies, let's retreat separately." Humph. I don't need you to remind me. Deidara snorted unhappily, and conjured a giant clay bird under her feet, flapping her wings and fleeing towards the distant sky, while the Scorpion retreated in one direction. Advertisement: seeing that the enemy was about to run away, Leiming turned up slightly recently and smiled. "Since you are here, don't rush away. You 4, spread the pursuit. If you can kill, don't show mercy." Yes. Shiro, Shinue, Renmara, and Curan immediately took orders and set off to follow. Grandma Chio looked at the direction in which Shay was fleeing, sighed with a complex expression, and then said to Leiming, "Shay defected from our village. The reason why he became what he is today. The old woman has an inescapable responsibility. I want go and deal with the Scorpion matter yourself. Gaara will leave it to Captain Leiming." Asking for flowers. "No problem, Grandma Chio, don't worry, Gaara is by my side, no one can touch him." Leiming nodded and said, "Thank you." Grandma Chiandai thanked her, then set off with a flash, and chased after Shay in the direction where Shay was fleeing. As for Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, who were eager to try and follow Akatsuki's members, Leiming stopped them in time. Looking at the woods in the other direction with a smile, he said with a smile, "You two, how long are you going to hide there? It's time to come out and show yourself." Hearing what Leiming said, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura all turned to look in the direction Leiming said. Sure enough, Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame in red clouds and black robes came out of the woods there. Kisame held the big knife behind his back. Samahata looked at Leiming and the others with fierce eyes and said with a smile, "Hey hey hey, unexpectedly, I was discovered by you. What should I do? Do you want to do it, Itachi?" Itachi just looked at his beloved younger brother indifferently. Even when he saw Sasuke looking at him with eyes full of hatred, there was only infinite comfort and happiness in his heart, and he said happily in Itachi's heart, "Sasuke, how long have you grown?" "It's grown up, it's grown taller and more handsome." Itachi's heart clearly loves his younger brother so much, but he deliberately uses provocative words on his mouth, provoking Sasuke. "Kikisame, it's up to you to fight whoever you want, but Sasuke will leave it to me." "Sasuke, I'm cute and stupid brother, let me see how much progress you have made over the years." "Hey hey, good, anyway, I'm not interested in that brat. Restocking tailed beasts is my favorite thing to do." After hearing Itachi's words, Kisame pulled out the big sword shark muscles on his back with a grin, and turned towards Naruto killed the past. Chapter 170 Fight Hoshigaki Kisame. Itachi, please subscribe. Kisame attacked Naruto. The blade was covered with barbs, and smashed down towards Naruto's face. Naruto leaned forward, grasped lightly with both hands in the air, and a long knife similar to Asuma's weapon appeared on each of his hands. Naruto held the long knife tightly with both hands, and the powerful wind attribute chakra was wrapped around the blade. Boom! Naruto crossed his long knives, easily blocking the shark muscle. Chirp chirp chirp. Huh. This is chakra of the wind attribute? Boy, you are quite powerful. You can even hurt the shark's muscles? The broadsword in Ginseng Ghost Shark's hand is a special biological weapon. It is alive. As long as it does enough damage to him, it can still hurt it, or even kill it. The long knife on Naruto's hands, the strong cutting force of the wind attribute chakra, has obviously reached the level of 6 zeros. That can hurt it. Sure enough, Teacher Lyming is right. The big knife in your hand is not an enemy version, although it can absorb chakra. As long as chakra is strong enough, I can kill it before it devours my chakra. Maybe. Want to kill my shark muscle broadsword? Heh 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 heh. Okay, I want to see if you have the strength. Hoshigaki Kisame clasped his hands tightly and fired at Naruto again and again. Onslaught. Thinner. Sharper. Recall that feeling. Naruto also held the long knife tightly with both hands, and kept compressing and controlling the wind-attributed chakra wrapped around the knife to make it sharper. Bang 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 bang. Chirp 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 chirp. No matter how ruthless Hoshigaki Kisame is, when he hears his beloved big sword, every time it collides with the long knife in Naruto's hand, he will let out a lifelong miserable howl, which makes Hoshigaki Kisame's facial muscles twitch uncontrollably twice. Moreover, with the increase in the number of collisions, the screaming sound of the big sword shark muscle became louder and louder at the back. Obviously, the destructive and damaging power of the long knife in Naruto's hand to the shark muscle is getting stronger and stronger. Damn it. I won't play with you anymore. Water style, 5 shark bomb technique. Advertisement at the back of the road. The big sword in Kanshi Kisame's hand didn't even dare to touch the long knife in Naruto's hand again, forcing Kazaki Kisame to switch to ninjutsu. Boom 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 boom. With the release of Kisame's ninjutsu, a large water curtain suddenly appeared in the air, and 5 water-condensed sharks were born in the water curtain, biting towards Naruto. Puff 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 puff. These water-turned sharks had just approached Naruto when they were chopped off one after another by the long knife in Naruto's hand, turning into splashes and falling to the ground. Water style, bursting water. Following Kisame performed ninjutsu again. From the mouth of Hoshigaki Kisame, a large amount of water was spit out and gathered into a huge tsunami-like water wave, rushing towards Naruto. Come here. If you are ninjutsu, I will do it too. Wind style, tornado. Naruto made mudras with both hands, and cast a powerful wind-style ninjutsu in front of him, creating a super powerful tornado. Not only did it block the water-style ninjutsu released by Kisame, but it also rolled up the opponent's water style and hit Hoshigaki Kisame in the opposite direction. Kisame saw Naruto use wind style to wrap his water style ninjutsu, and rushed towards him in the opposite direction, grinning, and quickly backed away, avoiding the coolness of Naruto's ninjutsu. But at this moment, suddenly, the 2 Naruto behind him cast wind style ninjutsu on little Sakura, shouting, wind style, gale palm. Little Sakura imitated Naruto, stepping on Naruto's palm to play wind style ninjutsu, and little Sakura's figure instantly accelerated. Look at me. Weird power fist. When the little Sakura punched, she wore a special metal glove on her hand, and smashed hard on the big sword Samahata with a bang. Hoshigaki Kisame's backhand defense was considered very fast. But helpless little Sakura's fist attack is too powerful. The powerful Kakisame on the fist can't block it at all. The big sword shark's muscle is smashed and hits the body of Kakisame in the opposite direction, hitting Kakisame's body like a cannonball fly backwards. Boom 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 boom. Hoshigaki Kisame's body was smashed on the ground, rolled and crashed towards the back. After Kisame's body stopped rolling, his body had become tattered, like a rag sack, and his hands and feet were all deformed. With a strange shape, I don't know how many bones have been broken. Naruto and little Sakura came together happily and high-fived each other. Advertisement smiling, great, the cooperation was successful. That's right. Get one done first. At the same time, Sasuke and Itachi on the other side first confronted each other quietly, and then, the leaves in front of them were blown away by the wind, and the moment they passed in front of them, the 2 rushed forward at the same time. The 2 hands danced at high speed, countless shurikens, kunai, and all kinds of hidden weapons, hitting each other as if they didn't want money. Ding 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 ding. In the short distance between the 2 of them, countless sparks shot out, all kinds of hidden weapons collided with each other, rebounded and scattered around, inserted into the surrounding ground, tree trunks, and hidden weapons were everywhere. After Naruto and Sakura Jr. knocked out Hoshigaki Kisame, there was time to stand by and watch. Naruto was stunned watching such a gorgeous kung fu fight, and little Sakura was even more dazzled by the sight. She put her fists with her hands next to her face and said obsessively with a red heart beating in her eyes, Sasuke, you are so handsome. Hearing little Sakura's words, Naruto's complexion suddenly became ugly, and he curled his lips angrily and said, TCH, Sasuke knows how to be handsome, I really hate you the most. After finishing the hidden weapon duel, Itachi was already very happy in his heart, and he was very relieved that Sasuke's growth rate was 5.3. However, when he got to the face and looked at Sasuke with contemptuous eyes, what Itachi said was true. Huh? The technique on the hidden weapon is good. It seems that Leiming taught you very well, I just don't know your ninjutsu. How is your practice? Fire style great fireball technique. While speaking, Itachi formed mudras with both hands and released a fire-style ninjutsu attack at Sasuke. Sasuke also made mudras with both hands and said through gritted teeth, how is my ninjutsu practiced? Don't you know if you try it yourself? Fire-style, great fireball technique. Boom. Sasuke and Itachi respectively released a huge fireball, which slammed into each other, causing a violent explosion. Chapter 171 Low-Profile Version Uchiha Itachi vs Uchiha Sasuke, please subscribe. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke yelled while Itachi was casting fire style, and he quickly joined hands together. Boom. Sasuke and Itachi's fire style spewed out huge flames and rushed towards each other. After they collided fiercely, a violent explosion occurred. Taking advantage of the huge smoke from the fire style explosion, Itachi's figure quickly disappeared, and when he appeared next time, he was less than 10 meters away from Sasuke. Itachi's eyes Sharingan stared at Sasuke mercilessly. Not to be outdone, Sasuke glared back with Sharingan. Buzz. The bodies of the 2 trembled slightly at the same time, and then they entered the illusion space set up by each other. In the illusion space, Sasuke fought Itachi with a long knife in his hand. When Itachi was not paying attention, Sasuke stabbed it hard into Itachi's heart. It's time for you to pay for the death of your family, Sasuke said coldly, holding a long knife. Really? Sasuke, do you think you can kill me so easily? Behind Sasuke, Itachi suddenly appeared, with a kunai backhand in his hand and thrusted down 22 fiercely into the back of Sasuke's heart. Pooh! Sasuke's body trembled slightly, he looked behind him with disbelief in his eyes, and said, when did you come here? But this is not over yet. When Sasuke asked this, another Sasuke appeared behind Itachi. This Sasuke raised a long knife in his hand, and chopped off Itachi's head. Ding! Itachi used kunai in his hand to block Sasuke's sneak attack in time, looked at Sasuke behind him calmly, and said, you have basically started using multiple illusions? Very good. Advertisement. Sasuke looked at Itachi with cold eyes, and said, you don't need to praise, in order to kill you for sure. I have practiced desperately under the guidance of Lyming all these years. Really? That's really hard work for you. Ding 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 ding, bang 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 bang. In the illusion space, Sasuke and Itachi once again launched a fierce fight. Naruto in the real world outside looked curiously at Sasuke and Itachi, and asked in confusion, it's strange, what's going on with the two of them? Why don't they move? The little Sakura glared at Naruto viciously, and said, idiot, the two of them should be competing in illusion right now, and they are both caught in their illusion space battle. Of course, the main body can't move. Is that so? Will Sasuke be in danger? Naruto asked a little nervously when he heard this. At this time, Leiming stood up and replied, it will be a bit dangerous. After all, the essence of competition in illusion is actually to compete with each other's mental power. If you are seriously injured, you will be severely injured mentally. If you are seriously injured, the same will happen. Life is in danger. What? It will be life-threatening. Then Sasuke, hearing Leiming said that life-threatening, little Sakura suddenly became nervous, looked in the direction of Sasuke with worried eyes, put her fists on her chest, prays Sasuke will be okay. Oh, I'm so annoying, what to do with such trouble? Why not just go up and kill Sasuke's bad brother? Naruto rolled up his sleeves, and said as if he wanted to rush up. Leiming rushed to stop him, shaking his head and said, no way. The illusion competition between Sasuke and Itachi can no longer be interfered, unless they exit the illusion space on their own, or the winner is really determined. Otherwise, it is best not to use external force to destroy it. They balance each other. Outsiders interrupted their illusion. It's okay to hurt Itachi, but it's not good to accidentally hurt Sasuke, right? That's right, Captain Leiming is right. Naruto, you are a super idiot. You are not allowed to go there. If there is any accident with Sasuke because of you, I will fight you. Little Sakura heard Leiming after saying this. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, then stared at Naruto fiercely and said, yes, if you don't go, why don't you go, little Sakura? Why are you staring at me with such scary eyes? It's scary. Okay. Stared at by little Sakura's fierce eyes, Naruto immediately refused to do it, said in a form of surrender. Sasuke and Itachi fought for countless days in the illusion space. In the end, both of them were covered in scars. Sasuke and Itachi punched each other hard in the chest. Then, the two people in the real world trembled in unison, waking up from the illusion. Although the corner of Itachi's mouth was bleeding, but deep in his heart, he thought with great joy and relief, very good. You are indeed my brother, your growth rate is really amazing. As long as you can keep growing like this, go on. Even if I'm not around in the future, you should be able to protect yourself well. Advertisement. Itachi was obviously very satisfied with Sasuke's progress in his heart, but what appeared on his face was another look. He said with a cold face, Sasuke, is your illusion only at this level? You still need to practice hard, otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me at all. Is that so? Then how about trying this trick? Sasuke jumped up suddenly, his body spinning in circles in the air. Swish 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 swish. From the seal of Sasuke's two-handed wristbands, Sasuke summoned countless shuriken kunai with special runes, and kept hitting Itachi's surroundings. Puff 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 puff. Itachi dodged all of Sasuke's kunai and shuriken very easily, and then looked up at Sasuke, who was still spinning in the air with a 450 face. Said, Sasuke, where is your shuriken shooting? This level of shuriken technique can't hit me, it's too different from your previous performance. Are you tired? Huh, want to know the answer? Don't worry, you will know soon. Lightning style, thunder grid? Sasuke, who was circling in the air, quickly formed seals with both hands, and then held the sky with one hand, condensing a ball of lightning, which slammed down towards you below. Huh? Is this Rinnegan from 4th Hokage? No, not like it? Boom. Squeak. Squeak. The lightning ball thrown by Sasuke is an upgraded version of the Rinnegan he learned. As the thunderball fell from the sky, the kunai and shuriken that Sasuke had previously shot into the ground on the ground. Suddenly, as if he had been summoned, powerful lightning burst out violently, forming a dense grid. The thunderball in the sky exploded and quickly expanded into a huge thunderball. The sky and the earth launched a killing blow together. Hee. Sasuke, you have really grown up. This ninjutsu is good, Itachi thought happily in his heart, and his body was quickly swallowed by the violent lightning. Chapter 172. Did Deidara blew herself up? Please subscribe. Rumble. After the powerful thunder and lightning explosion ended, the ground was already a large charred pit that had been blasted, and what lay in the pit were tattered corpses whose bodies had been blasted by the electric current. After landing again, Sasuke took a closer look, his complexion darkened immediately, and he said in a cold voice, I think something is wrong, so it turns out that this Itachi is not the real body. Leiming came forward with a smile, patted Sasuke's shoulder with a smile, and said, Sasuke, don't look so scary. Don't forget what I told you, keep smiling, you should smile a lot in life. Sasuke gave Leiming a displeased look, and said coldly, did you already find out that Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are not from the main body, so you dare to let me and Naruto deal with them? Leiming scratched the back of his head with a smile, and said with a laugh, hey, did you find out? I'm not afraid to tell you that it will make you unhappy, that's what I think. Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame probably used some kind of special ninjutsu, which can temporarily project about 1/3 of their own power onto these doubles. Huh? We have spent so much effort to kill the guys, you actually said that they are only about 1/3 of the strength of the body? Naruto crossed his chest in displeasure when he heard Leiming's words. Leiming nodded with a smile, and said, that's right, don't underestimate Kanshiki-same, if you meet his real body in the future, even you must not take it lightly, but does it have the title of tailed beast? Little Sakura looked at the knot far away in surprise, and was beaten by her and was lying in the ruins, and turned back to the original form of the dried persimmon ghost, and exclaimed, a tailed beast without a tail? Is he really that strong? Leiming smiled and turned to leave, saying, if I let him grasp the powerful terrain in the battlefield, I'm afraid even I will be forced to be quite embarrassing. Also, Itachi is a man with Mangekio Sharingan, if you really face Mangekio Sharingan, besides me and Shinue, the three of you had better find a way to escape. Mangekio Sharingan's horror is not something you can deal with now. Cut. Captain Leiming will scare us. Naruto put his hands on the back of his head and left behind Leiming. Sasuke gritted his teeth and glanced at the Itachi's stand-in who was killed by himself, and said in a low voice, the next time we meet, it will be your real time of death. On a small hill at an unknown distance from here, Kisame and Itachi, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened their eyes one after another. Hey, I didn't expect that group of brats to be quite powerful, we were fired so quickly. Kai Shigui and Shark looked at Itachi with a strange smile and smiled. Advertisement. Itachi slowly got up, turned and left and said, okay, the things here are over, let's move quickly. Hoshigaki Kisame picked up the big knife behind his back and said with a smile, yes. By the way, what does it feel like to fight to the death with your own brother? Itachi didn't pay any attention to Kisame's provocation, but was secretly happy in his heart, and walked away briskly. What I think in my heart is, I can finally be free, Sasuke, when we meet next time, I can die in your hands, maybe it is my best way to return. The battle between Sasuke, Naruto and Itachi has finally come to an end, and the battle on the other side is going on fiercely. Damn stinky woman, do you want to be so pestering? Hurry up and kill me, drink. Boom. Deidara stood on the top of the giant clay monster bird, fidgeting and constantly throwing out various clay bombs from his hands. Countless clay bombs exploded in the air around Deidara. HMPH, after scolding me so many bad words, you still want to run away? How can it be so easy? Hanlian stared at Deidara with sharp eyes and snorted coldly. Only the figure of Hanlian can be seen, constantly shuttling back and forth in the air around Deidara, her figure is as fast as teleportation. There were red crystals exploding under Guren's feet, which were crushed by her powerful feet. It was because of the technique similar to Shinigami's World Destroyer Phase Sickle's feet that Guren could also move at high speed in the air. Okay, Red Lotus, don't play anymore, end the battle quickly, that's the most important thing right now. Get out of the way, ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal. Bai didn't know when, stepping on an ice cube under his feet, it exploded, and he jumped into the air, his hands forming seals. Buzz. In the space around Deidara with a radius of tens of meters, countless mirrors condensed from ice cubes suddenly appeared. From these mirrors, Kumeli's figure appeared. Bai in the ice mirror, with the flying needle between the 10 fingers of both hands, shot towards Deidara fiercely. Advertisement. Whoosh. From all directions, countless ice needles shot towards Deidara like raindrops. Because of the fight with Guren just now, Deidara has no more clay in his back pocket. Now it is too late to make clay bombs in a hurry. Therefore, Deidara's body was quickly shot into a hedgehog, and his body fell weakly to the ground below. The main body has been knocked down, why is this big bird still flying? Come down with me, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* was wrong, and immediately threw out dozens of crystals from her palm. Kunai shot at Nian Shizaniao's body. Ka 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 ka. The body of the giant clay bird was soon covered by red lotus crystals, and then fell weakly to the ground below. Bang! Crack! Just as the giant bird was about to hit the ground, the heavily crystallized giant bird suddenly exploded. I saw Deidara, whose feet had been severely crystallized, glared fiercely at Honglian and Bai, who were slowly descending from the sky. "Zhao's good," and said madly and angrily, "You think this can defeat me? I'm telling you it's not that easy. Even if I die, I will drag you to die together. Let you see my true art. Art is explosion. Drink." Deidara's body suddenly began to swell rapidly, and it looked like he was about to explode, and it was a powerful ninjutsu. "Not good. Quickly defend. Ice escape. Crystal ice coffin." Bai yelled with seals on his hands. Hong Lian also reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands, shouting, "Crystal style, crystal flower coffin." Ka ka ka. The crystals and ice turned into beautiful coffins that quickly contained them, crashing head-on on Deidara's self-exploding blast. Chapter 173 Uchiha New Moon vs Puppet Master Scorpion. Superior, please subscribe. Rumble. The self-explosive ninjutsu launched by Deidara caused such a powerful destructive force that it almost razed a large area here to the ground. Bai and Honglian used ninjutsu to create solid ice coffins and crystal coffins for self-protection. They were all blown up by the powerful force of the big explosion, and they were thrown thousands of meters into the distance, fall down. With two bangs, two beautiful coffins were deeply inserted into the ground. Crack. 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 The coffin was shattered from the inside, and Bai and Honglian walked out of the coffin a little top-heavy. Bai put his hand on his forehead with a wry smile, and said, "Really, I never thought that guy would work so hard." After a short period of dizziness, Honglian shook her head twice and said, Just now, the speed of circling in the air was too fast, and I stopped suddenly, and I still feel a little uncomfortable. That damned bomb B****************** D, if he's not dead, let my mother meet him next time, my mother, I must make him look good." Shiro took Guren's arm and said with a smile, Okay, don't be angry, our mission is considered complete. Even if that guy doesn't die, if he gets hit by your crystal-style ninjutsu, he will definitely not be able to bear it when he goes back. Let's go back first. Alright. I just want to know how Shin-Yue and Renmara are doing. Bai 063 and Honglian, talking and laughing like this, jumped up and down on the way back. At the same time, at the place where Deidara exploded, Deidara's head suddenly popped out from the ground. Deidara, who got out of the ground, moved his legs with difficulty, gnashed his teeth and punched the ground hard, and said, "Damn stinky woman, don't let me meet you again next time, otherwise, I will blow you up." Although Deidara hid in the clay giant bird, when he found something wrong around him, he covered enough clay on his feet for defense. After seeing the light of day and removing the clay defenses on the surface, Deidara found that his legs, still a considerable part, were severely crystallized. As a result, when Deidara was walking, he could only limp and walk slowly away with difficulty. The key point is that slow walking is not the most uncomfortable thing for Deidara. What really makes him uncomfortable is that every time he takes a step, there will be a heart-pounding pain from his legs, which makes him feel so painful that he wants to chop off his own legs directly. Forget about the legs, sweat is all over the painful forehead. Deidara has been dealt with so miserably, so what about the scorpion on the other side? Advertisement. The screen jumps, CCDA, to the battlefield of the scorpion. Relying on Renmara's red eyes, Uchiha Shin-Yue has been chasing after Scorpio accurately. No matter how Scorpio tries to mislead them, she can't get rid of them. Sister Shin-Yue, be careful ahead, there is a trap. The location of the trap is. Lan Wan's eyes could easily feel the trap set up by the scorpion using the puppet mechanism. Understood. After hearing the coordinates of the trap reported by Renmara, Shin-Yue danced her hands quickly, and from the seal of the wristband, she conjured countless kunai and shurikens, and shot them towards those coordinates. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff, boom 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 boom. Among the kunai shot out by the new moon, quite a few of them had detonating symbols attached to them, so Ren Scorpion quietly hid in the distance, wanting to turn off the engine and make a sneak attack. Before his mechanism could be activated, it was blown up by all the kunai of Shin-Yue. Cut. The other party has a ninja with strong perception. It's really troublesome. Can you perceive my chakra thin line? If so, it's really troublesome. Grandma Chio, who was following Shin-Yue and Renmara, looked at Shin-Yue in amazement, then looked at Renmara and whispered to herself, "The ninjas in Konoha village are really talented. If our village can do the same, wouldn't it be nice to have such amazingly talented juniors appearing incessantly? It seems that our village must find a way to introduce and learn from the way Konoha village trains talents. Otherwise, the gap between Sand Ninja village and Konoha village will become wider and wider." Just when Grandma Chiandai was thinking about various problems, suddenly, Shin-Yue, who had been rushing forward, stopped, and looked at Scorpion, who was showing her body, with a smile on her face. He smiled and said, "What, don't you continue to run away?" Scorpion made a low and gloomy voice, and said, "If there are hanged ghosts like you who have been chasing after me, can I still go? I didn't want to kill people, but you forced me." The corners of Shin-Yue's mouth turned up slightly, and she said with a smile, "Kill me? Do you have the ability?" When Shin-Yue said these words, suddenly her body flickered, and she came close to Shay. Whoosh! Behind the scorpion, its long tail fiercely stabbed towards Shin-Yue's head. Shin-Yue just smiled and raised her hand to easily block it to the side. Advertisement. Bang! Boom! The tail of the mechanism shot from the back of the scorpion was smashed by Shin-Yue's punch. Even though it was covered with poison, it did not affect Shin-Yue in the slightest. One punch smashed Scorpion's tail, and Shin-Yue's other beautiful little fist immediately smashed towards Scorpion's head mercilessly. Boom! The scorpion's body exploded in response. A man with red hair flew out from the ruins of the explosion. The man looked at the small fists of Shin-Yue's hands, and found that the opponent's small fists were covered with a faint green light. Then the man nodded and said, "I see, is it the protection of medical ninjutsu? That's why you are not afraid of my poison." Shin-Yue shook her hand, and from the surface of chakra protecting Shin-Yue's hands, dozens of drops of venom flew out, and the venom fell on the surrounding trees and immediately made a sizzling corrosion sound. Looking at the other party, he smiled and said, How can I say that I am also Master Tsunade's disciple? Although my medical ninjutsu is not as good as Sister Bai's, I still have learned and mastered some basic things. Your poison is very harmful to me, it's useless. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Scorpion suddenly pointed his hands in the direction of the new moon, opened his palms, split open, and ejected something like a tube, pointing in the direction of the new moon. It was a burst of poisonous mist spray. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Not good, a-hole, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself too? Seeing a large amount of poisonous mist sprayed out by the other party, Shin-Yue and Renmara dodged back immediately, and then, Shin-Yue and Renmara simultaneously popped out too. Wind, engraved on the inside from the seal of the wristband. Crystal marbles. After the two injected chakra into the crystal marble, they flung forward violently. Bang 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 bang. Wind style, dragon roll. 4 powerful wind-style tornadoes rose in front of Shin-Yue and Renmara, blowing away all the poisonous mist sprayed by the scorpion towards the sky. Chapter 174 Uchiha New Moon vs Puppet Master Scorpion. Down, please subscribe. It turns out that the crystal marbles thrown by Shin-Yue and Renmara are powerful ninjutsu weapons made by using Curan crystal-style ninjutsu and Lyming special techniques. As for the inspiration of this ninjutsu, of course it comes from the scientific ninja equipment in the sequel of Hokage Ninja, Boruto biography that Leiming had seen in his previous life. Her looking at the powerful tornado ninjutsu in front of him, it not only blocked his poisonous mist, but also swept them all into the sky. Shie immediately put away the pipes in his hands, looked up at the tornado in the sky, and said with a smile, "Is that so? It's a very clever way. It seems that we can't deal with you without showing some real skills." A scroll suddenly slid down from the sleeve of Shia's right hand, opened the scroll, and showed it to Shinyong and Hanwanu. After the scroll was opened, there was a 3-character written on it. Boom. The white smoke exploded, and in front of Scorpion, a human-shaped puppet suddenly appeared. "This is my favorite puppet. How is it? Well done, right?" Scorpion smiled triumphantly. Seeing the puppet appearing in front of Scorpion, Grandma Chio widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "That is, third Kage. He is known as the strongest Kage in the history of Sand Ninja Village, unexpectedly. Shie, I can understand taking refuge in Shao, but it is unforgivable to betray the village. Old lady, I have to clean up the house today." Shie smiled very happily and said happily, "Really? Well, let's have a happy grandparent-grandson duel." Just as Grandma Chiandai took out the scroll from her body and was about to go forward to start a duel with Shie, Shin-Yue suddenly stood up and stood in front of Grandma Chiandai. He raised his chest and raised his cute little head, looked at Shie with provocative and disdainful eyes, and said, "What kind of playing are you doing? It's obviously a confrontation between you and me. Why do you want to change the target? Is it interesting to bully an old woman who is about to die? If there is a fight, the old lady will accompany her." While saying this, Shin-Yue stomped hard on the branch with her feet, and her body swished towards the scorpion like lightning. Grandma Chio didn't even have a chance to stop her. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. HMPH. It doesn't matter, you are all going to die anyway, it doesn't matter who comes first. Scorpion moved his hands and fingers together, controlling the puppet body of third Kage, and moved quickly. From the body of the third Kage puppet, countless puppet arms suddenly spewed out towards the small body of Shin-Yue. Advertisement, FK. What the hell is this? Shin-Yue saw countless puppet arms grabbing towards her, and some puppets held various weapons on their arms, and came towards her to assassinate. Fire style. How long in technique? Shin-Yue immediately yelled with her hands in seals, and spit out several powerful dragon-shaped flames in front of her. Boom 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 boom. These dragon-shaped flames collided with the arms of the starfish puppet that was being dealt with, and immediately a violent explosion occurred, and more than 99% of the large number of puppet arms that were shot by the opponent were directly blown up. Only a dozen or so puppet arms that were left to carry the explosion had just rushed to Shin-Yue's body, and were easily chopped into pieces by the long knife summoned by Shin-Yue's hands. Swish 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 swish. Ka 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 ka. The fragments of the puppet's arm crashed down. Shin-Yue raised her eyebrows and put the long knife in her hand on her shoulder, looked provocatively at Shie on the opposite side, and said, "If you only have this means, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible." In the original anime, the reason why the little Sakura fell into a disadvantage in the battle with the scorpion is because her combat experience is far from enough. On the other hand, the most important reason is that the little Sakura does not have the powerful ninjutsu like Naruto or Sasuke, so of course it will be more disadvantageous when fighting against the puppeteer purely with powerful physical skills. Okay. Since you want to see my other methods, I will satisfy you, let you know why third Kage is called the strongest Kage. Scorpion moved his hands and 10 fingers together, and immediately began to control the puppet of third Kage to open its mouth, and spit out the black iron sand of starfish from its mouth. Under the control of the third Kage puppet, the iron sand immediately condensed and formed in the air, turning into a huge triangular cone, whistling and spinning towards the new moon. "Come here, haha, my old lady, what I'm most afraid of is head-to-head encounters." After seeing the opponent's ninja, Shin-Yue not only didn't have the slightest fear, but became excited on the face. The seal of the wrist guards on both hands shone with light, and Shin-Yue actually wore special armor gloves and arm guards made in the Song dynasty on her hands. Asking for flowers. Shin-Yue crossed her hands in front of her body, resisting the opponent's triangular cone attack. Bang! Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The triangular cone hit the crescent moon's armguard, making a sharp sound of gold and iron rubbing against each other, and sparks burst out. Advertisement then, Xin Yue flicked her hands outward. Boom! The pointed cone of the triangle is bounced off by the crescent. Look at me! Weird power fist, it's here, boom! Xin Yue clenched her small fist in her right hand, and punched out hard. When she hit the triangular cone flew backwards like a cannonball, and hit the ground behind the scorpion fiercely, make a huge hole. Scorpion unconsciously looked back at the big pit behind him, and then turned to look at the opposite Xin Yue. The expression on his face was quite exciting. Grandma Chio was also dumbfounded watching from behind, and the corners of her mouth twitched wildly and said to herself, I should say, are you really the disciple of that girl Tsunade? This kind of terrible strange power, only they can fight. Bang 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 bang. Hey, let's continue. Xin Yue bumped her small fists twice, leaned forward slightly, and then rushed forward. Scorpion was startled when he saw the new moon rushing towards him like lightning, and immediately controlled third Kage's puppet to stand in front of him. Countless hidden weapons, organs, saws, sickles and so on popped out of third Kage's body, and he attacked and slashed towards the new moon. Xin Yue wears special armor and armguards in both hands, so she is not afraid of the opponent's sneak attack at all. It is just hard steel on the front. Bang 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 bang. All hidden weapons, saws, sickles, etc. that were hit by her small fist were instantly smashed to pieces. FK. Is this woman a monster? Scorpion sensed that something was wrong, and immediately controlled the puppet of third Kage, turning the black iron sand into a wall to block New Moon's attack. At the same time, he immediately opened the scroll again, summoned hundreds of puppets and sieged them desperately towards the new moon. Red secret technique 100 machines exercise, Scorpion shouted loudly. Cut, if there are more people than people, old lady, I used to play with Naruto every day. Chapter 175. Female local tyrant, Uchiha New Moon, please subscribe. Whoosh whoosh. Scorpion opened the scroll, summoned hundreds of puppets at once, and stood in front of him. All of a sudden, the front of Xin Yue was shrouded in large black shadows. However, facing an enemy that was 100 times larger than her own, Xin Yue not only did not show a look of fear, but instead showed an excited and contemptuous smile on her face, and said with a smile, Cut, there are more people than people, my old lady, I used to hold Naruto every day to play. It's just hundreds of enemies, and it's not like I haven't dealt with them before. Grandma Chio, who had been standing behind to watch the battle before and did not intervene in the battle, was shocked when she saw that Scorpion summoned hundreds of puppets at once. Suddenly, 2 more scrolls appeared on his hands, and he whispered to himself, Scorpion, I'm sure I read it right, old lady. You are the ninja with the strongest puppet master talent in the history of our village. Unexpectedly, you can already FK at the same time. 0000. Control the puppet on the shelf. It's a pity that you, who possess such a talent, have gone on an evil path. It's the old woman who I didn't take care of and guide you well. While muttering to herself, Grandma Chio took a step forward, as if she wanted to make a move. But at this time, Rinmara suddenly blocked Chio's mother-in-law's attack, and said with a smile, Grandma, you don't have to worry. This is not the first time Sister Xin Yue has dealt with this kind of battle. Don't worry, she will be fine. Granny Chio pointed at the puppets controlled by the opposite Scorpion, and said worriedly, but, if you want her to deal with so many puppets at the same time, will she be able to deal with them in time? Rinmara smiled and turned to look in the direction of Xin Yue, and said with a smile, Grandma Chio, if it is another Jonin, it is really difficult to deal with so many enemies at the same time. But don't forget, which family of ninja is Xin Yue's sister from? She was born in Konoha village, a descendant of the Uchiha clan. If there are more people than others, my old lady, I have never been afraid of anyone. What's more, I also have my own unique skills. This one is? But when Xin Yue felt it carefully, the puppet released by the Scorpion felt a strong sense of danger from it. Xin Yue felt bad all over. Xin Yue's eyes seemed to be eating people. She gritted her teeth and said with a smile, Damn, he is such a troublesome guy. It seems that ordinary methods are not enough to deal with him. You have to use that trick to deal with him, okay? Obviously, Xin Yue's experience in facing a large number of enemies must be quite rich. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is a guy who often likes to use crowd tactics against the enemy. Xin Yue has taught Naruto to practice more than once, so how could he be afraid of crowds? Advertisement. The premise is that it is not the time when Naruto explodes Nine Tails chakra and conjures almost endless shadow clone. After feeling the danger level of the puppet released by the Scorpion, the seal position of Xin Yue's 2-handed wrist guards flickered continuously, and she sprinkled handfuls of crystal marbles on a large area of the hundreds of puppets who were attacking. These small marbles, each of which has a small word lei engraved on it. Hey. When I was sparring with that brat Naruto before, he accidentally used 1,000 times as many people as me to beat me up once. Afterwards, I have a good summary of my combat experience. And the ninjutsu I'm going to use now is specially designed to deal with you, those who like to use crowd tactics to customize the ninjutsu. Lei Dao, Thundernet Storm. As Xin Yue formed seals with both hands, those scattered massive crystal marbles engraved with the word, Thunder, suddenly exploded at the same time, turning the large space in front of Xin Yue into a sea of thunder. Boom 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 boom. Zzzzzzzzz. Scorpion controlled over 100 of them to rush towards the new moon to kill the puppets, and immediately plunged fiercely into this powerful sea of thunder. What? This is... Oops! Scorpion, who found something wrong, quickly pulled back his hands, trying to control the puppets back. However, Shinyue's ninjutsu is too perverted. The combined power of these lightnings is no less than the power of a real natural thunderstorm. Therefore, less than 1/10 of the puppets controlled by the Scorpion could be pulled back intact in the end, and about 20% of the puppets were left in tatters after being baptized by thunderstorms. Either arms or legs were missing, and some even lost their heads. Seeing Shinyue's fighting style, the corners of Grandma Chio's mouth twitched twice uncontrollably. May I ask, when Shinyue and you were fighting before, they threw out things like beads. That kind of ninja equipment must be expensive to make. Grandma Chio turned to look at Rinmara beside her, her eyes serious asked. Rinmara thought for a while, and replied, is that the kind of bead you're talking about? It's called ninja bead, and it's a new ninja tool developed by Leiming-sama, Guren's sister and sister. These beads conceal some ninjutsu in advance. When needed, just use a specific ninjutsu to activate it. The price is 1 bead. The cheapest, I think it's around 1,000. Shish what? 1,000 beads? That girl, how many beads did you throw out just now? After hearing what Rinmara said, Grandma Chio felt as if her heart had been severely pounded with a hammer. Of advertisement. In fact, it's no wonder why Grandma Chio lost her composure like this. If calculated according to the number of beads that Shinyue just sprinkled out, it is simply not throwing beads, but throwing money all over the sky. Even if you secretly calculate the cheapest one, you will be reimbursed just like this without knowing how many millions of dollars. This is not fighting. This is F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Even Grandma Chio in Otherworld can't understand the local tyrants of Krypton Gold players. Ahem. Actually, Shin-Yue herself, why doesn't she feel pain? Those beads threw out 1/3 of her inventory, and she was so distressed that she couldn't help it, If you want to blame it, it's because Scorpion's puppet ninjutsu felt too threatening to her, forcing her to use her trump card. Therefore, only she knows how angry Shin-Yue is in her mood at this moment. Shin-Yue rolled up her sleeves, glared fiercely at Scorpion 5.8, and said, "Boy, you are dead, old lady, I will tear you down with my own hands." Speaking of which, Shin-Yue immediately rushed towards the direction of Shie aggressively. Boom 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 boom. Only the tattered puppets that were left could not stop Shin-Yue's strange punches at all, and Shin-Yue almost blasted them all with one punch. As for the Iron Sand Shinobi technique of the third Kage puppet, Shin-Yue just used his fist to punch the huge pointed cone formed by the iron sand condensed from the head on punch, and chose it so that it flew away with one punch. Then he got close in an instant, dodged in front of the Scorpion, and punched one by one, directly blasting the body of the Scorpion and the body of the third Kage puppet. Boom! The whole world suddenly became quiet. 5 kiloseconds Chapter 176 Death of the Red Sand Scorpion, please subscribe. Boom. Crash. After Shin-Yue blasted Scorpion's puppet body with one punch, countless puppet parts fell downwards, and the surrounding world even experienced a brief silence. Grandma Chio was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She opened her mouth wide, and said to herself with an expression of disbelief, "Unexpectedly, third Kage's Iron Sand Shinobi technique can't stop her. This girl will still grow in the future. To what extent?" Shin-Yue turned around with a smile, wiped her nose with her little fingers, and said with a proud smile, Hey, I'm very good, right?" Although Shin-Yue wiped out the enemy, Renmara, who has a keen sense of perception, did not immediately show a winner's smile. Instead, his complexion suddenly changed, and he pointed at the back of Shin-Yue and reminded loudly, "Be careful, Sister Shin-Yue." Huh? What? Not good, Poochie. Hearing Lanwen's loud reminder, Shin-Yue also felt the danger immediately, so she wanted to dodge, but she still couldn't dodge. A sharp long knife came in from behind, piercing through 22 of her body. Cough, cough, cough. Puff. You be asterisk 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 D. Why aren't you dead yet? Shin-Yue turned her head, spitting out blood, and looked at a guy in a cloak behind her. After this guy slowly raised his head, it turned out to be the appearance of a scorpion. HMPH, I don't know if I've told you before, I'm immortal. Scorpion, who succeeded in sneak attack, laughed with a handsome smile. Cut. I was really careless. Brother Leiming is right. You must not relax your vigilance until the last moment. The problem of underestimating the enemy, I must get rid of it next time. After self-examination with a frown, Shin-Yue put her hands on the long knife piercing her chest, grabbed the blade and broke it hard. Kage. The sharp long knife was directly broken by Shin-Yue, and then, with his backhand elbow, he turned around and elbowed the Scorpion behind him heavily. Bang. Boom. Crash. Scorpion's body was easily blown away by Shin-Yue's elbow again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shin-Yue exerted strength on her feet, flickered towards the distance continuously, and stood on the top of a big tree. Advertisement Shin-Yue was so upset that she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, and said to herself with a depressed expression, "It's just to deal with a puppeteer. I didn't expect to force me to use that trick." 1. It really forced me to kill chickens with a sledgehammer. The seal of Sakura. Solution, seal of Baihao. Boom 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 boom. As Shin-Yue made seals with her hands, A rhombus-shaped purple forehead ornament suddenly appeared on her beautiful and lovely forehead. After the forehead ornament melted away, the curse seals that turned into beautiful patterns spread along Xinyue's beautiful face and spread all over her body. Open. Soon, a powerful chakra erupted from New Moon's body. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The chest wound that was pierced before the new moon, a penetrating wound that is fatal to ordinary people, began to repair itself at a visible speed, and white mist emerged from the wound. Even if the scorpion pierced the long knife on Xinyue's body before and fed the poison enough to kill thousands of people, under the impact of Xinyue's powerful self-healing ninjutsu, those toxins were squeezed from the wound forcibly. Squirted out. Once again, the scorpion like a normal person reappeared. After seeing Xinyue's Baihao-zi in ninjutsu, he couldn't help but admire it and said, "It seems that I am not the only one who develops immortal ninjutsu in this world. Little girl, your ninjutsu the technique is also quite powerful." Xinyue rolled her eyes in displeasure, moved her hands and feet, then raised her eyes to look at Chie opposite, gritted her teeth and said, "You actually forced me to use the seal of Baihao, boy. I don't care what kind of immortal body you are. This time you are dead." Boom 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 boom. With force under Xinyue's feet, she rushed towards the direction of the scorpion, repeatedly blasting the body of the puppet of the scorpion, and then the scorpion was resurrected, again and again. However, when the fight got to the back, the scorpion had gradually lost its calmness before and began to try its best to escape. But it's a pity that every time Scorpion wants to escape, Xinyue always blows his body with a small fist and then revives again. Until the very end, the body of the resurrected Scorpion for the last time turned out to be tattered, broken into an ugly puppet body. Scorpion looked at Xinyue gloomily and said, "It seems that you have already discovered my secret, right? Since you have already discovered it, why didn't you kill me as soon as possible?" Xinyue lightly pressed her fists with both hands and sneered with a crackling sound, "Successfully aroused the anger of my old lady, and I want to die early. It's not that easy. Although you said that you were immortal, turn your body into a puppet, but it seems that your puppetization is not thorough enough." Advertisement. The position on your chest has a strong chakra reaction. I've noticed it a long time ago. Don't forget, I have a Sharingan. Just open your eyes and take a closer look. Easy to spot. Whoosh. When saying this, what Xinyue used this time was no longer the strange force fist, which exploded the body of the puppet of the scorpion, but learned the acupuncture technique of the Hyuga clan. With the sword fingers of both hands together, they launched a series of acupuncture attacks against the piece of meat with the big scorpion written on the chest of the scorpion. Puff 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 puff. All of a sudden, I don't know how many times I clicked it. No matter how many times I was bombarded by Xinyue's strange force punch before, the scorpion who had never changed his expression suddenly became ugly this time. The flesh with the word scorpion written on its chest kept bleeding out, and the scorpion finally felt the threat of death, and the 963 station, whose body was shaking, couldn't stand still. It is obviously a puppet body that is not breathing, but Chie started to write the position of Shiazi's chest while covering his chest, and looked at Grandma Chio with a wry smile, and said with a smile, "HMPH. Do you really want to watch me die in front of outsiders? Is it in your hand? Even if it's about to die, don't you personally give me a ride?" Hearing Shia's words, Grandma Chio's body trembled violently. Her originally old face seemed to become even older at this moment. Grandma Chiandai closed her eyes, with muddy old tears streaming out of her eyes. She tremblingly said, "Is it still going to come to this point after all? Well, since you are destined to die, the old woman doesn't want you to die at the hands of outsiders. Okay, I will help you, so that you can die with more peace of mind. Go all the way." A scroll suddenly appeared in the hands of Grandma Chio, and when she opened it, white smoke exploded. What emerged from the inside was the puppet that Chie made by himself when he was a child, following the image of his parents. Swish. Under the control of Grandma Chiandai, the two puppets each held a long knife, and accurately pierced into the vital position of the chest where the word scorpion was written. Even the scorpion from Otherworld, the way of death, is almost exactly the same as the original book. Is this fate? Chapter 177. Gaara returns to the village. Capture away. Please subscribe. After Chidai's mother-in-law killed Shisha's scorpion with her own hands, with tears of remorse and sadness in her eyes, she went to Scorpion's side and cleaned up his body. Xinyue and Renmara watched all this from the side, silently, did not say a word, did not step forward to intervene, just stood silently by the side, waiting for Grandma Chio to finish all this. After using a scroll to seal the corpse of the scorpion, Grandma Chio bent down and bowed gratefully to Xinyue and Renmara. Seeing Granny Chiandai bowing down to thank her, Xinyue jumped to the side immediately and shouted, "Hey, old woman, what are you doing? I can't stand your bow." Renmara also dodged to avoid Granny Chio's bow, and stood beside her with a wry smile. "Grandma Chio, you don't have to do this." Seeing the behavior of the two girls, Grandma Chio nodded at them with a wry smile, and said, "Thank you, let's go back." After saying this, Grandma Chio was the first to adjust her figure and jumped away towards the distance. Because of Lyming's timely rescue, Lyming used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone back to the outside of Sharon Village before the second and third rescue teams from Sharon Village set off. Because Gaara was not taken away from all the tailed beast chakra as in the original book, only half of the Shukura chakra was taken away, and with the treatment of two medical ninjas, Bai and Shao Sakura, her body has recovered a lot. When Naruto and Sasuke took Gaara's arm and walked out of Sharin village together, they were greeted by cheers and crowds like a tsunami. Master Gaara. Welcome home, it's great to have you back, Lord Gaara. I knew, Master Gaara, you will be fine, Master Gaara. Woo, Master Gaara, you are really worried about me, I thought I would never be able to pick you up again. There were also quite a few boys and girls from Sand Ninja Village, and the villagers even surrounded them excitedly, and soon surrounded Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara. All the people who gathered around looked at Gaara with concern, and some even cried out of excitement. Gaara, who was rejected by the villagers as a monster since he was a child, was stunned when he saw the drastic change in the attitude of the villagers, and he looked at the crowd around him in a daze. Advertisement of course, Gaara was more at a loss, he didn't even know how to communicate and speak with the villagers who approached him. Not only Gaara was in a daze seeing the magnificent sea of people in front of him, but even Naruto and Sasuke were a little shocked. Naruto opened his mouth and thought in shock, my god, when did Gaara become so popular? After a brief shock, Sasuke closed his eyes and nodded with a smile, also happy for Gaara. Soon, Gaara was picked up by the enthusiastic villagers and the ninja subordinates of Sand Ninja Village, and brought back to the village. No, more precisely, it was snatched directly from Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing Gaara surrounded by enthusiastic villagers and walking towards the village, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of joy and envy for Gaara. At this moment, Leiming patted Naruto on the shoulder and said with a smile, hee. Why are you envious? Work hard, Naruto. I hope that one day, you will be welcomed by the villagers as warmly as Gaara. Naruto wiped his nose with his thumb with a smile, and said with a smile, hey, of course, I will be Hokage's man in the future. Leiming, Naruto, and Sasuke were warmly received by Sand Ninja Village for several days because of their successful rescue of Gaara, and they were able to escape and return to Konoha village. On the day before leaving, Gaara and his subordinates personally sent them out of the village. Before leaving, Gaara walked up to Naruto, stretched out his right hand in a handshake gesture, and said with a smile, I hope our two villages can maintain eternal peace in the future. Naruto looked at Gaara's outstretched palm, then looked at Leiming who was smiling and nodding beside him, grinned happily, grabbed Gaara's palm, and said with a smile, well, I hope so too. Time passed by in a row, and a month passed quickly. In an unknown small town, a beautiful blonde woman clasped her hands with kunai, entered a state of alert and looked at the two people dressed in black Hawaiian costumes. Who are you? Why do you keep following me? That's right, the people who appeared in this town were none other than Erwei Jinchuriki and the undead duo. Hidan held a huge sickle in his hand, leaned against his shoulder, and said with a smile, hey. Why do you keep following you? Of course to catch the tailed beast. Hearing that the other party wanted to catch the tailed beast, the two pomelo wooden golem rubbed against each other, and a blue chakra burst out, entering the tailed beast in a fighting state. Advertisement, want to arrest me? That depends on whether you have the ability. Swish. Wooden golem's movement speed is extremely fast, he almost dodged in front of Hidan and Kakuzu, and kunai on his hands slashed hard at them. Swish. Two sword lights with strange blue flames slashed towards their necks. Kakuzu stretched his neck sharply and bent back to avoid wooden golem's slash. Hidan sideways dodged the slash, and the sickle in his hand slashed heavily towards wooden golem's waist and abdomen. Grapefruit wooden golem felt the threat, and the two chakra tails on the back slammed behind it, firmly blocking Hidan's sickle attack. Bang bang bang. Boom 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 boom. Soon there was an earth-shattering battle here. Wooden golem fought with all his strength, and finally destroyed the three hearts of Angle. And Kuwu cut out horizontally in his backhand, Pucci. Hidan's head was immediately chopped off by the pomelo wooden golem, and fell to the ground like a ball rolling on the ground. Kill one. There's only one left. After you, Didi Jiao. Wooden golem cut off Hidan's neck, because he thought he was dead. He relaxed his vigilance against Hidan and faced the Angle with all his strength. Little did they know, Hidan had already licked and swallowed the blood dripping on the ground from her injury on the head rolled on the ground. After swallowing the pomelo wooden golem's blood, Hidan's head and body, which were already dead, suddenly changed color, turning into a black and white skeleton. Ha. The Angle is now. Hurry up. What? Wooden golem heard that the person who had been beheaded by him made a sound, and suddenly felt something was wrong. But it was already too late, and he dodged from an angle, and when he reached the side of Hidan's corpse, a long knife appeared in his hand, and he stabbed heavily at Hidan's corpse. Chapter 178 Meet the Undead Duo. Asuma calls for support, please subscribe. Holding a long knife, Kakuzu ruthlessly stabbed Hidan's body which had transformed into a skeleton. Pucci. Hidan's chest was punctured, and at the same time as the blood spattered, on the other side, wooden golem's chest was also spattered with blood, and a blood hole appeared. Grapefruit wooden golem's complexion instantly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spat out from her mouth. Pucci. Why? I was obviously not hit by his tricks, why did I get hurt? Seeing wooden golem vomit blood, Kakuzu showed a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, in order to catch you even more, it seems that I have to add a few more knives. Puff 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 puff. While speaking, Kakuzu held a long knife and stabbed Hidan dozens of times in a row. Every wound is a vital part of the human body. Hidan, whose head had been chopped off, was lying on the ground, and when Kakuzu stabbed him with a long knife, he laughed wildly. Ha. That's right, That's it, Kakuzu, be tougher. That stinky woman can't stand it anymore. Poochie. 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 Wooden Golem, who was quite far away from Hidan and Kakuzu, had multiple wounds on his body at the same time, and blood flowed out like a faucet without money. Even if Wooden Golem has the chakra of the two-tailed cat in his body, he can recover from the wounds on his body by treating the wounds. The bleeding spewed out so much blood like a fountain, and Wooden Golem's pale face still hasn't recovered. Angle throws a thin wire from his hand, inserts it into Hidan's neck, and pulls the distant neck below Hidan's head, pulling it hard. Puff. Crack. Hidan's head was pulled back and reconnected with the body. The thin thread was interspersed with the wound on Hidan's neck, and Hidan's head and body were re-sewed together. Hidan stood up slowly, put his hands on his neck, twisted his neck twice, then looked at Wooden Golem with fierce eyes, and said, "Woman, I am protected by the great evil god, I am immortal." Advertisement Grapefruit Wooden Golem frowned beautifully, pressed his hands to quickly recover the wound, and gritted his silver teeth to look at the opposite undead duo, exerting force on his feet, and suddenly fled towards the distance. These two guys are too difficult to deal with, it's better to retreat first, Wooden Golem, you know your choice. In Wooden Golem's soul space, the huge cat said to Wooden Golem below. However, Wooden Golem hadn't escaped very far when suddenly, a heart-piercing pain came from her thigh. Poochie. You could see a huge blood hole in Wooden Golem's thigh, and the seriously injured Wooden Golem couldn't help but stagger down. The two monsters controlled by the angle looked at the right time, surrounded them immediately, and released powerful ninjutsu at Wooden Golem. Fire style. Head hard. Wind style. Squeeze. Wind style and fire style ninjutsu were released together, and they were quickly fused together. The wind assisted the fire and turned into a powerful combined ninjutsu, which slammed on Wooden Golem's body. Poochie. Seeing the opponent's powerful ninjutsu, Wooden Golem was just about to launch ninjutsu defense, but his chest was suddenly pierced again, and a huge blood hole appeared. Standing in the distance, Hidan was maintaining a weird ninjutsu form, stepping on the special magic circle under his feet, and inserted a special iron rod into his chest. Ha 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 ha. So what if you were Jinchuriki? In the face of the great power of evil gods, everything is useless. Boom. Wooden Golem was hit hard by the combined ninjutsu that Kakuzu controlled the monster. His body was thrown into the air, his internal organs were seriously injured, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Under the treatment of the two-tailed cat's chakra, although the Pomelo Wooden Golem recovered quickly, the recovery speed and time of the tailed beast chakra's healing injury, CCDJ, began to become longer and longer. The undead duo, using a rogue style of play, bit by bit, finally succeeded in severely wounding the two Pomelo Wooden Golem, and chakra of the two-tailed cat can only protect the Pomelo Wooden Golem from death. After the two successfully captured the two Pomelo Wooden Golem alive, Kakuzu first thought of a way to capture some ninjas, replenish new hearts into his body, and then naturally find a place to extract and seal the tailed beast. Finding a hidden cave, members of Akatsuki's organization used ninjutsu projections to show up, performed sealing techniques, and pulled away the two-tailed cat. Soon, Master and No Master Night passed quickly. Advertisement. Kakuzu and Hidan had just left the cave with the body of Wooden Golem that had been removed from the tailed beast, when suddenly an uninvited guest blocked their way in front of them. Swish swish swish. Yuan Fei Asuma took two Chunin and blocked their way. Asuma clasped the ninja tools in his hands tightly, looked at the two opposite people with vigilant eyes, and said, "I found you. The comrades in our village who were performing missions nearby died in your hands, right?" Then Asuma saw the woman on Kakuzu's shoulders, her expression became shocked instantly, and she blurted out in surprise, "That is Tuo Jinchuriki from Miral Village, you actually killed her?" Kakuzu slowly put down the body of the Yuzu Wooden Golem on his shoulder, looked at Asuma calmly, and said in a deep voice, "Sarutobi Asuma? Your bounty seems to be high? Since we met here, let's make some extra money?" "What? Not good. Rewind." Seeing that Kakuzu was going to attack him, Asuma gave the order immediately, and retreated with the two subordinates beside him. And at the same time, he reached into the ninja bag behind his back, took out a scroll, opened the scroll violently, bit his finger and drew a bloodstain on the magic circle of the scroll. Shouted, "Flying Thunder God summoning, bang bang bang." The white smoke exploded, and Kakuzu rushed towards Asuma's body, and suddenly felt a powerful punch in his chest. Boom. Poochie. What is this power? Kakuzu's body flew upside down like a cannonball, and hit the ground behind him hard, creating a huge crater in the ground. Kakuzu in the big pit squirmed strangely behind him, and a mass of black monster sprayed out from Kakuzu's back, and after falling on the ground outside, it quickly turned into black water and died. Kakuzu jumped out of the pit with a gloomy expression, and looked at the person who appeared after the white smoke cleared. "Damn it, it really is you." The white smoke dissipated, and the people who came out were Lyming, Shinyue and Bai. Shinyue wiped her nose with her little hand, and smiled triumphantly. "Of course it's us, cut. The attack just now was too light, did it only explode your heart?" Chapter 179 Crushing the Undead Duo, please subscribe. Kakuzu looked at Lyming and the others with an ugly expression, gritted his teeth and said, "It turned out to be you three stinky brats. This is a bit troublesome, Hidan, prepare to retreat." When Hidan heard that Kakuzu had the idea of retreating, he raised his face in dissatisfaction and hummed, "Why are we retreating? With the ability bestowed on me by the great evil god, even in the face of 5 cages, we not afraid at all. How about our wage and Jinchuriki? After meeting us, didn't we kill them together? Stupid. These 3 brats are not the same, Kakuzu cursed inwardly, exerting force on his feet, and planned to run away, not even caring about the corpse of her wage and Jinchuriki under his feet. Swish. However, on Kakuzu's escape route, Leiming suddenly stepped in front of him, then raised his eyes and looked at him with a smile on his face, showing a bright smile, and said with a smile, Kakuzu. Where are you going? We met when we were young. Your account, should you settle it? Facing the fully grown Leiming, even Kakuzu, who has an immortal body, felt a little apprehensive in his heart. He is also a member of Akatsuki, and he has also experienced first Hokage, an old man in the era of Uchiha Madara, and he has a deep understanding of how terrifying the Sharingan was when he grew up. Since you don't want to let me go, I can only fight with you. There was a strange squirm behind Kakuzu, and 3 masked monsters separated from his back. Sure enough, you are still the same, you haven't improved at all. Come on, as long as you have the ability to break through my defense, I'll let you go. Leiming waved to Kakuzu and smiled in a Huang Feihong pose. Wind style. Oppression. Fire style. Head hard. Facing Leiming's block, Kakuzu used his ninjutsu once again, using a combined wind and fire ninjutsu, bursting out with a powerful fire style attack. The corners of Leiming's mouth were slightly upturned, and his hands were stamped, shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. 3 shadow clones appeared beside Leiming in an instant, and 2 of them, facing Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu attack, unleashed ninjutsu with both hands in seals and shouted, water style. Boom. Zzzzzzz. The combination of water style ninjutsu and the opposite fire style combination of ninjutsu slammed into each other, and a violent explosion broke out immediately, and the hot water vapor spread towards the surroundings. Advertisement Leiming and his shadow clone, and Kakuzu and his monsters, dodged back at the same time. You know, if you are touched by these scorching water vapor, even if you don't die, you will definitely be severely scalded. Lightning style. Pseudo-darkness. Among the monsters controlled by Kakuzu, one of them suddenly dodged behind Leiming, and released a powerful lightning style attack on Leiming. Come here. It's a pity, compared to lightning style, I'm super strong, lightning style, Chidori style. Squeak squeak squeak. Facing the sneak attack of the monster behind him, Leiming unleashes a powerful lightning style ninjutsu from his body, forming a dazzling blue thunder that spreads outwards, easily blocking the lightning style attack from the monster. Immediately afterwards, the sealing magic circle on Leiming's wrist flashed, and he spit out a sword hilt. Leiming grabbed the sword hilt with his backhand, and input the powerful lightning style chakra into it. Facing the monster behind him, it was Langling who slashed down with his sword. He shouted, look at me, lightning style, Chidori lightsaber, lightning thunder. Swish. A crescent-shaped lightning blade accurately slashed at the monster's body, directly cutting the monster's body in half from the middle. The monster that was cut into 2 pieces, from the position of the mask, first clicked, the mask split in 2, and then the body turned into black water and fell to the ground below. Leiming knocked out Kakuzu's monster clone in just one move, and Kakuzu, who was always watching the changes in the battlefield from a distance, was so shocked that his jaw almost didn't drop. While Kakuzu was shocked, a Leiming shadow clone suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu with lightning flashing on his body, and slashed at Kakuzu's neck with a long knife in his hand without hesitation. Laughing, I got it, ding, huh, is this a hardening technique? When the long blade in Leiming shadow clone's hand slashed Kakuzu's neck, there was a sound of gold and iron clashing, and sparks flew everywhere. The surface of Kakuzu's body turned black, even hard swords could not cut him. Advertisement countless tentacle-like thin threads shot out from Kakuzu's body immediately, and inserted into Leiming shadow clone's body. Asking for flowers. Boom, white smoke exploded, and a shadow clone was blasted by the corner trap. Oh, so that's it? Let me do the math, you have just used wind style, fire style, lightning style, earth style. So, the heart that was just killed by Shinyue's move, it should be using water style's heart, right? Lightning style's heart was also killed. Kakuzu, you have about 3 lives left. Leiming stood opposite and deliberately calculated with his fingers. Kakuzu gritted his teeth sullenly and said, damn it, does he know my weakness? Hearing Leiming's report of his weakness, Kakuzu immediately controlled the remaining 2 monsters and got into his body again, not daring to put them outside again. The monster doesn't have its own hardening technique, just like before, it was attacked silently by Leiming. I'm afraid I really have to explain it here today. Nervous Kakuzu turned his eyes subconsciously and looked in Hidan's direction, wanting to seek Hidan's help. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, after looking at it, it almost didn't scare him crazy. Uchiha Shinyue maintained an excited smile, and punched Hidan's side with her small fist. Hidan retreated steadily. Under the heavy punching, it is impossible to play out at all. And then, Shinyue made a beautiful turn, rotate the body and rotate the next leg. Bang. Boom. Crack. Crack. Hidan held the sickle tightly with both hands to resist, and Hidan's arms with both hands were directly fractured by the shock. After the handle of the sickle hit Hidan's neck heavily, there was another click. Hidan's neck was broken on the spot, and his head was bent behind his back. After being kicked hard by Shinyue's foot on the chest, Hidan's body rolled over, and flew out backwards like a cannonball rubbing against the ground. When you were fighting me, how dare you look around? It's not like you were looking for death. Wind style, spiral shuriken. Lyming, a shadow clone using the flying thunder god technique, suddenly dodges behind Kakuzu, and blasts a wind style spiral shuriken wolf at Kakuzu's back. Chapter 180 Resurrection of Erwei Jinchuriki, please subscribe. Bang. Boom. Buzz buzz. Lyming's shadow clone held a spiral shuriken and slammed Kakuzu's back fiercely, sending Kakuzu's body flying forward like a cannonball. Wind style's powerful ninjutsu suddenly expanded, and the storm light ball appeared, enveloping Kakuzu's body, and countless wind chakra knives quickly destroyed Kakuzu's other two hearts. Kakuzu's body was visible from top to bottom, bleeding appeared. After the storm light ball passed, Kakuzu's body finally fell powerlessly and fell into the big pit on the ground. After the power of ninjutsu faded away, Leiming walked to the side of the big pit, looked at Kakuzu who was lying in the big pit like a dead dog, shook his head slightly, and said to himself, if it was Asuma and the others, they wouldn't know anything about your abilities, they will most likely be murdered by your schemes just like the original book. However, I have read the original, 950, Hokage Ninja, so I'm sorry, I know your ability well. What kind of ninjutsu can kill you the fastest and most effectively? I know it very well. After talking to himself for a while, the seal of the wristband flickered, a handful of kunai flashed out from the wristband, input the powerful lightning chakra, and threw it at Kakuzu's body below. Whoosh! Boom! The thunder light exploded, and a blue lightning beam directly penetrated Kakuzu's body, destroying the last heart in his body. At the same time, on the other side of Uchiha Crescent, she was squatting next to Hidan's completely deformed body like a curious baby, poking at Hidan's head with her beautiful fingers. Huh? It's really strange. The neck was broken, twisted and deformed to the back of the body, but it's still not dead. I said, are you a monster? Hearing Shinyue's curious question, Hidan almost died of anger. He stared at Shinyue and roared, are you a monster? Your whole family is a monster. Grandpa, I am the immortal body bestowed by the great evil god. Advertisement. It is impossible for you to kill me. When I recover, I must curse you one by one, curse all of you to death. Damn, I told you to curse me, curse me? Come on, give me a try if you have the ability. Seeing this miserable appearance, she threatened to curse herself. Hidan, New Moon suddenly became angry. He jumped up violently, and kicked and beat Hidan hard on his head and body, causing Hidan's head to swell all over again. After Leiming killed Kakuzu, he looked at Hidan who was being tortured by the New Moon speechlessly, and didn't bother to care about Hidan's life or death. Anyway, that guy is immortal, he will be beaten up by Shinyue for a while, and he won't die, as long as he doesn't get beaten into a pulp, he shouldn't die. Leiming walked up to the two wooden golems, squatted down, and pressed wooden golem's dantian with one hand to feel the life state in wooden golem's body. Sure enough, wooden golem's vital signs are disappearing bit by bit. Being pulled away from the tailed beast, Jinchuriki's vitality will also fade away. However, I don't know if it is because she is the relationship between the two-tailed cat and Jinchuriki. Although the passing speed is fast, it seems that there is always a power like an undead force, trying to revive her. This may be what people often say, is there a relationship between cats having 9 lives? If it weren't for the two-tailed cat being pulled away again, maybe even the Pomelo wooden golem who was killed once, has a similar resurrection history. You're lucky. I happen to have the energy of the Gelel stone, which has a powerful vitality. Let's see if I can bring you back to life. As Leiming pressed the Pomelo wooden golem's dantian, the green snake ring above his finger emitted a green light, and the huge energy of the Greer stone was injected into the Pomelo wooden golem's body without money. The reason why the Jinchuriki who was taken away from the tailed beast died was actually because the vitality in the body was lost too much and it was not replenished in time. Gaara in the original book was also extracted from the tailed beast, but after Chiyo grandmother used immortal ninjutsu to input enough vitality, didn't she successfully revive Gaara? So, now Leiming also plans to do an experiment, wanting to try it out. Is it true that as long as enough vitality is replenished, Jinchuriki doesn't have to worry about the star being drawn away? Advertisement. In the original Hokage Ninja World War, Naruto was almost killed because of the tailed beast chakra. Because of his own relationship with the butterfly effect, Leiming must make two-handed preparations in advance. Since Akatsuki has already started to capture the tail beast, it means that the Fourth Ninja World War is not far away. Just as Leiming was thinking about the development and changes of the future situation in his mind, and inputting the energy of the Grail Stone for rescue, the pale faces of the two Pomelo wooden golems began to turn rosy at a speed that could be seen, and their beautiful little hands and fingers also started trembling twice. Wooden golem's eyelids blinked slowly, trying to open his eyes, and whispered, "Where is this? Am I dead? Wait, who are you?" After being rescued by Leiming, wooden golem finally woke up. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, he suddenly pushed Leiming away vigilantly, stepped back and retreated 10 meters away, nervously made a defensive posture, and looked at Leiming. Leiming smiled and stood up again, showing a gentle and bright smile to wooden golem, and said with a smile, "Hello, beautiful Miss Cloud Shinobi Village. I am the special Jonin of Konoha Village, Uchiha Liwu. You should be the two-tailed Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi, right? Before you were captured by the enemy and pulled out of the two-tailed beast, your vitality was about to run out. I was trying to find a way to heal you." Seeing the Konoha village forehead protector on Leiming's forehead, and looking at the surrounding battle traces in a blink of an eye, wooden golem finally felt a little relieved, put down his defensive actions, and closed his eyes to feel his own soul space. Then Wooden Golem's eyes opened sharply, with strong hatred and murderous intent erupting in the eyes. He gritted his teeth and roared. Damn B asterisk 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 D. I really took her Weimao away again. It's not in my body anymore. Uchiha Shinyue just came over at this time, threw a head to Wooden Golem, and said, They're the ones who caught you and pulled the 0.5-tailed beast away. Take him back before he is dead. Have a good interrogation. Wooden Golem caught the deformed Hidan's head and almost threw it out on the spot. When she calmly re-examined Hidan's head, she exclaimed in shock, What? The head was cut off, and he still didn't die. Shinyue nodded in agreement and said, You are also very strange, right? That's what I thought. This is the first time I've seen someone beheaded and still survive. HMPH, it's better if he doesn't die. I'll take his head and body back, and I must interrogate them to find out where did those damn guys take my away. Chapter 181 Crystal Tiangong vs Shenluo Tianzheng, Pain Strikes. After exchanging some information with Leiming and the others, Wooden Golem decisively left with Hidan's head, sealed Hidan's body with a sealing scroll and took it away, before returning to Cloud Shinobi Village at full speed. The two-tailed cat is one of the two-tailed beasts of Cloud Shinobi Village. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it was attacked by Akatsuki, and a cloud was taken away. Shinobi Village suffered a heavy loss. Before goodbye, there was news from Sand Ninja Village that the tailed beast Shukaku in 5th Kage Gara was also attacked by Akatsuki and took away half of the tailed beasts. This shows that the only remaining 8 tails Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village is also likely to be among the enemy's capture targets. Therefore, the two Pomelo Wooden Golems must bring this news back as soon as possible. Because of Leiming's shot, the Akatsuki organization was hit hard again, losing 2 important members, Hidan and Kakuzu. Even so, Xiao Xiao's movement of catching the tailed beast not only did not stop, but accelerated. Back to Leiming in Konoha Village, I received a lot of new 22 news one after another. 3 tails was captured by Akatsuki, 4 tails Jinchuriki, 5 tails Jinchuriki, 6 tails Jinchuriki, 7 tails Jinchuriki one after another. Within half a year they disappeared one after another. Every place where Jinchuriki disappeared showed signs of fierce fighting. Obviously, their disappearance must be closely related to Akatsuki. Konoha Village Hokage Office. Tsunade frowned beautifully, looking at Jiraiya, Leiming, Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru's father and others standing opposite. Shen Sheng said, From the information collected so far, we can basically judge Akatsuki's target, and the next one is likely to be Naruto. I just heard the news from Cloud Shinobi Village that 8 tails Jinchuriki was also attacked by Akatsuki, and the current status is down, unknown. Leiming looked at Tsunade with raised eyebrows curiously, and asked curiously, I heard that the 8 tails Jinchuriki is super strong, someone who can confront the 4th Raikage head-on. Who on earth has such great ability? Captured too. Could it be Itachi and dried persimmons made by Kisame? The reason why Leiming asked this question is actually a guess. You must know that because of his own intervention, Sasuke did not follow the route of the original book, so naturally there will be no Eagle team. The members of Akatsuki have 8 tails who can rely on strength to replenish. Leiming thinks about it, and only Itachi and Kisame are the only ones. Hearing Leiming's inquiry, Tsunade's complexion immediately became gloomy, and he pushed a scroll towards Leiming and Jiraiya, and said with a beautiful face, This is a message from Cloud Shinobi Village. Indeed involved in the capture of 8 tails. Advertisement. The 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village has initiated an invitation for the 5 Kages to talk, and the goal is to deal with Akatsuki. The 5 Kages Conference. How many years has it been held? Jiraiya laughed after hearing Tsunade's words. Uchiha Shinyue, who was leaning against the wall next to him, twitched and said, The 5 Kages Conference is held now. I wonder if those guys' heads are broken. Our side has issued a warning to the ninja villages long ago. Let them protect the Jinchuriki of their ninja village, but they are still known? Jiraiya smiled and waved his hands, and said, Well, Shinyue, now is not the time to blame other high-level ninja village. I think what we really need to do now is how to protect Naruto. As 9 tails Jinchuriki, Naruto must be the next target that Akatsuki will capture. Hearing Jiraiya said to protect Naruto well, Leiming smiled and thought in his heart, protect Naruto. Humph. If it is really like the original book, Pain 6 Paths still dared to come to Konoha Village to bomb, and the Naruto he has to face as not Naruto is comparable to the original at the same time. Just as Leiming was recalling the scene of Naruto fighting Pain in his mind, suddenly, violent explosions came from everywhere in Konoha Village. Boom 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 boom. Ho 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 ho. Hearing the huge movement from outside, Leiming rushed to the window to have a look, and soon saw a few huge summoning beasts. As soon as he saw the appearance of those summoning beasts, Leiming couldn't help but think in his heart. Damn it. Some people really don't talk about it. I just recalled his battle scene, and he actually came. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shikamaru's father, and Leiming rushed out of Hokage's office and looked up at the summoning beasts that were wreaking havoc in Konoha Village. Huge rhinos, bulls, 2-headed dogs, centipedes, giant birds, etc. summoning beasts. The target really should not be too small. Tsunade saw the summoning beast wreaking havoc everywhere, and immediately ordered Anbu next to him, evacuate the villagers immediately and activate the emergency plan. Yes. The Anbu ninja immediately followed his orders and disappeared in a flash. Hehehe. It's really here, interesting, let me see, when Konoha village in its heyday and Pain fight against each other, they will still be as restrained as in the original book. Advertisement, Mr. Tsunade. The enemy is handed over to me. You and Jiraiya sit in Konoha village and prevent any more enemies from coming to attack you. At this time, Pain, the heavenly Dao Pain in 6 paths, has already flown into the air, with his hands open, ready to launch the strongest attack on the Konoha village below. It seems that if we want to force 9 tails to show up, we can't do it without a bit of ruthlessness. Let the world feel the pain. Shenluo Tianzheng. Damn, amplify your moves so quickly. You're foul. Lyming just dodges out, ready to fight Pain 6 paths. Unexpectedly the opponent has already flown into the sky. 710 is ready to release the strongest attack moves. Damn it, it's a good thing I've already made arrangements. Seeing that Pain was about to release his ultimate move, Lyming immediately stood on top of a telegraph pole in Konoha village, with his hands in mudra. Da, Sage Art, Ice Crystal Heavenly Palace. As Lyming performed ninjutsu with his 2-hand seal, a fairy face appeared on Lyming's face, and dozens of Lyming's shadow clones suddenly appeared outside the wall of Konoha village. These shadow clones made seals with their hands, and stomped their feet on the ground heavily. Graphics of magic circles appeared on the ground, emitting dazzling green light. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost in an instant, a huge emerald green crystal semicircle barrier exuding a powerful cold air appeared outside Konoha village, and the front hit the Super Shenluo Tianzheng of Tiandao Pain. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shock force, even with the strongest barrier protection cast by Lyming, when the aftermath of the shock spread into Konoha village, it still caused countless houses to collapse and crack. Ah! It's scary. Help. Ah, ah, ah. Run away. Ah, ah. Lyming wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a sigh of relief, finally caught up. Chapter 182 Provoke Pain. Lyming wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a sigh of relief, fortunately, I finally caught up. Because Lyming had read the original Hokage ninja book in his previous life, he knew that Pen 6 paths would come to attack Konoha village sooner or later, so he also took precautionary measures secretly. The fairy art he is performing now is made by combining Red Lotus's crystal-style ninjutsu and Bai's ice shield ninjutsu, plus the energy fusion of the Greer stone, to create a powerful guardian enchantment. Tiandao Pain, who was flying in the sky, released the super god Luo Tianzheng, and the powerful repulsive force hit the barrier of the Crystal Heavenly Palace fiercely, because of the powerful barrier of the barrier. Therefore, Tiandao Pain was shocked by the strong repulsion, and flew upside down into the air for a distance of thousands of meters. It was too far away from the main body that transported chakra. Nagato, who hid in the big tree disguised by Conan using paper escape, made mudras with both hands, and desperately output chakra, trying to save the body of Tiandao Pain, gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it! Stop it! Stop it! Ah! Tiandao Pain was created by Yahiko's corpse, which is an irreplaceable existence for Nagato. Falling from a height of thousands of meters, even if it is a transformed corpse, it is likely to cause irreparable damage. Therefore, Nagato has to protect the body of Tiandao Pain even if he will suffer serious ninjutsu side effects. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who rushed out of Hokage's office, saw the crystal heavenly barrier suddenly appearing in the sky, and both of them were also shocked. Jiraiya. FK. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Tsunade. Judging from the effect of ninjutsu, it should be the fusion ninjutsu of Leiming, Shiro, and Curan. Crack. 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 Just when everyone in Tsunade and Konoha village looked up at the sky, and were still amazed by the special barrier protecting them, suddenly cracks began to appear densely from the top of the barrier. If the crystal heavenly barrier that can cover the entire Konoha village suddenly collapses, it will be a catastrophe for the protected Konoha village below. Lyming looked up at the barrier in the sky, rolled his eyes speechlessly, sighed and said to himself, hey, didn't you expect it to be perfect? Tiandao Pain's Super Shenluo Tianzheng, how much destructive power did he use? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lyming immediately changed his hand seals, and the shadow clone around Konoha village also followed suit and shouted, Flying Thunder God Teleportation Group. Swish. Advertisement. The huge crystal heavenly palace enchantment built above Konoha village before disappeared instantly when dozens of Lyming's shadow clone used the Flying Thunder God technique, and was teleported to an unknown place by them. After transmitting the shadow clone of the crystal heavenly palace enchantment, they exploded into white smoke one after another and disappeared. 2 consecutive releases of powerful ninjutsu consumed all of their chakra. Lyming closed his eyes for a while to feel the surrounding situation, and immediately opened his eyes and said, I found you. Bye, Red Lotus, New Moon, let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lyming rushed out of Konoha village together with Shin Yue and the others, and soon discovered the other 5 people from Pen 6 paths. Pain from Animal Road immediately stood up, made mudras with both hands, pressed on the ground and called, summoning technique. Boom. The white smoke exploded, and Tiandao Pain appeared in a flash, blocking the front of all Pains, and opened his palm to Lyming and them to release ninjutsu universal pull. Whoosh whoosh. Lyming and the others, who were still jumping in the air and rushing towards Tiandao Pain, immediately uncontrollably moved towards the direction of Tiandao Pain, and were pulled over. HMPH, I'm waiting for your move. As soon as Lyming found out that Tiandao Pain used universal pull, he immediately cast Shadow Clone, and 2 Shadow Clone appeared behind Lyming, performing powerful wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style. Gale Palm. Whoosh! Lyming's forward speed soared instantly. Lyming's right wrist guard sealed the magic circle with a flash of light, and a sharp long knife appeared in Lyming's hand. He rushed to the front of Tiandao Pain at lightning speed, aimed the long knife at Pain's head and stabbed it hard. Humanity Pain next to him pushed Tiandao Pain away, and accepted Lyming's assassination for Tiandao Pain. Advertisement puff. Lyming raised the knife and landed on Human Dao Pain's head, which was cut off in an instant. Tiandao Pain, who was relieved, once again released ninjutsu at Lyming with one hand, and shouted, Shenluo Tianzheng. Ding! Bang! Lyming was hit by the repulsive force, and blocked with the long knife in his hand. The long knife was blown away, and his body was taken away by the shock and disappeared into white smoke. Seeing this situation, Tiandao Pain frowned immediately, looked at Lyming, Xinyue, Bai, and Honglian who were standing firmly in front of them, and frowned. He even used a shadow clone to destroy I lost one of my pain. You are amazing. Sign up. Lyming smiled slightly, took a step forward, and said, My name is Uchiha Lyming. Hello, Pain. Pain frowned slightly, looked at Lyming and said, You know me. Well, you are the boss of the Akatsuki organization, so it's hard not to know you. Also, guys who have been hiding behind, come out together. Lyming looked at the back of Pain's 6 paths and smiled. HMPH, have you been discovered? Well, I can't help but want to do it. From the woods behind Pain's 6 paths, 2 people came out one after another. They turned out to be Deidara and Hoshigaki Kisame Mai. Seeing the appearance of these 2 people, Lyming couldn't help asking curiously, why are there only so few people here? What about Itachi? Also, I remember that there is a masked man in your Shao organization? That's right, Li Hao. By the way, there is another beautiful woman with blue hair? Hearing what Lyming said, Tiandao Pain looked at Lyming with a slight change in his indifferent and confident eyes, and said, Oh, I didn't expect you to investigate us, and the intelligence collection is quite thorough. Hey, no way, who told you to frequently attack the Jinchuriki of the major ninja villages? We can't pay attention to you if we want to. Your target this time is Naruto, right? He is on our side now. If you have the ability, come and catch him. Lyming deliberately smiled and formed seals with both hands, and used the Flying Thunder God summoning technique. Swish swish swish. Next to Lyming and the others, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura suddenly appeared. Seeing that Lyming was so arrogant and summoned Naruto directly to his side, Deidara gritted his teeth in displeasure and said, Damn it, you are so arrogant? Put 9 tails by your side, so we can't catch it? Chapter 183 Comprehensive Suppression of 6 Paths Pain, Superior. Lyming looked at Pain with a smile, and said, Don't you just want to catch Naruto? If you have the ability, just catch it in front of me. Damn it. You damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and rushed towards Lyming and the others. He grabbed a handful from the pockets tied around his waist with both hands, threw out dozens of bird bombs made of clay, and shot towards Lyming and the others like lightning. Seeing Lyming and Honglian beside him, Deidara let the bomb reach Lyming and the others, and swiped it with one hand in front of him, saying, "Art, it's an explosion. Drink." Boom 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 boom. The impact of the explosion blew a gust of wind, blowing towards Lyming and the others. Lyming, who had learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, instantly discovered that something not very friendly mixed with it in the blast gust was sweeping towards them. The corners of Lyming's mouth turned up slightly, and he said with a smile, "Oh, did you actually learn to use poison? Wind style, rising tornado?" Lyming made mudras with his hands, and a powerful tornado immediately rose in front of him, sweeping all the poisonous mist from the Deidara clay bomb into the sky. "Sasuke, although Itachi didn't come, they and Itachi are enemies of the same organization. Can you deal with this, Deidara?" Lyming used wind style to resist Deidara's explosion. While smiling, 370 asked Sasuke next to him. Hearing Lyming's question, Sasuke immediately looked at Deidara, who was standing in the distance and kept releasing clay bombs, and proudly said, "Of course it's no problem, he left it to me." Saying that, Sasuke drew out the long knife at his waist, injected a powerful lightning chakra, and shot at Devour. Squeak squeak squeak. Boom. Deidara, who was releasing the clay bomb, suddenly sensed the threat, and subconsciously dodged back to avoid Sasuke's lightning-style attack. The long knife was inserted into the ground where he had just stood, and the ground there immediately had a blue current spreading in all directions towards the surroundings. Sasuke jumped, turning over very beautifully in the air, standing on the hilt of the knife. Sharingan opened, looked at Deidara with contemptuous eyes, and said, "From now on, your opponent is me." Advertisement, damn it, it's those eyes again, the kind of eyes I hate the most. Also, did you send only one brat to deal with me? You didn't send that nasty woman who defeated me last time. You should have looked down on people. A limit, ah. Deidara pretended to explode in anger, pulled out kunai from behind, and rushed towards Sasuke's CCDI direction, looking desperate. Sasuke turned over and drew out the long knife on the ground, and placed it in front of his body to block Deidara's kunai attack. After a few rounds of weapon clashes, Deidara's kunai was blown away. Sasuke pressed his long knife against Deidara's neck and said coldly, "As a member of Akatsuki, do you only have this level of strength? I am so disappointed." Hearing what Sasuke said, Deidara suddenly grinned, looked at the ground at Sasuke's feet, and said with a smile, "Are you fooled? I have already buried hundreds of mines in the ground here. Die. Drink." Devour showed a crazy smile, and made a mudra with one hand, making the mudra of detonating landmine. A gust of wind blew past, rolled up the dust on the ground, and blew the flowers and plants, but there was no explosion. Devour's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. He looked at the ground around him a little madly, then looked up at Sasuke in front of him, and asked angrily, why didn't there explode 100 mines? Sasuke pointed the long knife in his hand at the chest of Devour in front of him, stabbed lightly. The long knife pierced into Devour's chest, and at the same time released the lightning-style current channel. The reason is very simple, because the bomb ninjutsu you use is earth-style. Lightning-style don't need me to explain more about the principle of overcoming earth-style? What? Damn. Drink. Devour, who was stabbed in the chest by Sasuke's long knife, maintained the posture of one-handed mudra, and his body quickly turned into a black clay figurine. He drew out his long knife, looked at the ground not far away, and said, "Hey, the mouse hiding in the ground over there, it's time to come out." Lightning style. Chidori flying needle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff 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 puff. The ground was shot by Sasuke with the lightning-style flying needle, and suddenly a blonde man in black clothes and red fire cloud jumped out from the ground. The man's back was filled with the lightning-style flying needles that Sasuke had just shot, and after landing again, he stood beside Six Paths Pain, looked at Sasuke with murderous eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "Damn brat, I want to kill you for this." The special clay bomb prepared to deal with that stinky woman turned into a dud just because of him. Advertisement: Uchiha Sasuke is just as annoying as that woman, how come they all have a way to turn my bomb into a dud? Six Paths Pain frowned, stop playing with them, take Nine Tails Jinchuriki with all your might. Six Paths Pain had just launched an attack on Naruto and the others. Pain from Hell Road was erupted by Baihou Technique's Lil Sakura, who punched him hard in the face with his fist, pushing his body back into the ground. A huge hole was blown out. Another Shira Taoist, Pain, was the reformed man, the weird guy whose whole body was transformed into a weapon, but Naruto pressed him on the back and pressed it hard to the ground, turning him into scrap metal. Naruto, who repaired Luo Dao Pain with one hand, was wearing a golden chakra coat. When he looked up at Tien Dao Pain, his eyes had turned into red demon fox vertical pupils. Seeing Naruto's huge changes, Tien Dao Pain blurted out in shock, "This is... Have you tamed Nine Tails?" Summoning technique. In order to deal with Naruto, who transformed into Nine Tails mode, as well as Lyming and the others, Pain of Animal Road quickly put his hands on the ground and cast his special summoning technique. Ho 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 ho. Huge rhinos, bulls, centipedes, five-headed dogs and other summoning beasts were summoned and left Konoha village, rushing towards Lyming and the others. White. Red Lotus. The five-headed dog is handed over to you. Remember not to kill it. That summoning beast cannot be killed. Every time you kill it, it will add a clone or head instead. Clear. New. After hearing Lyming's words, Honglian and Bai turned around and rushed towards the five-headed dog. I saw the two women making seals with their hands. Each of them flashed to the two sides of the five-headed dog, and shouted, "Sealing technique, ice crystal palm." The two women put their hands on the ground respectively, and from the ground in front of them, a giant white ice hand and a pink crystal giant hand immediately rose up. One on the left and one on the right, two giant-like palms pressed the five-headed dog in the middle, and then the two giant hands clasped together to surround the five-headed dog. After the clasped hands, they merged with each other, and soon became a beautiful. It is a huge crystal mountain formed by the fusion of ice crystals and crystals. Chapter 184 Comprehensive Suppression of Six Paths Pain, down. Yubai and Shin-Yue suppressed the five-headed dog with their own hands. No matter how hard it struggled in the seal, it could not break the seal. In Lyming's opinion, if he had to choose which summoning beast among the Six Paths Pain was the most troublesome, it would be this hellhound that could never be killed and could constantly split and recombine. The other monsters summoned by the Beast Road, huge bulls, rhinos, and centipedes rushed towards Naruto. Naruto stepped forward without fear, made mudras with both hands, and shouted, "Shadow Clone Technique, Massive Rasengan." Naruto's body grabs the horn of the rhinoceros and throws it into the air. At the same time, the two shadow clones rush under the bull and the centipede, raise the massive Rasengan in their hands, and hit the monster with such force. Boom! The three monsters were thrown into the air one by the mighty Naruto. At the same time, the boss toad that Naruto had summoned before and the three big toads jumped into the air together, drew out their weapons and slashed at Pain's Six Paths summoned beast. Pung pp. 3 balls of white smoke exploded, and the summoning beast of Pain's Six Paths was immediately killed. Pain's Six Paths frowned when seeing Naruto's fighting power, and said to himself, as expected of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Konoha Village's special Jonin, just a few rounds of fighting, wiped out half of Six Paths Pain. You are really amazing. Pain from the animal path controls the giant bird in the sky and swoops down towards Naruto below. Naruto immediately cooperates with Shadow Clone, performs ninjutsu, and shouts, "Wind style, spiral shuri sword." Facing the giant bird swooping down from the sky, he threw it over. Boom. A huge storm light balloon exploded in the sky immediately. The giant bird's body was fixed in the light ball, and was quickly overturned by the wind-style spiral shuriken. After the light ball disappeared, the giant bird fell from the sky weakly. Heavenly Dao Pain was a little surprised when he saw that his side's combat power was wiped out so quickly by the opponent, and couldn't help but look at the ruins where Hell Dao Pain lay down. He secretly thought in his heart, it would be great if Hell Dao hadn't been killed, otherwise, the other pain would be resurrected very quickly, but now, it will take time to change the effect of Tiandao Pain's ninjutsu. Just when Nagato was thinking about whether to switch Tiandao Pain to perform ninjutsu, Naruto had already rushed in front of him, with 5 fingers spread out and grabbed towards him. Advertisement: the golden nine tails chakra palm rapidly enlarged and grabbed towards him. Shenluo Tianjung, Tiandao Pain didn't have any extra time to change the ninjutsu in the body. Spread out Shinra Amazon to fend off Naruto's nine tails mode. At the same time, the dried persimmon ghost shark on the other side is also struggling. Lyming held a huge épée, and he slashed against Hoshigaki Kisame, unexpectedly suppressing Kisame back and forth, unable to fight back at all. Bang 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 bang. Chirp 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 chirp. Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, this guy's strength is so great. It hurts the shark's muscles. No, if this continues, I will be killed by him." Hoshigaki Kisame seized an opportunity, desperately bumped the épée in Lyming's hand, and let himself retreat to a safe distance. Quickly sealed with both hands and said, "Water style, great waterfall rushes." Crash la 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 la. Soon, around Hoshigaki Kisame, a gigantic supersized water polo, as many as football fields, swallowed the bodies of Kisame and Lyming and wrapped them inside. The dried persimmon ghost shark fused with the big sword shark muscle in his hand, and quickly turned into a monster with a tail like a humanoid shark. Hoshigaki Kisame kept his monster form, showed a ferocious smile to Lyming, and said with a sneer, "Since you forced me to use this trick, you are dead." Lyming's eyes Sharingan opened, and the green light of the green snake ring on his right hand emitted, and soon a layer of green chakra light appeared outside Lyming's body. With this layer of green chakra ray protection, Lyming finally doesn't have to worry about being unable to breathe underwater. Lyming looked around and laughed softly. "Oh, do you really think that I will let you fuse with shark muscles without any preparation? Come try my trick and see if you can resist it. Sage art. Fire style. Fire of life." Blazing blazing. Advertisement using the green chakra protecting Lyming's body as fuel. With a bang, a skyrocketing fire immediately burned around Lyming's body. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like Lyming is the wick, and the inner flame of the flame is green, but when you look outside, the outer flame is a golden flame with an unknown temperature. Asking for flowers. How big is the golden flame that Lyming erupts? It is very similar to when Wukong's Kaiwang fist erupted in the 7 Dragon Balls. The golden flame soaring to the sky released a huge amount of heat, which quickly boiled the water surrounding him. The bubbling water bubbles kept bubbling out. Dried persimmon ghost shark was swimming in the water, just approached, but was scalded by the boiling water and couldn't move forward, so he quickly swam to the back and escaped. Damn it. Damn B asterisk 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 D. What kind of flame is the flame on this guy? Even the 4 tails tailed beast. The tailed beast Jinchuriki, who is good at lava style. The flame on his body is not so strong. My water style can't restrain him. Is it a flame that burns underwater? Is it a flame of the same level as Itachi's Amaterasu? Oh. What made Hoshigaki Kisame's scalp tingle even more was that he unexpectedly found that even the water temperature around him rose rapidly as time went by, and began to trend towards boiling water. No, I can't go on like this anymore. I was able to deal with Jinchuriki with this move before, because it blocked their breathing, which greatly weakened their combat power. I can attack freely in the water like a shark. But now, if this goes on like this, if all the water in the water polo is boiled, I will be locked in and boiled. The longer the time, the more unfavorable Song Quan will be for me. Hoshigaki Kisame, who found that the situation was not good, formed a mudra with both hands immediately and lifted the ninjutsu. Crash la 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 la. The ninjutsu was released, and the huge water polo fell down. Hey hey hey. Hot 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 hot. Naruto, who was using the 9 tails chakra to suppress Tiandao pain, was suddenly poured with boiling water on his head and face. He was so hot that he immediately jumped and couldn't concentrate on his experience, and the movements of his hands slowed down. One time. Pain quickly took advantage of this opportunity, increased the strength of God tier Luo Tianjung, and broke free from the grip of Naruto's 9 tails chakra's giant hand. Sasuke fought in the direction of Deidara. Sasuke breathed out lightning from his palm, and pressed against his chest. Looking at Deidara with indifferent eyes, he said, "I said before, lightning style restrains earth style. Even if you turn clay bombs into dust and enter my body, they are still useless pills." Chapter 185 Ultimate Self-Destruction. You still want to hurt my Sasuke, don't you want to live? Bang 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 bang. While Sasuke was saying this, he formed seals with his hands, and created 4 shadow clones, matching his position to seal off all escape routes for Deidara. You B asterisk 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 D, don't think you really won. Even if you die today, I will drag all of you to be buried with me. Deidara is ready to die together at this moment. He has seen all the changes on the battlefield. 6 paths pain was beaten and only 1 Tiandao pain was left, and the dried persimmon ghost shark was suppressed by Lyming and had no power to fight back. I was terribly restrained by Sasuke, and there was no hope of breaking through. In addition, Lyming, Honglian, Bai, and Shinyue, especially Jonin, did not fully participate in the battle. The battle between the two sides has been fought so far, and it is basically certain that they will lose or even die. Therefore, Deidara untied the black robe Huoyin Long, 890, robe outside her body, unwrapped the thin thread that sealed the huge chest. A handful of clay was stuffed into the giant mouth of the left chest, and the giant mouth began to chew the clay with great gulps. Then Deidara let out a piercing maniacal laugh and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, die. You all die with me. Let you see, my last ultimate art." Lyming, who also pays close attention to the changes on the battlefield, even gave up on Hoshigaki Kisame, who was almost about to be captured, after seeing Deidara's ninja. Facing Naruto, Sasuke, Shao picked them up and said, "No, gather, come to Shiro and Guren." Swish 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 swish. Damn it, I'm at a critical juncture here. Naruto, relying on the Nine Tails Demon Fox mode, was trying to gradually suppress Tien Dao pain. Unexpectedly, the changes in the battlefield suddenly took a turn for the worse, so he had to grit his teeth and curse secretly. Withdraw. Everyone dodged behind Hanlian and Bai, and the green light burst out from Lyming's body, injecting a large amount of the energy of the Grail Stone into Bai and Hanlian's bodies. Guren and Bai quickly formed seals with both hands, and the face of Sage Mode appeared on their faces, shouting, "Sage Art protects, hexagonal ice crystal." Advertisement with the sealing of Shiro and Guren, the release of ninjutsu, a hexagonal crystal, instantly protected and sealed Lyming, Sasuke, Naruto and small Sakura in it. The inner wall of the crystal is pink crystal, and the outer wall is white ice crystal. Between the two layers of ice crystals, there is a layer of green crystal that is like a special adhesive, firmly bonding the inner and outer layers of crystals together. What, Deidara, you lunatic! Discovering that Deidara was about to explode, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been severely injured by Lyming, quickly hid in the big sword Samahata, and let the big sword shark muscle swallow him in one bite. On the other side, Tien Dao Pain put his hands in front of him and shouted solemnly, "Shenluo Tianzheng." Tien Dao Pain suppressed Shenluo Tianzheng to the smallest extent and protected his body in it. Boom! Deidara's body faded rapidly, compressed into a small black ball, and then burst apart violently, releasing dazzling white light. The powerful exploding white light expanded rapidly, and a huge exploding white light with 3 sharp corners appeared within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was hiding in the big sword shark muscle, felt an unrivaled impact force, and slammed into the big sword shark muscle. The impact force was transmitted in, and the shock made him seriously injured, and his internal injuries became more serious, injured. The broadsword Samahata was enveloped by the powerful impact of the explosion, and was thrown into the air at an unknown distance. Although Tien Dao Pain was protected by Shenluo Tianzheng in time, he was also shocked by the explosion and was thrown like a meteor in the distance. As for the hexagonal crystal protecting Lyming, it was like a large football, and it was so shaken that it wanted to be thrown into the air. After spinning for countless times in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. The hexagonal crystal exploded and shattered. After the explosion, Lyming, Sasuke, little Sakura, and Naruto were all a little dizzy. "Damn! What are you doing? Do you want to work so hard?" Shin-Yue, who had recovered from her slight dizziness, complained unhappily. Lyming smiled helplessly, and then made a gesture, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, let's go back and have a look. Such a strong explosion power, even the companions with them may not be able to withstand it intact." Soon, Lyming and the others arrived at the place where they fought Shao before, looking at the explosion traces in a radius of more than 10 kilometers around. This area was almost completely razed to the ground. Naruto couldn't help but babbled, "What a terrible explosion. That guy is really a dangerous guy." Advertisement Sasuke next to him looked around, then walked to Lyming's side, and asked, "What should we do now? Such a terrifying explosion power has wiped out all traces of the enemy's escape." The corners of Lyming's mouth turned up slightly, and he said with a smile, "It's okay, the traces are gone, we still have other clues." As if by magic, Lyming's wrist seal spit out a short black iron rod, grabbed Naruto's arm, and unceremoniously pierced it into Naruto's arm. "Oh my god, Captain Lyming, what are you doing? It hurts me to death." "Eh? What is this?" Naruto was pierced into his arm with a black iron rod by Lyming, and he let out a scream like a pig butcher, and then suddenly felt something was wrong. Naruto can clearly feel a pair of eyes watching him from behind. "Have you felt it? Then, Naruto will lead the way." Lyming smiled and pulled out the black iron rod, showing a bright smile and laughing. The wound on Naruto's arm healed quickly under the healing energy of Nine Tails chakra. Naruto already roughly understood why Lyming wanted to insert the black iron rod into his arm, so he immediately looked at Lyming with resentful eyes and said, "Captain Lyming, I am not the only one who can practice fairy arts here. Why are you so angry? Am I alone in trouble?" Lyming smiled without feeling guilty. "Of course it's because of all the people present. You have the strongest self-healing ability, and you are the most rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Don't use you to explore the way at 0.4. Do you want me to go to the blacklist? A little Sakura? Bai, Hanlian, and Shin-Yue are all beautiful and lovely girls. Do you have the heart to pierce them with a black stick? Besides, pricking yourself with a black stick is too painful. I can't do it." You, Captain Lyming, you're really good. I'm speechless." After hearing what Lyming said, Naruto felt bad all over, wanted to get mad but didn't dare to get mad of. Naruto just lowered his head. Suddenly he lifted it up again, pointed at Sasuke with unfriendly eyes and said, "What about Sasuke? Why didn't you stab him?" Boom. Just as Naruto asked, he was punched by the grim-looking little Sakura. "Huh, why do you say, you still want to hurt my Sasuke, you don't want to live?" Chapter 186 Sage Art Star Thunder Zuzo Nengu vs Superplanetary Devastation. Huh, why do you say, you still want to hurt my Sasuke, you don't want to live? As soon as Naruto spoke, he was punched by little Sakura, who stomped on Naruto's back with a horrible expression, stared and groaned angrily. Ouch, I was just talking casually, little Sakura, do you want to be so ruthless? Naruto said sadly with a big bump on his head, tears streaming down his face. Leiming spread his hands a little funny and said with a smile, so, Naruto, now you know why I didn't attack Sasuke, right? Naruto nodded tearfully, got it, little Sakura is too scary. What did you say? Hearing what Naruto said, little Sakura pressed her fists with both hands and ravaged Naruto again. Bang 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 bang. Just when the little Sakura finished ravaging Naruto, Leiming planned to take everyone to find 6 Paths Pain's body to settle the score. Suddenly, Tiandao Pain didn't know when, already flying in the air, flew back to the battlefield, and opened his hands together. From his palm, a black ball of light quickly flew to Leiming 22 and their heads. Planetary devastation. Rumble. The ground under Leiming's feet soon began to vibrate violently, and the ground shattered into countless stones and clods of different sizes, which converged towards the black light ball in the air. Leiming couldn't help but look up at the sky, his brows twitched uncontrollably, and he frowned and said to himself, damn it, it's planetary devastation, has Heavenly Pain come up with a trick? Leiming, Sasuke, Naruto, small Sakura, Shinue, Shiro, and Curan kept dodging, jumping, and avoiding the rising boulder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the increasing input of the chakra of Heavenly Dao Pain, the earth ball in the sky becomes bigger and bigger, and the soil and stones that are sucked up below are getting faster and faster. Watching the huge earth ball in the sky become bigger and bigger, and, under the control of Tiandao Pain, it flew higher and higher towards the sky. When the height of the earth ball was enough, soon, the huge earth ball began to smash towards Konoha village like a comet meteorite that destroyed the world. Advertisement Tiandao Pain's expression was ferocious, and he roared furiously, can you block my Shenluo Tianzheng once, and can you block my planetary devastation again? Let the world feel the pain, superplanetary devastation? Seeing that the situation was not good, Naruto immediately became impatient, gritting his teeth, he said, "A-hole? What are you going to drive? I won't let you succeed in Nine Tails mode." The angry Naruto broke out, and the golden fox clothes outside his body rapidly swelled and became bigger, and soon the Nine Tails demon fox clothes outside Naruto turned into golden Nine Tails. The golden Nine Tails landed on all fours, rushed forward quickly, and ran in the direction of Konoha village. Tsunade and Jiraiya of Konoha village, when they saw that the meteorite was about to fall from the sky above the village, they immediately issued the strongest mobilization order. Tsunade ordered to the ninjas beside him, everyone, order the entire Konoha village, and all ninjas with strong enough attack power are dispatched and ready to fight at any time. 11. Yes. The ninjas beside Tsunade disappeared in an instant, and conveyed their message to the village guest. The Akamichi clan in Konoha village launched ninjutsu one after another, transformed into and shouted, expansion jutsu. Bang 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 bang. Giants keep showing up all over the village. On the other side, ninjas from all over the village formed seals one after another, and released their strongest ninjutsu attacks against the huge planetary devastation in the sky. Fire style. Dragon flame technique. Water style. Water cutting technique. Lightning style. Thunderstorm. Boom 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 boom. All kinds of ninjutsu were sent to the planetary devastation in the air without asking for money. However, the size of the planetary devastation is too large, the damage of these ninjutsu is quite limited, and Konoha village does not have enough time to counterattack. Some of the masters in the village are still performing tasks outside the village and have not returned yet. Summoning technique. Bang bang. Tsunade and Jiraiya, the two of them activated the summoning together, and they summoned Gamabunta and Katsuyu. Both of them looked dignified and nervous, looking at the superplanetary devastation above the sky. Jiraiya. What should I do? Such a big guy is coming down, only me and Tsunade can stop it. Advertisement Tsunade. Uchiha Lyming. You be asterisk 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 D, at such a critical moment, where the hell did you die, why don't you come back to me? Flying Thunder God technique. Master Tsunade, here we come, spread out, let's go our separate ways. Lyming cast Flying Thunder God technique, and soon sent Sasuke, Little Sakura, Crescent Moon, Shiro, and Curan back together. I didn't want to use that trick at first, but now I can't help it, Sage Art, Xing Lei Shu Zuo can call. The green light of Lyming's green snake ring shone dazzlingly, and the powerful Geeler's stone energy was input into Lyming's body. At the same time, Lyming put on a holy garment similar to the armor of a holy warrior all over his body. The purple chakra also burst out. The green and purple chakra are entangled with each other, cohesive, and soon become a chakra wearing purple armor and filled with green chakra inside. The giant held a purple chakra hilt and a green-bladed greatsword in both hands, and roared loudly towards the sky. Ho 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 ho. At the same time, on the other side of the village, Bai's hands were in seals, and his beautiful black hair 717 changed into beautiful long silver hair at a visible speed. Immortal facial makeup appeared on his face, and he wore a white chakra coat, exuding icy cold air all over his body. Whispered, Sage Art, Frozen Snow Maiden. Boom 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 boom. At a speed visible under Shiro's feet, a beautiful ice beauty giant in a kimono rose. Honglian was also not to be outdone. She made seals with both hands, and shouted, "Sage art! Crystal style, pink Valkyrie!" Rumble. At Honglian's feet, a giant woman wearing armor and made of pink crystal rose up. The giant woman held a long knife tightly in both hands, ready to fight at any time. As for Sasuke, from the seal on the wristband, he kept throwing scrolls with the word, "Thunder," written on them one after another, and sealed with both hands. Lightning style, Sage art Curan. Boom, boom, boom. Relying on the blessing of Shienju, the scroll thrown by Sasuke exploded at the same time, bursting out powerful lightning energy, and under Sasuke's control, on top of his head, condensed into a lightning unicorn with a shape comparable to a tailed beast. At the same time, the golden nine tails transformed by Naruto leapt high, and the mouth of Nine Tails was continuously condensed and compressed, forming a black ball of light. The left and right hands of Nine Tails condensed and transformed into a huge wind-style spiral shuriken. Chapter 187 Konoha Village explodes, the most powerful counterattack. Leiming spotted the masters around him, and almost prepared his tricks, so he immediately controlled Shuzuo Nu, which was transformed from the energy of the Gelel stone and the energy of the stars, into action. Shuzuo Nengu clasped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands, and the green light of the sword blade soared to the sky to slash. Leiming made seals with both hands and shouted, "Ah! Look at the move! Sage art! Xinglei Qianshang cross-cut!" Swish! Two super-huge green sword lights formed a green lion sword light, and slashed fiercely on the super-huge planetary devastation. Ka. After the huge planetary devastation meteorite was cut by the dazzling green light, it was cut into 4 pieces in an instant, and scattered and fell downward. At the same time, Leiming yelled, "Do it, now!" Hearing Leiming's order, Sasuke was the first to change the two-hand seal, pointed to the sky, and shouted, "Got it? Sage art! Kilin! Go!" Ho 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 ho! Sasuke's thunderbolt unicorn, whose shape is comparable to a tailed beast, let out a roar that shook the sky, stomped heavily on the ground with all 4 hooves, and his body flickered instantly, and rushed to the position of the planetary devastation boulder that was cut into 4 quarters. Roaring fiercely, he bumped into it. Rumble! The blue thunderlight exploded dazzlingly, and countless lightning bolts spread to the surrounding area. Bai, who had prepared a long time ago, changed the imprint of both hands, and launched ninjutsu to another quarter of the planetary devastation in the sky, shouting, "Sage art! Frozen Snow Maiden! Snow Maiden's breath!" I saw the huge, beautiful Snow Maiden of ice under the white feet gently put her finger on her lips, and blew a breath of cold air towards the meteorite in the sky. The movement is obviously not big, and it even looks very beautiful and elegant. Advertisement, but a strong cold air rushed towards the sky at an extremely fast speed, and slammed into another quarter of the planetary devastation. The fragments of that planetary devastation instantly turned white and were completely frozen in an instant. Then there was another bang, and it exploded, turning into white snowflakes all over the sky. Hong Lian also showed no sign of weakness, controlling the crystal giantess under her feet to dance the long knife in her hand, and then shot the long knife at the planetary devastation in the sky like lightning. Hong Lian shouted loudly, "Don't underestimate my old lady. If my old lady goes crazy, I will be afraid." Crystal style, pink burial flowers. The huge pink long knife pierced deeply into a quarter of the planetary devastation. The entire huge stone turned into pink crystals in an instant, and then exploded with a bang, turning into a sky-filled sky. Crystal powder. As for the last remaining piece of planetary devastation, Naruto controlled Nine Tails to spit out a black ball of light, and Nine Tails threw the wind-style spiral shurikens in his left and right hands together. Naruto yelled at the planetary devastation in the sky, "I will not let you succeed. Why?" Tailed beast bomb. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Boom. Boom. After the tailed beast bomb collided with the planetary devastation, a violent explosion occurred immediately, and instantly shattered the huge planetary devastation into pieces. Immediately afterwards, 2 wind-style spiral shurikens arrived and exploded in the air, turning into 2 huge wind blade light balls, which sucked the larger crushed rocks into the air. The wind blade light ball was cut by countless wind blades and turned into fine gravel and dust with no lethality. The big planetary devastation was completely shattered by Lyming, Shiro, Curan, Sasuke, and Naruto. As for the star thunder controlled by Lyming, Suzuo cut the planetary devastation, and escaped Sasuke, Naruto and their tricks one after another. The size of the falling gravel is no longer so scary. The Konoha village masters, who had been prepared for a long time, took action one after another. Kakashi's right hand blue thunder flashed, and his body flickered soaring into the sky. He saw the larger stone and pierced it fiercely, and laughed loudly, "Very good, as expected of the strongest new era in our village, everyone. The children have worked so hard, we old-timers, we should not be too far behind." Rakery. Boom. With one blow from Kakashi, the stone with a diameter of tens of meters was blasted into pieces. Then, Kakashi did not stop, but kept the lightning with his right hand, and kept jumping on the roof of Konoha village, smashing boulders. Kakashi. "Well said, I won't lose to you either, Atatsu," to the peacock. Mr. Guy clenched his fists with both hands, the skin all over his body turned red, his body was covered with green light, his fists rained out, and countless red flames shot into the sky. Advertisement located in the area defended by Mr. Guy. All the stones, regardless of size, were completely wiped out by the flames he shot. Ha ha ha. That's right. We also want to protect the village, and we can't put all the burdens on the young people. Akamichi Choji's father also laughed happily, waving the huge iron rod in his hand, and smashed pieces of the air. The boulders smashed and exploded. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan put on a posture and said in a deep voice to Neji behind him, Neji, look out. This is another unique trick of the gentle fist method. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom 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 boom. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan danced his hands quickly, and shot the air cannon containing chakra, hitting the gravel in the sky. All the boulders hit by this move shattered and exploded inch by inch. At the same time, there are other members of the Hyuga clan, rushing to the sky one after another, their bodies spinning at high speed and shouting, 8 trigrams palms. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of revolving heaven tricks were played at the same time in the air, and the scene was really spectacular. As for the weaker Jonin and Shunin, they all took action one after another, launching their own group attacks on the broken stones in the sky. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Lightning style. Thundernet. Boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, there were various explosions in the sky above Konoha village. Li Wangchao was like setting off fireworks. Seeing this spectacular scene, Jiraiya laughed excitedly and said, okay, ha 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 ha, okay, I haven't felt this exciting for a long time, went I? Let's go too. Fire style. Toad oil salt bomb. Okay. My uncle will cooperate with you once. Toad Bunta under Jiraiya's feet pressed hard on his stomach with his big hand, spit out toad oil, cooperated with Jiraiya's fire style, and swept across the boulder in the air. The boulder was instantly blasted away. Tiandao Pain, who was flying in the air, was also shocked violently when he saw the people fighting together in Konoha village. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, what? I didn't expect them to actually defend themselves. Swish. Isn't it strange? Go down for me. Lyming didn't know when, but he suddenly dodged to Tiandao Pain's back, and his strange force fist hit Tiandao Pain's back fiercely. Chapter 188 Nagato is still dead. I don't know when. Lyming dodged to the back of Tiandao Pain, clenched his fist with strange force in his right hand, and slammed down hard. Boom. What? Tiandao Pain only had time to launch the strongest Shenluo Tianjung to counteract Lyming's strange power punch. The bodies of the two were sent flying at the same time. Lyming's body flew high into the air, and Tiandao Pain's body fell towards the ground like a cannonball. Naruto, who was in the Golden Nine Tails mode, saw this opportunity, just in time for the 5-second interval between Tiandao Pain's Shenluo Tianjung. Naruto slapped Tiandao Pain with one hand, and the giant golden palm of Nine Tails also made the same movement, just hitting Tiandao Pain's body impartially. Boom. Tiandao Pain couldn't make any defense at all, so he was slapped by the huge Nine Tails chakra, and he was slammed into the ground heavily. A huge human-shaped crater was blasted on the ground, and he could no longer move. So far, Six Paths Pain's invasion of Konoha village has officially failed. After laying down on Tiandao Pain, Naruto immediately released the Nine Tails mode. He had just landed on the roof of 353, and he rushed out on the roof with his feet. Ino's father, who was still near Naruto just now, saw Naruto rushing out, subconsciously said loudly, wait, Naruto. Where are you going? Naruto continued to rush forward without looking back, and said loudly, I'm going to find the manipulator behind this incident. What? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Although Ino's father wanted to stop him, Naruto's figure had already disappeared in a flash. Advertisement Shikamaru's father suddenly appeared next to him, and said with a smile, don't worry. Naruto must be fine. After all, he is Master Jiraiya's disciple, and someone who has been trained in Lyming and New Purpose Hell mode. In less than 10 minutes, Lyming, Crescent Moon, White, and Red Lotus, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura have all rushed to the bottom of a big tree. Jiraiya was also dragged here by Lyming. Jiraiya sighed unhappily and scratched his head. Hey, I said, boy Lyming, what are you doing here if you have nothing to do? Stop talking nonsense. Of course there is a reason for pulling you here, and there are your acquaintances inside. You and Naruto go in, and we just wait outside. Huh? Acquaintance? Jiraiya frowned slightly, remembering what he saw in Konoha village earlier, Six Paths Pain's body, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Jiraiya's mind, thinking of a child's face. Could it be? Thinking of this, Jiraiya no longer hesitated, inserted his hands into the trunk of the big tree, and pulled it hard on both sides. The trunk was directly torn open a crack. This huge tree turned out to be made out of paper. With Lyming's nod, Naruto followed Jiraiya in. The little Sakura leaned over nervously, looked at Lyming and asked, is it really okay that only Master Jiraiya and Naruto go in? Will they be in danger? Lyming showed a confident smile and said with a smile, it's all right. Leave it to Naruto and Jiraiya-sama. Lyming said this on his lips, and added a word silently in his heart, and smiled in his heart. After all, Naruto is the child of destiny in the early stage of the Hokage ninja world, so it is not so easy to die. All the people present can say that everyone knows the magic arts, but the strength of the magic skills is different. It doesn't take 5 minutes to enter Naruto and Jiraiya. Everyone felt it at the same time. From the big tree in front of them, there was a thrilling murderous look and a powerful chakra. Indistinctly, Naruto's angry roar could still be heard. Just when Sasuke and little Sakura couldn't help rushing in to help, the murderous aura inside the big tree and the terrifying chakra subsided quickly. After feeling this, Leiming leaned against the trunk of another big tree next to him with his mouth raised slightly, and thought to himself, it's right to let Naruto and Jiraiya come. Bug. Nagato seems to be convinced. I just don't know if he will die like the original book. Advertisement. After waiting quietly for tens of minutes, in the direction of Konoha village, giants suddenly drilled out of the ground and opened their mouths. Countless green light clusters spit out from their mouths and scattered around Konoha village. Rinne Tensei technique. Sure enough, it's still activated. Leiming looked in the direction of Konoha village, and the green light rained in, and he already knew that Nagato in the big tree might die soon. Although Leiming intervened, the number of casualties caused by the Six Paths Pen invasion in this parallel world in Konoha village was much smaller than that in the original anime. But the number of casualties is close to thousands, so, in order to revive them, Nagato will probably lose his own life as the price. Crash la 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 la. The big tree formed from the paper behind it began to scatter quickly, revealing the 4 people inside. Conan conjured a bouquet of paper flowers with paper ninjutsu, handed it to Naruto and said, "This is for you. I hope you can really do what you said. Don't let Nagato's death become meaningless." 11. Naruto nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I will definitely do it." Jiraiya looked at Nagato's body sadly, then looked at Conan and asked, "Aren't you staying?" Conan shook his head with a smile. "No, I'm going back with Nagato and Yahiko's corpses. They need a quiet place to rest." After half a day, at the gate of Konoha village, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade and others all came to the gate to see Conan off. Leiming smiled and handed Conan a paper crane folded with paper and said with a smile, "This is a small gift from all of us before we leave. I hope you can keep it close to you. When you miss us in the future, take it out and have a look." Conan took the paper crane that Leiming handed her, Sabai nodded with a gentle smile to her, and Shinue turned her head away unhappily. Conan also showed a gentle smile, and said with a smile, "Thank you, I will definitely keep it close to you." Conan waved his hand to bid farewell to everyone, protected Nagato and Yahiko's corpses with paper ninjutsu, and walked towards the distance step by step, until Konoha village could not be seen in the distance. Conan still couldn't help looking back, touched the paper crane on his heart, and said with a smile, "Konoha village, what an incredible place. Are you right, Nagato? Yahiko?" Chapter 189 Conan's death? Leiming not allowed? After returning to Rain Shinobi village, Conan found a secret place and hid the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko in a sea of flowers made of paper. Conan reached out and gently stroked the cheeks of Nagato and Yahiko's corpses, showing a poignant smile, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect your wishes." After saying this, Conan raised his head again, his eyes and expression immediately became extremely solemn. As Conan expected, it didn't take long before the masked man came to the door in person, that is, Uchiha Obito came to find him. Conan looked at Obito and said coldly, "You are still here." Obito said softly, "You know why I came here. As long as you can hand over Nagato's body, I can spare your life, but, looking at your eyes, you should have already made up your mind, right?" "Does it need to be said?" Conan swung his paper shuriken at Obito with his hands in mudra. Swish 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 swish. Paper escaped shuriken passed through Obito's body, but did not cause the slightest damage to him. Obito flicked out a handful of kunai and rushed towards Conan. Ding bang 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 bang. Soon the two fought fiercely together, and the battlefield of the two moved to the sea. Conan formed a seal, and suddenly waved his small hand forcefully, shouting, "Are you ready to face the punishment? This is the ninjutsu I specially prepared for you, paper escape, sea of paper technique, infinite detonation. No matter what space-time ninjutsu you are using, your body cannot maintain that technique forever. Even if you can maintain it forever, as long as the explosion is powerful enough, you will not be able to block this technique intact. 600 billion explosions, the sea of symbols, enjoy it. The duration of the continuous explosion should be at least 10 minutes. Boom 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 boom. What? Obito's body was quickly engulfed by the explosion flames of countless detonators. More than 10 minutes later, the explosion on the sea surface finally stopped, and Conan's body slowly landed on the sea surface, half kneeling slightly weakly. Advertisement controlling the explosion of 600 billion detonating symbols at the same time, even for Conan, caused a great burden on the body. At the moment when Conan relaxed his vigilance, Obito's embarrassed figure suddenly appeared in front of Conan, grabbed Conan's neck fiercely with one hand, and lifted her in front of him. Conan was strangled by the neck, and because of Chakra's excessive consumption, he had no combat power at all, so he could only grit his teeth and look at Obito on the opposite side. "You? How did you not die? Impossible. Why? Obito's mask has been blown up at this time, only the part covering the mouth is left, and the original pair of red Sharingan, one of the eyes, has become white. I have to say, the ninjutsu you prepared for me is really powerful. If it were someone else, I might have died, but you don't know enough about the Uchiha clan. Maybe you haven't heard of the ninjutsu Izanagi, right? The effect of this ninjutsu is a kind of attack that can obliterate all attacks that are unfavorable to the caster, while maintaining the attack effect that is beneficial to the caster. To put it simply, it is the forbidden technique that can transform illusion into reality and reality into dreams. The price for performing this ninjutsu is that one of the performer's Sharingan will be permanently blind. Okay, after talking to you so much, you should also tell me, where did you hide Nagato's body?" As he said that, Obito used the only remaining Sharingan to cast an illusion on Konan, and soon he knew the answer he wanted. Let go of Konan with one hand, and use a broken steel pipe to stab into Konan's heart. Poochie. The steel pipe pierced through Konan's chest, and Konan spurted blood from his mouth on the spot. The bloodline spread rapidly around the chest. Since you already know the answer, you are useless. Obito pulled out the steel pipe indifferently and said in a cold voice. Konan's body fell weakly towards the sea, and the look in his eyes began to dissipate little by little. At this time, the folded paper crane that Leiming had given her before was placed in the pocket of Konan's coat, and it was stained with Konan's blood. Suddenly, numerous incantations appeared inside the paper crane, and the incantations were activated. Whoosh! Konan's body disappeared out of thin air. Obito turned sharply and looked at the place where Konan disappeared, frowning and said, "Is this time space ninjutsu? Is it a preparation made in advance? Huh. Even if it was prepared in advance, what can it do? It pierced the heart, will surely die." Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Obito didn't care where Konan disappeared, just disappeared, and soon found the place where Konan hid the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko, and took down Nagato's Rinnegan. It's time to start, Obito raised his head and said in a deep voice after removing the blind Sharingan and installing Nagato's Rinnegan. At the same time, on the other side, Konoha village, Leiming, Sasuke, Naruto, small Sakura, Hai, Shinue, Curan and others are gathering together for a party. Everyone is eating, drinking and chatting happily. Suddenly, Leiming touched the dining table with one hand lightly, the seal of the wristband flashed, and all the delicacies on the table disappeared. Zero. What are you doing? Captain Leiming, I haven't finished eating my chicken legs yet? Naruto hadn't finished speaking when a black shadow suddenly hit the table in front of everyone. Boom. The guests who were eating at the same shop as Leiming and the others heard the movement and looked in Leiming's direction, and immediately saw a seriously injured blue-haired woman, lying on the table with her whole body covered and her eyes closed. Ah! Run away, ah, ah, ah. The customers were frightened immediately, and they ran away screaming. After seeing the person clearly, Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, and Shiro were all surprised. It's Konan. What the hell happened? Who hurt her so badly? Bai and Shao Sakura hurriedly emitted a green light with both hands, and pressed the position of Konan's heart, and performed the strongest medical ninjutsu, trying to maintain Konan's vital signs. As for Leiming, he pressed one hand on Konan's forehead, and the green snake ring on his finger also emitted green light, inputting a large amount of Greer's stone energy. Leiming secretly thought in his heart, with me here, Konan, it's hard for you to die even if you want to. Under the combined treatment of Leiming, Shao Sakura, and Bai, the penetrating wound on Konan's chest began to heal quickly and his pale face slowly returned to ruddy. Chapter 190. Fooling Sister Konan. After the fatal wound was healed, in a world surrounded by darkness, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko had been chatting around the fire for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Nagato looked at Konan with some feeling, and said with a smile, Konan, it seems that the time for you to come here is not up yet. Yahiko nodded in agreement, put his hands on Konan's shoulders, grinned and said, Nagato is right, Konan, you must live well after you go back. Live for me and Nagato go down. What? Nagato, Yahiko, what are you two talking about? I'm obviously dead. While saying this, Konan also noticed that her body was different, and colorful lights began to slowly appear on her body. This is Konan, who has seen Nagato's 263 perform the Rinne Tensai technique, can already realize something after seeing this green light. Then, Konan immediately looked at Nagato with resentful eyes. Nagato raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile, and said with a smile, Konan, you don't have to look at me like that, your resurrection. No, to be precise, it's the one who healed your injuries and prevented you from dying, not me. Oh. When Konan wanted to say something more, the green light on her body became dazzling in an instant, and disappeared with Konan's soul in a flash. On the restaurant table in Konoha village, Konan, who had been completely healed from his injuries, suddenly trembled violently, opened his eyes violently, and grabbed the air with one hand. Shouting, Nagato, Yahiko, you two bastards. Konan opened his eyes and looked around, sat up straight and sighed, so you guys saved me? Konan reached out and touched his arms, and found a blood-stained paper crane. He opened the folded paper crane and saw the runes and spells on the blood-stained paper. The clever Konan immediately understood everything. Konan looked at Lyming with complicated eyes, and sighed with a wry smile, Hey, Lyming, I really don't know whether to thank you or hate you. Lyming spread his hands with a smile, and said with a smile, Indeed, I processed this paper crane with a special secret method. The purpose is to save your life when your life is in danger. Advertisement. Even so, if your injury is a little more serious, even if I join forces with Shiro, little Sakura, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you. Sasuke looked at Konan with a frown and asked, Who shot you? No. Nagato's body is in danger. I want to go back to Rain Shinobi village. When asked by Sasuke, Konan's complexion suddenly changed. He jumped off the dining table and wanted to rush out of the shop. But at this moment, Lyming held Konan with one hand, not letting her leave, and said, Where are you going? If you want to go back to Rain Shinobi village, I will take you back the fastest. What do you mean? Konan turned his head and squinted at Lyming. Lyming didn't say much, just made a simple seal with one hand and said, Flying Thunder God passes on technique. Swish. The figures of Lyming and Konan disappeared instantly. Shikamaru, who was eating at the next table, stood up with a sigh and sighed. Really, it seems that things will definitely become more troublesome again. Eh? Really? Ino asked with a slightly surprised look. Swish. When Lyming and Conan reappeared, they had already returned to Rain Shinobi Village. After returning to Rain Shinobi Village, Lyming immediately let go of Conan's shoulders. Conan also spread his wings behind Zadun at the same time, and his figure soared into the sky. A few minutes later, Conan roared with anger. B****************** D. I must kill you. Boom. A building in the Rain Shinobi Village in the distance was instantly blown up by the furious Conan. Advertisement. Even after Conan flew back, the murderous aura on his body did not dissipate. When Lyming saw Conan's state, he immediately raised his hand and surrendered, saying, "Oh, duo, Miss Conan, don't look at me with such terrifying eyes. It's not that I did something bad, I just saved your life and brought you back. Okay, I know, I can't blame you for this matter, I didn't protect the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko." Conan finally suppressed his anger after taking 2 deep breaths. Then, looking sharply at Lyming, he said in a deep voice, "But I have a request, please help me retrieve the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko, and what's more, join hands with me and help me kill someone. As long as you can help me kill that person, I will agree to any conditions." Lyming shrugged with a wry smile, and said, Oh, Sister Conan, you have said so much, I really don't know how to reject you. Okay. Who do you say, Shang? Uchiha Madara. The person I want to kill is Uchiha Madara. Conan said the name almost through gritted teeth. Master Madara. It seems that it is very difficult to kill him. Well, since you ask me, I will try my best. Lyming smiled brightly at Conan. You don't seem surprised at all? Why? Seeing Lyming's performance, Conan asked with a frown. Lyming turned around and said, How do you think the Uchiha clan was exterminated? Can you kill all the clan members with just one Uchiha Itachi? When Conan heard what Lyming said, his eyes widened in surprise for a moment, then he nodded silently, saying I understand. How did Conan know that these statements by Lyming had traces of performance, and what he said could be said to be half truthy and half false with a lot of water in it? But sometimes people are like this, the more you tell them the truth, they won't believe it at 0.1, when you tell them lies, especially the half-truths, they can deceive people to death of. Conan believed Lyming's words without any doubt, and went back to Konoha village with Lyming. Lyming persuaded Conan like this, Sister Conan, since the Akatsuki organization has been collecting tailed beasts, then their next attack will definitely find Naruto. Uchiha Madara wants Nagato's body, and the target is obviously Nagato's Rinnegan. As long as you follow me back, with you personally guarding Naruto, you will not worry that Uchiha Madara will not come to your door. As for how to deal with Uchiha Madara at that time, you can discuss it slowly after you go back, what do you think? After hearing what Lyming said, Conan nodded without hesitation and said, Okay, I'll go back with you. Chapter 191 Itachi? Break into the 5 Kages conference? After Conan followed Lyming back to Konoha village, he naturally joined Lyming's special team. Time passed, and the time for the 5 Kages meeting arrived as scheduled. Tsunade is going to the meeting place of the 5 Kages talks. I don't know if it's because of Danzo's ambition, or because of the inertial development and self-healing of the storyline of Hokage Ninja World. This time, for the first time in the 5 Shadow talks, Danzo insisted on participating in the talks with him. Kaharu's insistence on Danzo, who is equivalent to Homura of Konoha village elders, also showed their support. As for the guards sent by Konoha village to protect them, Tsunade's guards are Shiro and Guren, and Danzo's 2 guards are still the 2 guys from the original book, named Yamanaka Fung and Aburame Takejen. The place where the 5 Kages conference was held was still in the Iron Country, and Wu Shisanfun, who had a bandage on his head, was in charge of hosting and coordinating it. Because Danzo is not Hokage, so in this meeting, he can only sit in the auditorium seat next to him, which is better called the auditorium seat. In fact, he just added a table and chairs beside the conference table. At the beginning of the meeting, Reikage punched 22 on the meeting table with his fist and said angrily to Tsunade, Tsunade, there is evidence that one of the people who attacked and took away my brother Killer B was your Konoha village Uchiha Itachi's rebellious ninja. You Konoha village should be held responsible for this. Before coming here, Tsunade also did some homework with the help of Lyming. Seeing Reikage's attack, Tsunade slapped the table back without showing weakness. He said, What does it mean that our Konoha village should be held accountable? If there is no rebellion in any village, if the rebels of any village are responsible for doing bad things outside the village, Cloud Shinobi village has a lot of rebellious cases. Besides, according to Master Reikage, 4th Kage Gaara was also captured by the Akatsuki organization in a sneak attack some time ago. Among those who did it, there were the rebellious ninja of Sand Shinobi village and the rebellious ninja of Rock Shinobi village. Does that mean that Rock Shinobi village was Shinobi village also responsible for the incident at that time? Hearing this, the old man of Rock Shinobi village lost his mood of sitting there watching the show at first, and immediately sat up straight and stared at Tsunade and Reikage. Hey, it's obviously a matter between your 2 villages, please don't mess with our village, okay? You know, Akatsuki organized the operation to capture the tailed beast, and our village lost 2 Jinchuriki. The chaotic scene of the 5 Kages meeting was similar to the opening of the original book, and the subsequent development was naturally mediated by 4th Kage Gaara. Afterwards, after discussing the matter of dispatching a joint ninja army, Mifune, a samurai from the Iron Kingdom, stood up and proposed, "Everyone, if we want to form a joint ninja army, I think it would be best to lead by Konoha village, the most powerful ninja village in the 5 major countries. Suitable." "What? Let Konoha village lead." "I don't agree." Fourth Raikage was the first to jump out to object, the table shouted loudly. Advertisement. The old man Tsuchikage of Rock Shinobi village was also sitting beside him, humming indifferently. "I don't agree with you, old man. According to our investigation, the members of the Akatsuki organization include Konoha village's rebel Itachi and Orochimaru's. Can the situation really allow them to lead the ninja alliance?" Danzo, who was sitting in the auditorium, listened to the progress of the meeting with his eyes closed, secretly thinking in his heart, "Very good. Very good. That's it, step by step to force Tsunade, as long as. Maybe. Hee. Just when Danzo was secretly implementing his plan, suddenly there was a fierce battle sound from outside the meeting room. Boom boom boom. "Who are you? Stop them, don't let them in. So strong. Both of them are monsters." Boom. After a burst of fierce battle sounds, suddenly the ceiling of the 5 cages conference exploded, and 2 men in black clothes, Huoyin Windbreaker, jumped out of the big hole in the ceiling. Seeing the appearance of the approaching person, Fourth Raikage burst out a powerful lightning chakra, whoosh dodged and jumped on the approaching person's head, raised his arm high, and smashed down towards them. "Bastards! Are you the ones who took my brother? Give Killer B back." Boom. What? What is this thing? Fourth Raikage's arm was wrapped with a powerful thunderbolt chakra, and it hit the person outside, but was blocked by the strange red skeleton. Tsunade also stood up abruptly from his seat, and blurted out in surprise when he saw the person coming, "Suzunoho. Uchiha Itachi, how dare you come here to make trouble?" The old man of 3rd Tsuchikage slowly flew up, opened his hands, facing the direction of Itachi, released ninjutsu and said, "Dust escape. Original realm stripping technique." Advertisement. Whoosh. From the hands of the old man 3rd Tsuchikage, a blazing white beam of light shot out. Boom. After the violent explosion, what appeared in front of everyone was Zuzo Nu in a half-body state. This Zuzo Nu was holding a fiery red giant shield that viably blocked the dust escape ninjutsu of Lord Daitakage. "Nani? You blocked it?" The old man 3rd Tsuchikage's eyes widened in shock, and his mouth was wide enough to stuff a salted duck egg into. "Lousy, it doesn't matter who you are. Uchiha family's strongest pupil technique, so what about Suzunoho? Watch me blow up your broken shield with one punch." 750. Boom. Even though Fourth Raikage tried his best and hit his strongest fist, when it hit Zuzo Nengu's shield, it still had no effect. On the contrary, under Itachi's control, Suzunoho pushed the shield out gently, and Fourth Raikage's body flew back like a cannonball. Then, Itachi stared at the surrounding ground fiercely, saying, "Amaterasu." Blazing blazing. Immediately there was a circle of black flames, protecting Itachi and the masked man behind him. The masked man laughed loudly and said, Hey, everyone, don't be so excited. Don't fight and kill as soon as you come up, I'm here to announce something." When Tsunade saw the masked man next to Itachi, wearing a threaded mask, and his eyes were Rinnegan and a Sharingan, his complexion immediately became gloomy. Gritting his teeth and looking at the masked man, he said in a deep voice, "Damn it, Nagato's Rinnegan, did you really take it away?" The masked man tilted his head, pointed at his Rinnegan, and said, "What are you talking about? How can you say that I took away Nagato's Rinnegan? I just took back the eyes I gave Nagato back then." "Why? Because my name is Uchiha Madara. Rinnegan was originally mine." Chapter 192. Buys sneak attack. The masked man is injured. Hearing the masked man say that he is Uchiha Madara, everyone present felt the invisible pressure. As the saying goes, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Uchiha Madara was able to break out his name in that era. It must have his strength, and it is also an overwhelming advantage. Fourth Raikage, who was bounced off by Uchiha Itachi's Suzunoho with his shield before, rushed out from the wall he had just smashed through with a bang. The lightning chakra on his body erupted with even stronger power, gritted his teeth and roared, "Is that Uchiha Madara? Lousy, I want to see how strong you are." The masked man didn't do anything, but watched Fourth Raikage rushing towards him with indifferent eyes. Itachi suddenly looked up at Fourth Raikage, and Mangekio Sharingan simply stared at him. There was a large area of black flames in front of Fourth Raikage, spraying them head-on. "It's just a flame, just want to block me. I have to have a limit to underestimate Lousy." The thunder light on Fourth Raikage's right arm exploded with great power, smashing towards the black flame in front of him. Seeing Fourth Raikage's reckless behavior, Curan next to Tsunade rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Cut. Idiot, that's not an ordinary flame. It's Amaterasu black flame. Even Lyming dare not take it head-on." Fourth Raikage seems to be reckless and has a hot temper, but he is also a muscular man who is thick and thin. Arms are protected by the powerful lightning chakra, and when they hit the black flames, they switch to the fire-style ninjutsu he faced before, which was already extinguished by his lightning chakra, or in other words, the general fire-style ninjutsu did not hurt not to him. Protected by the chakra coat that flashes with lightning, he is like a human-tailed beast, invulnerable to water and fire. However, when the Amaterasu black flame attached to his arm, Fourth Raikage immediately felt a dangerous aura and severe burning pain. So, Fourth Raikage quickly dodged back to his 2 guards, and thunder chakra erupted, trying to disperse the black flame attached to his arm. Advertisement, damn. What kind of flame is this that can't be? Fourth Raikage murmured to himself. The guard beside him hurriedly sealed his hands and said, "Here I come, Lord Raikage, try my water style." Just when the man was about to release the water style, Bai suddenly flashed to Raikage's side, stopped the guard, and said, "Let me do it. Amaterasu Black Flame is not an ordinary flame, ordinary water style is useless." Suddenly, a fairy face appeared on White Zetsu's beautiful face, and a powerful cold burst out from his body. After making mudras with both hands, he performed ninjutsu at the position of Fourth Raikage's arm and said, "Sage Art, Ice Crystal Seal." Between Bai's hands, a diamond-shaped ice crystal exuding a powerful cold air suddenly formed. The black flame attached to Fourth Raikage's arm, as if encountering a natural enemy, was absorbed and sealed by the deformed ice crystals. This wasn't over yet. After absorbing the Amaterasu Black Flame on Fourth Raikage's arm, Shiro controlled the ice crystals and flew towards the masked man and Itachi. The diamond-shaped ice crystals emitted a huge suction force, protecting all the Amaterasu Black Flames around Itachi and the masked man. They were all absorbed and sealed by the ice crystals like a whale sucking water. Try this trick, Ice Burst. With the release of Shiro's ninjutsu, the ice crystal that sealed Amaterasu's black flame suddenly shot towards the masked man like lightning. The ice crystals whizzed through the masked man's head, as if the masked man's head was illusory and did not exist. When it was about to completely pass through the head, Bai suddenly controlled the ice crystal to launch a violent explosion. The masked man seemed to have a sensed the danger, and adjusted his body position as quickly as possible. Boom! After the huge explosion power passed, one arm and half of the shoulder of the masked man were directly blown off by Bai's ice blast technique. However, the masked man who lost one arm didn't look like he was seriously injured. Instead, he looked at Bai with great interest and said with a smile, "HMPH, it's so powerful that it can hurt me?" Advertisement by Bai looked at the masked man indifferently and said coldly, "Your space-time ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, but it is not perfect. Ordinary physical attacks are indeed ineffective against you. However, as long as the power of the explosion is controlled well enough to injure part of your hollow's body hidden in a different space, if you aim at the vital parts and shoot, you can still kill you theoretically. This is Master Lyming's analysis of your ability." Hearing Bai's words, Obito's brows under the mask twitched uncontrollably, and he laughed, he. He really deserves to be a genius of our Uchiha clan, and his analytical ability is really terrifying. A ninja next to Fourth Raikage heard this, and suddenly couldn't help interjecting, "Since you have a way to restrain Madara, why don't you continue to launch the attack just now? Idiot, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." Honglian couldn't help but dodged behind this guy, and punched him in the head. The guy who hit him staggered forward and almost fell down. Bang! "Oh! Why did you hit me?" The man's head was swollen, and he was very wronged. Surrounded by 5 cages and many ninjas, Itachi maintained a cool handsome face, and analyzed, because the ninjutsu she just performed is a special ninjutsu that needs to be combined with the power of ice and fire. Ordinary fire style won't work. If it absorbs the flame energy sealed in the ice crystals, if there is not enough, it will not be able to form the destructive power to destroy the space of small noodles, Qian said. In other words, among the people present, except for my Amaterasu Black Flame, I couldn't provide her with a powerful enough fire style. She couldn't use the second shot of the ice escape seal explosion ninjutsu just now. Hearing this, even Fourth Raikage felt that his skin was burning. When he saw the old man Third Tsuchikage, he looked at him with eyes full of mocking smiles. Fourth Raikage almost didn't explode with anger. Having such an idiot subordinate really made him feel ashamed. The irritable Fourth Raikage couldn't help but slap that idiot on the head again. He said angrily, "Idiot, if you don't know when to say something, just shut up." Boom. Oh. Wu Chapter 193 Stop Danzo. As for the subsequent development of the matter, it is roughly similar to the original book. After the masked man said something similar to the original book to everyone present, he arrogantly declared war to the 5 cages, so. I, Uchiha Madara, hereby declare, the 4th Ninja World War begins here, ha 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 ha. If you want to set off the 4th Ninja World War, pass our level first. Tsunade, who had already suffered enough from the war, couldn't sit still for the first time. Boom. Tsunade stepped on the ground, and the ground exploded when she stepped on it, and her body rushed up like lightning, and Fourth Raikage rushed up with her. The two played their strongest fists, one left and one right. Buzz. However, the masked man standing in front of them was really like an invisible existence, and the bodies of the two passed through each other together. The powerful fist slammed on the wall behind him, punching a huge hole in the wall. When the masked man turned around and formed mudras with both hands, he was about to release ninjutsu. The old man Third Tsuchikage flew up, spread his hands, and released ninjutsu at the masked man, shouting, "Dust escape. Original realm stripping technique." 237 Boom. To a certain extent, Obito's spacetime ninjutsu is not afraid of any physical attack, but when Third Tsuchikage's dust escape is aimed at him, he also feels a thorn in his back. Hurry up and dodge immediately, not daring to use your spacetime ninjutsu to meet Onoki's dust escape beam. The masked man casually glanced at everyone present, and said with a smile, "The real war is about to begin. Everyone, see you on the battlefield." After saying this, an Uzumaki appeared in the masked man's eyes, and he and Itachi were taken in together. "I want to leave. Have you asked me if I am? Lava style. Melding monster technique. Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei made mudras with her hands, and from her beautiful red lips, she spit out hot and high-temperature magma. If this is absorbed into space-time ninjutsu, even Obito will definitely not be able to handle it. Advertisement. It can be seen that fourth Mizukage also took the opportunity to make a move. Hey 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 hey. What a troublesome woman. It's a pity you can't stop us. At this moment, a sinister laugh came, and White Zetsu got out from the wall. He, CCDC, opened his palm, and from his palm, a seed germinated and grew rapidly, and soon turned into a huge tree blocking Terumi Mei's lava-style magma. As for White Zetsu himself, he was rooted into his body by the big tree. White Zetsu was sucked up alive and became a tree man rooted in the wall. Of course, this White Zetsu who sacrificed himself to protect Obito is not White Zetsu's body, but just a clone of him. As for why White Zetsu can control the seeds and use the effect of wood-style ninjutsu, this is unknown. After all, it is the parallel otherworld of Hokage ninja, and it is not surprising that there are some differences from the original. When the masked man and Itachi disappeared together, when everyone present turned their eyes to the people inside the conference room, third Tsuchikage frowned and asked, "Huh? Where's Danzo?" Gaara looked around indifferently, shook his head and said, "It seems that when we were fighting with Madara, we took the opportunity to escape." Fourth Raikage rolled his eyes at Tsunade unhappily and said, "Cut, what a coward. It's just Uchiha Madara, who ran away in fright." I said, "Tsunade. That Danzo in your village is guilty of conscience, right? He didn't have any secret collusion with Madara, so when he saw Madara appearing, he ran away. Was he afraid of what Madara would say?" Hearing what Fourth Raikage said, Tsunade stomped his foot heavily on the ground in a furious moment, and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Madam, let me warn you, don't spout blood without evidence. Otherwise, I will never end with you." HMPH. Is it true? Only Danzo knows. As for you, if you want to fight, I will be afraid of you? Fourth Raikage pushed back without showing any weakness. What kind of virtue is Danzo, and whether she has secretly cooperated with Madara in private, even Tsunade can't guarantee it. But in front of everyone in the other 4 major ninja villages, even if she has doubts about Danzo, she can only choose to defend Danzo, otherwise, Konoha village will be disgraced. Seeing Fourth Raikage and Tsunade's saber-rattling appearance, Gaara shook his head helplessly, stepped forward to talk and coordinate, and persuaded them to focus on the overall situation and discuss how to deal with the next Ninja World War. The screen jumps, and on the other side, Danzo is protected by 2 subordinates and is running away at high speed in the snow. As for why Danzo escaped, only he knew in his own heart. After all, Danzo, an ambitious man, had done so many shameful things in order to seize Hokage's position and eliminate the so-called enemies who threatened the safety of Konoha village. God knows, this Hokage is parallel to Danzo of Otherworld. Has there ever been a secret deal with the masked man before? When Danzo ran to the stone bridge where Sasuke ambushed him in the original book, suddenly above the stone bridge, a space ripple of Uzumaki appeared. Advertisement. 2 people jumped out from the space. It was none other than the masked man Daishi and Itachi. Danzo and the guards stopped running immediately, and looked forward vigilantly. Itachi had already dodged in front of Danzo. Danzo looked at Itachi with a gloomy expression, and said in a deep voice, "Itachi, what do you want to do?" Itachi raised his head slowly, opened his red Sharingan eyes, looked at Danzo and said, "What are you doing? I just want to take back something from you that doesn't belong to you." Danzo's 2 guards quickly stood in front of Danzo. Danzo ordered with a gloomy face, "You too, buy me some time." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Danzo's 2 guards rushed towards Itachi together. The man from the Yamanaka clan performed ninjutsu with his hands in mudra, and said, "Mind and body technique." Itachi looked at the other party indifferently, without any change in expression, and said coolly and coldly, "Is it the secret ninjutsu of the Yamanaka family? Unfortunately, this technique is useless to me." Another Danzo's guard, turned purple all over his body, came to attack again. Itachi didn't even intend to fight with them, but the Sharingan hooks in both eyes rotated, and the illusion was cast, and the bodies of the 2 were stiff and unable to move. Then, Itachi just casually threw out a few kunai. Whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. Danzo's 2 guards were hit by kunai, and their bodies became weak. As for Danzo in the back, he has already taken out his arm hidden in his bosom, untied the seal, and removed the bandage wrapped around his left eye, ready to desperately prepare. Chapter 194. Uchiha Itachi vs Danzo. After Danzo was ready to face the battle, he made mudras with both hands, and released ninjutsu to Itachi and said, "Wind style, vacuum wave." Taking a deep breath, he spit out an air slash that contained a strong wind attribute chakra at Itachi, and slashed towards Itachi's direction. Itachi kept the forward posture unchanged, and Sharingan could easily see Danzo's ninjutsu attack clearly. The forward body slightly changed his body shape twice, and he easily dodged Danzo's wind-style ninjutsu. Boom boom boom. There was a long knife mark on Itachi's back. Wind-style. Shuriken. Immediately afterwards, Danzo threw several shurikens and chakra with wind-style ninjutsu, and threw them in the direction of Itachi. Itachi's body made graceful gymnastic movements in the air, easily passed through the gap of the wind-style shuriken's attack range, and then made a mudra with both hands, releasing ninjutsu in the direction of Danzo. Shouted, "Fire style, Phoenix Fire, technique." The wind-style shuriken thrown by Danzo, like a hot knife cutting butter, easily cut through the stone bridge behind Itachi. Facing Itachi's Phoenix Fire technique, Danzo swiftly formed seals with both hands, and shouted, "Wind style, great breakthrough." Take another deep breath and let it out. In front of Danzo, a powerful gust of wind barrier appeared, blocking Itachi's impatience fire technique attack. Suzuo knew. After Itachi rushed to Danzo not far away, a powerful red chakra burst out from Itachi's body. Chakra transformed into bones, flesh and blood, and finally turned into a full body Suzuo knew. Then, under Itachi's control, Susanoo opened his huge palm and slapped Danzo in the direction. "Damn. Do you want to do this trick?" Facing the slapping of Susanoo's palm, Danzo raised his head and released ninjutsu against Susanoo's palm, shouting, "Wind style, vacuum daidama." Bang. Boom. Shuzuo Nengu's big palm was hit by the wind style ninjutsu spit out by Danzo, and it was bounced away by the huge wind style force. "HMPH, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. As long as you don't draw me close and don't get controlled by your illusion, I'm invincible." Danzo stepped back quickly and said with a cold smile. Advertisement. Oh. Really? Just when Danzo said this confidently, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind him. This Itachi's kunai was extremely accurate and pierced Danzo's back hard. Puff. Blood splashes. Poochie. When? You damn B******************. D. Danzo waved his hand, and Wind Style's long sword condensed in his palm, and the invisible long sword slashed at Itachi behind him. Puff. Bang. After the Itachi was cut in half, his body changed color and turned into 2 puddles of water. Poochie. Cough cough cough. Damn it. Is the water body? When was it arranged? Why didn't I see it? Danzo frowned, spitting blood from his back, mortally wounded. Soon, Danzo's body suddenly hollowed out, and the next time he reappeared, Danzo's body had already recovered to the state where he hadn't been injured before. Seeing that Danzo was back to normal, Itachi maintained his left-handed state, looked at Danzo with an indifferent expression, and said, "Sure enough, is the function of your arm used to cast Izanagi?" It turned out that the reason why Itachi used Susanoo and didn't use his best illusion on Danzo right away was to test out Danzo's ninjutsu. Well, this ninjutsu is indeed very strong, but how many times can it save you? I really want to try it. When Itachi said this, his body suddenly leaned forward. Susanoo on his body disappeared, and the next moment, Itachi reappeared, already in front of Danzo. Boom. As for the place where Itachi was standing just now, he stepped on the ground and blasted the ground. The stones on the ground were stepped on, and a circular spider web circular crack and deep pit appeared. The eyes of Itachi's Sharingan and Danzo finally met at close range. Not good. This guy. Why is he so fast? Danzo was just startled when he suddenly felt his world spinning. The next moment, he was already in the illusion space. Itachi in the illusion space said indifferently, "Is it fast? Compared with the current Sasuke, I'm afraid it's far inferior. This is the physical technique I copied when I fought against Sasuke last time." Danzo gritted his teeth and frowned angrily. "Damn it, is it the instant body art improved by Lyming? So, even if you die again, you won't be wronged." Itachi in the illusion space raised his hand and waved lightly. Danzo got down on the ground, and immediately the ground clods shattered, and countless zombie-like monsters drilled out, and jumped on Danzo's body, biting him fiercely. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. "Ah, I won't die. I'm immortal." Danzo let out a miserable howl. Danzo in the real world, his eyes are dull, his head droops down, and he has no breath. But not for a while, Danzo's body hollowed out again and disappeared. Wait until the next time, when Danzo reappears next time, he will be resurrected again, but after this resurrection, Danzo's forehead is uncontrollable, with cold sweat dripping down continuously. There is no other reason. In fact, the illusion that Itachi showed him just now was too scary, and the way of death being dismembered by those monsters felt too real. It was so real that he almost failed his summer work. 0. It's not over yet. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Taking advantage of Danzo's lingering fears in the moment when he hadn't fully recovered from the illusion just now, Itachi approached again, formed a seal, and released an oversized fire style ninjutsu. The huge fireball rushed in front of Danzo in an instant and swallowed him in. His body was sizzled by the scorching fireball, and the smell of barbecue appeared. "Ah! Itachi, you bloody traitor!" Danzo, engulfed by the fireball, screamed angrily, and was killed for the 3rd time, burning alive. Then, Danzo's body was hollow again, resurrected, full of Sharingan's arm position, and the 3rd Sharingan closed his eyes. This time, Danzo reappeared and chose the position behind Itachi, and pierced Itachi's back with the long sword of wind-style chakra in his hand. "Go to hell, traitor!" Puff. Sizzling. Boom. Danzo did pierce Itachi's chest, but the corner of Itachi's mouth was slightly upturned. The position of Itachi's chest was covered with detonating symbols inside his clothes. The detonating symbols burned, and then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Danzo was slaughtered for the 4th time. Danzo behind the hollow, after being revived again, gritted his teeth and looked forward. At some point, Itachi stood in front again. Shadow Clone's detonator bomb. Is this technique okay? The inspiration for this move comes from the person behind me. After all, I heard that he almost died of this move. Chapter 195 Recapture Shisui's Mangekio, Danzo's death. Shadow Clone's detonator bomb. Is this technique okay? The inspiration for this move comes from the person behind me. After all, I heard that he almost died of this move. Hearing what Itachi said, Obito, the masked man sitting on the stone bridge behind him, immediately protested loudly in a tone that didn't want to be beaten. Hey 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 hey. Why are you telling me about my embarrassment everywhere? Be careful, I will kill you. That's right, the last time Obito was almost killed by Konan's infinite detonating talisman. I don't know what method Itachi used to get it out of White Zetsu's mouth. Therefore, Itachi naturally thought of such a trick, storing enough detonating symbols on Shadow Clone to use as a human bomb. No, just used it for the first time, and it killed Danzo once. Damn traitor. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Itachi, spirit technique. Danzo used the summoning technique to summon a strange-looking monster, cooperated with him to display a stronger wind style, and attacked Itachi lifelessly. Itachi just took his time. A red chakra erupted from outside his body, and Shuzuo Nengu, who had turned into a half-body state, placed a shield with one hand in front of him and lightly blocked it. Bang! Bang 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 bang. No matter how powerful and fast the wind style shot by Danzo is, none of it can hurt Itachi. Itachi's Zuo Nengu is holding a shield, which is perfectly protected by Itachi. Itachi, on the other hand, just kept his cool and handsome face, and moved steadily forward step by step in the direction of Danzo. After getting close enough, Itachi raised one hand slightly, and opened a scroll on his right hand. The scroll opened, revealing the incantation with the word, thunder, painted inside. Lightning style. Thunderstorm arrow rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Danzo's direction was covered by a large area of lightning and light arrows, just like being covered by Gatling's saturation mode. Danzo's body and the summoning beast under his feet were shot into a hornet's nest at a visible speed. Advertisement Danzo died again, and his body was hollowed out again. After he reappeared, his body returned to normal again, and the Sharingan in the arm closed another one. Danzo lowered his head slightly, gritted his teeth, glanced at his arm, and counted to see how many Sharingan were left on his arm, and how many times he could be resurrected. And I gritted my teeth and thought in my heart, no, I can't go on like this anymore, and I will be led by the nose like this again. No matter how many Sharingan I have, it will not be enough for Izunaki's resurrection. Then, Danzo glanced at Obito, the masked man behind Itachi, and secretly thought, although Shisui's Sharingan has passed its cooldown time, it can be used, but it must be saved to deal with Madara. It cannot be used for now. Different from Sasuke in the original book, when Itachi and Danzo fight, it is a perfect all-round suppression. No matter what means Danzo uses, he can't escape his palm. Regardless of whether Danzo wants to go all out or escape, it is all in Itachi's calculations. Unknowingly, in the subsequent battle, Itachi wiped out all the Sharingan on Danzo's arm. Up. It was just when Danzo was revived for the last time, Danzo was caught by Itachi's illusion hypnosis. Thinking that there was still a chance of resurrection, Danzo just appeared from hollow. Itachi's body suddenly blocked in front of Danzo. Mangekio Sharingan launch. Tsukuyomi. When Danzo saw Itachi's Mangekio Sharingan, he already knew it was not good. When he wanted to activate Shisui's Sharingan, he found that his spiritual body had appeared in a dark red space. Oops, I was trapped by the illusion again. I have to find a way to get out, otherwise I will be in trouble. Danzo gritted his teeth and reminded himself loudly in his heart. Itachi from the illusion space stretched out his left hand towards Danzo's right eye. Itachi's tone was cold, and his expression was even more ruthless. It's time to return the things that shouldn't belong to you. Seeing Itachi wanted to take back Shisui's Mangekio Sharingan, the spiritual Danzo immediately let out a crazy roar and shouted, no, don't, you can't do this. Sharingan is mine, Shisui's Mangekio Sharingan is mine ya. You still know that this is Shisui's Sharingan, it doesn't belong to you in the first place. The reason why I wasted so much energy is for this moment. Only by preventing you from having another chance to cast Izanagi can I be safe take back Shisui's Sharingan. Advertisement The Itachi of the spiritual body and the Itachi of the real world moved almost at the same time, and shot like lightning, and took out the Sharingan at the position of Danzo's right eye. After picking off Shisui's Rinnegan, Itachi dodged back immediately. After losing Shisui's Mangekio Sharingan, I don't know if it was because of the severe pain, or Itachi undid Tsukuyomi's illusion, Danzo woke up instantly. As soon as Danzo came to his senses, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The arm that Danzo made out of first Hokage cell clones immediately went berserk. Oh, what? No, I can't keep this. Danzo cut off the arm decisively, and fled backward staggeringly. The arm that was abandoned by Danzo quickly took root and entered the stone bridge, and quickly stood up as a huge towering tree. At the trunk of the tree, you can still see the human face of first Hokage. You bastards, I'm fighting with you, go to hell. Unlike the original book, Danzo was not mortally wounded at this time. Losing both first Hokage's cell arm and Shisui's Sharingan drove Danzo into complete madness. Danzo removed the clothes on his chest, and a 5.2 special sealing formation immediately appeared on his chest. 4 elephant seals. Blood spurted out from Danzo's chest like money, and the blood was the same color as black ink. Itachi and Obito, the masked man, dodged back quickly together. I don't know if it's because he didn't get fatally injured, but when this Danzo from the parallel otherworld was desperate, the 4-element seal that came out was actually much more powerful than the one in the original anime. The black light sphere expanded enough to cover the entire stone bridge. After the black sphere retracted, the stone bridge and even some surrounding mountains were completely swallowed by the seal. So far, Danzo of this parallel otherworld has finally finished his dark life. Chapter 196. Itachi breaks away from Akatsuki, back to Konoha. Danzo cast his strongest sealing technique and wanted to pull one or two backs before he died, but it is a pity that both Itachi and masked Obito escaped slowly. So, Danzo's death is really a bit aggrieved. Before he died, he could only stare his eyes wide with anger, and fell down with regret, falling into the river below. Itachi dodged and landed on the land next to the river bank, watching Danzo's body being washed away by the flowing water with an indifferent expression, and it was at this time. Itachi's expression changed suddenly, a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, and he turned his head to look behind him in disbelief. Cough, 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 Pucci. Did you finally do something to me? Itachi looked behind with bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the masked man Obito, who appeared at an unknown time, was holding a black iron forehand rod, pierced his back heart. The masked man Obito raised his head, his eyes were full of coldness, and said, I can't help it either, who told you that you and I are not of the same mind? Besides, after you die, I can still receive your Mangekio Sharingan. In addition, you have collected Shisui's 2 Mangekio Sharingan, and I want to collect them together too. Itachi, whose mouth was bleeding, smiled slightly and said with a smile, really? 22, what a good idea you made. Unfortunately, your plan is doomed to fail. Hearing what Itachi said, Obito, the masked man, also noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, Itachi, who was pierced by him in the back of the heart, suddenly twisted and swelled strangely. With a bang, it exploded into a group of black crows, scattered and disappeared in all directions. The masked man Obito awkwardly kept attacking with the black iron rod in his hand, sighed, and said helplessly, Hey, is it an illusion? Itachi, you are really good. When did you release the illusion on me? I fell into it unknowingly. Hired. The masked man took back the black iron rod, stood up straight, and looked at the top of a big tree behind him. Itachi's figure had already appeared on the top of the big tree at some point, and when Itachi's figure slowly appeared, he took out a blueprint full of runes from his arms. Advertisement looking indifferently at the masked man Obito below, he said, You don't need to know this. I don't know if we will have a chance to meet again next time. But I want to warn you, if you dare to make your mind on Sasuke, I will never let you go. After saying this, the rune paper held in Itachi's hand suddenly glowed, and with a whoosh, Shieju's figure disappeared instantly. Space-time ninjutsu. Heh. He escaped so fast, I wanted to take advantage of the huge consumption of Danzo after he fought with Danzo to sneak attack. Hey, I still can't succeed. Itachi, one of the strongest geniuses in the Uchiha clan, you really are a tough guy. The masked man Obito looked up at the sky and said to himself. On the other side, Lyming, Bai, Shinue, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto and others who were preparing for the 4th Ninja World War in Konoha village suddenly saw a black shadow fall down from midair. Plop. Naruto suddenly let out a strange cry. What is it? Huh? Why is it alone? This is Akatsuki's clothes? Curious, Naruto squatted down, turned over the guy who fell on the ground, took a closer look, pointed at the person in shock and exclaimed, He is Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly seeing the extermination enemy appearing in front of him, Sasuke's face instantly became extremely ferocious, the seal of the wristband flashed, he grabbed a long knife, and chopped off Itachi's head. The current Sasuke doesn't care why Itachi appears here, what is the reason that caused him to be so weak, he just wants to kill the guy in front of him with one knife. When, at this moment, Lyming next to him made a move, holding a sword in his hand, blocking the long knife in Sasuke's hand, then looked at Sasuke, and said, Sasuke. I understand your mood at this moment, but, now it's not time to kill him yet. Why? Why don't you let me kill him now? Have you forgotten the heinous crimes he has done to the family? Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at Lyming, roaring angrily. Lyming shook his head with a wry smile, and said, Of course I haven't forgotten it, and it's precisely because I haven't forgotten it that the sacrifices of Itachi and the family must not be in vain. Advertisement? What do you mean? Sasuke frowned and looked at Lyming, staring and gnashing his teeth. Lyming looked at the awakened Itachi, knelt down and put on the green snake ring on the palm of his hand, emitting green light, and pressed it on Itachi's shoulder. With the energy input from the Greer stone, Itachi quickly recovered from his visible state, then raised his eyes to look at Lyming gratefully, and said, Thank you, Lyming, give me time to fulfill my wish. Lyming withdrew his hand, scratched his nose with his fingers and said, I just don't want you to die with regrets. Well, the remaining time should be the last moment between you brothers, enjoy it. As he spoke, Lyming pressed his hands on Sasuke and Itachi's body respectively, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a whoosh, the three of them disappeared together. Seeing that Lyming, Sasuke, and Itachi disappeared together, Naruto stared at the empty space with his eyes wide open, and stammered with his mouth wide open, Where did they go? Captain Lyming, is this what's the matter? What the hell is he going to do? I'm so confused by them. 750 Uchiha Shinue and Baidu looked at each other thoughtfully. Bai closed his eyes helplessly and sighed. Shinue gritted his teeth and turned around, clenched his small fists, and beat the trunk of a big tree next to him. Angrily said, Damn it, you bloody B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************่********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Boom! The trunk of the big tree was directly smashed by Shinue's punch, and the broken tree hit the ground heavily, scaring Naruto to jump a step to the side. The hurt Naruto looked at the destroyed tree on the ground with eyes that looked crazy, and then raised his eyes to look at the new moon, and secretly complained in his heart, "Oh my god, what kind of nerve is this violent woman? What kind of nerve is it? Is there a short circuit?" Shin-Yue, who was in an extremely bad mood, saw Naruto looking at her with strange eyes, so she became angry immediately. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his fist with both hands, walked to Naruto's side, grabbed Naruto's back collar, and carried Naruto away to the distance, saying, "I heard that you haven't been practicing very hard recently, old lady, let me practice with you personally." Hey, what's going on? This is a crazy situation. Me, I don't need any sparring, little sister Sakura bye, help me, ah. Chapter 197 Sasuke vs Itachi. Zuzo Nengu vs Zuzo Nengu. Just when Naruto was entrusted by Shin-Yue, in the name of sparring, he was actually beaten violently. On the other side, Leiming took Sasuke and Itachi to use the Flying Thunder God technique, and flashed to an uninhabited island together. Itachi looked at Leiming again to express his gratitude, then looked at Sasuke with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Sasuke, come on, let me take a look one last time, how far has your strength improved?" Damn B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ I will accompany you. This time I will definitely kill you. Sasuke flew back, put his palms together first, transformed into a fairy face, then jumped high into the air, threw out hundreds of scrolls with the word Thunder written on them from the seal on his wristbands, and then quickly sealed them with both hands. Shouted, Sage Art. Lightning style, Curan. Boom, 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 roar. The scrolls with the word Thunder thrown out by Sasuke released powerful blue lightning rays one after another, and the powerful energy burst out by the thunder and lightning rays instantly tore those scrolls to pieces. Under Sasuke's control, the blue thunderbolt condensed into a thunderbolt unicorn with a body shape comparable to that of a tailed beast, exuding a dangerous aura from all over its body. As soon as the Thunder Kilin came out, when he saw Itachi, he roared in anger at him, and what he saw in the eyes of the Thunder Kilin was full of fierce and murderous aura. Before this was over, Sasuke's Sharingan stared at Itachi fiercely, and shouted, Suzuo Nenghu. At some point, Sasuke's eyes had opened Mangekio Sharingan, and following his call, a purple chakra suddenly appeared around Sasuke's body. And under Sasuke's control, bones and flesh grow out, and the rapid solidification becomes a complete body that Suzuo can breathe. Then, Shuzuo Nengu, who controlled Shuzuo Nengu, landed on the body of Raiden Kirin, and Shuzuo Nengu was transformed again into a layer of coat, which was put on the outside of Raiden Kirin, like an armor coat. The Thunderbolt Unicorn combined the power of Shuzuo Nengu. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The powerful energy and dangerous aura emanating from this technique made Itachi's eyes light up frequently when he was standing not far away. Although, the cold murderous aura coming from the opposite side made Itachi feel chills all over his body, but he didn't have the slightest fear, and some were only relieved and happy. Itachi first faced Lyming's direction, nodded and smiled and said, Thank you, Lyming. You taught Sasuke really. You taught Sasuke so well. Advertisement. After saying this, fiery red chakra erupted from Itachi's body, quickly condensing into a complete body that Shuzuo could exhale. Seeing Itachi thanking Lyming again, Sasuke became even more angry. The behavior of the two of them made him feel like a fool. Gritting his teeth, he roared at Itachi, You two, what are you planning? You are not allowed to ignore my existence. Sasuke controlled the Raiden Kirin wearing Suzuo Nu's coat, raised his hand, pointed in Itachi's direction, and shot a doctor with powerful electric power, full of destructive aura. Bachiguyu, Itachi's Shuzuo Nengu, who was controlling him, also launched his attack. The red energy jade composed of 3 jade jades collided violently with the thunder and lightning arrows, sending out an earth-shattering violent explosion, and a large crater was sunk in the ground below the explosion. Boom. It's not over yet. Ya. Sasuke controlled the unicorn Shuzuo Nengu to sprint quickly, and soon rushed to Itachi's Shuzuo Nengu, and threw his fists at the opposite wolf like raindrops. Itachi quickly controlled Zuzo Nengu and raised his shield to resist. Boom 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 boom. Every time a fist hits the shield, there will be a violent big explosion, and the thunder will explode, sending out a powerful impact, shaking Itachi's beard so that his feet can step on the ground, and he keeps sliding backwards. Even withstanding Sasuke's crazy attack, Itachi's heart was extremely hot. With a satisfied smile on his face, he smiled and said, Okay. That's it, come again. Use some more of your strongest attacks, let me see yours. What is the extent of the strength? You have to give me a limit when you look down on people. Hearing and seeing Itachi's smiling speech, Sasuke was stimulated to the nerves again, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and exploded. Controlling the unicorn to be able to call left and right, it flew high into the air, with its wings spread out on its back. Sasuke looked up to the sky, spit out a powerful fire style towards the sky, and shouted, Fire style. How long in technique? Boom 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 boom. A burst of dragon-shaped flames shot towards the sky as if they didn't want money, and then exploded in the clouds in the sky, emitting blazing high temperatures. Soon, in the sky where Sasuke was, black clouds gathered continuously from all directions. Advertisement faintly, blue lightning rolls, explodes, and shuttles in the clouds. This is what you asked for, I will satisfy you. Sasuke clasped his hands together, using the magic to the strongest. The lightning-style unicorn must be able to breathe from the left, with one hand facing down, and the other hand making an archery motion. From the black cloud layer, blue lightning continuously gathered towards Shuzuo Nu's hand. Shuzuo Nengu, controlled by Sasuke, gradually began to condense a thunderbolt light arrow exuding an extremely dangerous atmosphere in his hands, and more lightning bolts gathered from the sky. Then Sasuke used the magic to control, compress, and fuse it into the arrow, so that golden dragon-shaped light patterns began to appear on the arrow. Sage Art. Lightning Style. Brontosaurus. As the thunder and lightning unicorn Shuzuo Nengu let go of his hand, a dazzling blue beam of light instantly penetrated the sky and the earth, and the illuminated sky was brightened. Itachi, who had been prepared for a long time, controlled Shuzuo Nengu to raise the shield, raised it above his head, and shouted, 8-foot mirror quality. Boom! An ultra-thick blue beam of light enveloped Itachi and Suzunoho, Noris, in an instant. Under the tremendous pressure, Itachi spurted blood happily, and said to himself with a smile, okay. The power of this move is good, and I can finally rest assured. However, Sasuke, Song Yu is strong enough to attack ninjutsu is not enough. In order for Sasuke to remember the last teaching he could give him, while spraying blood, he controlled Suzaku Nu to adjust the angle of the 8-foot mirror. Shouted, 8-foot mirror. Rebound. Boom. Sasuke almost didn't have time to react, he just felt the thunder unicorn outside his body, and with a violent shock, more than 2/3 of the thunder unicorn's Zuzo body was completely wiped out. Net. Then, my Suzunoho ninjutsu collapsed and dissipated. After Sasuke landed on the ground, the chakra in his body was completely exhausted, and he couldn't even stand still. He could only watch Itachi was wrapped in fiery red chakra and approached him step by step. Chapter 198 Return to the Uchiha clan land. Seeing Itachi approaching step by step, Sasuke was struggling to stand up due to running out of chakra, and was a little frightened at once. He waved his arms in horror and shouted at Itachi, "You, don't come here." Then, Sasuke looked at Leiming behind him again, and shouted, "Captain Leiming, Uchiha Leiming, what are you doing there? Why don't you come and help me, then? And if this continues, I will be killed." Leiming smiled helplessly, shook his head slightly, and sighed at Sasuke, "Hey, Sasuke, until now, haven't you understood your brother's painstaking efforts? You idiot brother? What do you mean, Leiming, what nonsense are you talking about there?" After Sasuke heard Leiming's words, he panicked. He thought that Leiming was just perfunctory himself, just to watch himself be killed by Itachi. He even suspected that Itachi and Leiming had a secret deal or something. However, when Sasuke turned his head away again, what he saw was Itachi had already walked in front of him. The blood in Itachi's mouth flowed out like money, stretched out his hand 237, pointed at Sasuke's eyes, and smiled. "Sasuke. It's all right, it will be fine soon." Sasuke closed his eyes in fright, thinking desolately in his heart, will my Sharingan be taken away? Am I going to die for no apparent reason? I am so unwilling, In the next moment, the pain in Sasuke's fantasy did not come, but only a familiar feeling came from his forehead. Sasuke's eyes opened instantly, and what he saw was Itachi's index finger and middle finger holding bloodline, touching his forehead, and the familiar big brother smile. Just when Itachi was about to die, he kept smiling at Sasuke, and flicked his other hand in Leiming's direction. A sealing scroll was shot at Leiming. Leiming took it with one hand, opened the scroll, and untied the seal. The white smoke exploded, and what fell into Leiming's hands was a pair of Sharingan that hit the culture fluid. Is this Shisui's Sharingan? Leiming held the hand of the bottle, clenched it slightly, then looked in Itachi's direction, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't use Shisui's Sharingan indiscriminately. I will definitely use it on the place to use it." Advertisement. Hearing Leiming's promise, Itachi looked at the smile on Sasuke's face, and suddenly it became brighter, and smiled at Sasuke, "My brother, I hope you can live well. Live happily and happily." After saying this, Itachi tapped the finger on Sasuke's forehead, dropped it, and leaned his head weakly on Sasuke's shoulder. At this moment, Sasuke was dumbfounded, let Itachi's head rest on his shoulder in a daze, and stared blankly at the space ahead. He muttered to himself, Why didn't you kill me? Don't you want to take away my Sharingan? Why did you just die like this? Why? Leiming gave Sasuke time to be in a daze, and after about half an hour, Leiming stepped forward to help Itachi off Sasuke's shoulder, then put him down and gently put him on the ground. After sealing Itachi's body with a scroll, he stood up in front of Sasuke again, and fought heavily on Sasuke's head. The green energy of the Greer stone accumulated enough on the hand knife, and it shot into Sasuke's body at one time, helping him recover to his peak state in an instant. He shouted, "Is it enough to be in a daze? Come to my senses, brother idiot." What, Captain Leiming, what did you just say? Sasuke looked at Leiming with empty eyes and asked. Really, it looks like it's time to let you know something. Let's go back to the place where the Uchiha clan used to live. Swish. After speaking, Leiming launched the Flying Thunder God technique, CCCJ, with Sasuke, and disappeared in a flash. By the time they reappeared, the two had reached the secret basement of the Uchiha clan. Leiming took Sasuke to a steel, pointed at the steel and said, "Sasuke, you can open the Sharingan to see the steel. Use the normal 3 Tomo Sharingan and the Mangekio Sharingan respectively." Okay, I see, Sasuke foolishly, without any hesitation or resistance, immediately followed Lyming's request, opened his eyes Sharingan, and looked at the steel. Advertisement. After reading the information recorded on the steel, Sasuke slowly woke up from the shock of Itachi's death. After reading all the information on the steel, Sasuke woke up completely, looked at Leiming in disbelief, and asked, "The steel? Is everything recorded on the steel true?" Leiming sneered, tapped Sasuke's forehead lightly with his fingers, and said with a smile, "It would be great if the information recorded on it is true, but as long as it is information, there are cases of falsification and fraud. Possibility of tampering." "What do you mean?" Hearing what Leiming said, Sasuke frowned and asked. Sasuke, who woke up, finally regained some of his keen perception, and he heard some overtones from Leiming's words. "Forget it. In order to let you see the truth of some things, there is no way to waste some precious chakra." As he spoke, Leiming took out a special scroll from the seal of the wristband. The scroll was all purple. After opening the scroll, dense runes were carved inside the scroll, and a vertical pupil was drawn in the center of the runes. After opening the scroll, Leiming said to Sasuke, "Some time ago, you and Naruto carried out a special mission to capture a traitor of Sand Ninja. Do you still remember?" Sasuke frowned. "You mean?" "That's right. The reason why this rune looks familiar to you is because it uses a special technique, which can temporarily call the Dragon Vein Power Emperor of the sealed place from long distance. The power of dragon veins can make people travel through time and space, go back to the past, and go to the future, but if they really do that, it may cause some effects that we don't know and can't control. It may even cause unnecessary disaster. However, after my research and development, another way of using Dragon Vein Chakra can still be used." As Leiming said, he bit his finger and drew a bloodstain on the spell circle, then quickly formed a seal with both hands, and shouted at the stone tablet, "Time and space backtracking technique, replay." Then, Sasuke found that the space picture around him began to change in color, and people around him continued to appear one by one. Among these people, Sasuke's brother, father, and many people he didn't know stood in front of the steel one by one, and opened the Sharingan to watch the steel. Chapter 199 Resurrection of the Uchiha Clan Plan. Sasuke looked at the front of the steel, and a figure kept appearing and disappearing. Father, brother. Many people, each of them has watched this steel with Sharingan. Figures flashed one after another until a man appeared with long black hair like a hedgehog. After his Sharingan was opened, it was Mangekio Sharingan. Leiming paused the time-winding screen, pointed at this person, and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, you must have heard the name of this person. He is the famous Uchiha Madara. He is known as one of the strongest in our family. If I remember correctly, I should have taught you to read lips, right? You watch his mouth carefully and see what he's going to say later." Seeing Leiming looking at him and talking so seriously, Sasuke's face instantly became solemn, and he even opened Sharingan, not letting go of any words that Madara said later. Soon, Leiming continued the ninjutsu of going back in time, so that Sasuke could clearly see the shape of Madara's lips. Sasuke kept staring at Madara's mouth shape. After reading what he said, his eyes widened in shock, and he said in surprise, "What? His thoughts are so crazy." Leiming nodded and said with a smile, "It's really crazy, to want to become the second sage of 6 paths, and then cast infinite Tsukuyomi on the world." Then, Leiming changed the subject, looked at Sasuke seriously, and said, "But, do you think infinite Tsukuyomi is really that easy to use? Why is such troublesome spell information recorded on this stone tablet? And tell how to obtain that power for future generations. The amount of information is too rich." Hearing what Leiming said, the perceptive Sasuke quickly discovered something was wrong. "Look at the picture below," said. Leiming continued to play back in time. The figures with Sharingan passed by quickly, until one day, on a dark and windy night, a black figure sneaked in, approached the steel, and showed a sinister smile. Looking at the steel, he smiled and said, Hey, just modify this, maybe you will get unexpected results in the future." The black shadow approached the steel, carefully calculating to change the information on it. Advertisement. Sasuke stared round his eyes, looking at the black shadow in disbelief, changing the information recorded on the stone tablet bit by bit. While playing the time-traveling screen, Leiming said, "The reason why the Uchiha family has come to the fate of a tragic family step by step is that this black shadow man is the culprit in the end." Before Sasuke wanted to speak and express his thoughts, Leiming continued to go back in time to the screen, and soon, the screen finally returned to the moment when the steel was born. Sasuke saw an old man holding a black Zen stick, with special horns on his head, and Rinnegan eyes like Nagado's. The old man was carving a stone tablet stroke by stroke, writing the message he wanted to warn future generations. Behind the old man, Sasuke also saw the 9-tailed beasts when he was a child, and each of them was still in the state of a cute baby. After Sasuke finished reading the real original text of the steel, Leiming looked at Sasuke and said, "Have you seen it clearly? This is the real historical truth. The story of Kaguya is also the origin of ninja sect." After finishing all this, Leiming unlocked the ninjutsu of backtracking in time and space, and restored the surrounding images to normal. He looked at Sasuke seriously, and said with a smile, "Are you still worried about Itachi's death, your parents, and many others?" "The death of the clansmen, I feel grief, indignation, and reconciliation." With tears in Sasuke's eyes, he gritted his teeth and looked at Leiming, asking, Since you already know all the truth, why do you want me and Itachi to go all out and watch Itachi die in front of me?" When questioning Leiming, Sasuke opened the Mangekio Sharingan, and there were blood tears in the corners of his eyes. Leiming smiled slightly, looked at Sasuke and said, "The reason is very simple, because this is Itachi's last wish before he died, wanting to use the Mangekio Sharingan, and only those who really open their eyes will know how much burden it will put on the body. Itachi's body has long been unable to bear it. His body has suffered from a serious disease, and he has been relying on medicine to support him all these years. His only last wish before he died was to witness your growth with his own eyes." "Ah. Why ah?" Sasuke's eyes were full of blood and tears, and he uttered a heart-piercing roar at Lyming. His heart was full of anger and sadness at the moment, and he wanted to kill, but I don't know who to kill. Because of the excessive mental stimulation, his eyes finally went dark and he passed out. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Looking at Sasuke, who fell on the ground, Lyming said softly to the dark corner of the secret room, "Bye. I'll teach you the rest. Let's fulfill Itachi's last wish." "Okay. I know, leave it to me." Bai, who was wearing a beautiful white costume, slowly emerged from the darkness. Lyming took out the scroll, sealed Itachi's body before releasing it, and then, Yubai personally performed medical ninjutsu, exchanged Itachi's Sharingan for Sasuke, and personally removed Sasuke's Sharingan, and put it into a special culture container. 3 days and 3 nights later, Sasuke, whose eyes were covered with gauze, suddenly sat up and found him in front of him in darkness, subconsciously touched the gauze where his eyes were. 0. Lyming sat against the wall next to him, opened his eyes and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, we have replaced Itachi's Sharingan for you according to Itachi's last wish, but you must protect these eyes. Feel and integrate with your brother desperate, but also to leave your legacy." After Sasuke heard Lyming's words, the hand that touched the gauze at the eye position trembled again unconsciously. Then, Lyming said something that made Sasuke almost not jump up. Lyming looked at Sasuke with a slightly raised mouth and said with a smile, "Sasuke, you know how 6 Paths Pain attacked Konoha village and resurrected the villagers, right?" "What? What do you mean, Captain Lyming, you?" Hearing Lyming mention 6 Paths Pain's resurrection of Konoha village villagers and ninjas who died in battle, a Sasuke with a flexible mind and a heart I couldn't help but jump up and down. With a smile on the corner of Lyming's mouth, he said with a smile, "After so many years, do you think that I really haven't prepared anything? Is it just a pursuit of stronger power? In fact, I have been looking for a way to revive the Uchiha clan. The name of that ninjutsu, isn't it now? Rinnegan's forbidden technique, Rinne Tensei technique." The boss of the Akatsuki organization declared war on the whole world and launched the 4th Ninja World War. "You said that if we take this opportunity to snatch his Rinnegan, and then find a random sacrifice, such as white cloned from first Hokage cell's Zetsu, install Rinnegan on him, and use hypnosis on him, let him cast Rinne Tensei technique, what will happen? Small." Chapter 200 Impure World Reincarnation has both sides? Thanks to the help of the Grail Stone from Lyming's Ring of the Green Serpent, Sasuke only took 3 days to fully integrate Itachi's Sharingan. After Sasuke's eyes recovered, Lyming purposely made a mudra with both hands in front of Sasuke. Shout, reanimation jutsu. Ah! A big bearded man lying on the ground immediately uttered a shrill scream, and immediately clods of soil began to swallow up his body. Lyming said without any mercy, "This guy is the boss of a bandit cottage, his hands are covered with blood, and he has done a lot of evil, so I use it to cast reanimation jutsu, you don't need to have the slightest psychological burden." Sasuke snorted coldly and said, "Captain Lyming, what do you think I am, or a kid who doesn't know anything? I won't have any psychological burden if I'm 120. After the Impure World Reincarnation ninjutsu was performed, the person who appeared in front of Sasuke was Uchiha Itachi, who had just died. Sasuke looked at Lyming almost with wide eyes, and watched Lyming put the kunai with the written text into the back of Itachi's head. "Huh? What are you looking at me like that for? The 4th Ninja World War is about to start. Any ninjutsu that can enhance our combat power can be used. Instead of letting the villains of the Akatsuki organization use reanimation jutsu to fight against us, why don't we summon him in advance to become our partner?" Itachi slowly opened his eyes, looked at Sasuke softly, and said with a smile, "Lyming is right, instead of letting me be used by the enemy, let me help you." Sasuke wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "You don't say anything yourself, how can I object?" Lyming wiped his nose, continued to perform reanimation jutsu, and resurrected Sasuke's father and mother in succession. Then, Lyming pushed open the door, and before leaving, he smiled at Sasuke inside and said, "Your family has been separated from each other for more than 10 years, let's have a good chat, I'll go out first." Advertisement, in a few days, we will go to the battlefield. Before we leave, Master Fugaku, Itachi, you two come to me. Let's have a good discussion. What other Uchiha clan's combat power is suitable for Impure World Reincarnation came to help. Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, cast a dissatisfied glance at Lyming, and snorted coldly, "You don't even spare the dead, you really are not a good guy." Hey, Mr. Fugaku, what you have taught me is that if our strength is not limited, I don't want to disturb your rest. After saying this, Lyming immediately closed the door and ran away. Sasuke's mother was not as strong as Uchiha Fugaku, she just stepped forward with tears in her eyes and hugged her son Sasuke and Itachi. Softly whispered in the ears of the two sons, "Over the years, you have worked so hard." In the face of gentle maternal love, Sasuke could no longer maintain a cool look, and immediately hugged his mother tightly, crying loudly, just like a weak and helpless child when he was a few years old. Woo, my lord mother. Uchiha Shinyue, who was leaning against the corner of the corridor outside the door, heard the crying from Sasuke's room, and couldn't help the tears flickering in the corners of her eyes. Leiming walked up to Shinyue, gently wiped her tears with his hand, and said softly, "What's the matter, Shinyue? If you want, I can also use reanimation jutsu to summon your parents to come out and have a good reunion first." Shinyue shook her head slightly, showing her weak side rarely, and said with a wry smile, "No need, brother Leiming. I know my parents are not strong enough. If they are forced to summon them to fight against the enemy, they will only be hurt by the enemy again and again. That's all. You said that reanimation jutsu is to forcibly summon the soul of the dead back to the world. In case the enemy is strong and has ninjutsu that can harm the soul, those who are not strong enough will not be able to participate in the battle. Even self-protection cannot be done. It's better to wait until the end of the war, we get the Rinnegan, and then revive them. Besides, I don't want to be distracted before the war." "Okay. I respect your opinion." Leiming hugged Shinyue tenderly, and patted Shinyue's back lightly to calm her emotions. On Leiming's side, he was preparing to plan the ninja undead army belonging to Konoha village, and it was also the undead army of the Uchiha family. Advertisement on the other side, at the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization, a white-haired man holding a zen stick walked in swaggeringly with 3 of his subordinates. The masked man Obito found out that these guys had suddenly invaded. He jumped to a high place, looked down at the person coming, and asked, "Who are you that dared to break into my territory?" The white-haired man showed a confident smile, and said with a smile, "My name is Kazuma, and I am one of the original Guardian Ninja 12, the ninja who protects the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The reason why I came here to look for you today is naturally to cooperate with you. I heard that you were going to launch the 4th Ninja World War. I think my ability can definitely help you." The masked man Obito glanced at the 4 of them disdainfully, and sneered, "It's just you 4, how can you help me?" In order to prove his worth, Kazuma made seals with both hands, then pressed to the ground and shouted, "Reanimation jutsu." Boom 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 boom. Around Hima, coffins were immediately raised one by one, and as the lids of the coffins were opened one by one, the appearance of the deceased inside was revealed. Others said it was okay, until when the masked man saw the face of the deceased in one of the coffins, the pupils of the masked man Obito's eyes suddenly shrank violently for a moment. Then he said coldly, "Tell me, what conditions do you have?" The corners of Kazuma's mouth turned up, and then a ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "There is no special condition, that is, we help each other. I only have one wish. That is to destroy Konoha village." The masked man Obito looked at the deceased who came out of Hima Summon 5.1. One of the dead in the coffin was the famous Uchiha Madara. He nodded and said, "Okay, I agree to your terms." I don't know if it's because of Leiming's butterfly effect, or Orochimaru's attention, all shifted to find clues to the Otsutsuki family. The storyline of this parallel otherworld has actually shifted. In the original anime, Kazuma can only be regarded as a rebellious ninja who has mastered the reanimation jutsu, a small boss who caused certain troubles to Konoha village. Now in this world, Yakushi Kabuto actually took the place of the original book, participated in the 4th Ninja World War, the turning point of Hokage ninja fate, and became one of the important villains behind it. Chapter 201 Ghoul Sealing Technique, Untie. Time passed by, and the ninjas from the major ninja villages had already assembled. On the high platform, the 5 Kages from the 5 major ninja villages also gathered together. Kage Gaara was the first to stand up and spoke a mobilization speech similar to the original in front of the Ninja Alliance. "Ignite all the fighting enthusiasm of the ninjas, let everyone temporarily abandon the hatred between each other's villages, and concentrate on fighting the 4th Ninja World War." Then, it was 5 Kages who gave the order to attack. When the ninja coalition forces of the 5 major countries marched towards the battlefield, Lyming did not rush to the front of the battle line, but took Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura to a special place. After entering the room full of ghost masks, Naruto's expression became very strange, and he asked with a bluish face, Captain Lyming, what did you bring us here for?" He. Naturally, it's to wait for someone, and to increase our combat power." After Lyming arrived in the room, he placed candles in the room and lit them one by one. Even Naruto from the parallel otherworld seems to be afraid of ghosts. Just when Naruto was holding a candle and was about to put it towards a corner of the room, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, with an old elder stretching out his neck, and a dead face appeared in front of Naruto. He greeted Naruto with a sinister smile. "Yo, Nine Tails kid, we haven't seen each other for a long time." "Ow, Shushion la Wei. Naruto bei mian qian hu ran Shushion de si ren lian sha daola. Huang mang pao diao shou li mian de the candle switched and fled backwards. Almost as fast as the body flicker technique, he dodged and hid behind Lyming, trembling like a frightened rabbit. HMPH, cut. Are you too timid? Is this the legendary Nine Tails Jinchuriki? A white-haired man with a beheading knife curled his lips in disdain when he came. At the same time, another red-haired woman with glasses saw Sasuke beside Lyming for the first time, and suddenly felt her heart beating violently as if being pinched. Putting his hands on his heart in a hurry, he turned around and panted in a panic, "Aha! So handsome, so handsome." Advertisement. After seeing the visitors, Lyming was not surprised, and greeted them with a smile. "Hey, Master Orochimaru. Long time no see, you are very punctual." "What, Orochimaru? After hearing Lyming's words, Naruto was slightly taken aback, then jumped out from Lyming's back with a jerk, and pointed at Orochimaru. Shame and anger said, "Hey, I said you did it on purpose, pretending to be a ghost on purpose to scare me." Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, Hey, it's clear that you are timid. No wonder I'm just saying hello." Orochimaru didn't wait for Naruto to continue to attack, he looked at Leiming in a blink of an eye, and said with a smile, "Leiming, you took the initiative to contact me and ask me to come here to meet you. What's the matter? Tell me." Leiming pointed to the ghost mask on the wall with a smile, and said with a smile, "Master Orochimaru, you are already here, so why do you ask what you know?" "The ghoul sealing technique. You should have found out the method to unlock it, right? Unlocking this sealing technique will bring you self-evident benefits. You can get back the souls of your hands." The corners of Orochimaru's mouth were upturned, and he looked at Leiming with a strange smile and said, "Humph? Uchiha Leiming, you boy, you really know how to calculate. Contact me and come here, let me undo the sealing technique, and take me back, the soul of the hands? Your real purpose should be to release the souls of the Hokages of the past, right? If that's the case, the benefits I've gained don't seem to be enough." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Leiming also smiled brightly, and said with a smile, "Of course it's not just this little harvest. The secret you want to investigate, about the Otsutsuki clan, I have a clue here." As Leiming said, he opened the sealed scroll, released the steel of their Uchiha clan, and placed it in front of Orochimaru. He smiled and said, "This is the steel passed down from our Uchiha clan, and it contains important secrets." Hehehe. Well, since you are willing to spend the capital, I can't be stingy here, but to unlock the ghoul sealing technique, sacrifices are also needed. Are you prepared? Leiming smiled and nodded. "Of course I'm prepared. Before coming here, I personally went to the front line of the battlefield and brought back a lot of living sacrifices." As he said that, Leiming lightly pressed the void in front of him with his hands in mudra. Advertisement shouted, "Flying Thunder God teleportation." Swish 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 swish. All of a sudden, more than a dozen white guys appeared in the room teleported by Leiming. White Zetsu is a clone born from the first Hokage cell clone. Ghoul seal. Unlock. Seeing the white Zetsu thrown out by Leiming, Orochimaru smiled, and quickly formed a seal with both hands, then took out the long knife and slashed at his stomach, cutting it open. Orochimaru immediately opened his mouth to the maximum, spit out a snake-shaped monster, rushed to White Zetsu, possessed him, swallowed White Zetsu completely, and became a new Orochimaru. And the body of Orochimaru who cut his stomach before, and the phantom of the grimace behind him, also cut his stomach with a long knife, and then 4 soul light clusters ran out from the cut position. Seeing the appearance of the soul light group, Orochimaru quickly formed seals with both hands, pressed on the ground 950, and shouted, "Impure World Reincarnation." The 4 soul bodies, under the control of Orochimaru's ninjutsu, easily got into the bodies of the 4 white Zetsu, and the appearance of the body changed rapidly, and soon transformed into the 4 Hokage adults. Leiming's movements were also not slow, and he also made mudras with both hands, and shouted, "Impure World Reincarnation." The remaining white Zetsu, following Leiming's ninjutsu, soon began to change rapidly, and the undead army that Leiming arranged to form before was resurrected again. After seeing clearly the resurrected person in Leiming, Orochimaru laughed happily and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. What a great idea, why didn't I think of it before?" As for the 4 Hokage adults resurrected by Orochimaru, especially second Hokage Senju Tobirama, after seeing clearly the more than 10 Uchiha family members with Sharingan resurrected by Leiming. Gritting his teeth in anger, he glared at Leiming with anger in his eyes, released a powerful aura, and shouted, "Stinky brat of the Uchiha family, do you know what consequences you will cause if you do this?" Boom 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 boom. Facing the oppression of second Hokage's aura, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura all changed their complexions, struggling to resist this force. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, as expected of second Hokage, "It's so oppressive." Chapter 202 The Fourth Ninja World War. Go to war. Hoo. Facing the powerful aura released by second Hokage, even Leiming felt amazed. I secretly thought in my heart, when I watched this episode before, I already felt that second Hokage is very powerful. Now after experiencing it for myself, it feels quite interesting, hee. Okay, Tobirama, don't be so excited. First Hokage stepped forward and patted second Hokage on the shoulder to calm his emotions. Then first Hokage turned his head again, looked at Leiming and Orochimaru, and asked, "Who is the current Hokage? Why did you summon us back? Did you encounter any big trouble? If it wasn't a big trouble, you probably don't need Impure World the Reincarnation summon so many of the Uchiha clan." Leiming shrugged his shoulders with a smile, and said, "Master First Hokage, you have a keen observation. Something big has indeed happened. A guy who claims to be Uchiha Madara has declared war on the entire world. The Fourth Ninja World War has begun. As for the current Hokage of our village, it is your granddaughter, Senju Tsunade-sama." When first Hokage heard that Tsunade became Hokage, the expression of the whole person instantly became weird, and he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I can't think of it, my little Tsunade has grown to that level? I just don't know, have those problems of hers been corrected?" Orochimaru next to him laughed and said, "Tsunade, her biggest problem is that she has a bad temper, and she likes to gamble. Before becoming Hokage, it is said that she owed a lot of debt." Ha 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 ha. Is that so? First Hokage looked up to the sky and laughed twice, and then his whole body became a shadow, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. My little Tsunade, I hope you don't bankrupt Konoha village. As for what happened next, it was similar to the original anime. First Hokage told about his past with Madara, and then everyone went to the battlefield together. Swish. Flying Thunder God Teleportation Technique, W. On a hillside behind the battlefield, a huge formation rune appeared on the ground, transporting Leiming, Sasuke, Little Sakura, successive Hokage, and other Uchiha clansmen from Impure World reincarnation to the battlefield in a single day. Fourth Hokage looked at Leiming with twinkling stars in his eyes and said, "That's amazing, you kid is really amazing. Have you improved the Flying Thunder God technique to this level? You can teleport so many people at once?" Advertisement Leiming smiled modestly and said with a smile, "Master Fourth Hokage, you're overwhelmed. It's time to support the battlefield." On the battlefield at this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was revived by Impure World reincarnation, released a few shadow clones and cast Susanoo to wreak havoc on the battlefield. At the same time, there are Kage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Movie, members of Akatsuki who were wiped out and killed from other villages revived by the enemy with Impure World reincarnation on the battlefield. And this is not the most terrible thing. The most troublesome thing is that the enemy uses the cells of First Hokage to clone an inexhaustible mass of white Zetsu rushing towards the Ninja Coalition forces like a tsunami. The Ninja Coalition naturally had experts to deal with it, and the wings created by paper ninjutsu on Konan's back flapped, taking her soaring high into the sky. After taking out 2 scrolls and opening them, the control scroll opened behind his back, his hands quickly sealed, and he shouted, "Look at me, infinite detonation." Crash la 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 la. Open the scroll from the back of Konan, and countless flying birds of paper ninjutsu are sprayed out like a fountain, and each flying bird is folded from a detonating symbol. The swarm of paper birds rushed into White Zetsu's army like a tidal wave of wasps, and then they were launched by Konan's ninjutsu. Boom 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 boom. Continuous powerful explosions were formed, bombarding the enemy army for 10 minutes, instantly consuming more than 1/3 of the enemy's most numerous White Zetsu army. After performing this ninjutsu, Konan also ran out of chakra, and landed back to the Ninja Coalition. After he was ready to rest, he launched a new bombing attack. Okay. Oh, it's really my Konan-sama, it's so strong. Long live the angel. Konan's huge battle results shocked the morale of the Ninja Coalition forces, and the people screamed and rushed towards the enemy with great encouragement. Tsunade and the others are in a hard fight. I'll help you. The rest is up to you. First Hokage clasped his hands together and shouted, "Sage Art, Wooden Golem Jutsu." First Hokage controlled the huge wooden golem below him, and immediately rushed towards Madara's transformed Susanoo. Advertisement. Let's do it too. After looking at each other, Itachi and Shisui opened the Mangekio Sharingan together, condensed a powerful Susanoo outside their bodies, and rushed towards the 2 Susanoo created by Madara's avatar. Boom boom boom. 6 huge giants collided quickly. At the same time, on the other side, the masked man Obito also made a move, pressing his hands together on the ground and shouting, "Geto statue." Control Geto statue, spit out the 7 tail beasts from 1 tail to 7 tails, and rush towards the Ninja Coalition army. Shiro, Shin-Yue, Guren, Naruto, Sasuke, Master Fugaku, it's time for us to go. Seeing the masked man Obito unleashing a tail beast attack, Lyming immediately led the crowd to rush up. Suzunoho, Lyming, Shin-Yue, and Uchiha Fugaku released ninjutsu at the same time, and a huge chakra giant condensed outside them, rushing towards the tailed beast. 9 Tails Mode. Frozen Snow Maiden, Crystal Valkyrie, Naruto, Shiro, and Guren followed suit and performed their strongest ninjutsu. The 7 tails on the opposite side released ninjutsu at the crowd, blowing something like phosphorus powder. Danuahao, although Bai doesn't know what effect those phosphorus powders have, but the cautious Bai still decides to act first. Bai quickly controlled the snow giant under him, put one hand gracefully on his lips, blew lightly towards the front, and shouted, "Ice escape. The snow country is frozen." Hoo. The phosphorus powder attack released by 7 tails was blocked by the cold wind blowing from the powerful ice escape ninjutsu before it got close, and turned into a large iceberg. Ice escape. The iceberg is overwhelmed. Then, Bai continued to perform ninjutsu, controlling the snow giant under him, making the movement of gently raising his hands forward, and pressing forward forcefully. The frozen iceberg was easily lifted up and smashed towards the masked man Obito behind. At this moment, 3-tailed beasts opened their mouths to the iceberg in unison, condensed chakra into a black-tailed beast bomb, and blasted out with a bang. Chapter 203 Fight 10 Tails. Boom. Bang. Crack. The iceberg controlled by the frozen snow maiden smashed by Bai was immediately hit by the tailed beast bomb of the 3-tailed beasts. It exploded with a bang, and then it was wiped out without even the dregs left. Uchiha Madara, who was playing against First Hokage, looked at Itachi, who was playing against his shadow clone Susanoo, and Shisui's Susanoo. Then I turned my head and looked at Naruto, Sasuke, Lyming, Shiro, Shin-Yue, Honglin and others. They were able to fight back and forth with the 7-tailed beasts on par. Uchiha Madara suddenly laughed, very happy, looked at First Hokage and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha. Hashirama. The little ghosts are very interesting now. Madara. You are fighting me now, and you still have time to care about the children's battle. As long as I am here, you will never be allowed to hurt Konoha's future. First Hokage folded his hands together, controlled the wooden golem under his feet, raised with the palm facing Shuzuo, he can call his head and hit the doctor. When Uchiha Madara saw the call from wooden golem controlled by first Hokage, he immediately laughed excitedly and said, "It's my freedom to do what I want, Hashirama, you can't control me." Boom. Susanoo, controlled by Uchiha Madara, also raised his hand and pushed over. The confrontation between first Hokage and Madara was like two monsters colliding. According to Uchiha Madara's 453 arms, wooden golem has also grown 2 new arms under the arm. The 4 arms and 4 palms of the 2 giants held each other's palms, and they began to compete in strength. Ha ha ha. How long has it been? How long has it been since we fought against each other? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara smiled excitedly while controlling Susanoo and wooden golem controlled by first Hokage. Obito, the masked man, discovered that Lyming and the others can also use giant ninjutsu, and can suppress tailed beasts one-on-one. This is not the most frightening thing. The most troublesome thing is that Obito, the masked man, discovered that Gedo statue's power to control the tailed beast has begun to weaken. In the inner space of the Four Tails Tail Beast, after communicating with the Four Tails Tail Beast, Naruto started his big operation to save the tail beast. In the inner space of the tailed beast, Naruto is using fairy art to create a shadow clone, trying his best to pull out the metal rod inserted into the tailed beast's body. Advertisement finding that the power to control the tailed beasts has weakened, Obito immediately took countermeasures, quickly forming seals with both hands. CCCG said in a low voice, "I plan to collect all the tailed beasts before starting the real plan, yes, but in the face of the current situation, we can only use backup methods." The masked man Obito controlled the chain Gedo statue spit out, pulled all the 7 tailed beasts back, and swallowed them all in one bite. At the same time, Obito formed seals with both hands, and summoned the Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and the former 8 Tails Jinchuriki that sealed the Impure World reincarnation. After swallowing them, Gedo statue's body quickly began to undergo drastic changes, entering the state of 10 tails. The tailed beast in State 1 opens its mouth and releases an oversized tailed beast bomb to the front. The tailed beast bomb spit out by the 10 tails tailed beast is several times larger than the tailed beast bomb of the previous 9 tailed beasts. Boom 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 boom. The tailed beast bomb spit out by 10 tails was huge, crushing it all the way with an absolutely irresistible force. Released Leiming, who was able to breathe on the left, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for your move for a long time." The sealed light of Leiming's wristband flashed, and he released a soaring arrow towards the sky. The arrow was blessed with lightning, so the speed of the arrow was comparable to the speed of light. Leiming, who had completed the seal with both hands, together with his Shuzuo Nengu, dodged in front of the tailed beast bomb. Under Leiming's control, Shuzuo Nengu drew a circle with his palms in front of him, forming a huge 8 trigrams figure. Feeling that the distance of the arrow that shot into the sky before should be enough, Shuzuo Neng, controlled by Leiming, called the 8 trigrams figure in front, and the light flashed fiercely. Swish! The huge and incomparably huge tailed beast bomb disappeared immediately, and then, at an unknown height in the sky, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Up! Advertisement, but it's not over yet. 10 Tails has just released a tailed beast bomb, and then released 5 oversized tailed beast bombs in a row. Seeing this situation, the faces of the Ninja Coalition forces changed drastically. In their view, no matter how strong Lyming was, he couldn't resist 5 oversized tailed beast bombs at the same time. "I'm really sorry, I've seen your move before in the original anime, so I'm fully prepared." While speaking, Lyming shot 5 more lightning arrows towards the sky. With both hands forming seals, Lyming controlled Shuzuo Nengu to turn over the palms of both hands, and a shuriken formed by lightning bolts was shot out from Shuzuo Nengu's hands. Every shuriken shot accurately hit a tailed beast bomb spit out by 10 tails. Swish 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 swish. The 5 oversized tailed beast bombs disappeared almost at the same time, and a moment later, 5 huge soaring flames erupted in succession in the sky, and the reflected sky was even brighter than before. Lyming controlled Zuzo to stand in front of the Ninja Coalition army, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He looked at Obito, the masked man standing on top of the head of the 10 tails tailed beast. He laughed and said, "As long as you don't mind wasting chakra, go ahead and release tailed beast bomb. I can block all of them for you." The masked man Obito frowned slightly, and thought in his heart, there is no need to fight head-on with him here. 10 tails also needs to be fully prepared, and if you consume too much, it will not be conducive to the future plan. Then, the only way to do it is to use that trick first. Delay for a while. As soon as he thought of it, Obito, the masked man, controlled the 10 tails under his feet to implement a new tactic. From all over the body of 10 tails, there were tumor-like things. After 2 weird wrigglings, they fell to the ground like dumplings. The fleshy balls of 10 tails that fell on the ground turned into monsters of different sizes, tall, short, fat and thin after several strange twists and turns. A large number of monsters rushed towards the Ninja Coalition army screaming. Seeing these monsters rushing towards them, someone from the Ninja Alliance stood up and said loudly, "Brothers, Captain Lyming and the others have helped us block death threats many times. Do we still have to hide behind Captain Lyming? No, we are also here to fight. How can we rely on Captain Lyming for everything? Yes, 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 we also want to go, charge, kill." The ninja allied forces rushed towards the Ten Tails clone monsters screaming and started a fierce battle. Chapter 204 You resurrect Lord Madara. I will resurrect the Ninja Alliance. The allied ninja army rushed up screaming, and had just fought against countless Ten Tails. Many of them were out of control, and chakra was sucked and swallowed by the clones of the Strike Tails. Naruto on the battlefield saw that the battle situation of the Ninja Alliance was in a bad situation, and he gritted his teeth immediately and said, "Nope, those avatars are weird. If you continue to fight like this, unnecessary sacrifices will." 11 In a certain soul space of Naruto's body, Nine Tails smiled and said to Naruto, "If you want to save them, there is no way." After listening to what Nine Tails said later, Naruto made a claw with one hand without hesitation, placed 5 fingers on his stomach, pressed hard, and rotated. Click. Seal the gate of Nine Tails open. Naruto slammed his fist on the palm, and said with a smile, "I'm going to FK, Lama Yin." Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Naruto clone technique. Dozens of shadow clone at once, rushed towards the ninja allied forces, and slapped them all at once. Then, the red Nine Tails chakra code immediately appeared on the ninjas who were patted by Naruto's palm, protecting them in it. After Naruto's shadow clone helped everyone obtain strong protection, the shadow clone was released immediately, and then Sasuke, the master of Naruto's little Sakura, stood up to the ninja coalition forces. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. After 3 puffs of white smoke, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura stood on top of the frog, snake, and Katsuyu respectively, and killed the clone monsters of Ten Tails. Third Hokage, who stood behind to help the Ninja Alliance fight, saw Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura fighting, and couldn't help being excited together with other Ninja Alliance forces. Third Hokage could hear the ninja crying excitedly from behind. "Woo! It's great that we can participate in this battle." Advertisement. A new generation of Sannin has risen. We are witnessing the rise of a new era. Sannin. Yes. Sannin for a new age. Hearing the cheers from the allied ninja forces, Orochimaru, who also participated in the battle behind, twitched his eyebrows with a strange expression, and said with a wicked smile, "Hey hey hey. Sannin in the new era. They really dare to say that. However, that kid Sasuke also can summon the green snake. Has he been to Ryuchi Cave?" Bang. Next to Orochimaru, Jiraiya kicked a white Zetsu away, stood beside Orochimaru, grinned at him and said, "Is that weird?" It was Leiming who asked Sasuke to go to Ryuchi Cave, saying that he was going to upgrade his senjutsu. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru curled his lips in disdain and said, "Cut! That stinky brat Leiming is really everywhere." Boom. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly jumped in front of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, raised his legs high and stomped heavily on the ground. The powerful force immediately wiped out a large area of white Zetsu in front of Tsunade. Tsunade looked back at Jiraiya and Orochimaru in displeasure and said, "You two still have time to chat there, and now we are at war, so be more serious. Orochimaru, since you agreed to Leiming's conditions to come and help, don't touch the fish." Yes. I know, Master Tsunade." Orochimaru spread his hands helplessly, walked up to Tsunade and said. At this moment, Jiraiya walked to the other side of Tsunade, and the 3 of them looked at each other tacitly. The 3 of them smiled in unison, formed mudras with their hands together, and then pressed down on the ground and shouted, "Summoning technique." Bang bang bang. 3 balls of white smoke exploded, and Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru standing on the heads of Toad Wentai, Wansha, and Katsuyu were so majestic. When the ninja allied forces saw Tsunade and their actions, and saw their summoning beasts also participating in the battle, the ninja allied forces burst into more excited cheers. Ooh! Sannin. Oh my god, how lucky we are now to see the old and new master ninjas participating in the battle at the same time. Woo! I'm dead without regrets. Sign. After this war is over, I must find them to sign. The participation of the old and new generations of Sannin has greatly boosted the morale of the ninja coalition forces. The enthusiasm for fighting has become even more overwhelming, and the battle with those 10 Tails little monsters has become more intense. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Boom 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 boom. Asterisk. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Dozens of ninjas from Konoha village form seals together in high spirits, and spit out powerful fire style at the little monsters of 10 Tails. The general trend of the entire battlefield is similar to the original Hokage. Slowly, as the war continued, 10 Tails also began to enter the second state and the third state. Step by step, in the end, I don't know whether it was under the influence of the world line or driven by some mysterious force. In the end, Obito forcibly absorbed 10 Tails and became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Facing the birth of 10 Tails Jinchuriki Obito, Lyming was not in a hurry to fight recklessly with him, but let Sasuke, Naruto, small Sakura, and Kakashi play. Relying on Naruto's protagonist halo effect, the trajectory of the battle did not exceed Lyming's prediction. Sure enough, Obito was plotted against by Black Zetsu, who controlled Obito to cast Rinne Tensai technique and revived Uchiha Madara. Just when Black Zetsu left Obito's body, he wanted to take Rinnegan and move towards Madara to escape. Lyming suddenly flashed with lightning all over his body, rushed out with a whoosh, passed over the escape route of Black Zetsu, and quickly grabbed down with one hand. Whoosh! When Lyming flashed out again, he had already stood in the safe zone on the other side, and then Lyming curled his lips unhappily and looked at Black Zetsu's side. Laughing, it's such a waste of trouble and tricks that you only use Rinnegan to revive one person. Personally, I think Rinnegan should be used like this. As he spoke, Leiming made a mudra with both hands, and lightly pressed the space in front of him to summon the white Zetsu he had prepared in advance, and the Rinnegan he snatched from his hand swished into white Zetsu's eye socket. Then, it was Leiming who pressed white Zetsu's back with one hand, controlled white Zetsu with dull eyes, made a mudra with both hands, and whispered, Rinne Tensai technique. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Many ninjas who had just died on the battlefield, as well as the Uchiha people who were resurrected by Leiming with impure world reincarnation, were resurrected one after another. Even Neji, who blocked Naruto's fatal attack just now to save Naruto, suddenly came back to life. Chapter 205 Yo, hello, are you finally up? Seeing that Leiming controlled white Zetsu and revived so many ninjas with Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and snorted coldly, smelly brat, you really will cause trouble for this old man. Swish. Master Madara said so, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Leiming, and threw a huge iron fan towards Leiming. Whoosh. Facing Madara's attack, Leiming didn't take it hard, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. And because of the white Zetsu of the Rinne Tensai technique, because the life force and chakra were absorbed by Rinnegan's crazy extraction, the body began to age and shriveled at a visible speed. White Zetsu's body was like a mummy rapidly losing moisture, and then, as the corpse rapidly weathered, it turned into dust and was blown away by the wind. Rinnegan fell from the empty 457, was caught by Madara at will, and then put into his eye socket. In this way, plus the Rinnegan that Black Zetsu gave to Madara, Uchiha Madara has all the Rinnegan in his hands. As for those Uchiha clansmen who were revived by Leiming, the Sharingan at the eye position turned into dust and dissipated one after another. The seal at the position of Leiming's wristband, which had been prepared for a long time, flashed with light, and a scroll appeared, opened the scroll and sprayed out dozens of containers containing Sharingan. Then with Leiming's hand seal, all the seals of the containers containing the Sharingans were opened, and all the Sharingans flew out, and automatically crashed into the eye sockets of the revived Uchiha clan as if they were alive. After a burst of green light faintly glowed at the eye sockets, the eyes of all the Uchiha clan members returned to their original state. This is, not only are we resurrected, even Sharingan is restored. Great, really good, we are finally resurrected. Advertisement. Itachi and Shisui looked at each other, they opened the Sharingan together, chakra broke out on their bodies, and even used Shuzuo Nu at the same time. Shisui felt the strength on his body, looked down at his hands, and said to himself, although it's not a complete Zuzo Nu, it feels stronger than when I died, and than my Sharingan at that time, a lot of. Itachi also felt his Sharingan power, nodded, and said, I feel similar to you. Uchiha Shinue walked over from behind with a smile on her face, and said with a smile, of course it is better than the Sharingan before you died. In order to lift the curse of the Sharingan of our family, Brother Leiming has thought of many ways. Sister Bai and I also cooperate with Brother Leiming and do a lot of experiments. Itachi, your eyes are Sasuke's. We have fulfilled your dying wish for you. Your eyes and Sasuke's eyes have been exchanged. As for Shisui's eyes, they're your original eyes. The development behind the story is almost the same as the original book. Madara absorbs 10 tails and becomes the new 10 tails Jinchuriki. Then, Lord Madara, who successfully evolved into 10 tails Jinchuriki, broke out with great power, and took Naruto and Sasuke in seconds. Sasuke was pierced through the heart, and Naruto was robbed of the 9 tails. After Naruto and Sasuke were killed, the ninja coalition immediately went all out. Hokage, shadows from other villages, Itachi, Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku and others rushed up angrily. A red-haired woman with glasses next to Orochimaru, seeing Madara's evolution into 10 tails Jinchuriki, the overwhelming power, even in the face of the joint attack of the 4 Hokages, and the resurrected Itachi, Shisui and others, can still the look of ease. I just couldn't help complaining, cut, what the hell is that Uchiha Leiming doing? Why only revive their Uchiha family, and those useless ninja cannon fodder? Wouldn't it be better if we revived all the Hokages? Orochimaru heard the red-haired woman's complaints, and smiled and said, Shanglan, you are still too naive. Facing the 10 tails Jinchuriki who are almost invincible now, maybe the Hokages who have an immortal body are better. Because, in this state, Hokages have almost unlimited chakra, and they don't have to worry about life-threatening. Otherwise, look, Itachi and Shisui are obviously tired. They can't hold on any longer. Just after Shisui and Itachi couldn't maintain Zuzo Nu and were kicked out of the ring, Mr. Guy suddenly stood up. A powerful chakra erupted from his body, the color of his skin turned blood red, and green rays of light lit up outside his body, and he shouted with great momentum, now, it's time to burn and explode my last youth. Ooh-ha-ah. Advertisement, 8 inner gates, open, the first gate, the second gate, the 8th gate, the gate of death, open. Rumble. Mr. Guy, who opened the last door, exploded with blood-red energy, chasing Lord Madara was a violent output. Make powerful sonic booms and airwaves in the air. Ooh. This is my last shot. Yi Guy, red energy erupted from Mr. Guy's body, turning into a blood-colored dragon, and launched his strongest and final blow to Madara. Boom. Crack. Crack. After Mr. Guy kicked on Madara's body quickly reversed like a cannonball, smashed into the ground hard, and directly smashed the ground into a big hole. Mr. Guy's body, after kicking out the strongest blow, His leg bones were shattered inch by inch, and his body fell to the ground as if he had been scorched by flames. At the same time, on the other side, Leiming looked at Naruto and Sasuke who were being rescued by Bai and Shao Sakura on the ground next to them. At this time, both of them had stopped breathing, so they hadn't really died yet. 4.6 is entirely because Bai and Shao Sakura are using medical ninjutsu to help them maintain their heartbeat, forcing them to press the heart with chakra again and again, so that the heart can maintain blood supply and flow while maintaining a minimum breathing. I secretly thought in my heart, since Guy's desperate blow has appeared, then, according to the plot of the original book, Sasuke and Naruto should wake up, right? Sure enough, just as Leiming thought this way, Sasuke and Naruto trembled slightly at the same time, and their eyes opened together. After Sasuke got up, one eye directly evolved into Rinnegan, and behind Naruto, a fairway jade appeared. Seeing that both of them were awake, Leiming greeted them with a smile and said, "Hey, how are you? Have you FI Chapter 206 battle against Leiming, Naruto, and Sasuke of Six Paths Madara? Yo, how are you guys, are you up at last?" Seeing Leiming greet him like this, Naruto shrugged his shoulders with a wry smile, and said, "Captain Leiming, you are really... Huh? Mr. Guy, what's wrong with him?" When Naruto wanted to complain about Leiming, he suddenly noticed Mr. Guy who fell not far in front, and saw that his whole body looked like he was about to be burned to death. Walking up to Mr. Guy, squatting down, pressing one hand on Mr. Guy's heart, inputting a special chakra, condensing a sun symbol. Originally, the fire of life in his body was almost extinguished, but the fire of life in his body suddenly started to burn steadily again. Leiming walked up to Mr. Guy, squatted down at the position where Mr. Guy's broken leg was, and pressed one hand on it to input the energy of the Greer stone, saying, "Mr. Guy was really desperate just now. 8 inner gates broke out with all its strength. The last door of death has been opened, so 10,000 wounds to the enemy, 8,000 damages to oneself. If not for your treatment, even I might not be able to save him. There is the Yang attribute chakra given by Naruto's Sage of Six Paths to save his life, plus the energy of the Greer stone input by Leiming at the position of the broken leg. At least it is guaranteed that Mr. Guy in this parallel otherworld will not spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair like in the original book." Sasuke walked to Leiming's side and looked not far ahead, the 5 Kages who had been forced to retreat steadily, and the revived Uchiha clan who were suppressed in all directions. Sasuke couldn't help frowning and said, "It seems that during the time when we almost died, you also fell into a hard fight." Boom. Just after Sasuke finished speaking, a beautiful figure passed by them and slammed into the ground next to them, smashing the ground into a small pothole. Cough, 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 FK. Naruto, Sasuke, since you've come back to life, hurry up and help, and also, Leiming, since you don't have to protect the two of them anymore, don't watch the fun there anymore. We really can't stand it anymore. The current Uchiha Madara is so G evil. Gurren crawled out of the pothole in embarrassment, and after seeing Sasuke and Naruto revived, Ma Jonin couldn't help complaining to the 3 of them. Leiming nodded with a smile, raised his hand in a conciliatory smile and said, I know what to do." Pressing the small fists with both hands, twisting the neck, looking at Madara who was powerfully flying Gokage and besieging the ninja, Leiming smiled slightly. "Are you ready? It's about to go." Advertisement. Naruto and Sasuke looked up at Madara together, and Sasuke showed a serious expression. Naruto. "Of course." Sasuke. "Leiming, just don't hold back." Leiming. "HMPH, me, a hindrance, how is it possible?" Whoosh whoosh. After finishing speaking, the 3 of them disappeared in a blink of an eye, and when they reappeared, they had already rushed in front of Uchiha Madara. "It's right here." Naruto saw the opportunity and punched him hard. Bang. Boom. Grandpa Madara was punched fiercely in the face immediately, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the ground, making a big hole in the ground. Uchiha Madara moved slightly, looked at Leiming, Sasuke, and Naruto who were following closely with a smile on her face, and said with a smile, "HMPH, it's just right, I'm feeling bored." The shadow beside Uchiha Madara split into invisible entities and launched a sneak attack towards Naruto, Leiming, and Sasuke beside him. Bang bang bang. Leiming, Sasuke, and Naruto all raised their hands and firmly blocked the sneak attack of Madara's shadow. "What? Did you block it?" Uchiha Madara looked at the 3 people in front of him in surprise, and said in surprise. Sasuke and Naruto were able to block the attack, so Madara could guess something, but Leiming was also able to block his attack, which surprised Madara a little bit. The state of Leiming also made Madara feel very novel. What appeared on Leiming's face was the face of Sage Mode, and the chakra code outside his body was in the state of bursting gas when Sun Wukong broke out the World King Fist in the 7 Dragon Ball. Advertisement. The inner circle is a green chakra, and the outer circle is a purple chakra. At the same time, he is wearing an armor similar to the same cloth. HMPH, Master Madara, there's nothing strange about this. Leiming kept grabbing one of Madara's shadow clones with one hand and kicking. The thunder light on the right hand erupted, sprayed out a lightning blade, and slashed at the shadow of Uchiha Madara beside him. Chidori sharp gun, Puchi. The clone of Uchiha Madara's shadow was cut in half instantly. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Following Leiming's figure flickering at high speed, the Flying Thunder God technique was launched, and continuous flickering appeared beside Sasuke and Naruto. First cut the shadow of Uchiha next to Naruto and Sasuke into 2 pieces, and then caught up behind Lord Madara, chasing and cutting the last shadow clone in half. Madara's 4 shadow clones were killed one after another, causing Madara's main body to also suffer damage. With a muffled grunt, he took 2 steps back, spurting blood. After facing Lyming 697 at close range, Lord Madara saw the position of Lyming's eyes. In addition to the Sharingan, the fairy pupil state, there are 2 energy air masses outside the eyes. The effect of the energy air mass is like the effect of 2 small explosions. Seeing Mr. Madara staring into his eyes, Lyming smiled and said, "What are you looking at my eyes for? Oh. You noticed? The chakra effect outside my eyes allows me to see you. As for why I can see it, I can't explain it clearly. If you don't surrender, we will seriously destroy you." After Lyming said this, he cooperated with Naruto and Sasuke, who followed up, and launched a close combat melee. Even if Lord Madara had the body of 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he was beaten to the point of embarrassment, and his immortal body was beaten and seriously injured many times. If it weren't for his super fast recovery, comparable to high-speed regeneration, he would have been beheaded by them altogether, killed. "You bastards, don't be too complacent, don't think that I really have nothing to do with you." Seeing that there is no way to do it, Madara suddenly took off high and flew towards the sky, breaking off the horns on his forehead with his hands. With a crazy smile on his face, he made seals with both hands and shouted, "The time is about the same as chakra, it's time to use that technique to end the battle. The ultimate illusion technique, Infinite Tsukuyomi." Chapter 207. Who do you say is a burden? Ultimate illusion. Infinite Tsukuyomi. With the Rinnegan above Madara's forehead, cast an illusion towards the moon in the sky. Like a mirror, the moon in the sky transforms into an oversized red hook jade Rinnegan. A special kind of light shines from the moon to the whole world. Anyone who is illuminated by this light looks behind the moon in the sky. The eyes of the people turned into the appearance of Rinnegan, and then, tentacle-like things grew from the sacred tree, wrapped the people in, and fell on the tree. They all fell into the illusion one by one, unable to extricate themselves. When Lord Madara released Infinite Tsukuyomi towards the moon in the sky, Leiming activated the Flying Thunder God technique immediately and summoned Naruto back. In addition, there are Kakashi, Small Sakura, the resurrected Uchiha clan, 5 shadows and other people that Leiming thinks can serve as important combat forces, all of which were sent over. Everyone was hid together in the chakra protection space made by Sasuke, and the purple Suzunoye was on top of them. Tsunade looked at the surrounding battlefield. All the ninjas were wrapped in branches like zongzi, and fell on the trunk of the sacred tree. He gritted his teeth in hatred, and punched heavily on the ground with his small fist. "Uchiha Madara. You're such a big, nasty B****************. D. This means that Tsunade knew the situation before him, suppressed his temper, and didn't vent his anger with the monster power fist, otherwise, the ground under their feet would not be able to bear her anger. After looking around, Gaara said calmly, "Master Tsunade, don't be too angry, as long as we are not dead, we still have a chance." Tsuchikage's granddaughter, Kuroto, was also very angry. She gritted her teeth and wanted to rush out, shouting angrily, "Damn Uchiha Madara, when I get out, I will kill him myself." Sasuke stood up and said, "It's not impossible for you to go out to fight, but not now, in the special chakra space maintained by me, Suzakuyomi, so that you cannot be affected by Infinite Tsukuyomi. If I go out, I will not be responsible for the consequences." Advertisement Leiming looked at Uchiha Madara, who was slowly flying down from the sky, showing a smug smile, and said with a smile, "Sasuke, Naruto, everyone taught me to protect, but if the 2 of you fight, are you sure to destroy Uchiha Madara?" Sasuke turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara flying in the sky coolly, then nodded and said, "If I don't need to be distracted to protect these burdens, I'm fine." Hey. Who are you calling a burden?" Hearing that Sasuke said he was a burden, Haito immediately quit, gnashed his teeth and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to come to Sasuke to settle the score. "Well, Kuroto, don't be angry, Sasuke. Now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves." A big man next to Mr. Tsuchikage saw that the situation was not good. Quickly grabbed Haito's arm, and stopped her with a wry smile. Naruto also looked up at Uchiha Madara in the air, nodded and said, "I have no problem either. Everyone's safety is entrusted to you, Captain Leiming." "Okay. Don't worry, I'm here, no accidents." Leiming immediately sealed his hands and shouted, "Earth style, dungeon technique." Boom 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 boom. On the ground around everyone, as Leiming's ninjutsu was performed, the ground immediately cracked and turned into a huge dungeon with a space of hundreds of square meters, enveloping everyone in it. At the same time, on the periphery of the dungeon, there is a protective film formed by green and purple chakra, which resists the light of infinite reading. With Leiming's ninjutsu to ensure peace of mind, as Leiming performed ninjutsu again, he shouted, "Flying Thunder God teleportation technique." Sasuke and Naruto disappeared suddenly, and when they reappeared, they had been teleported to the space outside the dungeon. Powerful chakra erupted from both Sasuke and Naruto at the same time, and the 2 chakras fused together. One transformed into Nine Tails mode, and the other turned Suzunoye into armor mode and wore it on the outside of Nine Tails. Like a giant version of the Nine Tails warrior, he pulled out a long chakra knife and slashed at Uchiha Madara in the sky. Advertisement, hehehe. "Do you want to do this?" Uchiha Madara showed a confident smile, rushed up to Sasuke and Naruto, and launched the strongest collision with them. On Lyming's side, as his hands formed seals, the ring on his finger slowly floated in the air, sending out a beam of light toward the dungeon wall in front of him. Like a movie, the fight between Sasuke and Naruto outside in Uchiha Madara was broadcast live. Seeing that you can watch the battle outside, 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes radiated a special light, glanced at Leiming, and then smiled. "Oh, it's really amazing. What kind of technique is this? We can see the inside of the projection. The moon doesn't seem to be hypnosis." Leiming wiped his nose with his fingers and said with a smile, "Well, it's a little secret of mine. It's good that everyone can see the battle outside, don't delve into it too much." Of course Leiming would not tell them. This is because the ring of the green snake is not an ordinary ring, it has something like an artifact spirit. What's so difficult about an alternative village that retains some of the functions of the smartphone in the previous life, just broadcasting the live battle outside? As for moon hypnosis, which ensures that everyone will not be read infinitely, the reason is simpler, just like the ozone layer can filter out the harmful rays of the sun. As long as it is broadcasting, a protective film is placed on the lens that shoots the outside picture to filter the light, isn't it all right? Outside the good dungeon, at this moment, this eyeball-like thing is really suspended, chasing Naruto, Sasuke and the others who are fighting in the sky, and taking pictures of their battle. The outside of this eyeball is protected by 2 special layers of chakra light film, one layer is green and the other layer is purple. Naruto and Sasuke, who had no worries about the future, really gave full play to their aura as the protagonists of the Sons of the Plain, and it didn't take long to fight Madara. The two launched a joint blow, and 9 tails slashed at Madara. Lord Madara with a long chakra knife in his hand, directly cutting him in two. Even though the body was cut into 2 pieces and the lower body fell to the ground, Madara still smiled without pain and said, "Are you two really naive to think that you can kill me like this?" As he said that, the flesh and blood squirmed strangely at the wound on Uchiha Madara's body, and the lower body quickly grew back again. Chapter 208 Fierce Battle Otsutsuki Kaguya. As Naruto and Sasuke joined hands to fight against Madara, although Madara possesses the power of high-speed regeneration, they also began to gradually suppress the trend of Madara. Just after Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to injure Lord Madara again, when the 3 of them returned to the ground to fight, suddenly a figure appeared behind Lord Madara. Controlling Obito's body, Black Zetsu stabbed Madara's back with one hand, and Obito's arm pierced Uchiha Madara's body. And then, after Black Zetsu smiled sullenly, he said a lot of words similar to the original. Grandpa Madara roared angrily and in disbelief, "No, impossible, I wouldn't." Before Uchiha Madara could finish his words, his body suddenly swelled up, looking like a huge meatball. Weird changes took place in the body, and when the body recondensed into shape again, it turned into a beautiful woman with beautiful long white hair and gorgeous white special clothes. This beauty has a bright red Rinnegan on her forehead and white eyes with white pupils. As expected, Otsutsuki Kaguya developed like the original storyline and was successfully resurrected. After Kaguya came out, Black Zetsu got into the wide sleeve of one of her arms and reminded Kaguya 103, "Mother, the 2 people standing over there are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Hagoromo seems to have lent his chakra to them. If you want to recover chakra, you can just withdraw chakra from them." Otsutsuki Kaguya turned his eyes, looked at Naruto and Sasuke, nodded, tears streaming down uncontrollably and said, "Got it." Before Otsutsuki Kaguya could say a few words, he controlled the long hair on his back to grow rapidly, and immediately entangled Naruto and Sasuke, pulling them towards him. 2 beautiful little hands hooked the chins of Sasuke and Naruto respectively, and from the sleeves of Kaguya's hands, the black figure of Black Zetsu spread out, spreading towards the bodies of Sasuke and Naruto. "Don't resist. Everything you have is bestowed by your mother, now it's time to give it back," Black Zetsu said with a sinister smile. "Are you kidding? I don't want to surrender to you." Naruto gritted his teeth and resisted hard, trying to push Black Zetsu out of himself with strong willpower. "Naruto is right. Your plan will not succeed." The blue thunderlight on Sasuke's right hand flickered, and he slashed at Kaguya's long hair that was trapping them. Advertisement swish 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 swish. Following Sasuke's cutting of the lightning blade, which contained the energy of immortal magic, Kaguya's long hair, which trapped them, was cut off mercilessly by him in an instant. At the same time, Naruto danced his hands quickly, grabbed Sasuke and himself hard, and tore Black Zetsu off them, and then threw him hard in the direction of Kaguya. The 2 of them flashed at the same time, and retreated quickly towards the back. I don't know how Otsutsuki Kaguya launched ninjutsu. Sasuke and Naruto only felt the scenery around them suddenly change, and they and Otsutsuki Kaguya were teleported to a special space full of lava. The bodies of Sasuke and Naruto quickly fell towards the ground below. At the same time, Leiming and others who were hiding in the dungeon also inexplicably felt that their feet were empty, and everyone immediately fell uncontrollably towards the lava below. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Leiming sighed helplessly and said to himself, "Really, I just want to sit by the side and be a good audience, can't I? Can I be involved in this way? I can't help it. Fortunately, I have made some preparations in advance. Flying Thunder God sends technique, activate." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 Kages who fell down with Leiming and the revived Uchiha clan disappeared one by one under the action of Leiming's Flying Thunder God teleportation technique. When they reappeared, they had been teleported to the underground chamber of the Uchiha family in Konoha village. CCBJ. On the other side, there was a flash of light at the wrist guards of Leiming's hands, and as Leiming flung them out, beams of light shot at the feet of Uchiha Shinue, Shiro, Guren, Kakashi, Sasuke, little Sakura and others. Boom 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 boom. Immediately, they automatically put on a pair of flying shoes made of an unknown material, and a special light emitted from the bottom of the shoes, so that their bodies would not fall down. Kakashi looked at the shoes under his feet in amazement, and asked in shock, "This is it?" Leiming wore a special version of flying shoes, and slowly flew over, looked at Sasuke and Kakashi and said with a smile, "This is a special ninja tool I developed recently. The principle of ninjutsu is based on the ninjutsu inspiration of the old man third Tsuchikage. Ka light rock technique, wind-style ninjutsu were used here." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Advertisement. Before Leiming could finish speaking, Otsutsuki Kaguya had already maintained a cold and beautiful face, and launched a rain of hair needles towards them. Leiming, Shin-Yue, Honglian, and the three of them teamed up to hit the head on hair-flying needles, and punched the strongest fists, shouting, "Monster Power Fist!" Boom. 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 Three strongest strange power punches were fired, and the punching wind formed a powerful barrier of fist pressure, blocking the first wave of hair-flying needles. And then, Leiming formed seals with both hands, released a ninjutsu towards the front, and shouted, "Wind style, dragon scroll technique." Her wind style's tornado is very easy, and all the remaining hair-flying needles are blocked from the outside. Then, Leiming stared at Otsutsuki Kaguya on the opposite side, and said to Sasuke and Naruto next to him in a deep voice, "Sasuke, Naruto, get ready, use this move to end the battle." After Sasuke and Naruto heard Leiming's words, they immediately entered into a fighting state, nodded and said, "Got it." Leiming's gauntlet flashed, spit out two scrolls, pointed at Otsutsuki Kaguya in front, and said loudly, "Don't think that you are the only one who can attack with cover ninjutsu, I can too." The scroll opened, and countless kunai and shurikens shot out from the seal of the scroll, shooting towards Kaguya like a storm. Kaguya, not to be outdone, waved his hands quickly, and punched the hidden weapon that was shooting at him, and shouted, "Yakasami Sky Strike." Boom 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 boom. Immediately, more than 99% of the hidden weapons were all blown away by Kaguya's palm. But, among them, two kunai, containing the powerful thunder chakra, pierced Kaguya's palm wind barrier. Flying Thunder God technique, activate, swish. After two shots, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly appeared on both sides of Otsutsuki Kaguya's body. They opened their palms, and the curse marks of the sun and moon on their palms pressed towards Kaguya. Chapter 209 Otsutsuki Kaguya, Space Conversion, Swish. With the help of Leiming's Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke and Naruto appeared on both sides of Otsutsuki Kaguya in a flash. The two opened their palms, and the sun and moon curse marks in their palms approached Kaguya quickly, and they saw that their palms were about to press on Kaguya's body. Ka. Naruto, it's cold, what's going on? Sasuke. What a hassle. When Sasuke and Naruto were about to succeed, their positions with Otsutsuki Kaguya were suddenly frozen by a large area of ice. Then, Otsutsuki Kaguya's body was like a mermaid, and he walked out of the ice block with ease, but Sasuke and Naruto were frozen inside, and their body movements were temporarily restricted. Oh. Damn guy. Chakra on Naruto's body erupted violently, shattering all the ice cubes on his body. Boom. Naruto and Sasuke rushed out, their bodies were flying in the air, and they started to take action immediately after discussing countermeasures. Sasuke, I'm going to use that move. The stronger the person, the stronger the effect of that move, you have to be prepared. Shadow clone technique. When Naruto said this, he immediately made mudras with both hands, conjured dozens of shadow clone, and rushed towards Otsutsuki Kaguya flying in the air together. I hope your tricks will work. Seeing Naruto's move, Sasuke immediately rushed up along with him. Otsutsuki Kaguya faced the dozens of Naruto shadow clone flying towards him, without the slightest sense of tension or crisis, but with an indifferent expression, ready to attack at any time. Seeing that Naruto's shadow clone was about to encircle them, the shadow clone made seals with both hands, performed transformation ninjutsu and shouted, "Reverse harem handsome guy transforms technique." Bang 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 bang. Advertisement. After a series of white smoke exploded, what appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya were dozens of super handsome guys in handsome costumes, showing charming, handsome, chic, or cold styles to Kaguya. All of a sudden, there were so many handsome guys, handsome men, and beautiful men. The little Sakura, who was watching the battle from behind, was a little bit straight-eyed, and the red hearts in her eyes were about to pop out. When little Sakura saw the handsome guys transformed by Naruto's shadow clone, she couldn't help but look red in the back, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Naruto, what time is it? You still have the mood to give me on the battlefield nonsense, give me a serious battle. I am used to living in the real world, and the handsome guy is not like the little Sakura I have never seen before, let alone Otsutsuki Kaguya. She was sealed for thousands of years." All of a sudden, dozens of handsome guys appeared in front of her, which made her a little bit stuck. There is a joke in the military camp. It is said that after living in the military camp for 3 years, the Sao lives in Diaochan. The joke may be a little exaggerated, but it also indirectly illustrates a problem. How much influence will the soldiers have on the aesthetics of the different surnames after being out of contact with the barracks with different surnames for a long time? It is said that men can't walk when they see beautiful women, but are women really much better than men? When they see handsome men, they will also drool and their eyes will twitch. Good chance. Boom. One of Naruto's shadow clone was the closest, took the opportunity to catch Kaguya's stunned opportunity, and punched Otsutsuki Kaguya in the face hard, and was pushed backwards by her. Sasuke and Naruto took the opportunity to get close again, and they opened their palms, intending to press the spell marks of the sun and moon on Kaguya's body. The little Sakura, who watched the battle from behind, saw that Otsutsuki Kaguya was really tricked, and couldn't help but be shocked and said, "What? He was really tricked? Damn it. Do you want to do this? Outrageous ah." Standing behind watching the battle, Kakashi said to himself with a wry smile, "You are indeed the #1 ninja in unexpectedness, Naruto. You are really amazing." However, when Naruto and Sasuke's hands were about to touch Otsutsuki Kaguya, the surrounding space changed instantly again. Bang 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 bang. What? What's going on? It's so heavy. Naruto's body was thrown heavily on the ground, and he gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up again, suddenly feeling as if his body was being weighed down by 1,000 pieces of gold. Sasuke was half kneeling on the ground with the same effort, looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya in front of him. Advertisement Kakashi, Leiming, Shao Sakura, Curan, Shiro, Shin-Yue and others who were hiding behind to watch the battle were also implicated. After being transported to this gravity space, they were all pressed down heavily on the ground. Asking for flowers. Bai frowned and looked around, gritted his teeth hard and finally stood up again, looked around with a little panting, and said, "Is this the gravity space? This gravity feels like at least 10 times the gravity." Lyming's eyes opened sharply, a fairy face appeared on his face, and a body wearing a special armor burst out a powerful chakra, like the 7 Dragon Ball Sun Wukong bursting out with the effect of the king of the world. After the green and purple chakra exploded outside the body, Lyming's body can temporarily resist the gravity of this space, and Lyming raised his eyes to look at Sasuke and Naruto in front. I saw that Kaguya was raising her hands, with gray bony spurs growing from the palms of her hands, and she was about to shoot at Naruto and Sasuke. 0. To kill ashes together. After Kaguya took painstaking aim, he immediately launched ninjutsu. Whizzing. 2 bone spurs shot towards Naruto and Sasuke quickly. If they were shot, the 2 of them would have to be turned into fly ash. Lyming immediately formed seals with both hands and shouted, lightning-style instant joy. From Lyming's hands, he threw out 2 kunai that contained thunder chakra, and the one who came later arrived in front of Sasuke and Naruto, colliding with the bone spurs shot by Kaguya. Bang bang. After kunai, which contained lightning, collided with the bone spurs, kunai blasted the bone spurs away and exploded into broken bones and dust. Although kunai's speed slowed down, he still shot towards Kaguya in the same direction as before. Flying Thunder God technique. Activate. At the same time, Lyming quickly disappeared beside Sasuke and Naruto, leading them back to his own camp. Seeing that his ninjutsu was not successful, Kaguya frowned slightly, and struck out 2 palms with some difficulty. The 2 palm winds contained the wind element chakra, and they hit kunai accurately, and the blow would fly back. Seeing that Kun Wu was blown away, Lyming said with a wry smile, "Sure enough, I didn't give it a chance, and I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, but if Kun Wu was blown away, I won't be able to use it again. Forget it. Think of a way again." Chapter 210 Otsutsuki Kaguya isn't so invincible. Lyming scratched his head with his fingers with some headaches, looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya not far in front of him, and said to himself, "How should I deal with her? Her ninjutsu of killing ashes is really troublesome. Once shot, it will turn into dust. I don't want to die like that. It's not impossible to get close to her. Look at me. I'm here to attract her attention, and then you take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack." Naruto took a step forward confidently, making seals with both hands. Bang 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 bang. After a series of white smoke burst, Naruto conjured up dozens of shadow clone and rushed towards Otsutsuki Kaguya. However, the speed at which dozens of shadow clones rush out is really moving to tears. Because this is the gravitational space of Otsutsuki Kaguya, 10 times the gravity is not so easy to bear. Without the special practice of Sun Wukong's gravity space in the 7 Dragon Ball animation, even Nine Tails Jinchuriki can't make the previous. It seems like an extremely easy movement. The forward speed of dozens of shadow clones was slow enough for Kaguya to attack them, raise his hand, aim, and shoot. Shish. Puff 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 puff. Naruto's shadow clone didn't even have a chance to get close to Kaguya, and was hit by the bone spur shot by Kaguya, and then his body turned into dust and scattered on the ground. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, saw how difficult Lyming and the others were, and immediately advised Kaguya, "Mother, it seems that if you want to deal with them, you can't let them get together, you have to separate them." Understood. Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression was neither sad nor happy, his figure stepped back, and a black hole opened in the space behind him, and Kaguya's body entered. Lyming immediately entered the state of combat readiness, and reminded everyone around him, "Everyone, be careful, each keep their eyes on one direction, that woman will launch a sneak attack from any direction." Lyming, Sasuke, Sakura Jr., Hai, New Moon, Curan, Kakashi, Sakura Jr. and others formed a circle, and in the circle was Obito who had lost his combat power. Because the number is enough, they do not have the passiveness of Naruto and Sasuke in the original anime at all, and they have been suppressed and beaten by Kaguya. It was as if a black rift suddenly opened in front of Honlin, and Kaguya's body hadn't even had time to float out of the rift. Advertisement. Seeing that Honlin's hands quickly formed seals, and launched an attack on the black gap in front, he shouted, "Crystal style, pink bomb." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Hundreds of egg-sized red crystal balls shot out from Honglion's body, and after rushing into the gap in the black space, they exploded rapidly one after another. The crystal dust after the explosion soon filled the gap in the black space. Kaguya raised her hand almost subconsciously, aimed at the front, and used her ability to dispel ninjutsu. On the contrary, Kaguya reacted quickly and eliminated most of the crystal dust, but there was still a small amount of dust that was not eliminated, and a small part of it stuck to the tail of her long hair. Soon, the crystal dust spread rapidly along the hair like an infectious disease. Kaguya's long hair is rapidly crystallizing. This caused a little shock on Kaguya's calm face. Kaguya immediately waved his hand and slashed his long hair lightly. After cutting off the long hair, he retreated quickly. It escaped into the depths of the black space behind and disappeared. Obviously, it is not so easy to launch a sneak attack from Honglion's side, so Kaguya decisively gave up this side and moved to another direction. The space rift opened again. This time Kaguya wanted to come out and attack in the direction of the new moon. Xin Yue, who had been prepared for a long time, turned up the corners of her mouth, showing a crazy smile, clenched her small fists in both hands, and rained fists against the gap in the black space. Shouted, "Look at me, Sage Art Senju Monster Power Fist." Boom 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 boom. Because I saw the explosive power of Mr. Guy's 8 inner gates before, Xin Yue thought of a way to deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya. Doesn't Otsutsuki Kaguya have the ability to devour ninjutsu and make ninjutsu invalid? Then, she learns from Mr. Guy, strengthens her body with Shienjutsu, and hits the fist that blows out with her fist. Advertisement fisting Gangfeng is not ninjutsu, so it cannot be absorbed, and can only be resisted head-on. What? This girl is so strong. 80 God's empty strike. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who knew how powerful he was, waved his hands quickly, and hit the palm style that contained chakra. There was a fierce collision between the palm wind and the fist gang in the air, and the sound of explosions continued to explode. Cut. Isn't this direction okay? Kaguya didn't want to waste too much time on Xin Yue, so he immediately closed the black gap and shifted the attack target. When Otsutsuki Kaguya reappeared, he chose the direction of Lyming. The gap in the black space in front of him opened, Lyming turned his palm, and a long knife popped out from the seal on his wristband. Lyming held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, facing Kaguya who rushed out from the gap in the space. He continuously cut out the light of the knife. A streak of purple chakra's knife light slashed towards Kaguya as if he didn't want money. HMPH. Ordinary ninjutsu is ineffective against Mother, even. What is that? Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, was still sneering disdainfully at first, but after waiting for a while, seeing Kaguya frowning to resist Lyming's knife light, he immediately realized something was wrong. Kaguya opened his hands to resist the purple sword light. Although it contained the purple chakra sword light, it was blocked by Kaguya's hands, and even absorbed a considerable part of chakra. However, it can be seen that on Kaguya's fair and beautiful palm skin, there are traces of blood like purple lines appearing. Discovering that there was something wrong with the purple sword light that Leiming cut out, Kaguya immediately flew back and escaped into the space gap 4.1 again until Kaguya reappeared. Kaguya had already reached the open space dozens of meters away from them. Kaguya, who showed his figure, raised his hand and looked at his palm, frowned and whispered to himself, "There is something wrong with those chakras." Seeing that he had succeeded in his move, Leiming couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking in his heart, of course there is a problem. The star brought back from Xingran village, and the treasured sword forged by fusing it with other precious metals, how can it be so easy to deal with? The ninjas in Star Ninja Village absorb the side effects of chakra, but I have seen it with my own eyes. Even if you are Otsutsuki Kaguya, you can't absorb all chakra. Eating too much poisonous chakra is harmful to the body. HMPH, isn't the legendary Otsutsuki Kaguya so invincible? Chapter 211 Kaguya, you are surrounded. After Kaguya shook his hands and spat out the star chakra, the weird purple patterns on his hands disappeared quickly. Seeing that Kaguya quickly got rid of the influence of the star chakra, Leiming also sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Sure enough, it's not that easy." The black space rift behind Kaguya opened again, and his figure stepped back. The next time the space rift opens again, Kaguya will appear in front of the little Sakura, but this time Kaguya learned the trick and didn't fully show her figure. The beautiful long silver hair came out from the black space with a whoosh, wrapped around the little Sakura's ankle, then lifted it up violently, and threw it to the side. Sasuke didn't know why, and involuntarily stretched out his hand in the direction of little Sakura, grabbing little Sakura's arm, trying to pull her back. However, in the direction in which little Sakura was thrown, a space-time rift suddenly opened, and immediately, Sasuke and little Sakura were thrown into it together, and then the space rift was quickly closed. Sasuke. Little Sakura. Seeing Sasuke and little Sakura being lost by Kaguya, Naruto was in a hurry, and didn't pay attention to his feet, and at some point he also got into Kaguya's long silver hair. Therefore, Naruto was also caught by Kaguya's long hair around his ankle, pulled towards the other side, and flew over. The space gap opened again. Naruto was also thrown into another time and space, and the space was closed. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, saw the success of the scheme, grinned triumphantly and said, "Very good, it's successful, mother, let's take back Naruto and Sasuke's chakra first, and then deal with Leiming and others." Okay. After hearing what Black Zetsu said, Kaguya nodded without sadness or joy, and closed the black space gap in front of him. When Kaguya reappeared, it was in the Sand Sea world where Naruto was. Damn it, I'm in trouble now, and I'm separated from Captain Leiming and Sasuke. Naruto was scratching his head in the Sand Sea world, thinking about what he should do next. Behind Naruto, a black space gap suddenly appeared, and Kaguya's figure slowly emerged from the black space gap strangely. Advertisement seeing that Kaguya's hands were about to grab the back of Naruto's neck, suddenly, Naruto's figure flashed out of thin air and disappeared. What? Where is the person? Why is it missing? Kaguya kept his hands forward in disbelief, made a motion of choking his neck, and stayed for 2 seconds. Kaguya turned her head and looked around in disbelief, but she didn't find Naruto's figure. This shows that Naruto didn't use body flicker technique to avoid her sneak attack, but used some space ninjutsu to escape. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, immediately realized what was happening, and immediately reminded him, "No, mother, it's Lyming's space-time ninjutsu. That guy is very good at using the Flying Thunder God technique's teleportation ninjutsu. Hurry up and kill him. Drop Sasuke. Take back his chakra first." After hearing what Black Zetsu said, Kaguya didn't hesitate at all, and immediately got into the gap in the black space, and when she reappeared, she had already been teleported to the world of ice. However, there is no shadow of Sasuke and little Sakura here, they have disappeared long ago. Seeing this situation, Kaguya couldn't help but frown beautifully, and the black space gap behind him opened. When Kaguya got into the gap in the black space and returned to the gravitational space again, he found that Leiming and the others were also invisible. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, couldn't help but frown and said to himself, "How is that possible? This is the space controlled by the mother. How did that guy Uchiha Leiming manage to escape smoothly?" Kaguya frowned and got into the gap in the black space. When he reappeared, he finally saw Leiming and the others in a space where the ground was red rocks and the sky was green. At this moment, Kaguya's eyes fixed on Leiming, Sasuke, and Naruto standing on the ground. Suddenly, a blue lightning flashed behind Kaguya's back, and the palm with the jumping blue lightning directly pierced Kaguya's back heart. Although Kaguya's back heart was pierced, Kaguya did not vomit blood, but looked behind him with cold eyes. I saw Leiming showing a bright smile, and greeted Kaguya with a smile. "Yo. How are you, Master Kaguya?" "You, very good." When Kaguya said this, a gray bone spur suddenly popped out from behind, piercing Leiming, who was sneaking up on her from behind. Advertisement puff 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 puff. Leiming's body was pierced into a hornet's nest in an instant, but Leiming, who was pierced through his body, still looked at Kaguya with an unchanged smile, and his body turned into dust and fell down. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve, saw that Leiming standing on the ground hadn't disappeared, and was still standing below watching the battle as if nothing had happened. He curled his lips in displeasure and said, "Damn it, is it just Shadow Clone who was killed? What a troublesome guy. Mother, it seems that we need to kill Uchiha Leiming first, otherwise, with the help of his space ninjutsu, we will not be able to recover Sasuke and Naruto's chakra smoothly." After casting Kaguya, which kills ashes together, the bone spurs on the back turn into dust and fall. Looking at Leiming below with cold eyes, he nodded and said, "I know this." Saying that, Kaguya adjusted her figure and rushed towards Leiming below. "Sasuke, Naruto, little Sakura, wait a minute and remember to follow the plan." Chakra exploded on Leiming's body, holding a star-long knife, and rushed towards Kaguya in the sky with a smile on his face. "Yes." Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura replied in unison when Leiming rushed to the sky. After Leiming dodged and rushed to the sky, he flexibly moved within 3 feet of Kaguya's body, constantly dodging, and from time to time, he cut out 2 saber lights containing the star's chakra. When Kaguya's attention was almost attracted by himself, a Leiming's shadow clone hiding behind the red rock below, suddenly formed a seal with both hands rapidly. Shouted, "It's time, Flying Thunder God teleportation, west." Swish. The moment Kaguya shielded Leiming's purple sword light with both hands, suddenly Sasuke and Naruto appeared beside her, with their palms open, the cursed seals of the sun and the moon pressed towards Kaguya's body. At the same time, from below Kaguya, there is a shadow clone of Leiming, aimed at Kaguya and shot a thunderbolt ultra-thick lightning arrow. Lightning style. Chidori sharp gun. Kaguya subconsciously flew towards a higher sky, but there, the figure of little Sakura suddenly appeared, and the little fist was ready to go. 6 kiloseconds Chapter 212 Seal Kaguya, Infinite Tsukuyomi lifted. Kaguya's figure just flew upside down for a certain distance, but at this moment, the little Sakura ruthlessly hit Kaguya's head from top to bottom. When the little Sakura threw down her fist, she was still roaring, "You be asterisk 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 D, don't underestimate us." Boom. Kaguya's body was hit, and his body sank instantly. At the same time, the palms of Naruto and Sasuke also arrived, and they put their hands on the back of Kaguya's body. The cursed seals of the sun and moon in the palm of the palm are activated instantly. Planetary devastation sealing technique. Behind Kaguya, it seemed as if a giant's hands were quickly put together, wrapping Kaguya's body inside. After Kaguya's body was hit by the sealing technique, a large amount of chakra began to spray out from her body, and the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts separated. The ground below also began to have countless boulders rising rapidly, sealing Kaguya that had degenerated into ghetto statue, forming a huge sphere at a speed visible in the sky. From the inside of Kaguya's sleeve, with a whoosh, a black shadow shot out, trying to escape. No matter how much time it takes, I will definitely rescue my mother again. Whoosh! Before Black Zetsu could run away, a black stick was shot down, nailing Black Zetsu to the ground firmly. Black Zetsu, who was pinned by the black stick, roared in horror, What time is this? Swish! Advertisement. Naruto dodges to the front of Black Zetsu, puts his hands into the ground, then digs out a large stone, and throws the stone to the sky with Black Zetsu. Let's go. Do you still want to come out again? It's a beautiful idea, seal it with me? Bang 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 bang. No, don't do it. Black Zetsu screamed and was thrown into the big ball of the seal, and soon his scream was drowned in the seal of stones. Looking at the huge stone ball in the sky, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, Phew, it's finally solved, it's great. After Kaguya was sealed, Obito below also lay on the ground with a smile on his face, slowly closed his eyes, and said with a smile, It's good that it's resolved smoothly, so I can leave with peace of mind. Lin is still waiting for me. Woolen cloth. In the original book, the reason why Obito can survive for so long and help Naruto, Sasuke and others with all his strength is because Obito is related to Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and also because of his tenacious willpower. Obito in this parallel world saw that Kaguya was sealed, and he could finally let go of the attachment in his heart. Without the will to survive, the life energy in his body began to dissipate rapidly, so the speed of his death was naturally faster than that of Kaguya. The original is much faster. Looking at Obito, who died with a peaceful smile on his face, Kakashi could only close his eyes and sigh. At the same time, in the Sage of Six Paths in the real world of the Hokage ninja, it was felt the first time after Kaguya was successfully sealed. He smiled and said, Very good, they succeeded. Then, Sage of Six Paths, just like the original book, summoned the dead of Hokage, Mizukage, Kazekage, etc., launched the spacetime ninjutsu, and summoned Leiming and them back together. Then, there are the dead of Impure World reincarnation, their bodies turned into dust and fell, and their souls floated towards the sky. Naruto was also crying, saying goodbye to his father, to fourth Hokage. Father, please don't worry, I will obey everything my mother asks me to do. Woo woo woo. When Sasuke saw Naruto's father's body dissipated and his soul ascended to heaven, although he felt uncomfortable, he still subconsciously looked to his side. He was very worried that the resurrected father, mother, brother, and clansmen would disappear with him. Advertisement. Lyming saw Sasuke's worry, smiled and patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Don't worry so much, people who are resurrected with Rinne Tensei will not die so easily. At least, before their lifespan is exhausted, if they are not killed by the enemy during missions, they will not die. Hearing what Lyming said, Sasuke nodded reassuringly. Because of Lyming's interference, Sasuke's parents, elder brother, and a considerable part of his tribe were revived, so Sasuke's heart in this world is far less dark than the original Sasuke's. So, Sasuke of this world didn't have a final battle with Naruto. Seeing Naruto crying, Uchiha Shinue gave him an annoyed look, curled her lips next to Naruto and said, I said Naruto, don't cry, okay, you look really ugly when you cry. So if you don't want 4th Hokage to leave, we can use reanimation jutsu to resurrect 4th Hokage again, and even your mother will be resurrected together, and then find a way to use Rinne Tensei techniques similar ninjutsu to resurrect them. Hearing Shinue's words, Sage of Six Paths, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly twitched violently at the corners of his mouth and brows twice uncontrollably. Glancing at Shinue, he said in a deep voice, No nonsense, you have revived so many Uchiha tribesmen at once, which has seriously disturbed the order of the dead world. If it weren't for your contribution to saving the world, Uchiha Fugaku, Makoto, Itachi, Shisui and others would all go back together. If you dare to disturb the world order of the dead at will, I won't sit idly by, old man. Cut, you're really meddling. Yes, I understand. Shinue heard Sage of Six Paths say this, and was about to complain back, but was stopped by Lyming's eyes. I had to turn my head, of the money, in annoyance, and changed my words in annoyance. Naruto wiped his tears, and then said with a strong smile, It's okay, it doesn't matter if you can't revive father and mother, anyway, they can still live together in that world. When the time comes, if I die, I can be with them. Reunion is the same. Seeing what Naruto said, Sage of Six Paths nodded in satisfaction, and said, very good, Naruto, Sasuke, you two can now undo infinite Tsukuyomi as long as you combine your powers. Then, Sasuke and Naruto followed the words of the Sage of Six Paths, each of them stretched out a hand, to form mudra together. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Solution. Om Yuan. With the sealing of Naruto and Sasuke, the illusion of the red jade Rinnegan on the moon in the sky was released in an instant, and the human beings wrapped in tree roots on the ground were released one after another. Chapter 213. Welcome to the era of great pirates, superior. After sealing Otsutsuki Kaguya, the world has finally entered a relatively peaceful generation, and the entire Hokage ninja world is developing its economy and building its homeland. However, what people don't know is that in the dark place of the Hokage ninja world, there is still a troublesome organization dormant, that is, the shell organization that is more troublesome than the Akatsuki organization, an organization established by Otsutsuki's parasitic Sishen. However, Leiming doesn't care about these things now, because according to the development of the original plot, when Sishen comes out to mess around, he has to wait until Naruto's son Boruto grows up. So, he still has time to deal with other things, such as now. In a deserted mountain in the land of fire, there is a laboratory in a cave in the mountain. There was a man with a strange appearance in the laboratory, licking his lips with his tongue excitedly, playing with a huge instrument like a laser gun. Hey, tell me, if this stamp is activated, what will happen? I'm really looking forward to it. With light in his eyes, the man who watched the laser gun aiming at a huge stone tablet in the cave and let out a sinister laugh was none other than Orochimaru himself. Shuei, who was in charge of helping 707 to control the instrument, saw Orochimaru's excited appearance and couldn't help shivering. Uchiha Leiming also had inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. Looking at the huge stone tablet in the cave, the incantation pattern carved on the stone tablet is not the family emblem of the Otsutsuki clan in the Hokage ninja world, but a kind of Western magic circle. Leiming spread his hands and said, I don't know about this either. Since the Otsutsuki family may have come from outside our planet, it's not surprising that other creatures have also come to us. It's just that, Lord Orochimaru, you have to think about it. Before you figure out what this magic circle is for, activate it at will. You may encounter some troubles that we didn't expect. Orochimaru didn't care about Leiming's warning, but smiled with a greedy gleam in his eyes. HMPH, I'm not afraid. Anyway, all the ones in this laboratory are shadow clone. Could it be that the magic circle has the ability to give us our true self? Influence? After Orochimaru gave Suigetsu a secret signal, Suigetsu immediately turned all the instrument buttons to the maximum, and Orochimaru immediately, CCBD, turned on the switch of the laser gun. Bang! ZZZZZZZZZZ. Advertisement. The laser gun was charged instantly, and then released a powerful chakra energy beam, which blasted the magic circle on the stone tablet. With the continuous injection of energy from the laser gun, the steel started to glow. The magic circle graphic on the stone tablet began to emit colorful light, dazzling everyone in the cave to be blinded. Bang 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 bang. Under the strong colored light, many experimenters including Orochimaru exploded one after another, and the shadow clone exploded into white smoke one after another. Only Leiming's shadow clone miraculously did not explode. Not only did it not explode, but his body emitted colored rays of light under the illumination of colored lights. So the corner of Leiming's shadow clone's mouth twitched uncontrollably, already feeling something, sighed and complained to himself, Hey, why do things like this always happen to me? I hope this deity will not be affected. Whoosh! Before shadow clone Leiming finished speaking, his body was wrapped in colored light, turning into a ray of light that shot towards the magic circle, and disappeared after getting into the magic circle. After shadow clone Leiming got into the magic circle, the stone tablet depicting the magic circle disappeared along with it. Leiming of shadow clone doesn't know how many long times he has experienced, or how many times and spaces he has passed through. Anyway, when he opens his eyes again and sees the world in front of him, he found himself standing on a sandy beach, and at the same time, what appeared in front of him was a vast blue sea. At the same time, when he appeared on the beach, he looked like a small human-shaped sun that was shining. The colored light on his body not only did not dissipate, but became even more dazzling. The colorful light on his body flickered, as if he was breathing rhythmically. At the same time, in a house outside the mountains of Hokage Ninja World, Leiming, Shinue, Shiro, Curan, Sasuke, Naruto, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya and others are all there. Advertisement. Orochimaru curled his lips unhappily just now and said, TCH, what a trouble, my shadow clone has been wiped out, how about you? Many staff members who participated in the experiment in the same room shook their heads and sighed. Then, it was Leiming's body that was suddenly visible and began to emit dazzling colored light. Leiming watched the changes in his body, and at the same time, Naruto beside him exclaimed, Hey, Captain Leiming, what's wrong with you? Seeing the radiance on Leiming's face, it suddenly became extremely dazzling. Standing beside Leiming, Hanlian, Bai, and Shinue almost subconsciously stretched out their palms to grab Leiming. Just when their palms touched Leiming's body, there was a flash of light, and then, the four of them disappeared together. When the people in the room regained their vision, Naruto looked at him in disbelief and exclaimed, Damn, Captain Leiming, Sister Bai, Shinue, Sister Hanlian and the others? After Sasuke closed his eyes and pondered for a while, he said, Just now, I felt the power of time and space from the colorful light emitted by Captain Leiming. They may have been transported to other time and space by inexplicable power. Hearing Sasuke's words, Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru speechlessly, and said, Orochimaru, look at what you've done. You're in trouble now. Orochimaru smiled indifferently and said, Hey, what's the matter? With their strength, teleportation to any world should be no problem for self-protection. Now what we really should think about is how to get in touch with them and let them send information from other worlds. I'm really curious, what kind of world are they sent to? After Leiming from Hokage Ninja World was teleported and disappeared, the place where they reappeared happened to be the beach where Leiming's shadow clone was located. Just as Leiming and the others were teleported, shadow clone hugged him into white smoke and disappeared. At the same time, a stream of colored light shot into Leiming's chest, leaving a magic circle tattoo on his chest. After the light dispersed, Leiming and the others found themselves surrounded by a large group of Marines wearing old-fashioned muskets and aiming at themselves. Leiming looked at Marine's outfit in front of him, and suddenly felt the familiar feeling extinguished, and a thought subconsciously blurted out in his mind. Horse. Masaka, we came to the world of One Piece? Chapter 214 Welcome to the era of Grey Pirates, down. Masaka. Have we come to the world of One Piece? Looking at the marines surrounding him, Leiming thought so loudly in his heart. Suddenly surrounded by a large number of enemies, the three beautiful young ladies Shinue, Hanlian and Bai who accompanied Leiming through the journey instantly entered a state of combat readiness. After taking out the kunai and the ninja bag on the back, the shuriken is ready to be shot at any time. At this moment, a boy in a suit with short blonde hair came out from behind the marine soldiers. Seeing the hairstyle of the blonde boy, Shinue was the first to burst out laughing. Pointing at the boy, he smiled and said, "Puff, giggle, what kind of funny hairstyle do you have? The whole thing is a watermelon upside down on the head. Poopa ha 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 ha. Jane Chongji looks like a watermelon rind ha 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 ha." It's okay not to say, when Shinue said this, Bai and Hanlian couldn't help laughing along with them. Cluck cluck. Damn it. How dare you laugh at me? Do you know who I am? I am the only precious son of Captain Monka. Although the blonde boy was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but when he saw the beautiful smiles of the three beauties, Shinue, Bai, and Hanlian, his anger suddenly became a lot less for no reason. Then, the young man raised his head arrogantly, pointed at the three of them and said, "Since you dare to laugh at me, I have decided, young master, I will take you all back. Be my personal maid and serve me well. Hee hee hey hey." While saying this, the saliva from the boy's mouth opened like a waterfall and flowed out. Huh? What are you talking about? Take us back to be maids. How dare you? Fire style. Great fireball technique. Look at me. I won't burn you to death today. Hearing the blonde boy's words, and seeing his disgusting pig brother's appearance, Shinue's anger rushed to her forehead. Her hands quickly formed seals in front of her body, and then released ninjutsu at the boy. Peefed. Sizzling. Advertisement. Hey. What's the situation? Why? My ninjutsu can be used. Shinue made mudras with her hands and made a fire-breathing movement, but it came out from her beautiful red lips. There are only sporadic sparks. Other than that, nothing comes out. At first, the blonde boy was frightened by Shinue's actions, thinking that Shinue was going to launch some terrible attack on him. Who knew, it was only thunder and no rain. Seeing that Shinue couldn't perform ninjutsu, Shiro and Curan also made mudras with both hands and tried to release a genin technique. The result was that, just like Shinue, they couldn't release any ninjutsu. Obviously, I can feel that the chakra in my body is still flowing in my body, but I just can't use it. However, although they cannot release ninjutsu, it does not mean that they have really become weak chickens and can be bullied by others. The blonde boy immediately issued an order to the soldiers beside him, and shouted, "You guys, listen to me, those three girls are going to be caught alive by me. As for that man, if he dares to resist, he will be killed." "Yes. Master Bellamybo." The marines immediately responded in unison when they heard the boy's order, and then leaned forward with their old-fashioned muskets. Before Lyming could make a move, the three beautiful young ladies in front of him were once again completely enraged by the blonde boy's arrogant words, and as soon as they got short, they rushed out towards the surrounded marines. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff, ah. After the shurikens in their hands were thrown out, more than a dozen marine soldiers were shot and fell to the ground screaming. Not good. These women are not ordinary people, everyone be careful, shoot. Bang 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 bang. Although they have muskets in their hands, facing the three special jonin who have experienced many battles, even if they cannot perform ninjutsu, their body skills can still be used normally. The three beautiful girls can easily and freely shuttle through the crowd in front of enemies that are several times their own, and then carry out close combat techniques. Advertisement: those old-fashioned muskets couldn't hit them at all. Not only couldn't hit them, even, under their nimble and skillful dodging, the muskets shot more of Marine's own people. Bang 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 bang. And then, they didn't even use their ultimate moves, they brought all the Marines down, and each Marine fell to the ground with their stomachs, feet, or faces covered, screaming and wailing. Asking for flowers. Shish. You are all monsters, don't come close to me. The blonde boy originally wanted to capture the beautiful woman who served him back, but he suddenly showed super fighting strength, which frightened the boy so much that his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground with a ghostly expression on his face. Lyming shook his head helplessly and sighed, walked up to the young man, showed a bright smile, and said with a smile, "Hey. Hee. That, we don't mean anything malicious to you. Actually, you don't have to be so scared. Can you tell me, what is this place?" No, don't come close to me, don't come close to me. Even though Lyming tried his best to show an amiable side, the blonde boy raised the pistol in his hand in horror, and pulled the trigger to shoot at Lyming. The gun went bang. Subconsciously, Lyming activated the Sharingan with both eyes, the color of the pupils instantly turned red, and the eyes turned into the Sharingan of the three Guyu, and with a slight tilt of the head, he avoided the pistol shooting with ease. Then, after seeing Lyming's Sharingan, the blonde boy was immediately hypnosis-ed and fell into Lyming's illusion. Shinue curiously walked up to the young man, knelt down and waved her little hand in front of his eyes, and said in surprise, "Huh? Is he falling into Brother Lyming's illusion?" A moment later, Lyming released Sharingan's illusion, and Sharingan's pupils returned to normal black pupils, and he turned around and said with a smile, "It seems that in this world, our chakra may not be able to echo the natural energy of this world, so we cannot put ninja technique released. However, if the chakra in the body is running, there is no problem, so our Sharingan can still be used normally." Bai, Xinyue, and Hanlian looked at each other, turned around and left with Leiming. Xinyue hugged Leiming's arm curiously, and asked, "Brother Leiming, share the information you have collected from that kid." "Okay. The situation in this world is roughly like this, Chapter 215 found the Straw Hat Kid. In fact, a considerable part of the information that Leiming told Bai, Xinyue, and Hanlian about the so-called One Piece world was the basic information from watching the original anime of One Piece in the previous life. As for that boy with blonde watermelon hair called Balumumibo, Leiming really didn't know as much about the information in his head. It was also a coincidence, not long after Leiming brought Xinyue and the others into the town of the small island, the three girls were chatting and shopping on the side of the road, discussing with each other what to buy. Leiming suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, and two people walked into a tavern behind him. "Huh? Straw Hat Kid? And the kid with glasses just now, what's the name of that short guy with glasses? By the way, it seems to be called Kage. Could it be that we came at such a coincident time? There's no way. Luffy's 987 feature is too obvious. Even if you want to recognize the wrong person, it's hard. In the world of One Piece, wearing a straw hat, wearing a red vest, wearing blue pants, straw sandals, and there is still a thin man, who is still cheerful all day long, who is not Luffy. Okay, don't rush to buy things. I found an interesting guy. Let's go eat something too." After speaking, Leiming immediately turned around and walked towards the small restaurant. "Huh? Interesting guy. Who is it? Who is it?" Xinyue immediately put down the things in her hand and followed after hearing Leiming's words. When Bai and Hanlian saw that the guy who liked to join in the fun changed their interest, they naturally didn't stay longer and entered the small restaurant together. After entering the restaurant, Leiming purposely found a seat close to Luffy and sat down to eat. After sitting down, Xinyue scanned all the diners in the restaurant curiously, then leaned into Leiming's ear, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Leiming, where's the interesting guy?" The corners of Leiming's mouth turned up slightly, he picked up a glass of juice in front of him and took a sip, then smiled and said in a low voice while eating the dishes served by the proprietress, "What's the rush? Anyway, we don't have anything to do now, just go to the theater." 3 question marks popped up on Xinyue's head. She tilted her head cutely and looked at Leiming, wondering, watching a play? What kind of play are you watching? After listening to Leiming's words, Xinyue, Shiro, and Hanlian also ate quietly while observing what happened around them. Advertisement. Sure enough, not long after, Luffy and Kirby started chatting with a little girl. The little girl told Luffy the story of how Zoro was caught instead of the girl. The difference from the original anime is that Luffy, Kage and the little girl are chatting in the corner of the restaurant, and Leiming is sitting not far from them, so the content of the chat between them, Leiming them can hear very clearly. Just as the little girl finished telling the story to Luffy and the others, a group of uninvited guests rushed into the restaurant. A boy with blonde watermelon hair in a purple suit walked in arrogantly. After entering and sitting on the chair, he put his feet heavily on the dining table again, and said arrogantly, "My young master, I am in a bad mood today, so you guys want to buy me a meal for free. If you don't let me eat today, it's fine. Otherwise, hiss, it hurts. Damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** again, otherwise, I will let Dad kill them. The more the boy talked, the more angry he became. He didn't know what was wrong, and he said in a bad mood, and that Zoro, my young master, I decided to kill him tomorrow. However, just as the boy finished saying that he wanted to kill Zoro, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, suddenly rushed over, punched him hard in the face, and sent him flying straight away. There was an intimate collision between the face and the wall, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Okay, you're so brave, you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? I'm the only precious son of Captain Menka. When I go back, tell my father, let him kill you. The boy was beaten while clutching his hands. Looking at Luffy with hurt face and painful tears, he said. Luffy looked at the young man with a cute expression and said indifferently, I don't care whose son you are, if you have the ability, you can kill me yourself, Kebi. I have decided, I will find Zoro as my son, my buddy. After hearing Luffy's words, all the diners and marines present, including Kebi, opened their hands in a gesture of surrender, looked at Luffy with their mouths wide open, and looked back at Luffy with a surprised expression. When Luffy wanted to punch the boy again, Kebi immediately hugged Luffy from behind with all his strength, and said loudly, Luffy, calm down. Do you want to be an enemy of Marine? The blonde boy stood up slowly, and just as the boy was about to order the Marine soldiers beside him to grab Luffy, he suddenly saw Leiming and the others behind Luffy. I saw Leiming showing a bright smile to the blonde boy. Leiming smiled and waved to the boy to say hello, and said silently with his mouth, hey, hello, we meet again. Advertisement, my god. Why are they here? Seeing Leiming and the three of them, the blonde boy ran out of the restaurant in fright. Leiming sat on the seat, with the corners of his mouth raised. He laughed at himself. Oh, is this swollen? It's like seeing a ghost. Are we so scary? Poochie, heck. Hearing what Leiming said, Bai couldn't help laughing. With Bai's beautiful and pure smile, the male guests at the table next to him stared blankly and said, good, so beautiful. If she is willing to marry me, even if I wash her feet with water every day, I am willing. Yeah, I think so too. These men went to look at the beauties, but forgot that there were female companions beside them. So, they were quickly punished. What, it's so courageous, if you have the guts, tell me 3.7 again. The female companions next to the men turned into female tyrannosaurs one after another, and the men who grabbed their own began to clean up, pinching, scratching, and stepping on their toes. Ouch, please forgive me, I was wrong. Luffy didn't care about the hustle and bustle in the restaurant, and led Kage towards the place where Zoro was captured. At the same time, Leiming also stood up with a smile, and said with a smile, "Bye, your charm is really incredible. It seems that this place is not suitable to stay for a long time, he. Lord Leiming, what are you talking about?" Bai stood up with a blushing face, and hurriedly left with Leiming, but Shinue smiled and moved closer to Bai's side, still not letting go of Bai's words in her ear, laughed and teased her. Chapter 216. The captain's base is in chaos. Soon, Leiming and the others followed Luffy and found Zoro. At this moment, Zoro was tied to a wooden cross, looked at Luffy and asked, "I said you boy, what are you doing here?" "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become One Piece in the future, and I am currently looking for a partner, he. Zoro, I want you to be my partner, so, I am here to save you." After hearing Luffy's words, Zoro snorted unhappily and said, "Get out, I won't be your partner, as long as I finish the agreement in 3 days, I can leave, I don't need your help at all." After hearing Zoro's answer, Luffy tilted his head and looked at Zoro and said, "But I heard that Yellow Hair said before, they're going to kill you tomorrow?" "What? Impossible." Hearing what Luffy said, Zoro suddenly showed a shocked expression. Hey, if you don't want to die, let me save you." Luffy walked to Zoro's side with a smile and began to untie the rope for him. "No, I can't just leave like this, my sword is still in their hands, I must get it back." Knowing that Marine was going to kill him 22, Zoro didn't insist on not letting Luffy save him. "What sword? Is it important?" Luffy asked while untying the rope. "Very important, I can't fight without them," replied Zoro, frowning. When Luffy heard Zoro say this, he tilted his head and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Put it away, I will help you with your sword." There seems to be something moving up there, it seems very interesting, I'll go up and have a look first. Kage, come and untie the rope for Zoro. "Look at my rubber bazooka." Just after finishing speaking, Luffy threw his hands towards the roof of the tall building in Marine Base. Luffy's 2 arms stretched quickly, and he grabbed the roof with both hands. Whoosh! With the help of the elasticity of the long arms, Luffy's body immediately shot up into the sky like a cannonball. What the hell is that? Shinue, who was lying on the wall and saw the effect of Luffy's superpower, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed. Leiming smiled slightly, and said with a smile while leaning on the fence watching the show, "Oh, that ability is the devil fruit ability, didn't I tell you something before?" Advertisement, to put it simply, in this world, there is a very, very magical fruit, as long as you eat it, you will gain special abilities, similar to the blood succession limit in our world. After Luffy rushed to the sky, in order not to let himself deviate from the target, he subconsciously grabbed something with both hands, and fell down with the help of pulling force. Crack, 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 boom. The thing pulled by Luffy was a huge stone statue, and a group of marine soldiers were holding the statue with ropes. The marine soldiers stared in horror at what happened in front of them. The rope was broken, and the stone statue hit the edge of the roof and broke. The upper body of the stone statue fell apart and fell to pieces on the ground. Marine soldiers raised their hands high up in a gesture of surrender, and shouted in horror with long faces and mouths. Luffy saw everything that happened in front of him, he didn't feel guilty at all, and raised his hand in a very insincere tone, "Sorry, I didn't notice it just now." A burly man in front of the marine soldiers, after waking up from the shock, immediately pointed in Luffy's direction and shouted loudly, "You be ********D. How dare you break my statue? The statue of my great Captain Monka. Unforgivable, kill him, lousy, I'm going to ride him alive today." "Yes, Captain Monka." After receiving the order, the marine soldiers immediately rushed towards Luffy. "Oh, it's bad, I'm running away." Luffy grinned, turned around and ran away. Immediately, the entire marine base was agitated by Luffy, and there was a commotion everywhere. Lyming lay on the wall, watched the development of the matter with a smile, and said with a smile, "You see, I said there will be a good show." Hong Lien, who was lying on the wall, smiled slightly with her mouth upturned. He is indeed an interesting guy, and his talent for causing trouble is not inferior to Naruto. Soon, the marine soldiers and Captain Monka rushed to the execution ground where Zoro was bound, and the marine soldiers raised their pistols one after another, aiming at Zoro and Kage. Kage had just untied the rope on one of Zoro's arms, and was suddenly terrified by the scene in front of him, tears rolling in his eyes. Teeth chattering in fright, holding his head in his hands and closing his eyes, he murmured to himself, "What should I do? We're all dead now, we're all dead. Get ready, shoot." A marine soldier next to Captain Monka swung his raised arm and ordered. Advertisement. After the bullet shot into Luffy's body, it didn't penetrate his body. Instead, a long thin strip protruded from Luffy's back, and then shot forward fiercely. Seeing that Captain Monka raised his giant axe and slashed at Luffy again, Shinue took the opportunity to dodge in front of Luffy, crossing his hands to block in front of him. In front of Shinue, a figure suddenly flashed and stood in front of Zoro. When, after Captain Monka saw Luffy's superpower, he rushed up with a gloomy expression, raised his arm with the giant axe, and chopped off Luffy's head. Luffy's body was twisted at a strange angle, and then rotated at a high speed, easily dodging Captain Monka's giant axe. Shin-Yue easily blocked Captain Monka's giant axe, looked at the opposite Captain Monka with a smile, and said with a smile, "Humph? Is that all you have?" However, Shin-Yue was about to rush in front of Zoro, and at the same time, she held a handful of kunai in each of her hands, and was about to block the bullet for Zoro. The ground under Luffy's feet was instantly cut open. Whoosh! Bang! The marine soldiers panicked again, fleeing in all directions to avoid the reflected bullets. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The marine soldiers raised their muskets one after another, aiming at Zoro and Kage, and the moment they fired, Shin-Yue rushed over subconsciously. Countless bullets bounced out of Luffy's body and reflected towards the marine soldiers. Hey hey hey, I told you that 060 is useless to me. Wow, it's so dangerous, I almost got hit. Luffy put his hand on the straw hat on his head, and grinned to the side who dodged away. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 217 Flipping Monka Captain. When, HMPH. Is this the only level you have? Shin-Yue crossed her hands in front of her body, and the kunai in her hands firmly blocked Captain Monka's giant axe. Seeing Shin-Yue blocked his own axe and laughed at himself in that mocking tone, Captain Monka was instantly furious. Raising the giant axe in his hand furiously, he launched a fierce slashing mode at Shin-Yue one after another. However, in the face of Captain Monka's powerful giant axe slashing, Shin-Yue did not have the slightest panic or fear. Song held kunai with one hand 10 times and easily blocked it again and again. Luffy, standing behind Shin-Yue, saw Shin-Yue's formidable appearance of resisting the attack of the giant axe. His eyes sparkled with starlight, and he clenched his fists in exclamation, "Oh, oh, 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 4 fruits, 1, so amazing." Kage, who was trembling with his head in his arms, opened his mouth in shock when he saw how powerful Shin-Yue was. He looked at Shin-Yue incredulously, and exclaimed, What? This woman, who is it? So strong, super strong." Curan didn't know when. One dodged to the cross that bound Zoro, stood firmly on it with one foot, threw a shuriken casually, and shot it on the rope that bound Zoro's arm, and the rope broke instantly. Idiot! There's still time to watch the show, it's time to retreat. Honglian stood at the apex of the cross with her arms folded, and said coolly. After hearing Honglian's voice, Kage looked up in disbelief, and exclaimed with wide eyes, "WH. When did you come here? I didn't even feel it." The marine soldiers of Menka's masterpiece, seeing the petite and slender Shin-Yue, can easily block the giant axe as if playing with a child, and they all opened their mouths in shock, and even forgot to aim the musket in their hands. Then, that woman. Who the hell is a woman? That's right, he's so cute and pretty, but why is he so powerful? Gudong. Her arms are so slender, where did she get the strength to resist Captain Monka's giant axe? Advertisement. Zoro walked behind Luffy, took back his 3 knives, drew out his swords, clenched the long knives in both hands, and bit the handle of the long knives in his mouth. Looking up at the new moon in front, he said, "Hey, the little girl in front, although I am very grateful to you for saving my life, but he is my prey, please hand him over to me." Hearing Zoro's words, Shin-Yue looked back at Zoro, and seeing the seriousness in Zoro's eyes, she yawned indifferently, and fended off Captain Monka's giant axe after another slash. He said indifferently, That's fine, anyway, this guy doesn't have much strength, and I don't have the energy to fight at all, so I'll teach you." Saying that, Shin-Yue dodged sideways, and after dodging the giant axe, she retreated a distance of more than 10 meters with agility. Zoro set up his attacking stance, his aura suddenly rose, and he said in a deep voice, "Thank you. Look at me, the 3-sword technique, Demon Slash. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** you today. Chop you all up, I will kill you. Swish. Dang 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 dang. Zoro looked at Captain Manka rushing forward with sharp eyes, and his figure flashed forward, and the two of them passed by. Captain Manka's body was thrown flying high, with blood gushing from his mouth, and the giant axe on his arm instantly shattered into countless pieces. Then, Captain Manka rolled his eyes and fell heavily to the ground, completely flat. At the same time, Zoro on the other side inserted 3 long knives into the scabbard at his waist one by one, and said coolly, "Okay. The matter between us is over from now on." How is it possible? Captain Manka defeated. Oh my god, Zoro is indeed the pirate hunter, really strong. Advertisement. Seeing that Captain Manka was cut down, and the marine soldiers experienced a brief silence, one of the officers, who looked like an adjutant, immediately reacted, and shouted at the marine soldiers around him, "You bastards, why don't you what are you doing standing there? Shoot, don't let them escape." Hey, run away, we're leaving, Luffy said while pressing the hat on his head, grinning without any sense of crisis. The corners of Shinyue's mouth twitched in disdain, and disappeared along with her. As for the marine soldiers, they didn't really chase out of the base. After seeing Luffy, Zoro, and Shinyue leaving the base, the first thing they did was to grab Captain Manka, who was lying flat on the ground. Handcuffed him and locked him up. In the past, Captain Manka could dominate this small town, on the one hand because he was a high-ranking official, and on the other hand, because he was the strongest existence in the town, and the marine soldiers couldn't resist at all. But now, Captain Manka was easily defeated by the little-known Luffy, New Moon and the others. under the leadership of Marine's adjutant, they can lock him up first, and then report to Marine's upper echelon. Half a day later, on a medium-sized seaboat parked outside the island, Leiming leaned against the fence, looked at Luffy and Zoro with a slightly curled-up corner of his mouth, and fled toward this place while laughing. So Leiming smiled and said to Bai beside him, "Okay, Luffy's business is over, we can set sail." "Yes, Lei, Zhao, Ming. My lord." After Luffy and Zoro fled to the port, they naturally saw the ship that Leiming was on, and they were not polite. Without waiting for Leiming to invite them, they jumped together, grabbed the rope outside the ship, and rushed to the top of the ship like climbing a tree. After arriving on the bed, Luffy stood at the stern of the boat, looked at Kage who was chasing to the shore with a smile, and laughed loudly. "Kobe, there will be a time later, hee. "Thank you very much, Mr. Luffy," Kirby said loudly with tears in his eyes. At the same time, the marine soldiers around Kage saluted and bid farewell to Leiming and Luffy who escaped by boat. The people and marines who came to the shore together knew that although Luffy and Zoro overthrew Captain Monka, they are not bad people, but the benefactors of everyone here. Chapter 218 Luffy was captured by the Big Bird. On the seaboat that Leiming and the others had snatched, everyone formally introduced each other. Zoro leaned against the deck and fence, lowered his head and closed his eyes and asked, "Okay, now we all know each other, so, where are we going now?" Leiming smiled slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and replied with a smile, "Well, I don't know, I'm also a foreigner who came here for the first time, and I'm not very familiar with the road conditions here." Hearing Leiming's words, Uchiha Shinue who was next to him let out a puff, and leaned next to him and laughed twice. Puff. Cluck. At the same time, what Shinue thought was, "Brother Leiming is really good, we are indeed not locals, we are from another world, so his answer is not a lie." Seeing that Leiming and Zoro were chatting so vigorously, but Luffy lay powerlessly on the deck, sticking out his tongue out of his mouth. He said without energy, "Where are you from, Leiming? It doesn't matter where you are going now, the most important thing is, I'm hungry, I want to eat meat." While saying this, Luffy's stomach made a strong hunger protest sound. After hearing Luffy's words, Hanlian's dissatisfied 660 glared at Shinue next to her, and said, "I want to eat, there's nothing I can do about it," who told someone to snatch the boat and come back, but didn't check whether there was enough food in the cabin. Shinue also stared back without showing any weakness, and snorted arrogantly, "Can this be my fault? Who kept urging me at that time, if it wasn't for you urging me to sail and forget to check the cabin?" The more Hanlian and Shinue talked, the more angry they became. Their beautiful faces were pressed together, their heads were pushed back and forth, and they glared at each other. Bai stood beside him with a wry smile, and advised, "Okay, alright. You two don't quarrel, the problem of finding food can be solved slowly." At this moment, a black shadow hovered over them and flew past. After seeing the black shadow hovering on the deck, Luffy raised his head subconsciously, looked up at the blue sky, and suddenly the corner of Luffy's mouth was drooling. Advertisement then, Luffy stood up abruptly, fixed his eyes on the black shadow in the sky, and drooled greedily, "Meat? Meat is flying in the sky. Hee, we have something to eat. Look at me. Rubber, bazooka." As he said that, Luffy threw his hands upwards, and quickly grabbed the mast of the ship with both hands. With the help of the rubber pull of his hands, his body flew into the sky like a cannonball. Zoro looked at Luffy rushing forward with one hand like a tent, and said with a smile, "Oh, come on. If you catch the bird from the sky and come back, we can roast it." Even Shinue and Hanlian, who were arguing with each other, had a temporary truce, straightened up, and looked up at the sky. However, before everyone was happy, Luffy who rushed to the sky did not know how to do it, or made a mistake in the operation, not only did not catch the big bird in the sky. Instead, the big bird bit the head accurately, and took Luffy to the distant sky to fly quickly. Luffy in the sky danced and shouted loudly to Leiming and the others, "It's not good, help me." Seeing that Luffy was caught by the big bird and flew away, Zoro was shocked and immediately bounced off the deck, and ran to control the sail of the sea ship. He was still screaming loudly, "Luffy, you be *************** D, are you an idiot?" On the other side, after seeing Zoro's movements, Bai also rushed to the steering wheel of the ship, turned the steering wheel to adjust the sailing direction of the ship, and sighed wryly, "Hey, hee. I can't think of coming here, and I can't worry about it." To a certain extent, the unexpectedness of Luffy and Naruto is quite comparable. I think our future life is destined not to be too ordinary. Not long after the ship was sailing fast, suddenly on the sea ahead, a few guys in strange costumes, CCBB, waved at them vigorously and shouted, "Help! Stop the ship, save us!" After adjusting the sail, Zoro casually glanced at a few guys on the sea, picked up the rope ladder and rope on the ground, and threw it out hard. Then he said in a very irresponsible tone, "We are in a hurry now, so we don't have much time to save people. Find a way to climb up by yourself." Advertisement hula lala. While speaking, the seaboat quickly passed by the few guys on the sea. The guys on the sea, seeing this situation, couldn't help but blurt it out, "The boat really doesn't stop." It's nothing to complain about, but their reaction was quite fast. They grabbed the rope ladder and rope that Zoro threw out of the boat, and quickly climbed up. Seeing a few wet guys climb up the boat, Shinue looked at them with a funny smile, and said with a smile, "It's amazing, you really climbed up." "Of course. If we don't climb up, we will probably die." After hearing Shinue's words, several guys in strange clothes couldn't help but blurt it out. After complaining, these guys showed vicious smiles, pulled out the long knives around their waists, and pointed at Xinyue, Bai, and Honglian, the three beauties. Showing a mean smile, he said with a smile, "Hey hey hey. I can tell you that we are pirates, and we kill people without blinking an eye. I declare that from now on, this ship is ours, of course. Hey hey, there are a few of you women, if you don't take good care of us, be careful about us. Who you are." Seeing the cheap smirks of these pirates, and hearing their words, Zoro, who was leaning against the fence, put his hand on his forehead speechlessly, shook his head speechlessly, and whispered to himself, "Really, if you want to court death, you don't do it like this, idiot." Xinyue and Honglian listened to what the pirates said, and pressed their small fists together with both hands, looked up at them with their beautiful faces, and said to them who walked past them with contempt, "Oh, really? Then we will take good care of you and serve you." Bang 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 bang. Oops. After a miserable meal, the pirates became honest immediately. With their heads beaten into pigs' heads, they honestly took over the work of steering the ship, controlling the steering wheel, and adjusting the sails. Looking at Xinyue, Honglian, and Zoro with a flattering smile, they said, "You guys really don't know Taishan. It turns out that you are the famous pirate hunter Zoro and the companion of Master Zoro. No wonder you are so powerful." Chirping, these pirates tried their best to flatter Leiming and Zoro. Chapter 219 Baki Cannonball. In a town street on an unknown island, Nami is being hunted down by a group of pirates. "Damn thief, stop now and hand over the treasure map." "Yes, if you don't stop, after we catch you, let's see how I deal with you." That's right, if you are caught by us, we will definitely teach you how to behave, hee. Boom. After a pirate saw his companion talking with a slobbering smile, he couldn't help but slapped him on the head and cursed angrily, "You idiot. What time is it? Why are you still thinking about it? There is nothing." Then, in a blink of an eye, he looked at Nami angrily and shouted, "Smelly woman, I warn you, that treasure map belongs to Mr. Bucky the Clown. If you don't return it, I promise you will die a very miserable death." While Nami was desperately running forward, he turned his head and there was cold sweat on his forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched and he said loudly, "No, the treasure map is mine. Everything in my hand is mine. Damn big bird, how long are you going to catch me? Let me go." Boom. At this moment, Luffy danced and threw a punch, hitting Big Bird hard in the abdomen. The big bird in the sky with Luffy's head in its mouth screamed in pain after being beaten, and suddenly let go. It's really loose. I'm finally free. No, I forgot that this is the sky. I'm going to fall. Boom. Luffy fell from the sky screaming all the way, smashed the roof of a house next to Nami, and hit the ground in front of Nami's escape route accurately. After a burst of smoke dissipated, Nami and Heiza, who were stunned and did not move for the time being, looked at Luffy who stood up slowly in disbelief. Advertisement Luffy picked up the straw hat on the ground as if nothing happened, put it on his head, grinned and said, "Huh, it's really dangerous, but it's quite interesting, it's a good experience." The pirates looked at Luffy with their mouths wide open, and asked tremblingly with rounded eyes, Hey, you, who are you? Gudong. You didn't die after falling from such a high sky, are you a monster?" Nami saw that the pirates were frightened by Luffy, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly, and she quietly changed the treasure map in her hand to a nautical chart that was not very important. Then he rushed to Luffy at a faster pace, stuffed the chart into Luffy's hands, and said, "Boss, I stole the treasure map you wanted, and now I'll give it to you." And then, Nami turned around and fled without any morale. While running away, he still shouted to the pirates, "I have given the treasure map to my boss, and you can figure out the rest." Luffy had a bitter face, looked at the direction of Nami's escape, and then looked at the pirates who were staring at him. He scratched the back of his head and said to himself, "What's the situation? What's the treasure map? So you are the boss of that nasty thief? Hand over the treasure map? Come on, kill." The pirates raised their weapons and rushed over viciously. No matter how slow Luffy was, he still felt that something was wrong, so he turned around and ran away. "What are you doing? Why are you chasing me down?" Luffy ran in the direction of Nami subconsciously. Nami, who escaped ahead of time, thought that he had escaped a certain distance, so he slowed down, opened the treasure map and walked. While looking at the map, he secretly whispered to himself, He, I'm so smart, let me take a look, how can I use this treasure map?" Suddenly, Nami heard the movement behind her and found that Luffy was running towards her with the pirates. She was so scared that Nami exclaimed, "Damn! What are you doing? You be ***************. At the same time, on the other side, Lyming's ship arrived at the island's port one step later than Luffy. Leiming and the others jumped on the shore easily, followed by the few unlucky pirates who went ashore together. After landing, the pirates rubbed their hands, looked at Leiming and the others with flattering smiles, and said with a smile, Hey, Lord Zoro, Lord Leiming, according to your request, we have sent you to your destination, can we go now?" Advertisement hearing what some pirates said, the corners of Xinyue's mouth curled up slightly, and she pressed her fist with both hands. The fist made a crackling sound and said with a smile, "I want to go. Yes, each of you will let me punch you. If you are not dead, you can go." Asking for flowers. Hearing Xinyue's words, the pirates turned pale with fright, knelt down on the ground, kowtowed to Xinyue, and begged, "Forgive me, your fist is so small that you really can't hold it. We were wrong, we know we were wrong. No 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 no. Master Shinue, we are not leaving, we are not leaving. Yes, 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 from now on, we will be your most loyal younger brothers and slaves, Mr. Shinue. Please use the little one as much as you want without pity. .0 bang 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 bang. Yeah, seeing how well you guys performed, we'll accept you guys. Let's come along." Shinue proudly raised her head and ordered. Regarding what Shinue did, Lyming didn't say anything, but instead let her do it. After all, the ship that Lyming and the others snatched from Marine Base was quite large, more than double the size of Luffy's Qianyang in the original book. For such a large seagoing ship, it is troublesome for Lyming and the others to drive it and adjust the sails from time to time. With free labor at their disposal, I don't need to do it myself. It saves trouble and worry. How nice it is. Just after Lyming and the others advanced to the island for a certain distance, suddenly, there was a huge explosion sound not far from the side. Boom. 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 After hearing the loud commotion, Lyming, Shinue, Bai, and Hanlian jumped onto the roof, and it was easy to see a large area of ruins in front of them not far away. At the same time, the little pirates who were carried up by Shinue and the others said in trembling voices with their teeth chattering in shock from the scene in front of them, that's the Baki cannonball of Mr. Baki the Clown. It can't be wrong, it's Mr. Baki's Baki shells. Master Lyming, Master Zoro, Master Shinue, I think it's better for us to leave here as soon as possible. If we are hit by shells, we are not joking. Chapter 220 Rescue Luffy. Standing on the roof, Lyming and the others could easily see the tragic situation not far away, after being swept all the way by Baki shells. Shinue couldn't help blowing a whistle and said with a smile, hoo, interesting, the power is okay. Hanlian looked in one direction in a blink of an eye and said with a cool sneer, it should have been shot from that direction. Very good, now that we know the direction, let's go there. Zoro smiled with interest, showing his bright white teeth. Oh, what, Zoro, brother Zoro? That's the direction of Mr. Baki the Clown, you can't go there. Yes, Master Baki is extremely dangerous, he is the legendary demon fruit power. After these little pirates heard what Zoro said, they were immediately frightened, and quickly persuaded them to stop them. 563. That's it doesn't matter if you don't want to go. I'll give you a mission to go to the boat on the coast and wait for us to come back. Isn't it difficult? Seeing their terrified appearance, Bai shook his head with a wry smile and gave a solution. When the little pirates heard that they could go to Baki without taking risks, they immediately nodded their heads, and thanked Bai with tears streaming down their faces. Woo! You are such a good person, Master Bai. Yes, don't worry, we will definitely take good care of our seagoing ships. Yes, Lord Bai and Lord Fuming, please don't worry, we promise to complete the task. It's pretty quick to agree, but I don't know if you guys will run away secretly. Shinue had just finished saying this, and her figure flashed, and she flashed in front of the little pirates. A small pellet was fired into their mouths. Gudong. 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 The little pirates swallowed it subconsciously, then looked at Shinue with horror in their eyes, and asked, Master Shinue, what did you eat for us? Shinue, after shooting the pill, turned around, showing a beautiful, cute, bright smiling face, and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just a simple poison. If you waited for us to come back by the ship, your antidote would be indispensable, but if you sailed away, what will happen to you when the poison takes hold? I can't guarantee it. After listening to Shinue's words, the little pirates couldn't help staring at Shinue, and blurted out, are you a demon? You used poison to control us? Who told you to look unreliable at first glance? How can you do it without any restraint? Shinue turned around without the slightest sense of guilt, bouncing towards the direction of the clown Baki pirates laughed. Advertisement. The corners of Lyming's mouth turned up slightly, and he left, followed by Zoro, Hanlian. Only Bai showed a beautiful and gentle smile to the little pirates, and said with a smile, what? Shinue looks like that, a bit naughty. Okay, don't worry, as long as you go back and watch over the ship, it will be fine when we come back. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no such thing. Against the backdrop of the little devil's new moon, Sister Bai is like a fairy sister. The little pirates were so moved that they nodded in tears, expressing that they would swear to follow Sister Bai Yanyan forever, and then walk towards the port under the comfort of Sister Bai. Bai, who comforted the little pirates, quickly caught up with Lyming and the others. At this time, they had already reached the vicinity of Baki the Clown pirates, and they happened to see Baki and the others forcing Nami to shoot at Luffy with a cannon and kill Luffy. Baki showed a devilish smile and said with a smile, what's the matter? Nami, didn't you say you want to join my pirate group? Did you say you want to be loyal to me? Hey, if you want to join my pirate group, shoot me fast. The other pirates of the Baki pirate group also joined in the fun and encouraged them with smirks, fire. Nami was stumped by the situation in front of her, frowning and gnashing her teeth at a loss, holding the match in her hand but still unable to do it. As for Luffy, sitting in the cage, holding onto the railing with both hands, looking at Nami with innocent eyes. Seeing Luffy like this, Nami couldn't do anything more. If the other party was a supervillain like Murloc Arlong, Nami would definitely not hesitate at all. Guilt. But changing to Luffy. Really makes her very difficult to deal with. Finally, a pirate couldn't wait any longer, walked up to Nami, grabbed the match in Nami's hand, and said with a bad smile, "Nami, what are you doing? Isn't it just firing a cannon? It's actually very easy, just light it like this enough." With that said, the pirate lit the fuse of the cannon. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Advertisement. Seeing that the fuse was ignited, Luffy finally became nervous and said, "Oh, it's too bad, it's really ignited, am I going to die? Let me out quickly. Damn it. You bloody bastards." Finally Nami couldn't bear it any longer, raised his leg to face the lower body of the pirate in front of him, and proposed a move to cut off the legs of his children and grandchildren. Swish. Bang. Then, Nami pulled out a short stick from his thigh to form a long stick, and there was a wolf on the head of the pirate in front of him. Nami gritted his teeth and glared at Luffy, who was locked behind the cage, and cursed, "You be asterisk 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 D, it's all your fault." Luffy pointed at the lead wire on the cannon and yelled, Hurry up, it's about to fire, Swish. Luffy pointed at the burning wire, and when he screamed nervously, a shuriken shot came over and cut the wire directly. At the same time, Suo 3.6 Long rushed out, 3-sword style, demon slash. Swish swish swish. After Zoro passed by, the cage that locked Luffy was instantly cut into pieces, and then Luffy broke through the cage with a smile and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm out, I'm free, hee. Thank you, Zoro. Damn, how dare you sabotage my good deeds, I will kill you." The clown Bucky pulled out his knife, rushed back to kill Zoro. Facing Baki's charge, Zoro was unmoved at all, and drew out the long knife at his waist, and slashed at Baki's body. After the two staggered away, Bucky fell to the ground, and Zoro coolly retracted the knife. At this moment, a severed hand grabbed the short sword and shot towards Zoro's waist. Chapter 221. These guys, how could it be so strong? When Zoro didn't notice, suddenly there was a hand holding short sword behind his back, and he shot towards his lower back quickly. "Zoro, don't let me lose your guard during the battle, idiot." Shin-Yue picked up a wooden board on the ground and slapped the hand behind Zoro's back. Boom. The hand that wanted to attack Zoro's back was hit hard by the plank thrown by Shin-Yue, and it was crushed to the ground. It hurts me. Then, the clown Bucky grabbed his arm and lay on the ground with tears of pain, rolling back and forth and shouting for pain. After hearing the reminder from the new moon, Zoro turned around, looked at Bucky, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, and looked at the slapped hand and short sword not far behind. There was also a drop of cold sweat on Zoro's forehead, and he couldn't help but looked at Bucky the clown on the ground in disbelief, and said in shock, "What's going on? Could it be that this guy is also demon fruit power?" After hearing Zoro's words, the clown Bucky stood up enduring the pain, and controlled his crushed palm to fly towards him. With a click, the severed hand was brought back, and the hand 22 that had been crushed just now recovered as before. Then, the clown Budge smiled triumphantly, Hey, that's right, I am the one who has the ability to split after eating chop fruit. Oh, that's it. Let me give it a try." Bucky had just finished speaking. Shin-Yue dodged, grabbed a long knife from a pirate's hand, and rushed to Bucky. Swish 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 swish. Shin-Yue cut hundreds of knives at once, and the clown Bucky was cut into countless pieces in an instant. Then, under the staring gaze of Shin-Yue's amazed eyes, Bucky's chopped up body was spliced together, and his whole body recovered intact. Ha. See it, this uncle is so powerful, your swords cannot kill me, I am invincible, ah ha. Oh, really? I want to try to see if you are invincible, you have a big nose? B asterisk 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 D, don't call me big nose. Advertisement. When the clown Bucky heard Shin-Yue call her big nose, he immediately rushed towards Shin-Yue in a rage, and Shin-Yue first slashed at Bucky's neck. Puff. With one cut and two cuts, Bucky's head was chopped off and flew up. Bucky, whose head was chopped off into the air, not only did not show the slightest pain on his face, but instead showed a smug and arrogant smile, and laughed loudly. Ha. You stupid woman, didn't you listen to what my uncle said just now? Uncle can't be killed. How dare you scold me? Court death. Seeing Bucky's arrogant laugh, Shin-Yue's pretty little brows twitched uncontrollably, her other small hand clenched into a small fist, and punched Bucky hard on the big nose on his face. Bang. Boom. Oops. Bucky was beaten so badly that he screamed, his head flew upside down like a cannonball, smashed directly through the wall of the house behind him, and was buried in the ruins of broken bricks on the wall. But it wasn't over yet. Bucky's head being blown off was just the beginning. Shin-Yue puffed up her face angrily, and kicked Bucky's head severely on the chest, knocking it to the ground. And then, Shin-Yue angrily kicked and stomped on the clown Bucky's body mercilessly. Bang. I told you to curse me. I told you to curse me. At the same time, on the other side, in the ruins of broken bricks, the clown Budge was heard crying loudly. Ahuma triple A. You bastards, idiots, I must kill you. I want to kill you all, it hurts. You bastards, you idiots, what are you still watching? Come on me. After hearing Bucky the clown's order, those dumbfounded little pirates who watched the battle before all shivered in shock. They picked up the weapons in their hands and rushed towards the new moon, Zoro, Luffy, Leiming and the others. Kill. Go. Fight for Master Baki, hula la la la. Seeing hundreds of pirates screaming towards her, Shinue kicked Baki's headless body away with a slightly upturned corner of her mouth, sank slightly, and rushed forward. Advertisement: after entering the crowd of pirates, they would attack with fists and feet. Facing Shinue's fists and kicks, the pirates couldn't resist at all, and they were thrown high and flying out one by one. Oops. Ooh. Woohoo. Oops. Among the pirates rushed by Baki's pirate group, there was a man riding a unicycle. After seeing the strength of the new moon, he pulled out his long knife and rushed over quickly. You woman, don't take too long, watch my juggling attack. When the man on the unicycle was stopped by Zoro before he could charge into the ring. Zoro holds knives in both hands, with a long knife in his mouth. After blocking the opponent's long knife, he raised his eyes and said to him, your opponent is me. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Let's see who is stronger. Dang 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 dang. Zoro lost the original book and was plotted against by Baki, and he was not injured, so it was much easier to deal with this guy than in the original book 673. The two swords clashed back and forth non-stop. On Luffy's side, there was a man riding a huge lion, pointed at Luffy and said loudly, come on, Li Chi. Bite his neck off. Facing the ferocious culling of the huge lion, Luffy grinned and said, hey 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 hey, it's just right, look at me, rubber rubber, rubber hammer. Luffy turned forward with both hands in a spiral shape and grabbed the lion's head. With a strong pull, the lion was immediately pulled into a high-speed spin, and then hit the ground hard by its head. Boom. Seeing that his beloved pet lion was overturned, the owner of the lion suddenly let out an angry cry. Li K. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* towards Luffy angrily, but Luffy grabbed the collar, pulled back hard, then clenched his fist with the other hand, and slapped the animal trainer in the face. Bang! Boom! Ah! The animal trainer's body flew out like a cannonball, slammed into the wall hard, and then slid down weakly. On the other side, the clown Baki's head has been put back on the neck at some point, lying on the ground and looking towards the battlefield in shock, gritting his teeth with wide eyes and whispering, "This group of guys. Who the hell are they? How can it be so fishy?" Chapter 222 Nami. Can you join our pirate group? The clown Baki saw at Shinyue's feet. The group of little pirates who had been crushed by her bare hands had already laid down. This group of guys. Who the hell are they? How can they be so strong? Gudong, monsters. Are they all monsters? I think it's better to retreat temporarily. The clown Budge whispered to himself, lying on the ground and quietly changing direction, wanting to crawl and retreat in a low-key manner. However, what Baki didn't expect was that at some point in front of his retreat route, there was an extra person suddenly. Swish. Big nose. Where are you going? Gudong, aha. What is that? Where am I not going? The clown Bog looked at the feet that suddenly appeared in front of him, and that pleasant voice, and replied with a swallow of saliva in shock. It was Uchiha Shinyue who stood in front of Baki's escape route, and Shinyue stepped forward with her little feet. Yeah. Boom. The crescent moon stepped on the ground to create a huge spider web pit. When Baki saw the crescent feet stepping towards his head, his frightened body exploded into countless pieces and fled away. Shinyue watched Baki the clown perform supernormally, turning his body into countless fragments. After he quickly fled to a distance, the fragments returned to their reassembled appearance. Shinyue couldn't help clapping her hands and exclaimed, Oh, that's amazing. This ability is so interesting. The clown Baki saw and heard Shinyue's admiration, and he didn't know which nerves he had made a mistake, but he still had time to proudly raise his head there, and proudly said, Huh, of course, my uncle is the great Captain Odabachi. Advertisement boom. Oops. Boom. Just as the clown Baki made a proud expression, Shinyue suddenly flashed in front of him, and mercilessly punched Baki in the stomach with his small fist. The clown Baki's body immediately flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a house behind him, and was buried in the rubble. Shinyue raised her small fist and put it in front of her eyes, looked at it indifferently, then looked at the ruins where Baki the clown was buried with disdain, and said, Cut. The ability is very strong, but using the master of the ability is too useless. Chop Chop Fruit is eaten by you, what a waste. If Chop Chop Fruit could talk, I'm afraid it would cry because it was eaten by your trash owner, you trash with a big nose. Whoa. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Hearing that Shin Yue despised her so much and scolded herself for having a big nose, Bucky the clown who was buried in the ruins suddenly became angry, instantly gave up the idea of pretending to be dead, and rushed out of the ruins. With a howl, he pulled out all the short swords on his body, grabbed the short swords with both hands and left his body, and quickly stabbed towards the new moon. The corners of Shin Yue's mouth are slightly upturned, and she can easily dodge the attack of the clown Bucky's grasping flying knife. No matter which direction the flying knife stabs back and forth, Shin Yue can easily dodge and dodge. Then, Shin Yue gradually approached the clown Bucky's body step by step. You, don't come here, you monster. Shin Yue maintained a devilish smile like this, walked up to the clown Bucky step by step, and then beat and ravaged him severely. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Let you call me a monster. Let you call me a monster. Advertisement. Ah. After a merciless ravaging and pounding, the clown Budge fell to the ground smoking from the beating, his limbs twitched and he lay flat completely. Shinue patted her hands lightly, turned around and said with a light smile, hee. Done. Then, let me see, what else can I play with? Shinue turned around and wanted to see if there were any more enemies that could be abused for her, but what made her depressed was that the clown Bucky pirates had been wiped out by them. The lion and the animal trainer twitched their hands and feet, and fell on the side of the ruins of the house next to Luffy, and in Zoro's direction, Zoro coolly retracted his sword, and there was a chopped-down swordsman lying on the ground. Nami is also widening her beautiful eyes, looking at this scene with disbelief, and exclaiming in her heart, good. So strong. These people are really strong. The pirate group of hundreds of people only took 10 minutes, put them all away. Hee. Shinue, you are really strong. Luffy looked at Shinue's victory, and grinned happily. HMPH, of course, I'm a Jonin girl. It's just dealing with a group of little pirates, and I can easily kill them in seconds with 10% of my skills. Shinue proudly raised her head and said with a proud expression. Nami did not know where to find a rope, and tied it up to Bucky the clown, and finally tightened it tightly. Nami, you stinky girl. Do you want to strangle it so tight? The clown Bucky shouted in pain as he was being strangled. Seeing Bucky screaming in pain, Nami's subordinates moved harder by 3 points, and said with a smile, of course you have to be tighter, the firmer the better, you said it yourself. You are a chop fruit capable. No, tighten up a little, can't your hands, feet and body split and escape? Ooh. How dare you threaten me, I don't think you understand the current situation. Lyming didn't care about Nami's way of repairing the clown, Qian Zhao, Bucky. He just curiously picked up the chart that fell on the ground, held it in front of his eyes and looked at it, and said with a smile, this is the legendary, Grand Line's voyage maps. Nautical charts are much different from maps. Without the help of excellent navigators, we would not even be able to find the correct route. When Lyming said this, he intentionally said it not far from Luffy. As soon as Luffy heard Lyming say this, he rushed over, grabbed the nautical chart and put it in front of his eyes to read the words. After a while, Luffy's whole face collapsed, and he scratched his head with a sad face and said, yeah? What is this all about? I can't understand it at all. Suddenly, Luffy noticed Nami who had bound Bucky. He went to Nami with a grin, and said with a grin, Nami, you seem to have said that you are an excellent navigator, right? Can you join our pirate group? Chapter 223. Are you going to meet the deceitful cloth? After Bai heard Luffy's words, he immediately clapped his hands and said, yes, Nami, since your navigation skills are so good, why don't you join us? However, Nami turned her head arrogantly and said, join you guys, come on, I hate pirates the most. However, under Luffy's persistent gaze, Nami couldn't help turning his eyes to Lyming, Shinue, Hanlanbai and the others. The beautiful big eyes rolled around, as if thinking of something, then suddenly changed his mind and stretched out his hand to Luffy, saying, but, let's cooperate for a while, it's okay. After hearing Nami's words, Luffy immediately grinned happily and said, hey, good, Nami will be our partner from now on. Luffy and Nami shook hands, and from then on, Nami officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Lyming leaned against the wall next to him, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, now that the navigator has found it, we can set off. After hearing Lyming's words, Shinue kicked Bucky who was tied up like a rice dumpling on the ground, and asked, if we leave, what will happen to this guy? Lyming turned around and waved, let's leave Bucky and his pirate group to the villagers of this town. It is said that Bucky's bounty is still acceptable, and it should be enough to compensate for some of his losses to the villagers. Hearing what 290 Lyming said, and seeing how they left him in such a cool way, Bucky the clown was so angry that his forehead was throbbing with veins, and he slammed his tongue in the back. Straw Hat Boy. Monster Woman. B***********, the arrogant man. Remember it for me. I will definitely do it next time. Beep 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 beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Out of the corner of Lyming's eyes, he saw that Shinue's little fists were clenched tightly, as if she was about to go berserk. She shook her head with a wry smile, fearing that Shinue's energy would get dizzy. She rushed over and accidentally beat Bucky to death. Lyming doesn't care about Bachi's life or death. What he cares about is, if Bachi dies, will it affect the future storyline of One Piece world? In order to avoid some unnecessary butterfly effect troubles, Lyming threw out a handful of kunai. Whoosh! Ding! Advertisement kunai almost wiped Baki's nose and nailed it to the ground in front of him. Bachi, if you want to die, you can continue to scold. I heard that demon fruit power also has weaknesses. For example, if you really annoy Shinue, she throws you into the sea. Guess, you can't float, CCBC. Besides, if I kill you with a weapon mixed with sea stone, guess what, you're still a torn apart person who can't be killed. When he said this, Lyming deliberately turned his head to look at Baki's eyes, using the Sharingan. Bucky only felt that as soon as the picture in front of him changed, he entered a special spiritual space. In this illusion space, Lyming easily let Bucky have a good understanding of what are the 18 ways of death in hell on earth. For the real world, it was only a moment, but Baki, who woke up from the illusion space, was already sweating from fright, gulping his saliva, and looking at Leiming in horror. Dangerous, 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 this man is too dangerous, Gudong, me, I will never see him again, Bak said to himself frantically in his heart. With Leiming's warning, Baki finally became honest, and Leiming and the others were able to leave with peace of mind. On the road, Leiming also saw a puppy squatting on the side of the road and looking at them firmly. Leiming showed a gentle smile, knelt down and stroked the puppy's head, then stood up and left without smiling. Luffy looked suspiciously at the puppy squatting on the ground, then at Leiming who was leaving, scratched the back of his head, looked at Zoro and asked, Leiming, what did he mean just now? Zoro pouted unhappily, turned his head and said, don't ask me, how would I know what that guy is thinking? But Leiming immediately looked at the land where he was about to land on the island, couldn't help laughing, and thought in his mind, you're lying, I didn't expect to get here. I didn't interfere with anything during the voyage. I just wanted to see will Luffy meet him again? Now it seems that some things are destined to happen. Luffy is a curious baby. Following Leiming's example, he squatted down, looked at the puppy, and stretched out his hand to pat the puppy's head. That's right, Master Luffy is right. The little pirates who were accepted next to him nodded and stood on Luffy's side foolishly. Advertisement, shouted, it's not good, pirates are coming, there are pirates coming, come out, everyone, there are pirates coming. I don't know whether it is the influence of the power of the world, or the guidance of fate, Leiming and Luffy, after sailing on the sea for a period of time, when they leaned against the cliff again. With a vicious tigress expression on his face, he roared, you're so tall. What if there is a marine branch on this island? What if the people on the island don't sell us food? In this way, after boarding the ship, Leiming and the others set sail again. Seeing the attitude of those little pirates, Nami suddenly became angry for no reason, rushed forward and slapped the little boys on the head one by one. The villagers who knew that the clown Bucky had been turned over and came over couldn't help laughing happily after seeing Luffy's funny performance. Shin-Yue, Bai, Honglian, Nami, Zoro, and Leiming are also funny and happy to watch. Luffy, who was bitten, yelled in pain and wanted to open the dog's mouth. Funny and the puppy got into a mess. Hearing the voice of shouting gradually going away, the people on the boat looked at each other. Nami shook his head helplessly and sighed, so didn't I say that? Put away the pirate flag before docking, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. On this small island, a man's loud shout suddenly came. However, this time the puppy was not as quiet as it was when facing Leiming. It opened its mouth and bit Luffy's palm with a single bite. On this point, Luffy unexpectedly insisted, no, as the symbol of the pirates, the pirate flag is our symbol, how can we take it down so casually? The younger brothers trembled after being reprimanded by Nami, they were as weak as a little quail, poor. Leiming felt that they were so pitiful when he saw it. Chapter 224 Sharingan vs. Captain Crow. Superior. In order not to affect the development of the story between Luffy and Shirenbu, Leiming deliberately suggested that everyone go to the island separately. Leiming, Shin-Yue, Bai, and Honglian brought a few pirate boys to the island to purchase goods and food. And Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are responsible for inquiring about the news on the island, such as whether there is a marine branch base on this island. Then, as expected by Leiming, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami were still drawn by the fate of the storyline, and they met Lieutenant Bu, and then, they met the eldest lady on the island, and discovered the conspiracy of the pirate steward. So, at the battle location of the original storyline, Leiming, Shin-Yue, Shiro, Curan, Nami, Zoro, and Li Bu guarded the entrance hillside together. Li Bu's nervous legs trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, Leiming. Really, don't we really need to arrange some mechanisms in advance? When the time comes, there will be I don't know how many pirates will come from that direction. Pucci, liar Bu, didn't you say before that you weren't afraid? Did you want to protect the village and that beautiful lady? Shin-Yue couldn't help it when she saw Liar Bu's funny frightened appearance. Laughed, clapped his hands on Liar Bu's shoulders and laughed. Gudong, of course I won't be afraid. You must know that my father is a super pirate, so, as his son, me too. I am also the strongest. Although Li Bu's face was already blue with fright, he still put on a show and said so. Hee. Is that so? But you don't seem to be very strong, huh? Nami disdainfully gave Renbu a blank look, and seeing his legs shaking so much, he knew that he couldn't do it. So I couldn't help curling my lips and complaining. Leiming, who has read the original anime for a long time, is very familiar with Liar Bu, so he understands his current state very well. In Leiming's opinion, among the early Straw Hat Pirates, the deceitful personal combat power of Bu may not even be able to beat Nami, so he may be the weakest guy, right? However, what Leiming can't deny is that in this world, there are always some people who are born with good luck, even if their combat power is extremely weak. The enemy will always lose to him inexplicably. Liar Bu belongs to this kind of person, so Leiming will not object to such a lucky guy joining the pirates. Lyming's ears moved suddenly, and he showed a bright smile. He looked towards the downhill exit at the intersection, and said with a smile, don't worry, they won't be able to get in with us. As Leiming looked in the direction of the past, hundreds of pirates were already holding various weapons and looking at them with grim smiles. Hey, brother, there seems to be someone who is not afraid of death blocking our way forward. Advertisement, really? Hey, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to influence our plan, it doesn't matter if you kill them all. Brother, look, there are some really good-looking women there, why don't you take them back? Then we can hee. Yeah, yum. Not bad, it's a good idea. Those guys in front, the men were slaughtered, and all the women were taken back. How is it? Are you going to go up? Xin Yue sneered disdainfully when she saw the evil look ready to deal with the pirates, rubbed her fists, and walked forward. Bai maintained a calm smile and shook his head slightly, while Hong Lian folded his arms and stood there and said, it's just that this level of shrimp soldiers and crab generals is not worthy of me. Zoro pulled out the 3 knives from his waist, and said, how can you hand over so many enemies to a woman? Let me cut them down. Xin Yue and Zoro strode forward together, paying no attention to the other's pirate group. No, Zoro, don't steal my head, it's just such a small number of enemies, it's not even a warm-up exercise. Get the hell out of here, Xin Yue said, rubbing her fists in displeasure. Zoro didn't have the slightest intention of going back, and said with a serious face, I won't go back, how about trying to grab the head, whoever moves faster can kill more enemies. Okay, just compare. Xin Yue had already stood still, and said to the pirates on the other side. Damn it, how dare you look down on us, come on, brothers. Kill asking for flowers. When the pirates on the opposite side saw and heard what Xin Yue and Zoro said, they were already gnashing their teeth in anger, and rushed forward with their weapons. Good time. Look at my 3-sword style. Zoro's complexion darkened, and he rushed forward at a high speed. In less than 10 minutes of fighting, the opponent's pirate group was defeated by Xin Yue and Zoro, and those who cried for their father and mother scattered and fled. Advertisement. At this moment, Xin Yue suddenly felt a strong murderous aura, almost subconsciously opened her eyes Sharingan, and drew out the long knife behind her to block in front of her body. There are also pirates who were chopped off with blood spurting out one after another and fell to the ground. Among the other pirates, there were 2 brothers dressed like cats, with grinning faces, and finally joined the battle group. While fighting fiercely with the 2 brothers on the opposite side, Zoro replied loudly, no need, I can handle it, unless I am cut down, otherwise you are not allowed to interfere with my battle. The pirate group of hundreds of people on the other side was immediately beaten into chaos, and some pirates kept screaming and flying around. Jingle, in front of Xin Yue, at an unknown time, a person suddenly appeared. That guy was wearing special gloves, and the 10 fingers of the glove had long blades, which happened to cut right in front of Xin Yue's long knife. Zoro holds the knife in both hands, and there is a knife in his mouth, blocking their sneak attack. Cut. Nasty guy. Xin Yue curled her lips unhappily after hearing Zoro's answer. Hey, Zoro, you be **************** D. You actually rushed to attack. Seeing Zoro rushing out, Xin Yue couldn't help but rushed in along with him. So strong, they're too strong, I want to go home. Quick. These 2 guys are not ordinary people. Zoro blocked the attacks of the 2 brothers on the opposite side with a knife, and said to himself. Perhaps because of the influence of the original story, the 2 joined hands to deal with Zoro. When, help monster. Zero. After Xin Yue cleaned up the other remnants of the pirates, he looked in Zoro's direction unhappily, and said, what are you doing? Why are you all going to Zoro? Hey, Zoro, do you want to help? Chapter 225 Sharingan vs Captain Crow. Down. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of Xin Yue. A man wearing glasses, with special gloves on his hands, and 5 long, sharp knives on the fingertips of the gloves. The man suppressed Xin Yue with these 10 knives, with a little surprise on his face. He smiled coldly and said, not bad, you can actually block my knives. When Xin Yue heard the other party's words and saw the contempt in the other party's eyes, a cross jumped on her forehead suddenly, holding the knife with one hand and pushing forward forcefully. Zzz. The long knife and the opponent's 10 long knives sparked fiercely. After Captain Crow was shaken away, he raised his hand with one hand, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose in a strange posture, looked at the crescent moon and said with a smile, it's a lot of strength. Unfortunately, in front of me, it's only a matter of strength, is useless. Speaking of which, Captain Crow's body swayed strangely like a pendulum. Is this going on? What's going on? A prayer ceremony before the move? Xin Yue rolled her eyes unhappily, pouted her lips, and still kept the Sharingan's gaze on the other party. Tick, 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 swish. After Captain Crow swayed from side to side strangely for a while, his figure suddenly disappeared. Originally standing behind the crescent moon, Luffy, who was moving his arms and legs and wanted to join the battle, suddenly felt the danger, and subconsciously dodged to the side. Damn it, it hurts. What's going on? Luffy yelled in pain and took another step back, covering his shoulder with one hand. At some point, Luffy's shoulders suddenly had several wounds, and they were the kind of wounds cut by a long knife. Swish. Luffy didn't care. Seeing that Nami was in danger, Lyming grabbed her collar with one hand and pulled her back slightly. Ay-ya, Lyming. Nigan Xian Mie, Wo de Tu Fa Ya Dao Di Shi Na Gi Hun Zhang Wang Ba Dan. Jing Ran Gan Kan Duan Lao Niang Wo de Mei Li Shu Fa. Wo Yao Shala Ni Zhang A. Although Nami was pulled by Leiming to escape the fatal blow, some hair on his forehead was still chopped off and blown into the air. Swish 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 swish. Advertisement then. Nami looked at the ground in surprise, and there were several knife marks inexplicably. Moreover, as Leiming pulled her away again and again, there would be several new knife marks on the knife marks in front of her, and the breeze blowing in front of her made her heart chill. Leiming. Ji Yu Dong, what's going on? Nami asked with a bluish face, frightened. Leiming smiled slightly, opened the Sharingan and looked at the front, and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just that there is a guy who moves faster, slashing people with a knife indiscriminately. Zoro, who was fighting with the Bobcat brothers of the pirate group, suddenly felt the danger, and subconsciously used the 3 swords to block in front of him. Ding ding bang. Puff, puff, Brother Bobcat of the opposing pirate group screamed terribly, with long bloody cuts cut out of his body, and fell down with blood spurting from his mouth. Captain Crow, why? The 3 swordsmen resisted in time, although Zoro was not fatally injured, but his body was still slightly wounded, and then he looked in one direction with gloomy eyes. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Crow, who had already stopped his figure, also had a gloomy face, and said with a strong murderous look, I still have the face to ask me why? When you haven't completed my plan. You should know what's going to happen. Shin Yue twisted her neck unhappily, strode forward with a long knife in her hand, and said with a slightly raised smile, I have been in this world for so long, and I finally met a decent guy. Zoro, don't interfere, he is my prey. What? It was agreed just now, whoever gets it, what can I do? Guren. Zoro turned to look at Guren behind him. Hanlian placed one hand on Zoro's shoulder, and said, let's leave it to Shin Yue to go to the other party. Now you can't see the other party's figure, can you? You can't even see the other party's moves. If you want to win, you must will be seriously injured. Captain Crow saw Shin Yue walking towards him, sneered and swayed his body again, and said with a smile, if you want to die, I can help you. Tick, 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 swish 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 swish. Unlike Luffy in the original book, Shin Yue has a Sharingan. Although in the world of One Piece, Shin Yue cannot use ninjutsu, and the ability of Sharingan is also limited. Advertisement however, it is still very easy to see the opponent's physical skills clearly. 3.6 Captain Crow, who was already exhausted due to excessive use of tricks, couldn't bear the contemptuous ridicule of seeing the new moon. After playing for so long, is it still like this? Forget it, I'm tired of watching my old lady, so I won't play with you anymore. As she said that, Shin Yue aimed at a direction ahead, and slashed hard in front of her with a long knife in her hand. Shin Yue raised the long knife casually, and easily parried the opponent's slashes time and time again. I saw the long knife dancing in front of Shin Yue at high speed, sparks bursting in front of him, and the sound of swords colliding continuously, but in Nami, Liaobu couldn't even see the enemy's figure in front of him. Lai Bu's eyes were about to pop out, opened his mouth and said in shock, okay, it's so powerful, although I don't know what's going on, but I just think it's so powerful, is Shin Yue so strong? In this way, after 10 minutes of high-intensity fighting, after a gust of wind blew in the distance, Captain Crow had already stood still, his eyes were bloodshot, and he yelled at Shin Yue with a ferocious expression, why can you block me? All the attacks Captain Crow's body was frozen in front of Shin Yue, all the long knives at his fingertips were cut off, and he fell to the ground with blood spurting from his chest. Jingle. Ding 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 ding, Poochie. Immediately, she was so angry that she went crazy, stared madly at her bloodshot eyes, and shouted, you damn stinky woman, don't let you look down on me Could it be that all my attacks have been seen through by you? No, impossible. This is not the Grand Line, how can there be such a strong guy? Tear it down. Swish, you bloody monster, why did you appear here and hinder my plan? Captain Crow dodged forward again. Shin Yue casually played a swordflower, looked at Captain Crow on the opposite side, smiled contemptuously, are you only at this level? Are you incompetent and furious? Your tricks are enough to bully ordinary people. It's just people. In Shin Yue's eyes, Captain Crow's figure, which was too fast to be seen clearly, could be seen clearly. Chapter 226 Target. Nami's hometown. Captain Crow's eyes widened, he looked at the Uchiha crescent in front of him in disbelief, and slowly fell down on his back, spitting blood. Monster. Captain Crow, who fell on the ground, murmured these words, tilted his head, completely lost consciousness, and passed out. TCH, if you can't beat me, just call me a monster. You are really a rude guy. Hearing Captain Crow's words, Shin Yue curled her lips in disdain and turned around immediately. Seeing that Lyming and the others dispatched only 2 people, they wiped out the famous Captain Crow and his pirates. Liar Boo's mouth couldn't close his mouth in shock, and his jaw opened wide. He tremblingly said, no, I can't, is that woman still a woman? She's so unbelievably strong? Gudong? Ahahaha. Actually, it's nothing, Shin Yue is very strong. Oh. By the way, Shin Yue, welcome back, seeing your battle makes my blood burn, come on, fight with me. Seeing Shin Yue came back, Luffy immediately greeted her carelessly. Seeing that Luffy wanted to fight 22 times with her, Shinue sighed helplessly, waved her hand at Luffy casually, and said, okay, I know. If you want to fight, wait time, I'm a little tired today. Oh, that's it, well then, let's fight again next time we have a chance, it's a deal. Hearing Shinue's answer, Luffy didn't even bother at all, but nodded with anticipation. Is this okay too? Liar Bu took another bite when he heard the conversation between them. In a place that Luffy, Lebu, Nami and the others didn't notice, behind a rock, a man wearing glasses and dressed strangely was hiding behind the rock and let out a sigh of relief. He said to himself, wow, it's so dangerous, fortunately, I was late and didn't join the battle just now, otherwise, I would definitely be cut down by those monsters. But just when he thought he was safe, at some point, a person had already stood on the big rock where he was hiding. Advertisement Honglian smiled coldly, looked at the man below, and said, hey, how long are you going to hide here? Aren't you going out and fighting them? When? The man slowly turned his head and looked up in disbelief, grabbed a special knife and weapon from behind with both hands, and quickly swept it at Honglian. With a flash of Honglian's figure, she easily dodged his attack, and then casually threw out a few stones in her hand. Bang 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 bang. Ah! The man with glasses was hit on the forehead by several stones in a row, his body wobbled twice, and then went limp. So far, Captain Crow and his men have all been brought down by Leiming and the others. Their plan to attack the residents of the island and embezzle the property of the young lady on the island has also completely gone bankrupt. A few days later, the eldest lady of the island stood at the port, and waved goodbye to the pirate ship Leiming and the others were riding with a beautiful smile. Take care of yourself. Lebu stood at the stern of the boat, crying to the eldest lady, and waved, I know, don't worry, I will definitely become a great pirate. I hope you will take good care of yourself. We will see you again of. Another few days have passed today. I don't know if Nami saw the powerful relationship between Leiming and Shinue. She actually changed her mind, and told Leiming, Shinue and the others her secret. Tell everyone how the Murloc Arlong persecuted her hometown and forced her to come out to take risks. After hearing what happened to Nami, Luffy couldn't sit still for the first time, and screamed that she would help Nami save her hometown, flying the dragon and pirates and so on. Ever since, the conference room of the Straw Hat Pirates became lively. Advertisement Deceitful Bu looked around with a chart, pointed to the chart in the pirate bounty notice placed next to it, and said loudly, hey, you guys are right. The next place you want to go. You guys, are you really going to the place controlled by the Murloc Arlong? Don't you guys read the newspaper? Didn't you see the bounty on the arrest warrant? He is a notorious villain. A super dangerous guy. A big pirate with a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Don't you know that in the world of pirates, the level of bounty offered is directly proportional to their strength and danger? Seeing Lebu's frightened look, Shinue couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder with a smile, and joked with a smile, he, Lebu, didn't you say you were very powerful? What? Did the 20 million berry pirates scare you to death? Lai Bu heard Shinue say this, swallowed wildly, then his face turned blue, his legs were still trembling and he said, me. Where am I afraid? Me. It's just that I'm sick and can't go to Windmill Town, so it's better to change the route. Sitting next to him, Bai showed a gentle smile, comforting Lebu with a smile. Liubo, you don't need to be so afraid, the main thing to deal with the dragon pirates is to rely on 357 Master Leiming, Master Shinue, Honglian, and the four of us are enough. If you're really scared, you can stay on the ship and take care of it. Hearing what Bai said, Lai Bu's complexion improved a little, and he said with a sigh of relief, is it true? I tell you, I'm not afraid, I just think that staying behind down, protecting our ship is also a very important task. At this time, Luffy suddenly stood up, and said with a serious face and fists on the palm of his hand, since the other party is bullying Nami, and there are villains in Nami's hometown for so many years, how can you be the only ones to take action? I will also beat Faye hard. That bad guy named Arlong will do, and me. The sword in my hand is not a decoration. Zoro stood beside him, pressing the handle of the knife and said coolly. Do you want to make a move too? That's good, anyway, there is still time, we are on the way to Nami's hometown, let's practice. Seeing the determination shown by Luffy and Zoro, Leiming suddenly felt a slight movement in his heart, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Training. How to practice? Luffy tilted his head and asked Leiming curiously. It's very simple, Luffy, do you know what Haki is? Leiming asked Luffy with a puzzled smile. Chapter 227 Learning Haki and Nami are back. Luffy stared at a pair of cute eyes, looked at Leiming and said, Bah? Haki? What is that? Haki's words, strictly speaking, are a kind of life energy and the power of using natural energy. For example, like this. Leiming smiled slightly and clenched his fist with one hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Leiming's arm, which was visible, instantly changed to look like it had been painted with a layer of black paint. Then, Leiming walked up to Luffy with a smile on his face, grabbed Luffy's wrist with one hand, and made a gesture of flicking his forehead with the other hand, reaching to Luffy's forehead. Seeing Leiming's movements, Luffy showed a puzzled expression and asked, Leiming? What are you going to do? Seeing Luffy's puzzled expression, Leiming smiled brighter and said, yes, what do I want to do? I want to do this. Boom. I saw Leiming lightly flick Luffy's forehead with his finger, and Luffy's body flew backwards like a cannonball. The arm grabbed by Luffy was quickly stretched, and Luffy's body was thrown away tens of meters away, and then swished towards Leiming under the strong pulling force of the arm's elasticity. Leiming entwined Haki's right hand, buzzed, dissipated Haki's strength, and punched Luffy hard on the face. Boom. Whoops. Under the action of Leiming's fist, Luffy's body was braked. Luffy was beaten by Leiming and fell to the ground, showing a bewildered expression. His face was full of doubts and said, "Huh? Why? Why does my fist hit you in the face, but there is no pain in the forehead from the bullet?" Leiming smiled and said. "The reason is simple. This is Haki's power," said. Leiming let go of Luffy's arm, drew out the long knife at his waist and looked at Zoro next to him. Advertisement. In addition, the use of Haki is not only used on fists, but also on weapons such as swords to enhance the attack power of weapons. Just like now. Leiming held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, and with a buzz, the whole long knife was wrapped around the black Haki, and he casually aimed at a reef protruding from the sea in the distance. Swish. Crack. Crash. A blue sword light flew across the air, clicked, stretched out of the sea and required 3 people to hug the thick and thin reef, and it broke in response, and the broken reef fell into the seawater. Zoro, who stood on the boat watching all this happen, had a golden light in his eyes, and said, "This is so powerful. I have to master this kind of power." After seeing Leiming showing Haki's power, Luffy sat up in shock, reached out and touched his forehead and face, wondering, Haki's power is so powerful? Leiming turned around with a smile, and said with a smile, "Luffy, your devil fruit ability is really powerful, but Haki's power is one of the few forces that can directly compete with devil fruit's ability. After all, some demon fruit powers are almost invincible, and they cannot be defeated with ordinary methods. According to some information I have learned, the mastery of Haki's power is a necessary force to enter the Grand Line, or even the New World. Next, I will share with you some of the hard Kangba I use on Haki." Leiming smiled and explained to Luffy, Zoro, and Shinue their understanding of Haki's power and the tricks they mastered, while recalling in their hearts their experience of coming to the world of One Piece. During this period, Leiming was troubled for a while because he couldn't use ninjutsu, so, relying on his experience in practicing fairy art in the Hokage ninja world, he tried to see if he could use fairy art in One Piece. Unexpectedly, after several attempts by mistake, he learned how to use Haki by mistake, so some of Leiming's conjectures about Haki were also accepted. Haki's power, in Leiming's understanding, is actually the unique use of magic in the world of One Piece. Of course, the Haki cultivation that Leiming has mastered now is only his groping stage, and it can only meet his reluctant use before entering the New World. Leiming has already made a plan. Isn't Luffy going to meet Pluton Rayleigh in the future? At that time, why not ask Rayleigh to learn Haki systematically? So, on the way to Nami's hometown, Leiming took Shinue, Luffy, and Zoro to explore Haki's cultivation method together. Anyway, Leiming and the others were not in a hurry. After several months of training on the road, their pirate ship finally sailed to the vicinity of the island where Nami's hometown was located. Advertisement on the originally calm sea, a sea king's monster that looked like a cow rushed out of the sea and rushed towards their pirate ship. The little pirates on the boat suddenly saw a huge monster rushing towards them. Suddenly flustered Taiwa shouted, "Turn! Turn quickly! Monster! Monster! A monster is coming! Master Leiming, Master Shinue, Master Luffy, Master Zoro, help me!" Seeing the monster rushing towards him, Luffy not only showed no fear at all, but showed an excited smile, smashing his fist on his palm and laughing, Hey, it's just right, just use it to practice. Look at me. Rubber, bazooka." Luffy aimed at the monster's head with one palm in front of him, clenched his other hand into a fist, and buzzed. Luffy's fist was covered with a layer of black Haki. Then he threw it backwards, stretched his arm quickly, then retracted it quickly, aimed at the monster's face and punched it hard. Got jow. Bang. Alas. The huge body of the Cow Sea King's monster was thrown high into the air, screaming and tears burst out, and then smashed heavily into the sea. In less than a moment, the monster's eyes turned white, its face was swollen with a big bulge, and it floated on the surface of the sea. Ha. You see, this is the result of my Haki cultivation. Luffy stood on the bow deck and laughed proudly. Not long after Luffy turned over the Cow Sea Kings, Leiming, Luffy and Nami officially landed on the island together. Unfortunately, just after they arrived in the small town of Nami's hometown, they saw a few Murlocs aggressively collecting so-called protection fees from the residents. Murloc pirate. "Hey, isn't this Nami? Are you back?" "Yes, I'm back." Nami had a bright smile on his face, and suddenly he kicked right under the opposing pirate. Chapter 228 Straw Hat Pirates vs. Evil Dragon Pirates, Superior. "Yes, I'm back." Bang. Nami had a bright and beautiful smile on his face, but he kicked the Murloc pirate mercilessly. The Murloc pirate was kicked in the vital part of his body and immediately let out a shrill, inhuman scream. The Murloc pirate had a distorted expression and fell down with tears streaming down his face. Seeing the Murloc pirate on the opposite side fall, Liaobu even couldn't bear to cover his eyes with his hands, and sighed, I can imagine your pain. I seem to have heard something shattered just now." The voice, "Hey, as the saying goes, men suffer the most, I understand you." Another Murloc pirate next to him, seeing his partner kicked over by Nami, was immediately furious. He raised the long knife in his hand and was about to slash at Nami, shouting, Nami. You be asterisk 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 D, what are you doing? However, before the long knife in his hand was cut down, he suddenly felt a pain in his wrist. Oh, it hurts. The Murloc subconsciously slashed at the hand holding the knife, at the wrist position, and at some point, he was hit by a shuriken, and the long knife in his hand was so painful that he couldn't hold it anymore. The long knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Damn it. Who is it? Who is it that 793 dares to attack Lousy? After Shin Yue heard the other party's words, she immediately stepped in front of the Murloc pirate in displeasure, raised her little hand, and slapped the other party's head hard. New moon. UF asterisk 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 G meow. Who's lousy are you? Aw. Snapped. Murloc. B asterisk 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 D. You stinky woman, how dare you hit me? Snapped. New moon, smelly woman, snapped, advertisement. Murloc. Hey, you are enough. If you dare to hit me again, believe it or not. Snapped. Shin Yue. Fight again, if I do, what can you do? Crack. 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 Murloc. B asterisk 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 D. You. Ouch. Enough is enough. Hit me again, I'm going to lose my face. Clap 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 clap. Shin Yue. Turn your face. Okay. You turn your face. Give me a try to turn my face. Clap clap clap. Murloc. Woo. You are doomed, ooh. Boss Arlong. It's bad, I've been bullied, ooh. After seeing Shin Yue's performance, Lai Bu felt secretly refreshed and at the same time felt a little pitiful and sad for the other party. He turned to look at Lyming beside him and asked, Lyming, I said, Shin Yue did that. Isn't it a bit bad? Isn't it a bit too much? Lyming, however, smiled slightly with the corners of his mouth upturned. Have you gone too far? I think it's okay. It's a little bit of a charter woman's demeanor. I feel a little nostalgic when I look at it. Bow. Charter woman? Who is that? Liao Bu blinked his doubtful eyes, looked at Lyming and asked curiously. Lyming waved his hand casually and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just a female martial arts master who rents out a house to live in, and then collects the rent. A very, very Haki female master. Haki? Will that charter woman you mentioned also use Haki? Luffy asked curiously after hearing Lyming's words. Lyming thought for a while and smiled, although the renter doesn't know how to use Haki, her strength is very strong. If you meet her, Luffy, you will probably fall into a hard fight. Eh? Is it so good? If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely compete with her. After hearing Lyming's words, Luffy laughed with excitement in his eyes. The reason why Leiming wanted to chat with Luffy was actually to wait for the Murloc to report back, and then bring the Murloc Arlong and his men over. Leiming, who is familiar with the original work, will not be as reckless as Luffy, who will go to the enemy's main, CCBE, field to fight in a foolish way. And the development of the matter was not much different from Leiming's expectation. Advertisement. When the Murloc Arlong heard the little Murloc brother, he cried out in front of himself, Boss Arlong. Nami didn't know why she went crazy, she brought someone in, and beat us up when we met. Chirp quack, chirp quack. After the Murloc Arlong heard the younger brother's report, the more he listened, the angrier he became. In the end, his eyes were so bloodshot that he kicked the table in front of him. Boom. As a result, the Murloc Arlong took the serrated machete, and all the Murloc brothers and cadres in the base walked towards Leiming and the others. The long wait has already made Luffy a little impatient. With long arms and fists, it rushed to Arlong like a cannonball in an instant. Look at me, rubber, bazooka. Luffy rushed up, aiming at the front, looking at the Murloc Arlong who seemed to be the boss, and punched him. He said furiously, Nami, how dare you betray me? Very good, very good. I must let you know how miserable the fate of betraying our dragon pirates will be. So that you will never dare to betray me again. Oh. Whether the Murloc Arlong wants to go to the Grand Line or rule the territory of this sea area in the future, he cannot do without Nami's sea chart and her navigation skills. Looking in the direction of Leiming's finger, Luffy smiled excitedly. Oh, it's really here, it's here, it's so good. A little Murloc who was walking behind Murloc Arlong was immediately thrown backwards and flew high. The Murloc Arlong shrank his pupils slightly in shock, then looked at Luffy fiercely, gritted his teeth and asked, Demon fruit power? Luffy pulled back his rubber arm and said with a smile, Hey, that's right, I am the Rubberman Monkey D. Luffy. The man who will become One Piece in the future. Luffy, Leiming, how long do we have to wait? Why don't we kill them now? Huh? So fast. The Murloc Arlong almost subconsciously turned his head to hide. Therefore, the Murloc Arlong ordered to the younger brothers behind him, Little ones, since Nami dares to bring people to trouble us, let's go and meet them. Leiming raised his finger and pointed in one direction, with a slightly upturned smile. I said, Luffy, what's the rush? Look, aren't they here? Nami is a very important pawn in the eyes of Murloc Arlong. Nami is a very good navigator, and the nautical charts she draws are quite accurate. Luffy, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, was the first one to rush out with a big laugh, and said with a smile, Hey, it's just in time for us to have a good fight. Try my new trick. Chapter 229 Straw Hat Pirates vs. Evil Dragon Pirates, down. Hearing Luffy's self-introduction, the Murloc pirates of the Dragon Pirates froze for a moment, and then burst out laughing loudly. Puff 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 ha 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 ha. What did he just say? He said he was going to become One Piece? Ha 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 ha. I really don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, dude, ha 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 ha. Seeing the laughter of the Murlocs and pirates, Luffy frowned and pointed at the Murlocs opposite and said loudly, "Hey, you bastards, what's so funny about me wanting to be the pirate king?" Beside the Murloc Arlong, there was a little pirate Murloc, pointing in the direction of the new moon, and complained, "Boss, that's the woman, that woman hurt me just now." "Oh, is that the woman? She dared to hurt the noble Murloc partner?" The Murloc Arlong looked at Shinue fiercely and said, "Boss, it's just dealing with a woman, you don't need to do it at all. Leave it to us and kill her easily." More than a dozen Murloc pirates stood up one after another, walked towards the direction of the new moon, with evil smiles on their faces, and constantly shaking their weapons in demonstration. Shinue rolled her beautiful eyes in disdain, pressed her fists with both hands, and walked up to her with a relaxed expression. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The result is self-evident. The dozen or so Murloc pirates with weapons in their hands didn't even have a chance to fight back, so they were all beaten to the ground by Shinue and kicked out. After the Murlocs fell to the ground, they screamed and wailed continuously. Then, Shinue looked contemptuously at Arlong, the Murloc opposite, and said with a light smile, "Is this the strength of the so-called dragon pirates in the legend? Is it nothing special at all? Trash like you can only bully ordinary people. Why do you call yourself a noble Murloc bloodline that is stronger and nobler than humans? Hee. Don't laugh so hard. Even ants it's not as good as it. What? You be asterisk 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 d. How dare you look down on us?" After seeing and hearing Shinue's contemptuous and arrogant words, the Murloc Arlong was furious. Holding the big knife in his hand tightly, he rushed towards the direction of Shinue, raised the big knife in his hand and chopped it down towards Shinue's forehead. With a smile on the corner of Shinue's mouth, she suddenly grabbed her right hand upwards, and said with a smile, "Is it amazing to have a knife?" Buzz. Advertisement. The top of Shinue's right hand suddenly turned pitch black, and she easily grabbed the blade of the Murloc Arlong Jushin knife. Seeing the change in the palm of the crescent moon, and the way it easily grasped the blade, the Murloc Arlong's pupils immediately turned into vertical pupils, and he was shocked. "This is arm-colored Haki?" You know, the Murloc Arlong was one of the important cadres of the Sun Pirates before, and he has seen the powerhouse of the Grand Line, so it is not surprising that he knows the power of the person who controls Haki. Heh. But, little girl, you seem to have learned Haki not long ago, right? It's just a kid who has just learned Haki, but dared to be arrogant in front of his uncle. You were too proud too early, right? Huh? I'm a beginner in Haki, can you tell? But, even if I'm a beginner, it's easy for me to take care of you. After Shinue was a little surprised, the fingers of her little hand, which was holding the blade tightly, suddenly pinched it hard. Crack. 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 Bang. The serrated broadsword in Murloc Arlong's hand was instantly shattered by Shinue's single hand. What? FK. That woman is so strong. Is she still a woman? Next to the confrontation between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Murloc Pirates, it happened to be Nami's village, Kokoyashi Village. The villagers had long since come quietly with weapons to watch and support. They have long been fed up with the oppression of the Murlocs, and now that Nami has finally brought a master, so their courage has also strengthened. When they saw Shinue's inhuman strength, they were suddenly shocked and low voices blurted out. "Damn stinky woman. It's just a broken knife, stop being arrogant." The Murloc Arlong threw out the handle of the short sword towards the new moon, jumped backwards, and then stomped on the ground with his feet, rushing towards the new moon. The mouth was open to the maximum, revealing sharp shark teeth, biting towards Shinue's neck. Damn stinky humans. Let's go together too. It seems that the guys Nami brought this time are not simple, and they must not be given a chance to help. The long-mouthed Murloc of the Dragon Pirates saw Lyming they were difficult to deal with, so they immediately called on their partners to launch a general offensive. Asking for flowers. Seeing all the enemies rushing over, Luffy opened his mouth and smiled excitedly. Okay. Hee. They're all here. Finally we can start fighting. I want to fight 10. Luffy rushed up with a bright smile, and said with a smile, "Look at my rubber, the rubber gun hits." Advertisement. Bang 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 bang. Zoro snorted coldly, drew out 3 long knives, and rushed forward quickly. Boom. Boom. Hey. These moves are useless to me, because I'm a rubber man. Now it's my turn. Look at my 3 sword style. Tornado. When Zoro saw the Murloc rushing towards him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he put on a stance, and said with a smile, "Good job. Look at me. 3 sword style. Kill the tiger." Bang 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 bang. No, impossible. Why did my 6 sword style lose to the 3 sword style? Murloc Zauba whispered to himself before falling to the ground. The attack of the 2 Murloc pirates on Luffy's body only broke Luffy's clothes, and the damage to him was limited. Look at me. Water bomb. Shoot, puff 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 puff. The Murloc spit water and shot at Luffy. One of the octopus men with 6 arms, Xiao Ba, swung a long knife in his hand at high speed, rushed towards Zoro, and shouted, "It's just a mere 3 sword style. Let me show you how powerful my invincible 6 sword style is." 0. The Murloc put on a punching pose and shouted, "Look at me. Murloc karate, drink. Whoa 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 whoa. Ah. After a fierce clash of swords and swords, the two passed by each other, and the 6 long knives in Murloc Zauba's hands were instantly chopped into pieces, and blood gushed out from his mouth and chest. Dang 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 dang. Luffy giggled, jumped into the air, threw his feet high towards the sky, and then slashed down hard. Look at mine. Rubber. Rubber stamp. It was only Luffy and Zoro who shot, and the Murlocs and pirates on the opposite side immediately flew into the air like dumplings, and then fell down with a clatter. The 2 Murloc leaders were stepped on the chest by the sole of Luffy's foot, and they stepped directly into the ground, and the ground exploded dry. Chapter 230 Stomping the Dragon. Nami taps the treasure. Boom. After hearing 2 loud noises, the Murloc Arlong subconsciously jumped back in fright, avoiding the opportunity to fight Shin-Yue. When he glanced around, he found that, except for himself, all the Murlocs had already been turned over by Luffy and Zoro, completely lying flat. As a result, the Murloc Arlong suddenly fell into a rage, gritted his teeth and shouted, "You bloody bastards! How dare you hurt my fellow Murlocs like this? I must kill you." Murloc Arlong's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he kicked hard on the ground. Boom. The ground was exploded by the kick of the Murloc Arlong, his body rushed out like a cannonball, and his pointed nose was like a sharp spear, shooting at Zoro. What? So fast? Zoro almost had time to resist subconsciously. 147. The sword of the 3 sword style resisted with all its strength in front of him. Because I have only learned Haki from Leiming for a few months, I have not yet formed a sharp enough reflex nerve, so the sword in my hand is not covered with a powerful enough armament Haki. Dang 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 dang. Bang 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 bang. Therefore, the 2 long knives in Zoro's hand collided with the Murloc Arlong's nose, and they were smashed into pieces. Zoro blocked the fatal crisis only by relying on the long knife clenched in his teeth, and the one who was beaten flew out with the knife. Damn. My knife. When Zoro was knocked into the air, he subconsciously grasped the handle of the knife, cursed in a low voice, and smashed into the house behind him. The Murloc Arlong also inserted into the ground where Zoro was standing before, and rushed out from the ground with a bang, shooting towards Luffy quickly. Oh, it's so dangerous. Luffy smiled and walked away sideways. A bloody gash was drawn on the position of his arm. Yes. I thought of an interesting trick. After avoiding the trick of the Murloc Arlong, Luffy smiled and intertwined his fingers and put them in front of him. Look at me. Rubber, fishnet, advertisement. When the Murloc Arlong recoiled back again, Luffy just threw out his intertwined fingers, stretched them into a fishing net, and immediately caught the Murloc Arlong. Then shake it vigorously a few times in the air, and smash it down towards the ground. Boom. The Murloc Arlong was slammed into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough. Poochie. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* the guys in the Grand Line, they are monster level. No, I can't die here yet, I still have an important mission to complete, I must leave here alive. Luffy fell so hard that Arlong was sobered by magic. Luffy withdrew his fingers and went up to check with a smile, when he wanted to continue fighting with the Murloc Arlong. Suddenly, the big pit that was smashed exploded. The Murloc Arlong rushed out like a cannonball, but the direction he rushed was not where Luffy, Leiming, and Bai were, but towards the villagers of Kaguya Sea Village. HMPH, Nami, I'm going to lose today, but don't think that I really have no choice. As long as I catch your villagers and threaten you with their lives, what will happen? At the time when the Murloc Arlong was planning all kinds of despicable means. Suddenly, at some point in front of him, there was an extra person. With a smile on his face, Leiming wrapped his hands around the black armament Haki, posed in a Tai Chi posture, and said with a smile, with me here, I won't let you hurt ordinary people. If you want to fight, go back and fight with Luffy and the others go. Wrapping around armament Haki's palm, he easily grabbed the Murloc Arlong's tuna-like nose, and then Leiming stood on one foot, turning his body in a strange posture and twisting twice. It turned out that it was very easy to throw the Murloc Arlong back, and the speed did not weaken at all. Xin Yue had already clenched her small fists, her beautiful face was cold. The little hands clenched into fists, and punched the Murloc Arlong hard on the nose. You nasty super B asterisk 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 D. This punch is for Nami who was bullied by you since childhood. Look at my armed color, strange power punch. Bang. Boom. Advertisement. The Murloc Arlong's nose collided with Xin Yue's Haki's strange force fist, and his tuna-like nose was instantly broken, and then the small fist hit the Murloc Arlong's face hard, causing his body to fly out like a cannonball. Hey hey hey. Good, good, well done, look at my rubber tomahawk. Whoa, 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 how wonderful, there is so much money here, so much treasure, mine, all mine. Get rich, ha 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 ha. Boom. Poochie, we don't have to pay for our own lives anymore. That's great, wife. Oops. And then, the Murloc Arlong rolled his eyes white and passed out completely with blood spurting from his mouth. When the villagers saw that the Murloc pirates were completely defeated by Luffy and Leiming, they immediately fell into a sea of joy. They cheered, shouted, danced and jumped, and more people ran in all directions, telling each other more great news for people. Boom. After seeing Luffy's boring behavior, Nami immediately punched Luffy with fire eyes, showing an angry expression with sharp teeth, and said, "Luffy, don't throw my treasure around. What will you pay me for breaking it? UB asterisk 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 D." The Murloc Arlong was kicked in the back by Luffy's foot, and was ruthlessly blasted into the ground, smashing the ground into a crater like a crater. Luffy randomly picked up a handful of jewelry, and then threw it out in a very boring manner, and said with a flat face, "What's so good about these things? Why can't they be so happy if they can't be eaten?" Oh. Great. The Murloc pirates have been defeated. As for Leiming and the others, under the leadership of Nami, they went to the residence of the Murloc pirates. There, Nami first checked the treasure house of the Murloc pirates with two 3.9 eyes shining golden light. Nami, who was fascinated by the treasure, looked at that state so that she knew Curan and the others found it funny, and felt that Nami was cute. "We are free." Seeing that the Murloc Arlong was about to fly over him, Luffy immediately jumped into the air, kicked his feet towards the sky, and then stomped down hard. As for how the members of the Murloc pirates will deal with it later, Leiming and the others have already let go of it, and let the villagers who have been bullied all the year round handle it. Woo, brother. Someone has finally avenged your revenge for us. Chapter 231 Dared to snatch Nami's treasure, courting death. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Nami, you are too serious, aren't you? Luffy hugged the big bump on his head, and his painful eyes were protruding. Who told you to throw my treasures around? Next time, be careful, I'll kill you. UB asterisk 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 D. Nami first turned into a devil face and said fiercely to Luffy. Then, when he turned his face away, he picked up the jewelry that Luffy had just thrown away and wiped the treasure so fondly that his eyes almost turned into the shape of jewelry. Cut. If you don't touch it, isn't it just some shiny stones, and they can't be eaten, so I don't bother to ask for them. Luffy sat on the ground and muttered unhappily. Leiming shook his head amusedly. Watching Luffy and Nami's live treasure performance, he felt nostalgic. After all, he grew up watching One Piece in his previous life. For him, this anime is not just a movie. Just simple anime. After letting Nami enjoy the addiction of tapping the treasure, the 22 finally left the treasure house of the dragon pirates, and then, led by Nami, they came to a room full of charts. Looking at the stacks of nautical charts and the paintbrush stained with bloodline on the ground, tears began to roll unconsciously in Nami's eyes, revealing a somewhat poignant smile. Laughing and whispering to himself, "Belmere, it's all over, everything is really over, I'm free." Hey, Lyming, why are you guys pushing me? Luffy was pushed away by Leiming with a puzzled expression on his face. Bai smiled gently at Luffy and said with a smile, it's nothing. Everything here may have a special meaning to Nami. Let's let her stay here for a while. If you want to find something interesting, Luffy, if you want to have fun with the things you do, isn't it more lively outside?" Luffy looked at Nami, who was sitting on the ground, weeping in a low voice for a while, and giggling for a while, nodded half understanding and said, "Okay, I listen to you." In this way, Luffy, driven by Leiming and the others, walked out of the dragon pirate's residence, and carnivaled with the villagers, eating, drinking, dancing and making funny faces together. However, when everyone was having fun, suddenly a large group of uninvited guests came to the village. Advertisement and officer who looked like a mouse rushed into Kokoyasi village with the marine soldiers, and as soon as these bastards rushed in, they took over the treasure house of the dragon pirates very unceremoniously. Also, these guys didn't know where they heard the news about where Nami buried various pirate jewels that he's been swindling for years. Rushed into the orange orchard at Belmere, dug around, and took out all of Nami's treasures. Nami was mourning alone in the chart drawing room. When recalling the past, the door of the room was suddenly knocked open, and a villager rushed in and shouted loudly to Nami, "No, Nami, Marine. First heard that Marine broke into your orange orchard and dug away a lot of treasure. Also, they have sealed the treasure house of the dragon pirates, and they are moving the treasures outside, saying that they will confiscate all the treasures." Nami, who was still mourning alone and recalling the past, suddenly heard that someone dared to destroy Belmere's orange orchard, dig out the treasure she had accumulated over the years, and take away the treasure of the dragon pirates. Nami's whole person's feelings suddenly became bad, and his facial expression suddenly became very, very gloomy and scary, and there were blue veins throbbing on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, What, those damn bastards, dare to rob me of my treasure? Damn bastards, I'm going to kill them." It was ejected from the ground with a jerk, and the figure quickly rushed out of the room. In less than a moment, they rushed to the Marine who was carrying the treasure. As for Leiming, Shinue, Luffy, and Zoro, they were standing in the crowd, eating chicken drumsticks in their mouths, or drinking with wine glasses, watching passers-by look at the lively posture. As for the Marine officer, he was still in the fantasy and said with a wretched smile, Hey, it's great, the dragon pirates have been defeated, and I will directly receive the results of the victory. Hand over these guys to the higher authorities. The Murloc dragon worth 20 million has been caught. I can definitely get promoted. Also, there are all the treasures here. If I bring them all back, I won't have to worry about eating and drinking for the rest of my life. Maybe, I can use this money to pursue the daughter of a high-ranking official. Then my future. It's just, ha, developed, ha. Advertisement. When the officer fell into fantasy and wretchedly smirked, he didn't notice at all. At some point, Nami was already standing behind him with a gloomy expression. All of his soliloquies just now were all heard by Nami. Nami stretched out his index finger, tapped on the officer's shoulder, and asked in a cold voice, I said, you guy, I don't have any objections to taking away the pirates of the Dragon Pirates. But, who will tell you? Do you have the guts to swallow my old lady's treasure? The mouse captain was interrupted by Nami, and after hearing Nami's words, he suddenly became angry, feeling that someone had offended his dignity. Turning around, pointing at Nami and yelling, who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? 670? First I'm the Marine Lieutenant Commander who manages this sea area, Rat Lieutenant Commander. If you dare to say one more word, I will arrest you as well. Catch me. Very good, very good. When the dragon pirates oppress the common people here, why don't you see you come to justice and catch the fisherman pirates? When the evil dragon killed my mother Belmere, where were you Marines? Now, the evil dragon pirates were defeated by me and my partners, but you came at this time. It doesn't matter if you were late, you still want to embezzle my treasure. You simply don't know how to live or die. If you want to die, do you want to kill me? My mother, I will help you. When Nami said this, he pulled out a few short sticks from his thighs, assembled them into long sticks, and without hesitation, smashed them down on the mouse lieutenant commander's head. Boom. Oh. You stinky woman, you villain, dared to attack Marine. Do you know how big a crime you have committed? The mouse lieutenant commander yelled loudly as he fell to the ground with his head in his arms. The corners of Nami's mouth were slightly upturned, and he raised his long stick and said angrily, what a big crime, my mother, I am a pirate of the Straw Hat Pirates. When a pirate meets Marine, should I still be polite to you? Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Ah. Chapter 232 Zoro is at the bottom, everyone's first bounty. Bang 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 bang. Ah. Nami, who turned into an angry female demon, did not hesitate to strike, so, not long after, the mouse lieutenant commander, who was beaten by Nami with a stick, was beaten beyond human form. Lieutenant commander, who looked like a wretched mouse, was beaten into a pig's head. Lieutenant commander was covered in bald hair, his clothes were ragged and smoking, and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. At the same time, the Marine soldiers who were brought by the mouse lieutenant commander on the other side fell into a momentary state of surprise and sluggishness when they saw their commander being beaten so miserably. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Gudong, everyone, how can we just watch the pirates bullying and hurting us so much? For justice. Go up, go to the mountains and fight with the sea. Yes, the captain is right. Go, ah. Finally, under the shout of a Marine officer raising his knife, the Marines rushed out together, even though they know that the pirates in front of them are powerful and pervert far more than ordinary people. But who told them that they are the subordinates of the mouse lieutenant commander Marine? Just imagine, if after the pirates left, the mouse lieutenant commander woke up, knowing that they didn't work hard for him, and watched him being bullied and repaired by the pirates. Their end will definitely not be easy. Hey, what a trouble. Zoro pressed his forehead helplessly and rushed out under Lyming's gaze. I said you guys, can't you just stay with me honestly and avoid unnecessary troubles for me? 3 swordsmanship, kill the tiger? Zoro drew out the 3 long knives at his waist, and after setting up his posture, his body flashed, and he quickly passed by the Marine soldiers with various weapons in their hands. After a while, the Marine soldiers spurted tears in their eyes and vomited blood, crying in a low voice, woo! The situation does not allow, doctor. Plop, 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 plop. The Marine soldiers rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, completely passed out. On the other side, Zoro put away the 3 long knives coolly and said coolly, look at the difficult situation for you, don't worry, I just cut it with the back of the knife, just go back and lie down for a month, and nothing will be left behind. Repercussions. Advertisement. Half a day later, Lieutenant Commander, the mouse that was knocked unconscious by Nami, woke up. What he saw was a large group of subordinates lying down around him, and his heart convulsed again in fright. At this time, Nami suddenly grabbed the mouse lieutenant commander by the collar, lifted him in front of him, and looked at the mouse lieutenant commander with a terrifying expression. Threatened. Hey, madam, I don't care what you are. Marine lieutenant commander, all the dragon and pirate treasures you found here are our trophies. You are not allowed to pay any attention. In addition, the treasure you dug out from the Belmere orange orchard belongs to my mother. Spit it all out, do you hear me? If I find out, even if it is 1 gold coin missing, I will do you. Understand it? It hurts, got it. I'll just return all the treasures to you, woo. I don't know if it's the treasure that I want to spit out, or the wound on Nami's body is hurting. The mouse lieutenant commander and their Marines, after being forced by Nami to spit out all the treasures, immediately ran away in desperation and rushed to Marine's warship. Lieutenant commander, the mouse who returned to the warship, stood at the stern, facing Nami and Luffy, and shouted loudly, damn Straw Hat Pirates. Remember me, I will not let you go. I must report your evil deeds to the higher authorities. I want you to live in the nightmare of being wanted for the rest of your life. Bastards. Time flew by quickly, and half a day later, in the Marine base of the mouse lieutenant commander, the mouse lieutenant commander gritted his teeth and took pictures on the table. Angrily said, aren't there any decent photos? There was cold sweat streaming down the foreheads of the Marine soldiers under him, and he saluted, sorry, sir. At present, only these photos have been collected. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates are just a newly formed pirate group, for their data collection is not very complete. Mouse Lieutenant Commander was furious at the photo of Luffy on the table, slapped his hands hard, and said angrily, "Forget it, since this is the case, don't worry about it, just upload these photos to the headquarters immediately. I must arrest them to death." "Ah, give me the phone bug, let me tell you." Just when the Mouse Lieutenant Commander reported Luffy and their situation to the Marine headquarters above, at the same time, Nami's hometown, the port of Kokoyasi village. At Nami's request, Luffy sailed the boat, and Nami, like in the original book, quickly passed by the villagers, then jumped on the Straw Hat Boy's pirate ship, opened his clothes, and it rained as much as it fell from Nami's wallet. Drive away the seagulls, and after opening the newspaper, a stack of wanted posters will fall down. Advertisement a week later, Nami waved to the sky. Ten Zhang pushed a stuffed seabird around his neck and landed on the fence at the stern. When the villagers found out that their wallets had been stolen, they opened their mouths in shock and yelled loudly at Nami, "Nami! You be asterisk 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 D. Uchiha Crescent Bounty. 3 million Baishali, Nami. Don't forget us, woo. Straw Hat Boy, Lyming, please take good care of Nami. If you dare to bully Nami, we will not let you go. Nami, you must be happy every day from now on, stop crying." The villagers were cursing, and suddenly changed, laughing loudly and waving their hands. "Nami, be sure to take care of yourself. Yes, yes. If you dare to bully Nami, even if we chase you to the ends of the earth, we will still find you. Red Lotus Bounty. 100,000 berry Uchiha Leiming Bounty. 5 million berry." After hearing and seeing the farewell words from the villagers, Nami smiled, turned around, lowered his head, waved to the villagers behind him, and said loudly, "Goodbye, everyone. White Bounty. 5 million berry, special capture conditions, must be captured alive." Then, Nami turned to the villagers with a villainous smile, and said with a smile, "Thank you very much for the gift of identification, everyone in the village, goodbye. Luo Loya Zoro Bounty. 8,000 berry. Little Thieving Cat Nami Bounty. 8,500 berry." When Nami went up to go to the newspaper, he couldn't help complaining, "What? Why did the price increase again? If the price increases again, be careful that I won't buy your newspaper." Monkey D. Luffy Bounty. 23 million berry. Chapter 233 encountered a restaurant on the sea. "Huh? What is this thing? This is a wanted warrant?" Liar Bu picked up the wanted warrant that fell on the ground, and a piece of after Zhang saw it, he blurted out and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, a wanted warrant? Whose wanted warrant is it?" Luffy smiled and leaned over to take a look when he saw his bounty. Not only did Luffy not feel the slightest fear or shock, but instead he grinned happily. Hey, my bounty is 23 million berry? It's okay, ha 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 ha. Then Leiming, Xinyue, Bai, Honglian and others came over to take a look. After reading their bounties, they also didn't have much reaction. "It's just a bounty. It's not like Leiming and the others haven't seen it. You must know that when they were in the Hokage ninja world in their previous lives, their heads and lives were also offered as bounties on the underground black market. In the Hokage ninja world, each of them has a bounty in the underground black market, which is more than 10 million. As for the present, their bounty in the One Piece world is far from the bounty in their previous life. Leiming and the others don't care about the level of the bounty, they have long been used to it, but when Zoro came over curiously to see the arrest warrant. When he saw his bounty number, Hao Xuan was not mad at his bounty number of 300 words. Zoro snatched his arrest warrant and shouted angrily, What's going on here? Why is my bounty so low? 8,000 berry. Grandpa, is my head worth only 8,000 berry? Luffy, Leiming and the others forget it. Why is my bounty the lowest among all of them? Even Nami has 500 berry more than me? Pucci. Giggle. Seeing Zoro's crazy look, Xinyue, Shiro, Curan, and Nami couldn't help laughing. Nami proudly held his arrest warrant, and purposely dangled it in front of Zoro, laughing, "Oh my god, how come my constant gold is only 8,500 berry? Oh, I obviously put that rat lieutenant commander beat him up." Xinyue even patted Zoro's shoulder jokingly, and said with a smile, "Well, Zoro, don't be so angry. Maybe those guys at the Marine headquarters don't know enough about your strength. Advertisement. That's why your wanted bounty is. That's why it's a little bit less, CCBG, puff, puff, puff. Don't be discouraged, you have to work hard." Being teased by Xinyue, Zoro suddenly felt that the whole person was in a bad mood, opened Xinyue's little hand, and said angrily, "Get out. I'm in a bad mood now, be careful, I'll cut you off. You be asterisk 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 D. Oh, cut me off. Okay. Come on, old lady, my hands are itchy right now, try cutting me off." After hearing Zoro's words, Xinyue suddenly smiled brighter. "Yes," said Zoro with a provocative wave. "You asked for it yourself. Look at the sword." Zoro was not polite, pulled out the 3 long knives from his waist, and rushed forward with anger in his eyes. Bang 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 bang. I saw Xinyue wrapped her hands around the black armament Haki, and collided with Zoro's 3 swords fiercely, making a terrible collision sound. The fierce battle reached a certain level, and there was even a sound of silence in the air. In this way, while Xinyue and Zoro started a fierce battle, the pirate ship they were on continued to advance towards the route of the Grand Line. What Leiming couldn't imagine was that a few days later, when Leiming was leaning on the bow of the ship blowing the sea breeze and enjoying the sea breeze and the beautiful scenery of the sea, he suddenly saw a huge sea ship with a special shape on their way forward. Leiming wiped his eyes with his hands in disbelief, and exclaimed in a low voice, "What? That? Isn't it a restaurant on the sea? Damn, this red line of fate for One Piece is really awesome. Obviously the contact time has changed, but we still meet, Sanji? That's good. Anyway, his cooking skills are not bad. With that guy around, at least Bo Shao has worked hard. No need to keep cooking extra meals for that big eater Luffy." Lirenbu was also at the bow of the ship, and when he saw the opposing warship firing, his expression of fright changed. I exclaimed loudly, "It's bad. Marine is here, and they're firing." Boom. Oops. Why? Why are there shells coming over? Not good. Chef, the chef is injured. What should I do? What should I do? Advertisement. He laughed happily and said, Hey, don't worry, these guys are handed over to me. Look at my rubber, balloon belly. Zoro jumped out with a cool sneer, drew out a long knife casually, and slashed a few times at the oncoming shells. Inhaling fiercely, Luffy's stomach and body swelled up at a visible speed, and 5 or 6 shells flying from the opposite side hit Luffy's balloon-like stomach. Luffy landed back on the deck of the pirate ship. After seeing what he had done, he grinned and stared. Too bad. The bullet went in the wrong direction. As for the remaining cannonballs, when Shinue wanted to rush to block the cannonballs, Luffy suddenly jumped over there first. But the most terrible thing is that Luffy's balloon belly bounced out of control, and a shell was shot in the direction of the sea restaurant by his wrong shot. Boom 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 boom. As Luffy controlled the rebounding direction of the belly, the shells immediately changed direction and flew out. Some fell into the sea and exploded, and some were bounced back to the opposite marine warship and exploded. Just when Leiming was recalling the original plot about Sanji, suddenly, not far away, a huge marine warship was also heading towards the sea restaurant. Shinue walked up to Luffy's back, closed her eyes and beat Luffy's head in displeasure, and complained, "Idiot. Seeing what you've done, why don't you come here? At least I won't hurt others by mistake." The commander of the warship on the opposite side, after seeing Leiming and their pirate ship, did not hesitate to attack them as in the original book. With the sound of a violent explosion, a huge hole was blown out of the roof of the restaurant on the sea, and at the same time, there were loud exclamations from the chefs of the restaurant. Those shells that flew towards them were instantly cut into dozens of pieces, and after flying out for a short distance, they exploded in the air, and the explosive power was relatively weakened a lot. Boom. Oh, I don't want to either, Luffy said with a headache while holding his head after being beaten. Chapter 234. Trouble arrives at the sea restaurant. The development of the following story is almost the same as the original. After the marine officer got off the ship, he took a beautiful woman into the restaurant on the sea for dinner. In his eyes, the Straw Hat Pirates are nothing more than small characters. After he goes into the restaurant and finishes eating, his subordinates should be able to arrest Luffy and Leiming. It's just that what he didn't know was that there were not a few minutes before he and the beauty went in for dinner. The marine warship had just approached Luffy's pirate ship, and the 3 beauties, Hanglian, Bai, and Shinue rushed over, and then there was a fierce battle and screams. There are basically no people who can stand up on the marine warship. After being completely turned over, beaten unconscious, or beaten into a temporary second-class disability, the Nami on the market was firmly tied up with a rope. After Nami tied up the marine soldiers, he clapped his hands with a smile and said, Hey, done. Bye, they're all tied up, according to the previous division of labor. I'm going to collect my spoils. Bai showed a beautiful and gentle smile, nodded, and said, Okay, up to you. This was also what they had discussed before. Nami, Sun, Shinue, and Hanglian were to take care of the marine warship. As for Leiming and Zoro, they went to accompany Luffy to the sea restaurant to apologize to others. After entering the restaurant and explaining the reason for his arrival, the red-footed Zap, just like in the original book, used his exaggeratedly long chef's hat to slap and scold Luffy again and again. Zap, look at the good things you did. You ruined my restaurant like this. How do you say you're going to be responsible? Luffy, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for it. Zeppu, responsible? Okay, then you lose money. The amount of compensation is? Luffy, what? So much money, but I don't have that much money. Zeppu, no money? It's easy to handle. Stay and work for me for a year, pay off the debt. Luffy, search for that. 1 year. That's too long. I don't want it. Zeppu, you don't want it. You don't want it. Are you a child? You said it yourself just now, and you have to take responsibility, right? Do you want to go back on your word? Advertisement. Luffy, I mean to be responsible, but a year is too long. I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece. I don't have so much time to waste here, at most, much. Chirping. The quarrel between Luffy and the red-footed Zap is basically the same as the original book. Therefore, Leiming did not stay with them, but went to the restaurant to order food with Zoro, and started to eat and drink. By the way, Leiming is also optimistic about the progress of the show. Sure enough, Sanji is the same as the original book. He punished the arrogant marine officer severely, and then, a hungry pirate with almost no combat power rushed in to rob and eat. Sanji didn't charge money, and gave that pirate a bowl of seafood fried rice. Then, the development of the story, in Leiming's eyes, was hardly too familiar. The pirate Krieg was finally brought along, and Sanji also gave him a bowl of fried rice. Krieg, after eating enough and recovering his fighting strength, really wanted to rob the sea restaurant without thinking about his previous kindness. Red-footed Zap is just like the original book. After Krieg gave them the food that Krieg wanted, the matter did not end. After Krieg recognized the identity of red-footed Zap, he began to want to snatch his sailing records and restaurant at sea again. After the conflict, Sanji rushed to fight the enemy, and Luffy took the opportunity to say to the red-footed Zap, "Hey, old man, I'll help you get rid of that guy, so you don't have to lose money." Zeppu snorted coldly and said, "Up to you." Facing Krieg's fellow pirates, Sanji put his hands on the ground, turned his head and kicked, and knocked out dozens of pirates in one fell swoop. Then, a guy with a shield on his body and a shield in his hand came to the restaurant arrogantly, and smiled at Sanji. "Hey hey hey hey, in front of my uncle's absolute defense like a copper wall, no matter how strong your kick is, no matter how powerful it is useless." Sanji's flying kick hit the opponent's shield. Unable to hurt the opponent, Sanji jumped back and flew back, lit a cigarette, took a sip, then looked at the opponent with displeasure, and said, "Really? I want to see." Before Sanji finished speaking, suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared in front of the shield man. I saw Shin Yue's sinking her waist, put on a posture, and punched out fiercely. "You dared to arrogantly defend yourself in front of my old lady. You have an iron wall, don't you? Then try my Bengchen." "So strong. Who is that woman?" Advertisement before Hammerman could ask Shin Yue's answer, Sanji's kick had arrived, and Sanji's kick hit the man's waist hard, kicking him so that his body spun at a high speed and flew out. Bang. Boom. Crack. Crack. Boom. Shin Yue was already one step faster than him, and rushed to the guy with the hammer. His hands suddenly turned black and wrapped around armament Haki, and firmly caught the hammer that was coming towards him. In the original book, the shield man who caused Sanji a lot of trouble, facing the beautiful little fist of the new moon, couldn't even hold a single move, so the shield exploded when he was hit, and his body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the broken body behind his back. Inside the unbearable pirate ship, many pirates on Krieg's pirate ship, seeing the sudden defeat of the shield man, opened their mouths wide in shock, raised their hands in disbelief and exclaimed loudly, "Eh!" Another pirate of the Krieg pirates suddenly pulled out two huge specially made hammers, dancing at high speed like a windmill, looked at Shin Yue with fierce eyes, and rushed towards her. D. What are you going to do to the beautiful lady? However, what Sanji didn't expect was that he hadn't waited for him to make a move. What a powerful woman, who the hell is she? Seeing that her opponent was kicked away by Sanji, Shin Yue wanted to continue making moves, so she was forced to stop and glared at Sanji in displeasure. Cut. You D. What are you doing? Why did you kick my prey away? Bang bang. And then, Shin Yue squeezed her two small black hands hard. She crushed the two huge hammers in an instant. Asking for flowers. Seeing that the crescent moon was in danger, Sanji couldn't sit still immediately, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards the guy with the hammer, trying to kick him away. What? What kind of power is this? The man with the hammer saw that his weapon was easily crushed by Shin Yue, his eyes widened in shock, and his pupils shrank violently. Sanji scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I did unnecessary things." Chapter 235 Luffy vs. Krieg. Damn D. Don't be too arrogant to me, you too? Krieg saw that his subordinates were hit by Sanji, Shin Yue and the others in 2 or 3 hits, and the veins on his forehead suddenly throbbed with anger. The armor on his body deformed, and a lot of gun barrels appeared at once, aiming at Shin Yue and Sanji and shooting. "Hey hey hey, I'm here, I won't let you succeed. Look at my rubber. Balloon belly." Luffy immediately dodged in front of Sanji and Shin Yue when he saw the opponent shoot. Luffy took a deep breath, and his body quickly inflated like a balloon, turning into a huge balloon, blocking Shin Yue and Sanji behind. Countless ball-shaped bullets hit the top of Luffy's balloon belly, all of which were quickly bounced back with a whoosh, and one bullet scratched Krieg's face, leaving a trail of blood on his face. Mark. Krieg looked at Luffy in disbelief, widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Boy, could it be that you ate devil fruit?" Luffy exhaled and inhaled, grinning and showing white teeth, and said with a smile, "Hey hey hey, that's right, I'm the rubber man who ate rubber fruit." Cut. What a troublesome brat. Don't think that eating devil fruit will make you invincible. Angrily, Krieg took off the armor on his body, combined and transformed it into a huge spear. The spear in his hand danced twice at high speed, rushed over and smashed down on Luffy hard. Bang. Boom. The spear hit the ground, and a violent explosion occurred immediately, blowing out black smoke. Hey, it's so dangerous. Is that thing going to explode? Luffy twisted his body strangely to dodge, dodging the spear and backed up. After exiting the thick smoke, he looked excitedly at Krieg opposite and smiled. HMPH, damn Luffy, it looks like you won't let that guy out. Shin Yue rolled her eyes in displeasure, turned and retreated to Lyming's side. Luffy jumped up, punched Krieg with high-speed fists, and said loudly, "Look at me, rubber guns." Bang 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 bang. Fists like raindrops hit Krieg's armor all over his body, without causing him the slightest damage. Heh heh heh. In front of my invincible armor, all attacks are ineffective. Wahahahaha. Krieg patted his armor with one hand, then smiled triumphantly. Advertisement, however, Luffy didn't see it that way, and he didn't mean to give up at all. Instead, he smiled even more excitedly. Really? If 10 punches don't work, I'll hit you with 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. I believe I can definitely smash your turtle shell. As he spoke, Luffy rushed over with a bright smile on his face. HMPH. Smelly brat. Don't be so arrogant. Don't think that I really can't do anything about you. Krieg's armor quickly opened, and this time he fired countless spike-like bullets. Ha 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 ha. Brat, what about rubber? You are not afraid of bullets, are you? Let me see if you are afraid of this. Da 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 da. Ding 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 ding. Because of Lyming's intrusion, he found out some preliminary tricks of using Haki by mistake, so the Luffy that follows in this world is not quite the same as the original. I saw Luffy crossed his hands in front of him, and quickly wrapped his hands around the black armament Haki. Countless spike-like bullets hit Luffy's arms wrapped around Haki. Countless sparks collided immediately, unable to cause food damage to Luffy. Damn. Is this useless? Then try this. Seeing that Luffy is not afraid of spike bullets, Krieg immediately changed his strategy, opened his armor, and fired a red cannonball. After seeing the red cannonball fired by Krieg, the other young pirates of the Krieg pirates were all frightened, and frantically took out the masks from their bodies and put them on. No. That's Lord Krieg's gas shell. Quick, quick. Put on the mask. Otherwise, people will really die. Naturally, Luffy also heard the panicked exclamation of the little pirates, and was immediately taken aback. He quickly glanced around, and then quickly used his hands. Hey 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 hey. Lend me your mask. Grabbed the mask worn by a little pirate boy, pulled it back with a swipe, and put it on his own face. Boom. The gas bomb exploded, blowing up a large cloud of pink smoke, rapidly spread around. The chefs of the restaurant on the sea saw the poisonous fog approaching, and they were shocked and exclaimed. No, 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 it's not good, that thing is coming. Advertisement, it's over, it's over, it's over, we're all going to be poisoned to death. Cut, what a troublesome guy. Shinue pouted unhappily, stood up, clenched a fist with one hand, and punched Wolf in the direction of the smoke. Boom. Hurrah. The pressure of the powerful fist hitting the past brought up an updraft, like a powerful vacuum cleaner, which sucked the poisonous smoke high into the sky and spread it quickly. What? How is it possible? Krieg looked at what happened in front of him in shock, and couldn't help blurting out. Luffy, who took off the mask, breathed a sigh of relief, turned to face Shinue and grinned. Huh, thanks, New Moon. Shinue gave Luffy an unhappy look, and said, Cut. Who will help you? You end the battle quickly, we don't have so much time to stay here and watch the boring battle between you. Hey hey hey. Got it, I'll end the fight immediately. Luffy turned back with a smile, looked at Krieg with confidence and smiled. Luffy exerted strength on his feet and rushed towards Krieg quickly. Seeing Luffy's confident smile, Krieg was immediately irritated, and shouted, You be asterisk 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 D. Don't you underestimate me. 3.8 All the armor on Krieg was turned on, countless guns fired at Luffy desperately, and the huge spear in his hand also smashed down on Luffy's head with all his strength. Luffy laughed and said, I said it all, these things are useless to me, look at my rubber machine gun. Boom 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 boom. Boom. Ka 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 ka. This time, Luffy's fist attack speed and strength have obviously improved a lot. Not long after the two fought, the armor protecting Krieg's whole body was actually shattered by Luffy. Even the huge spear was shattered abruptly after being punched hundreds of times by Luffy. Finally, Luffy threw his hands back and slammed into Krieg's stomach. Last shot. Rubber bazooka. Chapter 236 Zoro vs Hawkeye Mihawk. Last shot. Rubber bazooka. Bang. Boom. Krieg was hit by Luffy's unique move, and his body immediately flew backwards like a cannonball, and slammed into his own pirate ship, smashing a huge hole in the pirate ship. Luffy easily landed back on the deck of the sea restaurant, clenched his fist with one hand and said with a smile, Okay, I won. Not long after Luffy defeated Krieg, suddenly, a special aura came from the distant sea. Immediately afterwards, a few powerful sword chi slashed down, and the already dilapidated hull of the Krieg pirates was instantly cut into several sections by the sword chi as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. What's going on? The pirates screamed and fell into the sea, while the pieces of the pirate ship sank toward the bottom of the sea. Then, from the distant sea, a cross raft with a unique shape slowly drove towards this side. There are also candles burning with green flames on the raft, and the atmosphere looks a bit intimidating. When the pirates of the Krieg pirates saw the person coming, they frightened and frantically swam around and shouted, Yes, it's that terrible man. Monster Ghost The chefs at the restaurant on the sea saw the person coming, and they were also discussing. Some of them exclaimed, What sharp eyes! Who is that man? When Zoro saw the person for the first time, his whole body trembled immediately, and he smiled excitedly. It's him. The reason why I want to go to sea is for him. The legendary person who has Hawkeye Man, Hawkeye Mihawk. Saying that, Zoro jumped onto the deck outside the sea restaurant, drew out the 3 long knives at his waist, and looked at Mihawk sharply. Mihawk. Please accept my challenge. Mihawk sat on the seat of the raft, raised his eyes and glanced at Zoro slightly, then smiled lightly and said, Do you want to challenge me? You can't do it now. Go back and practice for 2 or 3 years before you come back. Advertisement. Zoro set up his attacking posture, biting the handle of the knife in his mouth, and said with a smile, "How could it be so simple to let me give up? If you don't fight, how do you know I can't do it? HMPH. You ignorant stinking brat. Well, let me show you the difference between us today." Whoosh! Mihawk's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Zoro almost instantly, and he took off the cross knife on his neck. "Look at me, 3-sword style swordsmanship, slash." Ding! Mihawk easily held the knife in his hand and moved forward lightly, easily blocked Zoro's ultimate move, and firmly fixed Zoro's 3 long knives with the tip of the knife. Hawkeye. Mihawk looked at Zoro coldly and said, "Now, do you see the gap?" Damn it! How could it be so far behind? I won't lose. My goal is to become the #1 and strongest swordsman in the world, so I won't lose to you so easily. After finishing speaking, Zoro launched a frantic attack, slashing wildly with the 3 swordsmanship. Ding 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 ding. However, Mihawk on the opposite side waved the short sword in his hand with ease, blocking all of Zoro's attacks with ease. Zoro was cornered, and suddenly Haki, who had 3 long swords wrapped in black energy, launched his strongest attack and roared, "I will not lose. Look at me, 3-sword style, tornado." Haki. Seeing that Zoro used Haki, and also slashed out a sword attack, Mihawk was slightly surprised, and then slashed dozens of times with the small knife in front of him. Ding 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 ding. Although Zoro in this world learned some Haki power from Lyming, it was still far from enough to face Mihawk. Mihawk easily swung the knife in his hand, smashing all of Zoro's Haki slashing sword energy, and blocked them all. At the same time, 2 of Zoro's 3 long knives were chopped into pieces on the spot. Advertisement. Mihawk watched the conversation between Zoro and Luffy, turned around, smiled slightly, and jumped back to the raft he was riding on, and the raft slowly drove away. Zoro and Mihawk passed by each other, blood gushed from Zoro's chest and gash, and then fell backwards. Seeing that Zoro's life was not in danger, Luffy suddenly grinned happily and said, Hey, I have no objection." Then, Zoro covered his eyes with one arm, raised the long knife in one hand and pointed to the sky, and said loudly, "Luffy, I swear to God, from now on, I will never lose to Rinnegan again. Do you have any opinions, One Piece?" Turning around and looking at Zoro, who fell to the ground, he smiled and said, "Not bad, kid. I hope you can grow up well. I will wait for you on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman." 863. Zoro. Are you okay? Luffy was the first to rush over nervously when he saw Zoro fall down. Zoro held the long knife tightly with both hands, concentrated all the Haki on the blade, and slashed forward with all his strength. Zoro, who staggered away, took a deep breath, then turned around abruptly, let go, took off the only long knife left in his mouth, and looked at Mihawk with the blazing will to fight in his eyes. Seeing Mihawk going far away, Shinue glanced at Leiming next to her unhappily, and complained, "Brother Leiming, why did you stop me just now? Why didn't you let me compete with that Mihawk?" Swish. The corner of Mihawk's mouth was slightly upturned, showing a smile and pulling out the cross knife behind his back, and said with a smile, "Very good, kid, your eyes are good, I really like, hold your name." Zoro clasped the long knife in his hands tightly, and said loudly, "You better remember, my name is Luo Loya Zoro, and I will definitely surpass you in the future." On the top of Mihawk's coat, at some point, there was an extended knife edge. Where Luffy and Leiming couldn't see them, Mihawk leaned back on the seat, whispering to himself with a smile, "Interesting kid. Heh. It seems that he won't be bored anymore." Seeing this situation, not only did Mihawk not raise his head in the slightest, but his eyes flickered with excitement, and the corners of his mouth turned up into a smile. Bai also persuaded with a gentle smile, "Shin-Yu, we who cannot use chakra and ninjutsu have greatly discounted our strength in this world, so now is not the time." The corners of Leiming's lips turned up, and he said with a smile, "There's no rush to fight him, it's not the time yet, and it won't be too late when we fully learn how to use Haki." At the same time, Mihawk, who was standing tall, looked at the clothes on his body. "Okay. I'll wait for you to challenge me, provided that you don't die too early." Mihawk dodged forward with a knife in both hands.